Those not to be seen again certainly do not include Chinsume. Lu Xiaochuan rides his motorcycle to return her to Shuanggo village, assuring her to wait at home for her admission notice. Once he enrolls in university, he can assist her in finding a part-time job at Qihang Education, as she possesses commendable English skills and, with some training, could easily tutor a few students. Before the college entrance examination, Lu Xiaochuan encountered Zhang Wani in the county, and Lu Xiaolong, naturally curious, shared this with Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan, however, was not naive. Fearing it might affect Chen Sume's exam, she chose to embellish the story only after the exams concluded. Chen Sume had already convinced herself that Zhang Wani was the object of Lu Xiaochuan's affection, while she herself was merely indulging in a one-sided love. Yet, Lu Xiaochuan treated her with more kindness than others. This perplexed her immensely. Could it be that he was greedy, wanting both? Nevertheless, Lu Xiaochuan had previously expressed his stance, which did not align with such behavior. Ultimately, she decided to let go of her thoughts and allow things to unfold naturally. Lu Xiaochuan, oblivious to Chen Sume's intricate feelings, left Shuanggo village and returned home. The day after submitting his application, he ventured back to the county. Having promised Old Bai to discuss history together, he could not go back on his word. Interestingly, Bai Ling was studying history, yet Old Bai never conversed with his daughter about it. Perhaps he found it daunting to discuss with a professional. Engaging with a fellow enthusiast like Lu Xiaochuan felt entirely different. They were on equal footing, and even if mistakes were made, they would not mock one another. Debates, even when differing in viewpoints, were quite engaging. After spending a few more days at home, Lu Xiaochuan traveled to Fengyang, where summer vacation had commenced, an opportune time for remedial classes. He could not merely be a bystander. He needed to contribute to Qihang Education. On the second day in Fengyang, Lu Xiaochuan commenced his duties at Qihang Education. The summer recruitment had already begun, and Bai Ling was on her summer break, stationed at the remedial classes daily. Summer recruitment was paramount, particularly for the new high school freshman classes. Usually, the new high school curriculum mirrored that of their classes, with few opting for one-on-one tutoring. After all, not every family could afford it. Intensive one-on-one summer tutoring was simply beyond the means of most households. Once high school commenced and academic performance varied, only those struggling would seek personalized tutoring. If the summer recruitment for new students was successful, many could later transition into one-on-one students, making summer recruitment crucial. In the current educational landscape, there were few publicly listed training institutions, yet numerous hidden tutoring classes within neighborhoods. Many of these classes engaged in fierce price wars. In terms of pricing, Qihang Education held no advantage. Lu Xiaochuan had no intention of slashing prices, adhering to his principle of maintaining value through quality instruction. However, refraining from lowering prices made it challenging to compete with those underground classes. After all, he could not constantly report them. Even if he did, they would simply relocate. Bai Ling and Li Yin were already troubled by this situation. Upon Lu Xiaochuan's arrival, they quickly consulted him about recruitment strategies. Dear sisters, there is no need for haste. This matter is quite manageable, Lu Xiaochuan assured them. With over 20 years of advanced experience and a long tenure in educational training, he had witnessed numerous recruitment strategies, any of which could easily outshine their competitors. Then hurry and share your insights. We've been anxious for days, Li Yin, ever the impatient one, urged. We can promote our summer classes at Qihang Education by offering 3 tiers for the subjects of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. There will be 1 gold class, 2 silver classes, and 3 motivational classes, with a gradual decrease in teacher qualifications for each tier. Each class will accommodate 10 students, and the curriculum will consist of 20 sessions per term. There will be a registration deadline, after which students will be grouped based on their entrance examination results, with a cap of 60 students in total. Beyond this limit, late applicants will have to wait for the next term. Is there any particular rationale behind this grouping method? Bai Ling inquired. Indeed, there is. The gold class is complimentary. The silver class enjoys a 20% discount, while the motivational class is at full price. However, after every 5 sessions, an examination will be held. Those in the gold class who perform poorly will be demoted to the silver class, while students in the silver class who exceed the performance of those in the gold class will be promoted. The same promotion system applies between the silver and motivational classes. Isn't this essentially a veiled discount? Li Yin expressed her confusion. This is not a discount. It is a reward for diligent students. Once a price is reduced, it cannot be increased again, but rewards are not universally accessible. This is entirely reasonable, is it not? Furthermore, this initiative will attract students with commendable entrance examination results, as those with exceptional scores can attend for free. As long as students enroll, given our quality of instruction, retention should not be an issue. Our primary concern is the lack of opportunities for communication with students and their parents. Bai Ling and Li Yin exchanged a knowing glance, instinctively raising their hands in unison, as if to say, applause is warranted here. With the enrollment strategy established, Li Yin promptly took action, contacting a printing house to produce new promotional flyers, intending to distribute them starting tomorrow. Bai Ling was equally industrious, reaching out to several familiar colleagues to assist in promoting the initiative to students. framing it as a benefit for those with outstanding entrance examination results, emphasizing the limited registration period, first come, first served. With the promotional arrangements in place, they swiftly organized the teaching staff into several groups, assembling the finest team to instruct the gold class. Lu Xiaochuan was taken by surprise when this decision inadvertently placed him in a predicament, as Li Yin discreetly assigned him to teach the gold class physics course. A few days later, the promotional efforts bore fruit, with a steady stream of applicants flocking to Qihang education, particularly those who excelled in their entrance examinations. True scholars congregated. Due to the overwhelming number of registrations, the 60-student cap was quickly reached, leading to dissatisfaction among late-arriving parents who felt Qihang education lacked integrity, accusing the institution of misleading them with the allure of free tuition only to declare that the classes were full. Meanwhile, those who registered early reveled in their fortune, albeit with concerns that incoming high achievers might displace their children from the gold class. In light of this, Lu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling conferred and promptly devised a remedial strategy, initiating a second round of enrollment. The late registrants from the first phase would be accommodated in the second phase, albeit with a delayed start of 5 days. This staggered approach would ensure that students from different phases would compete academically without interference. Ultimately, 3 sessions for the new first-year high school class were conducted before the fervor subsided. The 20-plus dedicated teachers at Qihang Education found themselves exceedingly busy throughout the summer, often missing lunch altogether. As the saying goes, man is iron, and rice is steel. One feels the pangs of hunger after missing a meal. Originally, the remedial classes did not provide meals, with instructors typically dining outside during lunchtime. However, that was no longer feasible. Lu Xiaochuan promptly set about addressing the issue, instructing Li Yin to organize the class schedule. Meals were to be ordered from Taoli Ju Restaurant daily, with Su Zhibin driving the van to collect them. During the summer vacation, all lunches and dinners were managed by the tutoring class. With the conclusion of the third phase of the gold medal class, Lu Xiaochuan found himself tasked with conducting 60 classes, which rendered him quite busy once more. During this time, the results of the college entrance examination were released, and to his astonishment, Lu Xiaochuan scored 603 points, achieving a perfect score in physics and even securing 106 points in English, his weakest subject. Soon thereafter, the acceptance letter arrived, confirming his admission to the clinical medicine department of the medical university, marking him as a member of the 79th cohort of freshmen. His parents hosted a celebratory banquet at home and arranged for a film crew to screen movies in the village for 3 consecutive evenings to commemorate Lu Xiaochuan's remarkable examination results. Ironically, the protagonist of the celebration found himself stranded in the provincial capital, unable to return home, a situation that left him both amused and exasperated. During this period, some parents raised concerns regarding the youth of the physics teacher in the gold medal class, speculating that he might be a part-time student. Lu Xiaochuan, unperturbed by the possibility of his identity being revealed, readily acknowledged that he had just completed his college entrance examination. Before any further questions could escape the parents' lips, he interjected with, "I scored full marks in physics," effectively silencing their doubts. Yet, other parents questioned his lack of teaching experience despite his perfect score. Lu Xiaochuan invited them to audit his classes at any time. Indeed, one parent did attend a session and was immediately impressed. How can this young man, fresh out of high school, deliver such excellent lessons? From that moment on, he became an unwitting ambassador for Lu Xiaochuan. The only regret voiced by the parents was that after the summer course concluded, when they wished for their children to receive one-on-one tutoring from Lu Xiaochuan, they were informed that he would be returning to school and would no longer be available until the next summer. Lu Xiaochuan felt somewhat tricked by Li Yin, having taught for a month under these circumstances. In Su Zhibin's words, "You've been coerced into taking on classes, haven't you? And you dared to mock my humble background? With all your clever schemes, you've still fallen into my wife's grasp." At last, Su Zhibin and Li Yin had managed to turn the tables on Lu Xiaochuan. Chapter 100. The new semester. Upon returning to his hometown, Lu Xiaochuan noticed that the way the villagers regarded him had shifted. If his previous success had been attributed to mere luck, his admission to the medical university now spoke volumes of his true merit, leaving some envious souls unable to harbor their jealousy. Lu Xiaochuan had effectively become the exemplary child of other parents, often referenced when they educated their own offspring. Now that he was attending university, a change of household registration was required, transforming his rural registration into an urban one, with all records consolidated under the collective household of the university. Thankfully, Lu Xiaochuan did not need to concern himself with these matters, as his parents had already taken care of everything at home. Upon his arrival, Lu Xiaolong rushed over to flaunt his acceptance letter from Dalian Light Industry College, seemingly suggesting that its prestige surpassed that of Lu Xiaochuan's medical university. As anticipated, Chen Sumei had indeed been accepted into the English department of the Normal College, while Xie Yuewan secured a place at Long Normal College. Lu Xiaolong announced that they had all agreed to embark on their academic journeys together when the semester commenced. As the new academic year commences, it is customary for parents not to accompany their children, primarily due to the considerable expenses incurred for travel and accommodation, which rural parents are keen to minimize. Lu Xiaochuan initially intended to linger at home for a few days before making his way to the provincial capital, a place with which he was already well acquainted, feeling as comfortable there as he did at home. However, since Xiaolong had already arranged for everyone to travel together, he felt it would be impolite to disregard his classmates' feelings. After spending a leisurely 10 days at home, on the afternoon of August 31st, the Western group convened in Shida town. Having traveled extensively over the past 2 years, Lu Xiaochuan's parents had grown accustomed to his independence. Thus, there was no need for them to see him off. His elder sister, Lu Xiaoning, was also starting school, so the siblings would be traveling together. Xiaolong, having previously visited the provincial capital, felt somewhat seasoned in the art of travel and had also declined his parents' offer to escort him to school. Determined to venture to Dalian on his own without giving Lu Xiaochuan any reason to mock him. As for Xie Weiwan, being a girl, she was accompanied by her father to school. Chen Sumei was initially meant to be escorted by her brother. But upon encountering Lu Xiaochuan in Shida town and learning that he was also heading to the provincial capital, her brother entrusted her to him and returned home, thinking that with her brother-in-law present, there was nothing to worry about. After waiting for a while in Shida town without seeing any buses, Lu Xiaochuan grew impatient and decided to hire a vehicle to the Xining County Railway Station. At that time, rural transport consisted of modified small trucks, with makeshift canopies added to the rear and 2 long benches secured on either side, accommodating 8 to 10 passengers. With a fare of approximately 1 yuan per person to the county seat, Lu Xiaochuan proposed to pay 10 yuan for the entire vehicle, which the driver gladly accepted, as it saved the trouble of waiting to fill the vehicle with passengers and allowed for a quicker journey. Given the proximity of Long City, which is only an hour away with frequent departures, Xie Weiwan and her father left first, while Lu Xiaoning took the midday bus, expecting to arrive in Xiuzhou by afternoon. Lu Xiaochuan considered accompanying his elder sister, but was halted by Lu Xiaoning, who had already noticed that the girl named Chen Sumei was also heading to the provincial capital and would surely travel alongside her brother. Buses to Dalian would only depart in the evening, and if Lu Xiaochuan took the afternoon bus, he would leave Xiaolong alone, which would not be ideal. Since Xiuzhou was not far, Lu Xiaoning would be met at the station by Gao Jianjun in the afternoon. As the evening approached and time lingered, Lu Xiaochuan had hoped to explore the county town, but Xiaolong and Chen Sumei carried considerable baggage, and the railway station lacked storage facilities, forcing the trio to wait at the station all afternoon. To pass the time, they purchased a deck of cards and engaged in a game, resorting to instant noodles for dinner. Xiaochuan, look at your beautiful classmate, exclaimed Xiaolong, his keen eyes spotting Zhang Wani entering the waiting room. Lu Xiaochuan lifted his gaze to find Zhang Wani also looking in their direction. Upon recognizing him, she hurried over, her father trailing behind with their bags. Haha, Lu Xiaochuan, are you also setting off today for registration? Why didn't you call me over the summer? Oh, I was away all summer and hardly at home. By the way, which university did you get into? Jingshi University. Did I not mention that I intended to enroll in the Chinese language and literature program? Have you forgotten? Zhang Wani replied, a hint of displeasure evident, feeling as though Lu Xiaochuan had not given her much thought, especially with a beautiful classmate standing beside him, whom she felt was slightly inferior to herself. As expected of you, the esteemed leader of the education field, particularly in the realm of Chinese language and literature. You are truly impressive. Lu Xiaochuan gave a thumbs up. Please, no more flattery. What about you? Where have you been accepted? Oh, to the clinical medicine program at the medical university. That is quite commendable. A future medical expert. Zhang Wani was pleasantly surprised by Lu Xiaochuan's remarkable achievement. Let us cease this mutual admiration. Allow me to introduce you to my classmates. With that, Lu Xiaochuan introduced Xiaolong and Chen Sumei to Zhang Wani. After a few polite exchanges, she joined them for a conversation. Lu Xiaochuan then greeted Zhang Wani's father, who nodded in acknowledgement before stepping outside for a smoke. Zhang Wani quickly became the center of attention, as several fellow students waiting for their train gathered around, some of whom Lu Xiaochuan recognized, including his dear friend from a past life, Chu Haiyang. Chu Haiyang had been Lu Xiaochuan's classmate in the first year of high school. Their relationship was merely cordial back then. However, after both attending the normal university, they reconnected as close friends. Coming from a well-off family, Chu Haiyang had often lent Lu Xiaochuan money during their early university days. In this life, Chu Haiyang had also been admitted to the physics department of the normal university, and he was astonished to learn that Lu Xiaochuan had gained admission to the medical university. Upon discovering that the beautiful girl accompanying Lu Xiaochuan was Chen Sumei, a freshman at the normal university, Chu Haiyang became immediately intrigued. Seizing a chance encounter in the restroom, he remarked, Xiaochuan, you've done well. Returning to Shida town. Not only did you get into the medical university, but you also found a beautiful girlfriend. Don't talk nonsense. We are merely classmates, nothing more, Lu Xiaochuan replied. Is that truly the case? Chu Haiyang's expression revealed his disbelief. Of course it is. Why would I deceive you? If that is the case, once we are in university, I might just pursue your lovely classmate, Chu Haiyang joked. Broaden your horizons, my friend. You are at the normal university. There are plenty of beauties there. By the way, the English department is known for its abundance of lovely women. You might want to cultivate a rapport with Chinsume so that she can introduce you to a few girls from the English department. You make a valid point. It seems I must indeed make a good impression on your classmate. By the way, I have news for you. Mu Yinghua is also attending the medical university. Who would have thought you'd be alumni? Lu Xiaochuan inquired. Is he truly that academically gifted? Not at all. He is a self-funded student. Oh, thank you for sharing that information. Lu Xiaochuan felt a surge of joy. With Mu Yinghua at the medical university, an opportunity for retribution had presented itself. Fengyang is not like Xinping County. His father, a deputy director of the local education bureau, holds little weight in the provincial capital. What support does he truly have? Chapter 101. Enrollment. The group chatted for a while longer. Zhang Wani was headed toward Beijing and soon needed to check her ticket. As she bid farewell, she reminded Lu Xiaochuan to keep in touch once he reached university. The train they were to board was not scheduled for ticketing until after 9 p.m. Coincidentally, Chu Haiyang was on the same train. Nowadays, trains offer standing tickets for mid-route boarding, making seats a matter of competition. As the train arrived, Lu Xiaolong and Chu Haiyang dashed forward to secure seats, while Lu Xiaochuan ensured that Chinsume boarded safely behind him. There were indeed vacant seats on the train. The two individuals managed to secure 3 seats, allowing Chinsume to sit in the middle, while the 3 boys took turns standing. After passing Xiuzhou, many passengers disembarked, and eventually, they all managed to obtain seats. With university just around the corner, excitement filled the air as they played cards and chatted, their revelry lasting until the early hours of the morning. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and they succumbed to sleep, some resting their heads on tables, while others leaned back in their chairs. At 5 in the morning, as dawn broke, the train arrived at Fenjiangbai station. Lu Xiaochuan had been awake for some time, only to discover that Chinsume had fallen asleep on his shoulder. He couldn't bring himself to wake her. Chu Haiyang also stirred, and, upon noticing Chinsume's position, whispered, "Did you not say you two were merely ordinary classmates?" Lu Xiaochuan shrugged helplessly. "That was my intention, but I cannot dictate her thoughts." "Huh, you can be so stubborn," Chu Haiyang teased. Lu Xiaochuan found it futile to explain, so he chose to remain silent. As the train pulled into the station, the group disembarked. Lu Xiaochuan roused Xiaolong, bidding him farewell and advising him not to sleep alone, urging him to keep an eye on his belongings and to give him a call once they reached university. Although it was early morning, the station was already bustling with pedestrians, and vendors were setting up stalls along the roadside. Lu Xiaochuan took Chinsume and Chu Haiyang to a nearby stall for a bowl of wontons before returning to the North Station Square to wait. Before 7 o'clock, various welcoming teams from different universities began to appear, unfurling banners. The trio located the welcoming team from the normal college, where senior students eagerly approached them, several of whom offered to carry Chinsume's bag, completely disregarding Lu Xiaochuan and Chu Haiyang. "Seniors, that bag also belongs to her," Lu Xiaochuan pointed out, gesturing to the large bag that Chu Haiyang was holding. Only then did the seniors realize their oversight. One took the large bag from Chinsume, while another enthusiastically said, "Freshman, please board the vehicle with this young lady and wait for it to fill up before we depart." Lu Xiaochuan instructed Chu Haiyang and Chinsume to board the vehicle, reminding them, "I won't be joining you. I need to check in as well. Haiyang, please look after Chinsume during the registration process. It can be quite cumbersome." Chu Haiyang patted his chest confidently, assuring, "Rest easy, Xiaochuan, I will see to it." Chinsume, fully aware that Lu Xiaochuan also needed to register, reluctantly bid him farewell. The two senior students felt an immense sense of satisfaction upon realizing Lu Xiaochuan was not from the normal college. They found him somewhat attractive and assumed his relationship with the lovely female student was rather special, while the remaining individual seemed to lack any competitive edge. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaochuan, he made his way to the medical university booth, where a banner welcomed the incoming class of 79 with enthusiasm. As he approached the booth, several seniors greeted him warmly. "Lu Xiaochuan, you got into the medical university?" He heard a familiar voice. Looking up, he recognized the senior smiling at him. "Dong Haiping, you're at the medical university too?" Dong Haiping, also hailing from Xinxiang County, was a year ahead of Lu Xiaochuan. They had often played football together during their first year of high school, before Lu Xiaochuan transferred to Shida Town High School. To encounter an old acquaintance in such a setting felt serendipitous. The two individuals engaged in conversation for a while, primarily as Dong Haiping introduced some basic information about the school. As their discussion progressed, Lu Xiaochuan noticed Dong Haiping's gaze begin to wander. Following his line of sight, Lu Xiaochuan beheld 2 young women approaching, while several senior students were paying special attention to one of them. Unconsciously, Lu Xiaochuan was captivated by the beauty of that young woman. To be precise, it was her exquisite aura that drew him in. She donned a white dress. Her features were striking, with a delicate nose, but what was most enchanting were her large, clear eyes. As the young woman approached, the welcoming committee of students greeted her warmly. "Senior Shun, you've arrived." "Hello, Senior Shun." Senior Shun responded with a smile, revealing charming dimples, leaving Lu Xiaochuan utterly mesmerized. Lu Xiaochuan, mind your manners." "Apologies, Brother Dong. Who is the senior?" "This is Shen Yue, a third-year student and the vice president of the student council." She is renowned as one of the beauties of the medical university, Dong Haiping explained. With such beauty, she must have many admirers. Indeed, many seniors from Daxida University in the past have pursued her, not to mention those from the second and third years. However, Senior Shun is dedicated to her studies, preparing for graduate school and plans to study abroad, so she remains single for now. Currently, not many are pursuing her. Those seniors who found themselves unable to win her affection have shifted their focus elsewhere. I've heard that only one senior from the third year continues his futile pursuit. What do you think? The quality of beauties at the medical university is quite impressive, isn't it? They outshine our high school girls by far. Absolutely. Our Xinqiang County doesn't produce many beauties. Those from high school pale in comparison once they reach university. Lu Xiaochuan wholeheartedly agreed with Dong Haiping's assessment. After exchanging a few more words, they noticed that the shuttle bus was filling up with students, and Lu Xiaochuan boarded. Upon arriving at the university, he knew there would be seniors to guide them. The medical university is located in a bustling area, adjacent to Taiyuan Street and relatively close to the South Station. Not far from the North Station either. The shuttle bus was swift, delivering the newcomers to the campus in just over 20 minutes. As soon as they disembarked, seniors approached to offer their assistance. Lu Xiaochuan, with a backpack slung over his shoulder, stood out in the crowd. A second-year senior led him to complete various procedures, collect his belongings and other essentials, all the while providing him with insights about the campus. Although Lu Xiaochuan had visited the medical university a few times in his past life and had some knowledge, he feigned the role of a novice, attentively listening as the senior narrated the history of the university's buildings, such as the Red Building and the auditorium. Many of the medical university's structures date back to before the anti-Japanese war, originally part of the puppet Manchu Kuo Medical College. However, the medical university itself has no ties to it, merely occupying the old site. Given its prime location in a bustling urban area, the campus is not particularly large, and in terms of hardware facilities, it may even be surpassed by some second-tier universities. The senior guided Lu Xiaochuan to the dormitory, declining his invitation to dinner, and excused herself to continue with the welcoming activities. Lu Xiaochuan entered the second student dormitory building, finding room 503 on the 5th floor, which was already occupied. This was an 8-person room, relatively less crowded by medical university standards, as many dorms housed 10 or even 12 individuals. The accommodation conditions at the medical university rank among the lowest in the nation's higher education institutions. Lu Xiaochuan is aware that, for the next 2 decades, before the completion of the new campus, these dormitories will continue to be in use. It is worth noting that during the early 2000s, other universities boasted clean and tidy facilities. The outdated dormitories of the medical university have been in use for over a decade longer than those of other institutions. Chapter 102. Meeting the roommates upon entering room 503, Lu Xiaochuan found 2 boys tidying their beds. They greeted him with smiles, exclaiming, "Another one has arrived." The dormitory was quite simple, with bunk beds occupying most of the space. A table was positioned inside, while a wooden cabinet, divided into 8 compartments, was placed near the door. Names were inscribed on each bed, and Lu Xiaochuan occupied the upper bunk closest to the inner wall. The 2 students organizing the beds were named Lu Qiyuan and Zhu Chuanjian, both of whom occupied the lower bunk on the left side of the door. The 3 introduced themselves. Lu Qiyuan hailed from Hunan province, while Zhu Chuanjian was from the Steel City of the same province. Lu Qiyuan stood just over 1.7 meters tall and was somewhat slender. In contrast, Zhu Chuanjian was quite robust, towering over Lu Xiaochuan at over 1.8 meters. After they finished arranging their beds, the trio sat down to chat. Soon, the other roommates began to arrive, some coming alone and others accompanied by their parents. However, upon seeing the state of the dormitory, the parents made a few arrangements, exchanged pleasantries, and departed. Once the parents had left, the 8 roommates began their introductions, sharing their ages and arranging their seating order. The eldest, Lu Hongba, was a native of Shandong province, specifically from Dezhou. Contrary to the tall image typically associated with Shandong men, Lu Hongba stood under 1.7 meters and was rather stout. The second, Wu Zilan, was from Shihu City in the same province. He was quite jovial and appeared to be very sociable. The third, Lu Qiyuan, hailed from Yongzhou, Hunan, and exhibited a somewhat shy and introverted demeanor. Lu Xiaochuan was the 4th, followed by Zhu Chuanjian, the strong man from the Steel City. The 6th, Gao Song, was a local from Fengyang, whose parents had accompanied him. They were well-dressed and seemed to be business people, indicating a comfortable family background. The 7th, Tang Qingwei, came from Harbin in Longjiang province. He was tall and handsome. Lastly, the 8th, Shi Xiaowen, was from Zhujing in Yunnan province and appeared quite youthful. Once the 8 brothers had established their seating order, they agreed to head downstairs together to purchase essential items such as basins and towels, while also taking the opportunity to explore the campus. They excitedly rushed out of the dormitory and, upon descending the stairs, encountered several female students, eliciting surprise among the group at the presence of girls in the boys' dormitory. Wu Zilan eagerly volunteered to investigate further, catching up with a few girls downstairs and excitedly announcing, "Brothers, good news. Our university has both male and female students residing in the same dormitory building, and each floor has a mix of both. Ah, such an arrangement. University is indeed wonderful, unlike high school where the boys and girls dormitories are so far apart. This is surely encouraging us to pursue romance, my friends. Proximity is key. The group animatedly discussed this revelation while meandering through the campus of the medical university. However, much to their disappointment, they found the campus to be rather small, and the buildings old and unimposing. At the supermarket beneath the dormitory, a few individuals purchased basins and other daily necessities before returning to their rooms to tidy their beds, after which they proceeded to the dining hall for a meal. The cafeteria of the medical university is located within the first dormitory building. At that time, meal cards had yet to be issued. Students exchanged tickets for their meals instead. The group of 8 made their way to obtain meal tickets, subsequently gathering at the serving window to collect their food. The disparity between urban and rural backgrounds was evident from the meals served. Among the 8 students in the dormitory, Lu Hongba, Lu Qiyuan, Lu Xiaochuan, and Shi Xiaowen hailed from rural areas, while Wu Zilan, Zhu Chuanjian, Gao Song, and Tang Qingwei were from urban environments. The city students typically received 1 meat dish and 1 vegetable dish, whereas those from rural origins were limited to a single vegetable dish. Of course, Lu Xiaochuan, not lacking in funds, fixated on the meat dishes, aware that the beginning of the semester meant communal dining, but anticipated that they would eventually disperse for meals. Is the food in the cafeteria truly subpar? Let us skip it tonight. I'll treat the group to chicken necks at Ermudi, Gao Song suggested. Being a local, he had likely explored the area around the medical university and knew of the best dining spots. I think the cafeteria is quite acceptable. Eating out is too expensive. Although Gao Song insisted on treating, Lu Qiyuan felt reluctant to join. Well, since our 6th friend is offering, we might as well go. It's only polite. Lu Xiaochuan remarked, leading the way in support. All right, I agree. Me too. I concur. Agreed. Several others echoed their agreement, and ultimately, the consensus was to allow Gao Song to host the group for chicken necks that evening. September 1st fell on a Wednesday, with today and tomorrow designated for registration, leaving the school without additional arrangements. A few students visited the dormitory to inform everyone about a class meeting scheduled for the following afternoon in the lecture hall, allowing for free time until then. Those who managed to enroll in the medical university could be considered academically accomplished, so after lunch, the students returned to their rooms, collectively retrieving the newly issued textbooks. In the first semester, aside from English, politics, and advanced mathematics, there were only 2 foundational medical courses, basic chemistry and systematic anatomy. The roommates eagerly delved into their anatomy texts, revealing a shared curiosity about human structure, although their interests diverged regarding specific content. Lu Xiaochuan had long been aware that anatomy was a crucial foundational course for medical students, notorious for its difficulty. Without question, it boasted one of the highest failure rates among medical courses. In a previous life, he aspired to study medicine but fell short of the necessary scores to gain admission to a medical school. Now, as a reborn individual, he was confident of achieving financial freedom with ease, no longer needing to endure the rigors of medical study for wealth. Yet, his stubbornness compelled him to give it a try, fulfilling a fragment of his past aspirations. Lu Xiaochuan opened the textbook and, to his surprise, found himself genuinely intrigued by anatomy, quickly becoming engrossed in the material. The pager in Lu Xiaochuan's pocket vibrated, prompting him to exit his dormitory. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed a local number from Fengyang. He made his way to a nearby convenience store to use a public phone and dialed back. A woman's voice greeted him on the other end. Hello, Lu Xiaochuan. This is Lin Ruoi. Lu Xiaochuan had nearly forgotten this classmate from his previous life, but suddenly recalled that, according to the trajectory of that life, Lin Ruoi should also be attending school in Fengyang, specifically in the physics department of the normal university. Oh, hello, Lin Ruoi. Have you also come to Fengyang? Yes. I registered at Fengyang Normal University today. What about you? Which university are you attending? I am also in Fengyang, studying at the medical university. That's wonderful. Since we are both in Fengyang, I'll come to find you this weekend to settle the rent. I've already rented out the house. Oh, there's no rush. I'll come to see you when I have the time. Lin Ruoi then provided Lu Xiaochuan with her dormitory information before ending the call. However, even without her mention, Lu Xiaochuan was already aware of which dormitory she would be assigned to. After hanging up, he called home to report his safety, thinking that Chen Sume and Lu Xiaolong must have completed their registrations as well and should be calling him soon. Chapter 103. The first class meeting. Perhaps unable to resist Lu Xiaochuan's persistent thoughts, the pager vibrated again before he had strayed far. He dialed back, and indeed, it was Chen Sume. She had already been assigned to her dormitory and shared her information with him. Lu Xiaolong also sent him a page before dinner, and upon seeing the last 3 digits were 666, Lu Xiaochuan understood he had safely arrived at school and chose not to return the call. That evening, the 8 residents of the dormitory ventured to a quaint establishment outside the campus called Tu Mu Land. The name was rather peculiar. The shop was small, with about 10 tables, and by the time they arrived, it was already full. They had no choice but to purchase several servings of cumin chicken necks to take away. The chicken necks were provided by Gao Song, while Lu Xiaochuan went to the supermarket to buy beer and peanuts. The 8 of them returned to the dormitory, enjoying the chicken necks and peanuts alongside their drinks. They didn't buy much beer, just 2 bottles per person, mindful that it was the beginning of the semester and overindulgence would not be wise. Surprisingly, the flavor of the chicken necks was delightful, though it lacked spiciness. Lu Qiyuan, hailing from Hunan province, was accustomed to spicy food, but unfortunately, such dishes were rare in the northeast. Third brother, you could bring some chili with you next time. That would be splendid, Wu Zilin remarked with a grin. When I return next semester, I'll bring some chili sauce for everyone, Lu Xiaochuan promised. Next time, I'll bring some red sausage and kvass, Tang Qingwei chimed in, mentioning the local specialties of Harbin. Lu Hongbao then said, in that case, I can only bring braised chicken. Brother, there's no need to bring braised chicken. They sell it on the train, Zhu Chuanjian interjected. The train's version isn't authentic. The one we buy in Daizhou is the real deal, Lu Hongbao countered. Should I bring a ham, then? Haha. Sure, Xiaowen laughed. All right, but I fear you might struggle to carry it with your frail physique. Gao Song teased, eyeing Shi Xiaowen's slender frame. How about I bring some mushrooms, then? Lu Xiaochuan quickly interjected with a chuckle. Mushrooms are a no-go. Just don't bring any red-capped, white-stemmed ones. Otherwise, we might all end up lying flat after eating. Sure. Shiga, you seem to know that song. Yes, I've heard it. Observing the puzzled expressions of those around him, Lu Xiaochuan joined Shi Xiaowen in singing the complete song, eliciting hearty laughter from his companions. Let us not delve into that. It's rather ominous. Isn't it? Boss, we are all medical students, materialists, you see? Why should we be afraid of such things? True enough, let us not fear. As the beer flowed, the conversation became increasingly animated, and the openness among them grew. Naturally, the topic of discussion gravitated towards women. With the semester just commencing, they had yet to meet most of their classmates aside from those in their dorm. Rumor had it that their medical university boasted a higher ratio of females to males, and curiosity buzzed about the appearance of the female students. Everyone was eager, hoping to identify potential romantic interest during the class meeting the following day. After all, who wouldn't desire to embark on a passionate love affair in college? That night, during their dormitory discussions, the conversation continued until the lights were extinguished, and gradually, voices dwindled, with the snores of the eldest, Lu Hongbao, and the 5th, Zhu Chuanjian, breaking the silence first. Despite the subpar conditions of their dormitory, Lu Xiaochuan remained unfazed. The college years were precious, and having been fortunate enough to experience them twice, he intended to savor this chapter of life fully. After all, what essence would college life hold without residing in a dormitory? Lu Xiaochuan and his peers belonged to Clinical Class 1. The next afternoon, they gathered in the lecture hall as per the instructions of their class liaison. Though spacious, the hall quickly filled to capacity with nearly 200 students. Their counselor, a woman in her 30s named Li Xiaoqing, began by introducing herself. She informed them that she would oversee Clinical Class 15, and that the foundational courses for all 5 classes would be conducted in this lecture hall. While only the laboratory classes would be held separately, she assured them that the class schedules would be posted in the hall soon. University students enjoy a high degree of autonomy, with a single counselor managing multiple classes. It was September 2nd, a Friday, designated for enrollment health checkups. With collective labor scheduled for Saturday morning, and classes set to officially commence the following Monday. Ms. Li, shouldn't we have military training upon enrollment? As soon as she posed the question, a curious student ventured to ask. In truth, this was a sentiment shared by all, though none had dared to voice it. The students observed that their university, situated in a bustling area of the city, was relatively compact, and the sports field was insufficient for military training. Consequently, the administration decided to postpone military training until the summer break of their freshman year, when they would be taken to a military camp for the training, which, of course, would be voluntary and would occupy part of their summer vacation. Upon hearing this, the room erupted in chatter. It was unexpected that the new students at the medical university would not undergo military training at the outset of their academic journey. Zhu Chuanjian, seated beside Lu Xiaochuan, scoffed. I didn't participate in military training during high school either. When I first entered, the school was reconstructing the teaching buildings, and the sports field was cluttered with construction materials, so the training was cancelled. Now, in college, it's been cancelled again. I suppose there are few students nationwide like me who have never experienced military training. It seems I am destined to be devoid of such an experience. Lu Xiaochuan was indifferent. Having undergone military training during his time at the normal university, he felt no compulsion to participate this time. As for the summer, he certainly wouldn't attend, as participation was entirely voluntary. Why subject himself to such fatigue? Missing out was of no consequence. Ms. Li raised her hand slightly to signal for quiet. Fellow classmates, for the upcoming period, I will allocate each class 20 minutes for self-introductions, allowing me to become acquainted with all of you. We shall commence with Class 1. The students from the other classes may step outside for the time being. After 20 minutes, Class 2 will enter, and so forth. The other students swiftly exited, leaving only the Clinical Class 1, where Teacher Li instructed everyone to take a seat in the front rows of the lecture hall, preparing to present their introductions one by one. The class comprised a total of 39 students, 15 boys and 24 girls, confirming the imbalance of gender. Given the limited time, the introductions were brief. Lu Xiaochuan could not memorize all 24 girls' names, only recalling a few of the more attractive ones. The other residents in the dormitory shared similar sentiments. Each time a beautiful girl took the stage, their eyes widened in astonishment. Following the succinct introductions, Teacher Li casually selected two contacts. The male contact, Wu Yuefei, hailing from another boys' dormitory, and the female contact, Yu Xia. Teacher Li informed everyone that after the collective labor on Saturday, students should find a classroom to elect class leaders and report back to the teacher once completed. He then dismissed Class 1, as the students from Class 2 awaited outside. Upon exiting the lecture hall, Yu Xia stopped Wu Yuefei. As they were the designated contacts, they naturally emerged as popular candidates for class leadership. It was imperative to organize class matters effectively over the next few days, especially regarding Friday's health check and Saturday's collective labor, in order to leave a positive impression on their peers. Meanwhile, the other students, still unfamiliar with one another, dispersed. Chapter 104. Class Leader Election Returning to the Dormitory. A few of them immediately engaged in discussion. The quality of the girls in our class isn't particularly impressive. There aren't many who are truly beautiful, Wu Zilan remarked. You must be mistaken. Yang Ziyue is clearly superior, countered Tang Qingwei, differing in opinion. Apart from them, Sun Yeyuan and Lu Ying are quite decent looking. But the rest leave much to be desired. Zhu Chuanjian added his perspective. During your introduction, quite a few girls had their eyes on you. If you genuinely fancy Yang Ziyue, you'd surely have no trouble pursuing her. Wu Zilan expressed his envy towards Tang Qingwei's attractive appearance, which had captivated the attention of the female classmates. Tang Qingwei replied with a hint of pride, I already have a girlfriend. She is a high school classmate studying at the provincial university. That is splendid. Since you're taken, you won't be competing with us. I also believe Yang Ziyue is the more beautiful choice, Gao Song remarked, relieved that Tang Qingwei had a girlfriend, thus reducing his competition. He then glanced at Lu Xiaochuan and inquired, Old Shi, which female classmate have you set your sights on? In Gao Song's view, Lu Xiaochuan was also a rival, while the others were not as significant. Lu Xiaochuan, seeing his expression, chuckled, let us broaden our horizons, shall we, brothers? Don't fixate solely on the girls in our class. Finding a girlfriend doesn't have to be limited to our class. Those from other classes, senior sisters, junior sisters, or even girls from other schools are all viable options. You know, Old Shi, your words have truly broadened our perspectives. Do you have connections with girls from other classes or schools? Introduce us. Wu Zilan immediately approached, and the other individuals were also filled with anticipation. Don't all stare at me. I have no resources, but Old Seven does. His girlfriend attends the provincial university, which is renowned for its numerous beauties. If Old Seven could arrange a dormitory social with her, wouldn't that be a splendid opportunity? Indeed, Old Seven. Please reach out to your girlfriend and organize a dormitory gathering for us. The happiness of the brothers rests upon you. No problem, but since the semester has just begun, the provincial university is likely occupied with military training. I'll speak to her after next month's training concludes. Tang Qingwei readily agreed. Not only should they seek connections with external schools, but they also needed to establish relationships within their own institution, ensuring a comprehensive development and focused selection. The leader, Lu Hongba, also contributed ideas. Despite his seemingly simple appearance, he revealed a hidden enthusiasm. Once the conversation shifted from girls to the election of class officers, Lu Xiaochuan expressed disinterest in such positions, preferring to devote himself to his studies and engage in money-making ventures during his spare time, participating in club activities solely based on interest. However, Lu Xiaochuan's lack of interest did not deter others. Gao Song aspired to run for class monitor, while Zhu Chuanjian aimed for the role of sports representative. Wu Zilan, aware of his limited advantages, sought the position of life committee member. As the initial proposals came from these three, the others hesitated to voice their own ambitions. With their dormitory united, securing 8 votes became a straightforward task. As for the positions of Youth League secretary, study committee member, and cultural committee member, the boys showed little interest, suggesting they would likely be filled by the girls. The health check on Friday proceeded swiftly, completed within the morning. At noon, Wu Yuefei informed everyone that they were to wear their uniforms for an oath-taking ceremony in the afternoon. Later, all freshmen gathered in groups before the statue of the internationalist warrior, Dr. Bai, to recite the medical student oath. Health is at stake, lives entrusted. As I stepped into this sacred realm of medical academia, I solemnly pledged to dedicate myself to medicine, love my country, remain loyal to the people, uphold medical ethics, respect my teachers, adhere to discipline, diligently research, and strive for excellence in all aspects of development. I resolve to exert every effort to alleviate human suffering, promote health, uphold the sanctity and honor of medical practice, and tirelessly pursue the noble goal of contributing to the advancement of my country as healthcare and the well-being of humanity throughout my life. Upon completing the oath, everyone felt a surge of emotion, and Lu Xiaochuan was no exception. Having chosen the path of medicine, he understood the necessity of excelling in his studies. Although the medical field demands more effort than other disciplines, with a lifetime of learning and examinations, he resolved to persevere. After returning to the dormitory, the group instinctively picked up their anatomy books, as if neglecting to prepare would dishonor the oath they had just taken. A few even took their books to the library for self-study. On Saturday morning, they participated in collective labor, which involved weeding on campus. Seizing the opportunity, classmates introduced themselves and exchanged thoughts, allowing Lu Xiaochuan to memorize nearly all of his classmates' names. Naturally, the others would remember him as well, for among the boys. Apart from Tang Qingwei, Lu Xiaochuan stood out as one of the more handsome ones, alongside Wu Yufei and Gao Song. Wu Yufei is quite adept at socializing. Concerned that his peers might be thirsty, he enlisted his roommates to help him transport 2 cases of soda from the store for everyone to enjoy. It seems he is either well off or willing to invest significantly in his campaign for class president. Gao Song, realizing he had overlooked this strategy to win over his classmates, felt a twinge of regret. After their labor concluded, and with the clock barely past 10, Wu Yufei and Yu Xia had already secured an empty classroom, marking the commencement of the class leader elections for Clinical Class 1. Only 2 candidates stood for the position of class president, Wu Yufei and Gao Song. Both took to the stage to deliver speeches, earning resounding applause from their fellow students. However, the final vote count revealed a significant advantage for Wu Yufei, who was ultimately elected by a considerable margin, as the classmates were still getting to know one another. Wu's efforts over the past few days as a liaison had garnered him considerable goodwill. Gao Song felt somewhat disheartened, but Lu Xiaochuan patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, "Old Six, remember, we must broaden our horizons. Not securing the presidency doesn't mean you can't join the student council. In university, opportunities abound. Why dwell on this one setback?" Gao Song conceded. "I'll let him have the position of class president." With that resolved, Wu Yufei took charge of the remaining elections, which soon transitioned to the selection of the Youth League secretary. Unexpectedly, the number of candidates was rather high, predominantly consisting of female students, with Yu Xia among them. Ultimately, it was Yang Ziyue who emerged victorious as the Youth League secretary. Despite Yu Xia's diligent efforts as a liaison in the past few days and her disappointment, she could do little when it came to the voting. All 15 boys in the class had primarily cast their votes for Yang Ziyue. It seems the adage that beauty equates to justice remains ever true. Once the 2 prominent leaders were chosen, the subsequent elections were uneventful, with Zhu Chuanjian and Wu Zilin easily securing the roles of Physical Education Committee member and Life Committee member, respectively. Su Jiahui was appointed as the Academic Committee member, while Lu Ying took on the role of Cultural Committee member. With the new class committee established, a brief class meeting was held before everyone dispersed. After a restful weekend, the following Monday would usher in the commencement of their medical education journey. Chapter 105. Preparations for the branch school on Saturday afternoon. The brothers in the dormitory began to diverge in their plans. Some intended to study at the library, others wished to explore Taiyuan Street, while a few set out to visit friends at other schools. Lu Xiaochuan slipped away, exiting the campus, turning a corner, and hailing a taxi to Qihang Education. Having received a message from the tutoring center earlier that morning, upon arriving at the tutoring center, he found Bai Ling and Li Yin already present. "Why didn't you return my call?" he inquired. "I figured you were busy, so I came straight here. This way, I save on phone bills." He chuckled. Bai Ling responded with a smile, "You're quite the jokester. We wanted to discuss the establishment of a branch school today. We currently have numerous students from other districts attending tutoring, and our classrooms are nearly at capacity. The teachers are overwhelmed." As the 2 business partners discussed the expansion, Li Yin excused herself, allowing Bai Ling to inform Lu Xiaochuan that they had already shortlisted a few potential locations and had preliminary intentions. Today's meeting was primarily to deliberate on the selection of personnel for the branch school. Once established, it would be essential to appoint a principal. Currently, there are 2 full-time teachers interested in transitioning to management positions, both of whom, after observation by her and Li Yin, are quite capable. Bai Ling proposed 2 candidates, Ren Jigua, the team leader of the mathematics group, and Gao Shuaqin, the leader of the English group. While their teaching abilities are rather ordinary, their interpersonal and organizational skills are commendable. The challenge now lies in how to arrange their roles, as it is certainly inadvisable to allow these newcomers to venture out independently. Lu Xiaochuan contemplated and devised a plan. "Sister Bai, what do you think of this arrangement? The headquarters requires trustworthy individuals, so let us appoint Sister Xiaomei as the principal, maintaining her salary while adding a percentage to her commission. Then, we can make Ren Jigua the vice principal, offering him the same treatment as Sister Xiaomei previously received, and recruit a front desk consultant. Are you planning to send Li Yin to the Chang'an district branch?" Bai Ling inquired. "Indeed. Now that the main school is stable and daily management presents no significant issues, Sister Xiaomei can certainly handle it. The new branch will involve numerous tasks, including hiring teachers, so Li Yin should take Gao Shuaqin with her there." Bai Ling expressed concern. "The new branch's income will surely be less than here. Will Li Yin be willing to accept a significantly lower commission?" Lu Xiaochuan reflected and responded, "Considering the new establishment, initial profits will be modest. Therefore, let us increase Li Yin's base salary by 100 and set her commission at 6% for the first round. Gao Shuaqin's base salary will be fixed at 500, with her commission based on 4% of the branch's profits. Initially, if there are insufficient teachers, she can also teach some classes, ensuring no loss. As for Su Jibin, he can manage both locations. Fine, I agree with this arrangement. I will call Li Yin in so we can discuss it, Bai Ling stated, summoning Li Yin. To Bai Ling's surprise, Li Yin was quite agreeable. Although the new branch's income would be lower at first, the increased commission in the long run was certainly appealing. Most importantly, Principal Li felt confident in her abilities. As for Rin Jigua and Gao Shuaqin, Li Yin would handle discussions with them. After concluding their deliberations, Su Jibin drove the group to scout potential locations. They identified a promising site on Changjiang Street, directly across from the provincial university, comprising a two-story retail space totaling approximately 400 square meters. The landlord was asking for an annual rent of 25,000 yuan, but Bai Ling proposed 20,000, estimating that a little over that might secure the deal. Lu Xiaochuan recalled that a decade later, a large internet cafe would likely thrive in that location. He also deemed it a favorable spot, close to the university and adjacent to the northbound thoroughfare. Bai Ling and Li Yin would negotiate the rental agreement in the name of the company. While Lu Xiaochuan had one stipulation, a formal contract must be signed, preferably for a longer duration, starting at 10 years, with 20 years being ideal. Regarding the rent, if they could not negotiate it down, it was of no concern. However, the contract must stipulate that the rent remains unchanged for the first 5 years, with a 10 increase permissible thereafter based on the original agreement. The penalty for breach of contract should be substantial, at least 200,000 yuan, ensuring that the landlord would not backtrack in the future. Lu Xiaochuan understood that for such a location and space, a rental of less than several tens of thousands of yuan would be unattainable a decade later. Bai Ling agreed, and the matter of renting a house would be handled by her and Li Yin. The subsequent tasks, such as renovation, procurement of office supplies, and recruitment, would be entrusted to Li Yin and Su Jibin. Upon returning to Qihang Education, Yu Xiaomei brought out the account book. From January to August, encompassing both winter and summer breaks, over the span of 8 months, Qihang Education collected more than 520,000 yuan in tuition fees. Salaries accounted for the bulk of the expenses, and after deducting rent, utilities, taxes, and promotional costs, the net profit stood at over 150,000 yuan. With Li Yin preparing to establish a branch in Changgangzhou district, Lu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling discussed matters and decided to advance the commissions for her and Su Jibin. Over the past 6 months, the duo earned more than 10,000 yuan solely from commissions, and with their salaries nearing 20,000 yuan, the couple was already planning to purchase a home. Lu Xiaochuan suggested they aim for a larger property. If funds were insufficient, they could borrow from him. However, after discussing it, Li Yin and Su Jibin decided to save for another 2 years, preferring not to live in debt. Lu Xiaochuan concurred, noting that housing prices were unlikely to soar in the coming years, making it reasonable to wait 2 more years to buy a commercial property. The initial capital for registering the company was 500,000 yuan. After deducting initial expenses and the cost of 2 vehicles, nearly 200,000 yuan remained, sitting idly in the company's account. For the preparation of the branch, they decided to withdraw from the company account without touching this year's profits. Lu Xiaochuan and Bai Ling then agreed to distribute dividends, as they were in control of their own decisions. Bai Ling allocated an additional 30,000 yuan, and combined with last year's dividends, their initial investment was nearly recouped. The crucial aspect was that they would continue to receive annual dividends, making this investment exceedingly worthwhile. She immediately called her husband, Yu Qingjun, to share the news. During the call, Yu Qingjun mentioned that he would treat Lu Xiaochuan to dinner that evening. As it had been quite a while since they last met, and with the recent distribution of funds, it was fitting to express gratitude. However, Lu Xiaochuan declined this generous invitation without hesitation, joking that he was now a student at the medical university, just starting the semester, and could not afford to act preferentially. He needed to focus on enjoying campus life. Bai Ling, playfully reproaching, exclaimed, "Oh, Lu Xiaochuan, abandoning the normal university to cling to the medical university. What a true ingrate." Lu Xiaochuan found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly disclose that he had initially enrolled under a false identity, having once been a student at the normal university in a past life. He only took 2,000 yuan from the dividends, leaving the rest for Yu Xiaomei to save for him. After leaving Qihang Education, he greeted Coach Bai, who was in the middle of a class, and stepped out to acknowledge him. He also stopped by to exchange pleasantries with teachers Huang and Shan, the latter of whom had just finished a class. The two conversed for a while, and Lu Xiaochuan expressed his desire for teacher Shan to accompany him to purchase a guitar, to which Shan readily agreed, promising to take him the next day during lunchtime when there were no classes. Chapter 106. Those who own vehicles. Considering his need for a means of transportation, Lu Xiaochuan asked Su Jibin to drive him to purchase a bicycle. They ventured to the second-hand bicycle market. where Lu Xiaochuan perused various options and ultimately spent 80 yuan on a Phoenix brand bicycle, which was in decent condition. While bicycles could be found for as little as 20 yuan, those were typically in disrepair, with only their bells remaining functional. Lu Xiaochuan gazed at Su Zhibin with a hint of confusion. Why, my dear friend, with all your wealth, do you still require a bicycle? Surely, if not a car. At the very least, you ought to procure a motorcycle for your rides around campus. Ah, but you see, my friend, this institution is a sanctuary for learning. One must maintain a low profile. Being overly ostentatious only leads to isolation, replied Lu Xiaochuan. Very well, you choose to be modest. I shall take my leave in my car. You can ride back alone, Su Zhibin responded. Wait, Su, it's quite a distance to our school. At least give me a lift for part of the journey. Lu Xiaochuan protested, realizing that since being taken advantage of by Li Yin during the summer, he had been unable to regain his footing, and now even Su Zhibin seemed difficult to manage. In the past, he would have had no retort in Lu Xiaochuan's presence. Upon returning near the medical university, Lu Xiaochuan treated Su Zhibin to dinner before pedaling back to the dormitory. Upon his arrival, he found Lu Hongba, Wu Zilan, Zhu Chuanjian, and Gao Song engaged in a game of poker. As soon as Wu Zilan spotted Lu Xiaochuan, he inquired, Old Shi, where have you been wandering? Returning so late. I hope you're not like Old Seven, seeking out female classmates from other schools. Next time, do bring the brothers along. Sharing is essential. Am I that kind of person? Brothers, I merely took a stroll. I went to purchase a bicycle, and henceforth, I too shall be a man of wheels. Lu Xiaochuan produced the bicycle key and tossed it onto the table with a flourish. With that tone, one might think you had procured an automobile. Nevertheless, a bicycle is quite commendable. It will do splendidly for taking a female classmate out for a jaunt, though one bicycle may not suffice. No worries. I shall return home tomorrow and ride back with my bicycle. You all should consider acquiring one as well, Gao Song interjected. Lu Xiaochuan leaned in to observe. The group was engaged in a game of upgrading. What is this? After yesterday's declaration, have you all returned to the scholarly guise only to abandon it today for a game of poker? Classes have yet to commence. Self-study is hardly effective, Lu Hongba remarked. Cigarette in mouth. By the way, the 3rd and 8th fellows are still playing it cool and have headed to the library. Lu Xiaochuan noticed a box of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes discarded on the table. Well, look at you, old one, indulging in Hongtao Mountain. This is a contribution from old 5. Otherwise, how would I afford it? Lu Hongba took a deep drag. I too have pilfered a pack from my father. There are plenty more at home. I shall swipe a few more boxes next holiday, Lu Xiaochuan mused. Aware that Zhu Chuanjian's father was a department head at a steel company and likely received many gifts. After watching the group play poker for a while, Lu Xiaochuan exited the dormitory and headed to the first dormitory, the fabled Dong Fanghong building, arriving at room 612 where Dong Haiping resided. Dong Haiping was engaged in lively conversation with his roommates when he saw Lu Xiaochuan and promptly invited him in. Lu Xiaochuan pulled out some cigarettes and distributed them among the seniors in 612, quickly joining their discourse. Aware of Lu Xiaochuan's status as a newcomer, they regaled him with secrets and anecdotes about the medical university, advising him on which courses were crucial for his studies, which he could skip, and which clubs were conducive to meeting young women. The seniors, basking in Lu Xiaochuan's flattery, shared their wisdom freely. After conversing for a while, Lu Xiaochuan deftly steered the discussion towards the senior, Shen Xiaowei, whom they had encountered previously. Naturally, Dong Haiping and the others recounted tales of Shen Xiaowei and her suitors. After an engaging chat in Dong Haiping's dormitory, they acquired a wealth of useful information. Upon returning to dormitory 503 in Building 2, the others had already arrived. Tang Xingwei informed everyone that he had discussed the prospect of a social gathering with his girlfriend, who had readily agreed. However, there was a discrepancy in numbers, as her dormitory consisted of 6 individuals while theirs boasted 8. What to do? It mattered little. After all, merely attending a gathering did not guarantee anything. It was essential to rely on one's prowess, and most importantly, to preserve camaraderie amidst competition. I concurred with Shiga's sentiments. As soon as Lu Xiaochuan finished speaking, Gao Song readily seconded him. Aside from the 7th member, the 2 of you possess the most competitiveness, so you need not fear the abundance of rivals, Wu Zilan murmured. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled and replied, Old 2, you are being modest. Apart from the 7th, you are undoubtedly the most handsome in our dormitory. In fact, the 7th falls slightly short of you. However, if you lack confidence, you could treat me to a couple of meals as a bribe. If our goals align during the gathering, I could yield to you. What do you say? Deal. And what about you, Old 6? I too am in need of a partner, so the price just went up. I demand 3 meals. Gao Song raised the stakes. Lu Hongba patted Wu Zilan on the shoulder and said, Old 2, why not simply treat us during the gathering? We shall all act as your supportive backdrop. Wu Zilan's eyes twinkled as he caught on. So you wish to set a trap for me, my brothers? If a beautiful girl appears, you will undoubtedly breach our agreement. If not, you will conveniently persuade me to foot the bill. Ah, you're not as foolish as you look. Lu Qiyuan, lounging on the upper bunk, chimed in. Soon, the entire dormitory was embroiled in lively debate, the atmosphere growing increasingly jovial. On Sunday, Lu Xiaochuan arose early, eschewing the temptation to sleep in, and went for a run on the track. After completing a few laps, he returned to the dormitory, where the others were still indulging in slumber. He proceeded to the cafeteria for breakfast before cycling swiftly to Qihang Education. Bai Ling and Li Yan were absent, but Yu Xiaomei informed him that the two had contacted the landlord across from the provincial university to finalize the rental agreement. Around 10 o'clock, they returned, contract in hand. Ultimately, the rent was settled at 23,000 annually, with a 10-year lease. The rent would remain unchanged for the first 5 years, increasing by 10% from the 6th year onwards. A penalty for breach of contract was stipulated at 150,000. Lu Xiaochuan glanced over the contract and found no discrepancies. Thus feeling reassured, Li Yan and Yu Xiaomei made the necessary handover, as they were set to begin preparations at the Changangzhou district branch the following day. Lu Xiaochuan requested that Li Yan summon Ren Zhigua and Gao Shuiqin, so they could convene a meeting. It was at this moment that Ren Zhigua and Gao Shuiqin learned that Lu Xiaochuan was, in fact, the mastermind behind the scenes, and he repeatedly urged them to maintain confidentiality. As the branch commenced operations, the main campus required support. Thus, Lu Xiaochuan resolved to transfer several teachers to bolster the team. Naturally, those teachers would have to balance their time between the two locations, and the tutoring classes would receive appropriate compensation. Following the transfer of personnel from the headquarters, new recruitment would continue to supplement the staff. Regardless of whether at the main campus or the branch, training for new hires would be managed by the headquarters. Lu Xiaochuan's arrangements met with unanimous approval, with only a few supplementary comments made. Beginning tomorrow, Li Yan will accompany Gao Shuiqin to assume their positions at the branch school, while Ren Zhigua will serve as vice principal at the main campus. After the meeting, Lu Xiaochuan departed, leaving Bai Ling and Li Yan to inform everyone about the personnel adjustments for the remedial classes. Lu Xiaochuan waited downstairs for a while until Shun Dongliang finished his class, after which he took Lu Xiaochuan to purchase a guitar. Lu Xiaochuan had just begun his journey with the guitar, but lacked knowledge about its quality. Following Shun Dongliang's recommendation, he purchased a Yamaha F310 for 850 yuan, an ideal choice for beginners, not overly expensive yet significantly superior to the cheaper alternatives. After acquiring the guitar, Lu Xiaochuan treated Shun Dongliang to lunch. Since Shun Dongliang's afternoon class started later, he asked Lu Xiaochuan to drive him home in the van. Upon returning home, Shun Dongliang found his cousin Xin Yue sitting on the family sofa, her eyes red, while his mother sat beside her. Chapter 107. Xin Yue's career journey. Noticing that his cousin Xin Yue appeared to have been crying, Shun Dongliang inquired with concern, "What troubles you, Xiaowei?" Before she could respond, his mother interjected, "What else could it be? She is upset with your second uncle. He is simply too unreasonable, always siding with your second aunt." Shun Dongliang's second uncle is remarried. His previous wife passed away, leaving behind cousin Xin Yue. The new wife does not treat Xin Yue kindly, and the uncle tends to favor the son from his second marriage. Shun Dongliang's parents are quite sympathetic towards Xin Yue, so whenever she feels wronged, she turns to her aunt for comfort. Yue wishes to enroll in some TOEFL classes, but your second uncle refuses to pay. They have a child in the first year of junior high, and their tutoring expenses are already considerable. Is that all? How much could it possibly cost? I can cover it, Shun Dongliang offered, having earned a decent amount from teaching vocal music this year. All right, let your brother contribute a bit. He is making money from his classes, his aunt said with a smile to Xin Yue. I cannot accept my brother's money. He should save it for his future wife. I can find some tutoring work and earn my own money. Xin Yue declined her cousin's suggestion. That won't do. As a girl, it is unsafe for you to go to others' homes for tutoring. Shun Dongliang's father chimed in from the kitchen. Now that you mention it, I have a recommendation for a great part-time opportunity. I rent the upper floor of a commercial building where a new tutoring center has just opened. It's quite spacious. They conduct classes at the center, so there is no need for home visits. I've heard the pay is quite good. Teachers can earn 500 to 600, or even over 1,000 yuan a month. Your English is strong. Teaching middle school students, there would surely be a breeze. Why not accompany me this afternoon? They are currently hiring. Shun Dongliang suddenly recalled that Qihang Education would be perfect for his cousin. That sounds feasible. There's no need for home visits. And your brother is downstairs to keep an eye on you if needed. His aunt also found the suggestion agreeable. Indeed, you can earn your own money, saving you from having to ask for it at home and dealing with their expressions. His uncle concurred. Xin Yue felt quite pleased upon hearing this. After having lunch at her uncle's house, she followed Shun Dongliang to Qihang Education. Shun Dongliang's vocal class has been in session for a year now, and he has become quite familiar with Li Yan and Yu Xiaomei. Naturally, bringing his sister along for an audition was met with enthusiasm. According to protocol, Yu Xiaomei devised a set of questions for part-time teachers and administered a test to Xin Yue, who had just excelled in the English Level 6 exam last semester. Clearly demonstrating her proficiency, Yu Xiaomei promptly approved her hiring, arranging for a few days of training before she would begin teaching students next week. Lu Xiaochuan, unaware that the senior he admired, Shun, had already become his colleague, returned to the dormitory with his guitar, instantly drawing the attention of his roommates. Old Shi, impressive. I didn't expect you to have such skills. exclaimed Wu Zilan. That must not have been cheap, inquired Lu Qiyuan. Tang Qingwei took a glance, noting it was a Yamaha F310, costing over 800 yuan. He clearly had some knowledge of musical instruments. The others were astonished. 800 yuan was equivalent to their living expenses for an entire semester. Lu Xiaochuan, who had previously claimed his family was from the countryside, turned out to be well off. The most surprised of all was Gao Song, who had assumed that Tang Qingwei and Zhu Chuanjian hailed from financially stable backgrounds, not realizing that Lu Xiaochuan was not impoverished either. This revelation presented him with yet another rival in his pursuits. Old Shi, play something for us, urged Lu Hongba. Lu Xiaochuan, not one to be coy, opened his backpack, retrieved the guitar, and played Truly Love You in homage to the late legend, whose untimely passing had occurred just over 2 months prior. Old Seven, you can play too, right? Lu Xiaochuan offered the guitar to Tang Qingwei. No, I can't. I'm not proficient at the guitar. I play the drums, Tang Qingwei replied. That's impressive. If we find a keyboardist and bassist, we could form a band. Lu Xiaochuan exclaimed excitedly. Oh, I can play the keyboard. Is it the one on the little tyrant learning machine? Zhu Chuanjian asked. All right, old 5. I bow to your skills. You're impressive. Tang Qingwei conceded, giving him a thumbs up. It seemed that the idea of forming a band would not come to fruition. Lu Xiaochuan had initially made the suggestion in jest, fully aware of his limited guitar skills, and with the intense medical curriculum. He wouldn't have the time to pursue such endeavors. At most, he could join a vocal club as a hobby. The sound of the guitar attracted students from other dormitories, and soon, boys from another dormitory came to visit. After playing a few more songs, Lu Xiaochuan put the guitar away, mindful of disturbing others. On Monday, classes for the new students officially commenced. Everyone rose early, had breakfast, and arrived at the lecture hall. The first lesson was anatomy, focusing on the skeletal system. The professor spoke rapidly at the front, while students diligently took notes. Lu Xiaochuan had not prepared a notebook. Instead, he listened attentively, jotting down important points directly in his textbook. Anatomy proved to be a challenging subject, requiring extensive memorization, not only of the names of each bone but also of various anatomical landmarks, resulting in a substantial cognitive load. In contrast, foundational chemistry and advanced mathematics seemed considerably easier, as they followed a logical structure, and calculations were Lu Xiaochuan's forte. The advanced mathematics studied by medical students is relatively simple, typically confined to just 1 semester, and is not included in the graduate entrance examinations. Certain concepts, such as derivatives and calculus, are still reserved for university-level studies. But in 2 decades, high school curricula will likely encompass these topics as well. This is in stark contrast to the rigorous advanced mathematics encountered in engineering and science disciplines, which can be likened to a tree laden with individuals, some of whom may find themselves unable to descend for years. The schedule at the medical university is notably packed, with at least 3 units of classes each day, occasionally extending into additional sessions. In his previous life, Lu Xiaochuan often attended half-day classes at a teacher training college. After a few days of classes, the classmates began to grow familiar with one another. One day, during a break, the arts committee member Lu Ying approached Lu Xiaochuan and exclaimed, I heard you play the guitar. Yes, I know a bit, he replied modestly. What about singing? Can you sing? She inquired. I'm not too bad. I won't scare anyone. He responded. Excellent. You should perform at the New Year's welcome party. Lu Ying said with enthusiasm. Ah, now you want me to perform? Lu Xiaochuan furrowed his brow. We're both from the Lu family. You must support my endeavors. All right, since you put it that way. I cannot refuse a fellow kin. That's the spirit. Lu Ying beamed, pleased with his promise as she returned to her seat to converse with Wu Zilan in the back row. Lu Xiaochuan pondered who had hastily divulged his guitar-playing skills, concluding it must be the second Lu, Wu Zilan, who, unable to pursue the most beautiful girls in class, had clearly set his sights on Lu Ying as a target for his affections. On Wednesday afternoon, all students donned white coats, preparing for a class scheduled in the basement of the forensic medicine building, where they were about to meet the cadaver instructor, filled with both anticipation and trepidation. Chapter 108. First encounter with the cadaver instructor. The forensic medicine building is a quaint structure of red bricks, housing nearly all the practical classes. Upon entering, students descended half a flight of stairs to the anatomy laboratory located in the basement. Unlike the lecture-style format of theoretical classes, practical sessions are conducted separately for each group. Upon entering the anatomy lab, the instructor awaited them, and the students silently admired the instructor's bravery. If it were themselves alone in the anatomy lab, they might very well be terrified. The air in the basement was thick with the scent of formaldehyde, prompting several female students to hastily cover their noses. However, they soon acclimated, realizing they couldn't spend the entire afternoon in such discomfort. As they walked through the dimly lit corridor of the basement, a somewhat eerie atmosphere enveloped them. Yet, once they entered the lab and beheld the array of specimens, they found their fears somewhat alleviated. The reality was different from their expectations. The first rule imparted by the practical instructor was the necessity of respecting all cadaver instructors, as these individuals had voluntarily donated their bodies, making an indelible contribution to the field of medicine. Thus, It is customary to bow to the cadaver instructors before the class begins. After bowing, the students gathered around several dissection tables, and the bolder classmates approached the skeleton specimens for a closer examination. Perhaps it is the inherent boldness of medical students. Or perhaps it is the atmosphere that fosters such courage. Once classes commenced, gazing at the specimens before them, fear dissipated among the students. The laboratory sessions were organized by student ID numbers, with Lu Xiaochuan assigned number 15 and Yang Ziyuan number 16. In every practical class, the two were paired together, inciting feelings of envy in Gao Song, who watched with a mix of admiration and jealousy. Hey, let's switch places today, what do you think? Gao Song suggested, approaching Lu Xiaochuan. It's not impossible, but lately, I've been craving chicken necks. Lu Xiaochuan replied, don't worry, my friend, I'll arrange something for dinner tonight. Gao Song assured him, all right then, given your earnestness, I'm willing to accommodate. Lu Xiaochuan agreed, although he harbored doubts about Gao Song's ability to win over Yang Ziyue. Gao Song's attempts at flirting were rather crude. He even resorted to scaring her with the specimens on the table, behaving like a child, which utterly shattered Lu Xiaochuan's perception of him. During the first-year anatomy course, students were not required to engage in hands-on dissection, but rather to observe the specimens and familiarize themselves with various parts and their names. Naturally, everyone donned dissection gloves to handle the skeletal specimens for closer examination. Classmates, the area with the most bones in our body is undoubtedly the wrist, which is why our wrists are so flexible. The wrist comprises 8 bones: the scaphoid, lunate, triquetrum, pisiform, trapezium, trapezoid, capitate, and hamate. For easier memorization, you may remember them as big small head bone, hook moon 3p, the instructor explained while demonstrating with the specimens. Anatomy is indeed challenging. Aside from the 206 bones in the human body, some bones require memorization of over a dozen parts, which can be quite taxing on one's mental faculties. Thankfully, the integration of theory with practice aids in retention. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible to remember. Anatomy practical classes would stretch through an entire afternoon, with breaks in between. Although fear was absent in the specimen room, traversing the empty, cold hallways to the restroom could be quite daunting. Male students typically ventured in groups, and female students were certainly more apprehensive. During the first practical anatomy session, the atmosphere was filled with a mix of tension and excitement, with exhilaration outweighing anxiety. As they became more accustomed to the routine, the initial nerves faded. However, a lingering side effect of each practical session was a collective aversion to meat during mealtimes, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to spare Gao Song from treating him to dinner. Nevertheless, there would be ample opportunities in the future to extract favors from him. After 2 weeks of classes, the students had begun to familiarize themselves with one another, gradually adapting to the rhythm of university life, which, while demanding, especially as finals approached, was undeniably more vibrant than that of high school. Lu Xiaochuan and Tang Qingwei joined the vocal club, where Lu Xiaochuan impressed during auditions with his rendition of Not Decorating Your Dream by Kai Guoquan, while Tang Qingwei performed the popular New Butterfly Dream. Both were successfully admitted into the club. Physical fitness also remained a priority. Thus, Lu Xiaochuan teamed up with Zhu Chuanjian to join the soccer club. Zhu also encouraged him to sign up for the basketball club, but Lu Xiaochuan politely declined. Although a height of 1.78 meters was not considered short in the 1990s, Lu Xiaochuan possessed commendable jumping ability and excelled at rebounding. However, apart from his rebounding skills, he was essentially lacking in all other aspects. His dribbling was ineffective, and his shooting was abysmal. He recognized that excelling in basketball could be quite appealing to female classmates. Yet he feared that if he were to step onto the court, he would only bring embarrassment upon himself. The brothers in the dormitory had each joined different clubs. Gao Song and Wu Zilin even signed up for the student council, becoming so-called student council members who often trailed behind seniors, wielding their borrowed authority. Lu Xiaochuan had little interest in the student council, yet he supported Gao Song and Wu Zilin's decision to join, advising them to refrain from recklessly pushing forward in every situation to avoid becoming mere pawns or being labeled as sycophants by their peers. Wu Zilin was somewhat displeased with his comments, and Lu Xiaochuan felt he had said all he could. As time progressed, the classmates began to pursue their own paths. Wu Zilin and Gao Song busied themselves with student council affairs, while Tang Qingwei and Lu Xiaochuan vanished during weekends. Zhu Chuanjian was active on the basketball court, and Lu Hongba borrowed novels by Jin Yong from the library, engrossed in reading. Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen could often be found in lecture halls or libraries, demonstrating a strong dedication to their studies. By the end of September, the Qihong Education Branch on Changjiang Street had officially commenced operations, though it had yet to reach full capacity. Even as a hands-off manager, Lu Xiaochuan felt compelled to pay a visit. The signage for Qihong Education's second division had already been displayed, with simple yet elegant decor and an orderly office and teaching environment. Li Yin informed him that Gao Shuiqin was exceptionally capable and could manage many matters independently, alleviating Li Yan's concerns. As the proprietor, Lu Xiaochuan naturally offered some words of encouragement to Gao Shuiqin, though he remained unaware of the other staff members at the branch. The normal university was just a street away, so Lu Xiaochuan decided to pay a visit. He walked to the normal university and inquired about Chen Sumei's dormitory, only to find that she was not present, having gone to study. Afterward, he sought out Lin Ruoyi's dormitory and was fortunate to find her there. Upon Lu Xiaochuan's arrival, Lin Ruoyi handed him the rent she had collected. He accepted it and casually inquired about her recent circumstances. At that moment, they were still not well acquainted, so their conversation remained brief. Lu Xiaochuan mentioned that a new tutoring center had opened on Changjiang Street, with the principal being his cousin, suggesting that if Lin Ruoyi wished to earn some extra money, she could consider working there. Lin Ruoyi expressed her gratitude and returned to her dormitory. Lu Xiaochuan suddenly recalled that Chu Haiyang and Lin Ruoyi were likely classmates, prompting him to ask her about Chu Haiyang's dormitory number. Arriving at dormitory building number 3, room 302, Lu Xiaochuan was pleasantly surprised to find Chu Haiyang there. After military training had just concluded, Chu Haiyang appeared noticeably darker from sun exposure. They exchanged a few words, and Chu Haiyang inquired, "Are there many beautiful girls at the medical university?" "Certainly not as many as at your school. But there are some beauties. I have my eye on a senior sister," Lu Xiaochuan replied. "Wow, you've got guts to go after a senior sister. What about Chen Sumei?" "I already told you. Chen Sumei and I are merely classmates. I thought you were just shy to admit it. By the way, how did you get to know that senior sister?" "I have only encountered that senior sister once. She does not even recognize me. Nevertheless, I feel as though I have already fallen in love." "Ah, so it is a secret crush." At noon, Chu Haiyang took Lu Xiaochuan to the cafeteria of the normal university for lunch. In fact, Lu Xiaochuan was more familiar with the cafeteria than Chu Haiyang. Coming from a well-off family, Chu Haiyang treated Lu Xiaochuan to 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable dish, and they found a spot to sit down and enjoy their meal. Suddenly, Chu Haiyang called out into the distance, "Chen Sumei." Chen Sumei, who was serving herself food, was taken aback by the public call of her name. Feeling a bit embarrassed and somewhat displeased, turning to see Lu Xiaochuan and Chu Haiyang sitting together, beaming at her irritation vanished immediately. She nodded and pointed towards the serving window, waiting until she had finished her meal before joining them. Lu Xiaochuan noticed that Chen Sumei had only taken 1 vegetable dish and a modest portion of rice. He remarked, "I just visited your dormitory, but your roommate said you weren't there. Why are you eating so little? You can't just have vegetables without meat." Chen Sumei remained silent, thinking to herself that she certainly knew how delicious meat was, but alas, her finances were tight. Yet, given her nature, she could not voice this. Lu Xiaochuan got straight to the point. "I came today to check on you and Haiyang, and also to suggest that you look for a part-time job to earn some money, so you won't have to be so frugal." He added, "Haiyang, if you're interested, you can consider it as well." Chen Sumei nodded. She was preparing to search for tutoring or flyer distribution jobs with her classmates soon, but being new to this environment, she felt a bit lost. Chu Haiyang, despite his affluent background, was keen to join them, as earning his own money brought a sense of pride. After lunch, Lu Xiaochuan took the 2 of them to Qihang Education's 2nd division. Upon seeing Chen Sumei, Li Yan smiled, thinking that this girl must have a special connection with Lu Xiaochuan. Before she could say anything, Lu Xiaochuan spoke first. "Cousin, I've brought 2 classmates here for a job interview." Li Yan understood that Lu Xiaochuan was now assuming the role of her younger cousin, and she wondered what scheme he was up to this time. Noticing the puzzled expression on Li Yan's face, Lu Xiaochuan pulled her into the principal's office and quickly explained, "Sisterly, please listen to me. This female student is named Chen Sumei. We are merely good classmates. I already have someone I am pursuing at the medical university. So my relationship with Chen Sumei is not what you might think. Chen Sumei comes from a difficult background, and I brought her here to work part-time so she can earn some money. Regardless of her qualifications, I want her to stay. The male student comes from a wealthy family. If he qualifies, he stays. If not, he is eliminated. He may not even wish to work here. He just came to take a look. Do you understand?" "Understood," Li Yan replied. "With your explanation, perhaps I misjudged you. However, your female classmate looks at you differently. That is her problem. Just help me take good care of her," Lu Xiaochuan insisted. Indeed, after Li Yan outlined the job requirements at Qihang Education, Chu Haiyang opted to withdraw, suggesting they could discuss it later. Vice Principal Gao Shuiqin presented Chen Sumei with an English test, intentionally designed to be rather lenient. Having just completed her college entrance examination, Chen Sumei found it quite manageable. Ultimately, she successfully secured a position in the 2nd department of Qihang Education. At Lu Xiaochuan's suggestion, Li Yan preemptively disbursed a guaranteed salary of 100 yuan to Chen Sumei, ostensibly to retain talent. Chen Sumei was well aware that Li Yan was Lu Xiaochuan's cousin and that the gesture was likely made on his behalf. Under Li Yan's insistence, she reluctantly accepted the money, which was sufficient to cover her living expenses for a month. After ensuring Chen Sumei was settled, Lu Xiaochuan took his leave, riding back to the headquarters of Qihang Education with Su Jibin. Watching Lu Xiaochuan's retreating figure, Chen Sumei felt a surge of emotion. He genuinely cared for her. However, a subsequent piece of news plunged her into despair. Chu Haiyang informed her that Lu Xiaochuan had developed feelings for a senior at the medical university and was preparing to pursue her. Chen Sumei finally grasped that Lu Xiaochuan harbored no romantic intentions towards her. Perhaps he merely regarded her as a younger sister or a close friend. The so-called 3-year agreement was merely a means to keep her focused on her studies and university aspirations. Lu Xiaochuan had already done so much for her. She could not demand more and had to bury her feelings, wishing him success in winning over the senior and finding his own love. With Chen Sume settled, Lu Xiaochuan felt a weight lift from his heart. The message Chihang conveyed to Chen Sume was also at his behest. He wished to prevent Chen Sume from misunderstanding further and certainly did not want her to linger in unrequited affection for him. A swift resolution seemed preferable to prolonged suffering, and he hoped she would find a suitable future, albeit one that did not include him. Throughout the journey, Lu Xiaochuan remained pensive, prompting Su Jibin to refrain from initiating conversation. Upon arriving at the Qihang Education headquarters and entering Coach Bai's kickboxing class, Lu Xiaochuan gradually regained his usual demeanor. Coach Bai's kickboxing class thrived, generating significantly higher income than his previous endeavors at the gym, as there were no commissions to be paid. All earnings were entirely his. And even the rent was non-existent. After chatting briefly with his mentor and fellow students, Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin ascended to the upper floor. In the month that had passed, Yu Xiaomei had adapted well to her new role. With Ren Jigua assisting her, she continued to primarily focus on financial management. After exchanging a few words, she suddenly remarked, "Xiaochuan, we've recently recruited several part-time teachers, including one from your school, a stunning beauty. Is that true?" "Sister Xiaomei, our school isn't like Shengda or the normal university. We don't have that many beauties. Would I deceive you? You can see for yourself. She's a third-year student from your school, exceptionally proficient in English, and currently teaching in the innermost classroom on the second floor." Intrigued, Lu Xiaochuan descended to the second floor and peered through the window of the door at the end of the corridor. To his immense delight, the person teaching in the classroom was none other than Xin Yue. Lu Xiaochuan was astonished to discover that Xin Yue had become an English teacher at this institution. He promptly returned upstairs and requested the class schedule for all the teachers from Yu Xiaomei. Although Yu Xiaomei was puzzled, she still handed over the schedule. Lu Xiaochuan noticed that Xin Yue had 3 classes every Sunday, all in the afternoon, and currently she was attending the second class, which would conclude at 7 p.m. He thought to himself, "Isn't this an opportune moment? I shall take on the task of escorting senior sister Shun back to school from now on." During the break, Xin Yue returned to the office on the 3rd floor to rest. As she ascended the stairs, she unexpectedly encountered Lu Xiaochuan. He took the initiative to greet her. "Greetings, senior sister. Who are you?" Xin Yue had no recollection of Lu Xiaochuan. "Oh, I'm a freshman from the 79th cohort. I saw you on the day of registration. I recognize you, but you don't remember me. I didn't expect to find you here working part-time. What a coincidence." "Oh, is that so? You're also working part-time here? You started working while still in your first year of college?" "Yes, my family is from the countryside, and I thought it wise to earn some money through work-study programs to support my expenses. I came to the provincial capital right after my college entrance examination and learned about this tutoring opportunity, so I came here." "Impressive, Junior. You're already working right after your exams." Xin Yue couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Well then, Senior, please carry on with your tasks." Lu Xiaochuan bid farewell and departed, as making an acquaintance was merely the initial step, and he feared that excessive chatter might be off-putting. Once Xin Yue entered the main office, Lu Xiaochuan turned into Yu Xiaomei's office. Observing his demeanor, Yu Xiaomei couldn't resist chuckling. "What's this? Have you been captivated by the beautiful senior?" "Indeed, Sister Xiaomei, you are absolutely right. You have no idea. I was enchanted by her the moment I saw her on registration day." Lu Xiaochuan candidly admitted to Yu Xiaomei. "Huh, it's a first to see you like this. I thought that girl you brought during the May Day holiday was your girlfriend. Actually, she is just a classmate, but this time I am quite serious. By the way, do they still have been good driving them back to school at night?" Previously, to ensure the safety of the part-time female teachers, all evening classes were concluded early, and Su Jibin would drive them in a van. Yu Xiaomei shook her head. "No, we now have more teachers, so they don't get driven back anymore. They return in groups to avoid nighttime classes. Additionally, Xin Yue is the cousin of teacher Shin from the vocal class downstairs, and her brother picks her up in the evening. In that case, Sister Xiaomei, could you please run downstairs for a moment?" Lu Xiaochuan whispered a few words to Yu Xiaomei. She smiled at him and nodded in agreement. At 7 p.m., Xin Yue finally finished her class. She stretched languidly, feeling fatigued after an afternoon of work, yet reflecting on the substantial commission she would earn made it worthwhile. After exchanging pleasantries with Principal Yu, she prepared to head downstairs, where her cousin Shin Dongliang awaited her. "Teacher Shin, please hold on a moment." "Ah, is there something you need, Principal Yu? I noticed your class finished rather late, so I informed Teacher Shin downstairs to head back first. I'll have Principal Su drive you back to school." After Yu Xiaomei spoke, Lu Xiaochuan appeared at the right moment. "Senior sister, Principal Yu has arranged for a car to take us back together." "Oh, then thank you, Principal. No need for formality." For the sake of safety, the female teacher dismissed the evening class, and we all offered to drive them home. "Today, Lu Xiaochuan benefited from your kindness. You two should head downstairs. Su Jibin is already waiting for you below." Since Yu Xiaomei arranged for someone to give them a ride, Xin Yue felt no need to be polite and went downstairs with Lu Xiaochuan. Shin Yue entered the car first, taking a seat in the back, and Lu Xiaochuan followed suit, instinctively causing Shin Yue to retreat slightly. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, "Sister, why are you hiding? What ill intentions could a junior have? It's merely infatuation at first sight." Of course, such infatuation begins with one's appearance. Lu Xiaochuan dared not sit too close and chose a seat on the opposite side, which ironically made Shin Yue feel a bit embarrassed. "Thank you, Principal Su," Lu Xiaochuan said to Su Jibin. Su Jibin, already aware of his instructions, pretended to be unfamiliar and merely nodded before starting the van. The atmosphere in the vehicle felt somewhat awkward, but Lu Xiaochuan, being a social butterfly, quickly initiated a conversation. Seeking Shin Yue's advice on mastering English, he confessed his struggles with the language and asked if she could share some insights on preparing for the CET-6 exam. Given that a junior sought her counsel, Shin Yue naturally obliged, and soon they were engrossed in conversation, transitioning from English to anatomy, and from studies to their university experiences, relishing each other's company along the way. Lu Xiaochuan, with his rich experiences and knowledge, spoke humorously, sharing an endless stream of anecdotes that left a lasting impression on Shin Yue. As Lu Xiaochuan inhaled the fragrant scent of Shin Yue's hair, the delightful banter continued, and he found himself wishing that the medical university was further away and that Su Jibin would drive a bit slower. However, the van soon arrived at the main gate of the medical university, where Su Jibin dropped them off and drove away. Lu Xiaochuan naturally inquired about Shin Yue's dormitory. Eager to escort her, Shin Yue politely declined his offer, but did share that she resided in room 519 of the Dongfanghong dormitory. Understanding the importance of moderation, Lu Xiaochuan did not insist on accompanying her and bid her farewell as he returned to his own dormitory. Upon his return, he found that Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen were absent, likely attending self-study sessions. Tang Qingwei was also missing, leaving a few others engaged in a game of poker. Gao Song and Wu Zilan had spent a few days mingling with the student council, but their initial enthusiasm had waned, and they seldom visited now. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan's return, the group switched to an interrogation mode. Old Shi quickly confessed, "We haven't seen you all day. Where have you been?" "I visited the normal university to see a couple of classmates." "Surely, they were female classmates." Wu Zilan quipped mischievously. "Is there something going on, you rascal?" Lu Hongba scrutinized him closely. There was indeed a female classmate, but she's quite ordinary in appearance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have hesitated in high school. I was merely inquiring about whether there were any beauties in their dormitory to potentially connect with them. To be honest, it was all for your sake. Had I known this would lead to an interrogation upon my return, I would have refrained from going. Brother Shi, I apologize. I sincerely regret it. Please don't be upset, Wu Zilan said, his eyes sparkling with interest. So, do your classmates' dormitories have any beauties? Zhu Chuanjian posed the pivotal question, feigning exasperation. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled, don't even mention it. I have no idea how their dormitories are assigned, but my classmate's roommate is less attractive than she is. A brief glance revealed that they were all quite stout with short legs and round faces. How disappointing it is that your trip was in vain. Wu Zilan's spirits plummeted. Yet, it wasn't entirely fruitless. I managed to enjoy a meal at their canteen, which is far superior to ours, delicious and affordable. What good does that do us? It's so far away. You might as well take the bus to the normal university for a meal. Lu Hongba, upon hearing this, also lost interest. Sigh. We're just waiting for the return of the seventh brother to see how the social connections with the provincial university are faring. Wu Zilan could only place her hopes on Tang Qingwei. Chapter 111. Brothers, our home has been invaded. Gao Song, upon hearing their incessant mentions of social gatherings, threw down his cards in frustration and exclaimed, damn it, before we even get a chance for a social event. Yang Ziyue's dormitory has already connected with the boys' dormitory in the second year. Now she's south getting close to a senior. Those scoundrel seniors are not looking for partners in their own year, but are preying on the younger girls, stealing our resources. Goodness, our home has been invaded. Sixth brother. What happened? Weren't you supposed to be pursuing Yang Ziyue? Yet, there seems to be no progress, and now a senior has stolen the lead. Lu Xiaochuan was equally astonished that the top beauty of their class, Yang Ziyue, had been snatched away so swiftly. Although he had no personal aspirations, the thought of such a prized catch slipping away to someone else was infuriating. Zhu Chuanjian immediately interjected, Sixth brother, this is where you went astray. I had my eye on Yang Ziyue too, but seeing your interest, I graciously stepped back, and now look what has happened. You failed to keep her in sight. Lu Xiaochuan patted Gao Song on the shoulder and said, it's not the end of the world yet. You still have a chance. However, I must say, your methods of wooing are rather rudimentary. Why not treat everyone to some chicken necks at the North Gate? We can share some secrets with you. Gao Song scoffed. You all have secrets? You're all just single dogs yourselves. If the seventh brother said this, it would be different, but he's hardly ever around. Every weekend, he's off to the provincial university. Does the seventh brother really have any secrets? It's merely his good looks that get him by. If you looked like him, do you think Yang Ziyue would be interested? At least we can still offer you some advice. Exactly. Treat us to a meal. And we'll provide you with some tips. You 1T regret it, Lu Hongba concurred. Alright, brothers, let us head to the North Gate. Before they could step out, Tang Qingwei returned with good news. His girlfriend's dormitory had agreed to the social gathering, scheduled for next Saturday evening. Everyone would head to the provincial university, where the girls would find a restaurant, and the boys would collectively foot the bill. The boys had no objections, and Wu Zealand smiled, saying, "It's all thanks to the seventh brother. He is quite reliable." Lu Xiaochuan, however, was hesitant to join. He already had someone in mind, and didn't he want to get involved further. "I think I'll pass, with more boys than girls. I want to compete with you all." "Don't be like that, Shiga. My girlfriend has invited 2 other girls from our class to join us. And I hear they are both beauties. We need you and sixth brother to uphold our image," Tang Qingwei insisted. "What do you mean, seventh brother? Are you suggesting your brothers, are not presentable? That is a bit much," Wu Zealand remarked, tousling his hair. "Not at all, second brother. Your handsomeness is well known. It's just that the girls at the provincial university haven't seen much, and seem to prefer the likes of Shiga and Lu Ge." Tang Qingwei was aware that he had misspoken. "All right, I shall forgive you. Come, let us head to the north gate for a drink. It's on Lao Lu." What was the situation? Is Lu Ge actually treating? Lu Xiaochuan quickly provided an explanation, and everyone agreed to go for drinks, also to brainstorm some ideas for Gaosong. Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen were studying and wouldn't return until after 9, so there was no need to wait for them. At that time, communication was also inconvenient. There were no telephones in the dormitory, and only Lu Xiaochuan, Gaosong, and Tang Qingwei had pagers. Even with this limited communication, their ownership was already markedly above the average level among students. As luck would have it, upon reaching the 2 acres, they spotted Yang Ziyue emerging from a shop with a bespectacled senior. It seemed that the belongings of the clinical class had indeed been stolen. Gao Song's face turned an alarming shade of pale. "Brothers, your suggestions at this point may be too late, and I cannot simply confront him." Seeing Gao Song's expression, Lu Xiaochuan could not help but chuckle. It was indeed too late. However, they still needed to drink, treating it as a consolation for Gao Song's heartbreak. "Let me take care of today's expenses." Regardless of the reasoning, the others were simply pleased to have drinks, offering encouragement to Gao Song. "If this doesn't work out, we'll find someone else. Next week, we'll have a social gathering with the provincial university. We can find someone even more beautiful than Yang Ziyue. At the gathering, you can choose your target first." The camaraderie among brothers was forged in these simple gatherings. Gao Song ultimately drank too much. Perhaps it was a means to drown his sorrows, or perhaps it was gratitude for his dorm mate's concern. He consumed heartily and soon became ill, requiring assistance from several friends to return. Reflecting on the past month since the school year began, Gao Song's so-called romance had been fleeting, merely a case of infatuation without fulfillment, hardly deserving of sorrow. Lu Xiaochuan pondered his own feelings for senior Xin Yue. Was it not also a case of superficial attraction? A more poetic way to put it would be that love begins with physical allure. In his previous life, Lu Xiaochuan shared a strong bond with his wife, and in this life, he too contemplated finding a partner. However, his intended, Lu Linlin, was several years his junior and likely just a first-year high school student. Thus, he could not simply wait throughout his college years. What if he waited for years without winning over his past love? Engaging in a relationship now wouldn't be considered infidelity, would it? He quickly reassured himself. Despite his hometown being afflicted by theft and the class beauty being pursued by a senior, the sun continued to rise, and classes proceeded as usual. The next day, after sobering up, Gao Song seemed rejuvenated, ready to prepare for the upcoming social gathering, indicating that he had moved on from Yang Ziyue. Every time Lu Xiaochuan visited the cafeteria, he scanned the surroundings, hoping to encounter Xin Yue. His patience bore fruit. On Wednesday afternoon, he unexpectedly ran into her at the cafeteria. Xin Yue was serving herself lunch with her roommate and close friend, Wang Yamia, and as they settled at their table, Lu Xiaochuan discreetly took a seat at the adjacent one, pretending it was a chance meeting. "Hello, Senior Shun. It's good to see you again." "Oh, hello, Lu Xiaochuan. This is a freshman, my classmate from the tutoring center where we both work part-time." "Oh, Junior, you've taken on a part-time job in your freshman year. How impressive. By the way, come sit over here and tell me about your tutoring class." Upon hearing the call, Lu Xiaochuan swiftly repositioned himself to sit opposite Xin Yue and said to Wang Yamia, "Hello, Senior. Feel free to ask anything. Your junior will speak candidly." Wang Yamia introduced herself, and Lu Xiaochuan, with his sweet tongue and respectful demeanor, made her feel appreciated, sensing that this junior was quite considerate. "Junior, I shall call you Xiaochuan. I heard from Yue that you work part-time at a tutoring center during the summer. Is it true that the compensation there is quite generous?" "Indeed, it is rather good. I earned over 1,000 during the summer." "Really? That much?" Wang Yamia was genuinely astonished. "Well, during the regular term, I earn around 500 at most," Lu Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly. "Is 500 not substantial? That covers my expenses for 2 to 3 months. My father's salary isn't even that much. I also plan to apply there this weekend. Yue, could you take me along?" "Sure, Meow Meow. If you go, I'll have company," Xin Yue happily responded. You absolutely must not succeed in this. If you go, how will I have the chance to escort Senior Shin back to school?" Lu Xiaochuan resolved in his heart to inform Yu Xiaomei in advance, keeping Wang Yamia at bay. Yet, he said, "All right, Meow Meow, I'll accompany you on Saturday. Chapter 112. The authority of a senior Lu Xiaochuan was quite sociable and soon engaged in a lively conversation with Wang Yamia. To pursue the radiant Shen Yue, it was essential to win over the supportive green leaves around her. However, not everyone comprehended this principle. At least Li Mingxian did not. He and his roommate, Duan Xiaofei, were fetching their meals when Li Mingxian's gaze swept around and quickly spotted a boy seated opposite Shen Yue and Wang Yamia. How audacious to covet Shen Yue, who had been pursued by him for over a year. Everyone at the medical university knew this. With anger boiling, Li Mingxian and Duan Xiaofei approached with their trays. Duan Xiaofei immediately stepped forward, tapping Lu Xiaochuan on the shoulder, saying, "Hey, buddy, could you please vacate your seat?" Wang Yamia, engrossed in her conversation with Lu Xiaochuan, immediately objected, exclaiming, "Li Mingxian, don't bully the freshman. What business is it of yours? You should go wherever feels comfortable," Duan Xiaofei retorted. Upon realizing Lu Xiaochuan was a freshman, he thought it would be easier to handle. The two were not on friendly terms with Wang Yamia. Li Mingxian, having been rejected in his pursuits of Shen Yue, frequently harassed her, and as Wang Yamia's close friend, she would naturally not give them a pleasant response. Lu Xiaochuan brushed aside Duan Xiaofei's hand and raised his head, asking, "What is it, senior?" Duan Xiaofei pointed at Li Mingxian and stated, "We are your seniors in the 3rd year. This is Li Mingxian, the head of the student union's life department." He expected Lu Xiaochuan to immediately rise and yield his seat upon hearing the title. To his surprise, Lu Xiaochuan seemed not to have understood, frowning and asking, "What department?" "The life department, Li Mingxian," Duan Xiaofei had to repeat. "Oh, Li what?" "Li Mingxian." Duan Xiaofei, a bit irked, spoke through clenched teeth. "Oh, what Mingxian?" The realization struck Duan Xiaofei suddenly. Wang Yamia on the opposite side had long since grasped the situation, laughing so heartily that her laughter seemed to dance like flowers in the breeze. Even Shen Yue could not contain her amusement, covering her mouth to stifle her giggles. Lu Xiaochuan was incorrigibly mischievous, skillfully toying with Duan Xiaofei. Li Mingxian, standing nearby, observed his junior's predicament and stepped forward, saying, "Little brother, you are quite audacious, daring to mock your senior." Lu Xiaochuan chuckled in response. "Oh no, please don't take offense, both of you. I merely suffer from poor hearing. My auditory faculties are quite lacking. Very well, I can overlook the previous incident. Could you kindly make some space for us now?" Li Mingxian articulated, each word deliberate. Lu Xiaochuan feigned ignorance, asking, "Make space? For what? Aren't there plenty of seats over there? Can't you see, senior? It appears we are all somewhat impaired. My hearing is poor, and your eyesight seems to be lacking as well." Wang Yamia watched, barely able to contain her laughter, giving Lu Xiaochuan a hearty thumbs up. Shen Yue felt a pang of concern, fearing that Li Mingxian and Duan Xiaofei might resort to violence against Lu Xiaochuan. "You little rascal. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Duan Xiaofei could no longer restrain himself, setting down his tray and preparing to act. Li Mingxian, understanding the gravity of the situation, realized that this new student was not to be trifled with and quickly restrained Duan Xiaofei. "Classmate, you've got guts. We shall see how this unfolds." The cafeteria was already drawing the attention of numerous onlookers, prompting Li Mingxian to hastily escort Duan Xiaofei away. He resolved to ascertain the background of this bold newcomer. Li Mingxian and Duan Xiaofei abandoned their meal, hastily departing the cafeteria. Just as they left, someone followed closely behind. "Wait a moment, seniors." Li Mingxian turned around but did not recognize the voice calling him. Fortunately, Duan Xiaofei recognized the newcomer as Muinghua, a freshman who had recently joined the student life department. "What was your name again?" "Senior, I am Muinghua." Muinghua had learned just a few days prior that Lu Xiaochuan had also enrolled in the medical university. They had a history from their 1st year of high school. As Lu Xiaochuan had been pressured by Mu's father, the deputy director of the education bureau, and expelled from Xinqing High School. To Mu's astonishment, Lu Xiaochuan had managed to gain admission to the medical university after returning to a rural school, while he himself was a self-funded student. Muinghua understood that their animosity could not be resolved, and he feared Lu Xiaochuan might seek revenge. However, witnessing Lu Xiaochuan boldly confronting Li Mingxian in the cafeteria today, he recognized an opportunity. By aligning with Li Mingxian, it would be considerably easier to deal with Lu Xiaochuan. Thus, Muinghua proactively shared information about Lu Xiaochuan's circumstances with Li Mingxian and Duan Xiaofei, emphasizing that he hailed from a rural high school, came from a poor family, and had no connections, relying solely on his brawling prowess. Upon hearing this, Li Mingxian chuckled, initially thinking Lu Xiaochuan had some significant background, only to discover he was merely a poor boy. "What good is being strong in this day and age?" Li Mingxian remarked. He promptly conferred with Duan Xiaofei, strategizing to find out which dormitory Lu Xiaochuan resided in, planning to conduct a room check and create a pretext for confrontation. As the head of the student life department, Li Mingxian could not directly involve himself. Hence, Duan Xiaofei would take the lead, while Muinghua volunteered to join, accompanied by a couple of lackeys to assist in their endeavor. On a rare occasion on a Wednesday evening, Lu Xiaochuan attended self-study, returning from the library with Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen just before 10 p.m. Tang Qingwei had once again ventured out to find a public phone for a lengthy chat. The other roommates had just finished a game of cards and were preparing to wash up when the dormitory door was flung open. Duan Xiaofei entered with several companions, loudly declaring an inspection. Upon noticing Mu Yinghua trailing behind Duan Xiaofei, Lu Xiaochuan couldn't help but chuckle. It was amusing to see his adversary so brazenly seeking confrontation, without even attempting to disguise their intentions. For the other roommates, it was their first experience with a dormitory inspection. Seeing the seniors enter, they immediately set aside their wash basins and sat back down. Wu Zilan, who had recently joined the life department and recognized Duan Xiaofei, was puzzled by the sudden inspection. Before Duan Xiaofei could speak, Mu Yinghua, eager to assert dominance, commanded, Life Department of the Student Council, everyone stand up. Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen promptly complied, while Lu Xiaochuan remained seated, prompting Gao Song and others to mirror his nonchalance. Mu Yinghua scanned the room, seeking an opportunity to instigate trouble. When she noticed a missing inhabitant and inquired, "Why is there one person missing from your dormitory at this hour? Where could he have gone?" Before anyone else could respond, Lu Xiaochuan interjected, "He went to the restroom. Someone go call him back. Are you unaware of the inspection?" Duan Xiaofei barked. Lu Qiyuan was about to rush out to summon Tang Qingwei, genuinely believing he was in the restroom, but Lu Xiaochuan halted him. "Old three, sit down." Noticing the tension, Lu Qiyuan complied. Lu Xiaochuan addressed Duan Xiaofei, remarking, "He's in the restroom. Yelling won't help. If you want to call him, you should do it yourselves. Are you treating us like dogs? Who are you calling a dog?" Mu Yinghua snapped back. Lu Xiaochuan replied nonchalantly, "Whoever responds to the call is who I mean." Duan Xiaofei pointed at Mu Yinghua, instructing, "You go to the restroom and call him. If he isn't there, points will be deducted." Though reluctant, Mu Yinghua, upon seeing Duan Xiaofei's expression, acquiesced, solidifying her role in this farce. Chapter 113. Closing the door on the dogs soon enough, Mu Yinghua returned, gleefully reporting, "Senior, there's no sign of Tang Qingwei in the restroom." Lu Xiaochuan retorted, "You only searched one floor. Isn't it normal not to find him? Perhaps he deemed the restroom on the 5th floor unsatisfactory and sought another. Shouldn't you check each floor?" Mu Yinghua, genuinely concerned that Duan Xiaofei would make him check every level, was relieved when Duan Xiaofei responded, enunciating, "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so audacious. I'm definitely deducting points for your dormitory today. Not only is there a missing person, but the hygiene is also subpar." Seizing the moment, Lu Xiaochuan grasped the recorder he had placed on the table, concealing one hand behind his back while pressing the recording button. He shifted his tone, inquiring, "Senior Duan, I understand that this inspection is specifically aimed at me. I suspect this so-called inspection is merely a facade to target our dormitory. What must I do to ensure my comrades are not implicated?" The others in the dormitory began to comprehend that the inspection was indeed a personal vendetta against Lu Xiaochuan, leaving them to wonder when he had offended the seniors of the student council. Duan Xiaofei and Mu Yinghua were momentarily taken aback. Just moments ago, Lu Xiaochuan had been brimming with arrogance. Now, it seemed he was ready to back down. The others in the dormitory were equally puzzled as to why Lu Xiaochuan had suddenly decided to concede. Only a few, noticing the tape recorder in Lu Xiaochuan's hand, realized he was employing a cunning tactic. Now he wished to retreat. It was too late. Hadn't he been so boastful in the cafeteria yesterday? Sensing Lu Xiaochuan's capitulation, Duan Xiaofei's spirits lifted immediately. Mu Yinghua, ever the sycophant, seized the opportunity to declare with bravado, "Let me tell you, we specifically came to investigate your dormitory today. Lu Xiaochuan, I never expected you to be so audacious, having not learned your lesson in high school, now daring to provoke your seniors in university. Truly, a dog cannot change its nature. Wasn't there a senior sister present yesterday?" The junior, in a moment of impulsiveness, offended both Senior Li Mingxian and Senior Duan. "Now, I merely wish to inquire what I must do for you both to spare me." Lu Xiaochuan had now risen, resembling a chastised schoolboy, feigning a humble demeanor. "Spare you? Very well, I shall present 2 conditions. First, keep your distance from Shen Yue. Second, write an apology letter and post it at the cafeteria entrance. As for the rest, I have yet to ponder. Complete these tasks first, and we shall see how we feel afterward." "Understood." Lu Xiaochuan paused the recorder. "I suspect the remaining conditions will need to be reported back to Senior Duan. After all, you are merely a hound of Li Mingxian. What? You brat, are you looking for trouble? Let me tell you, this time, you are finished." Duan Xiaofei was baffled as to why Lu Xiaochuan had shifted from capitulation to defiance so abruptly. His frustration was palpable. Lu Xiaochuan stood up suddenly and approached the door, securing it with a firm gesture, casting a menacing glance at the others. Duan Xiaofei and his companions were bewildered, uncertain of Lu Xiaochuan's intentions. Did he truly intend to resort to violence? The roommates were equally confused, questioning the meaning of his actions. Was he merely playing a game? Now, was he preparing to confront them? They hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene, concerned about potential repercussions from the student council. Lu Xiaochuan had shown himself to be quite reasonable. It would seem unjust not to assist him. Zhu Chuanjian was the first to rise, contemplating whether to lend assistance. At the very least, he should create a diversion. Gao Song followed suit, standing up as well. The other roommates soon joined them, while Wu Zilin anxiously implored, "Seniors, it's all a misunderstanding. Let us not resort to fighting." "Silence you." Wu Zilin fell silent at the sight of Lu Xiaochuan's fierce glare. Duan Xiaofei began to feel a sense of panic. What was Lu Xiaochuan's intent? Was he truly prepared to engage in a brawl? The other two followers, aside from Mu Yinghua, were also alarmed. They had merely come to flaunt their status alongside Duan Xiaofei, not to endure a beating, and they hadn't anticipated such boldness from a freshman. Lu Xiaochuan addressed the two. "You may not be aware, but this senior Duan and that dog named Mu have a vendetta against me. Today, they have come to provoke me. Will you two leave now, or stay and join me?" Seeing his resolute demeanor, it became evident he was indeed serious about confrontation. As Lu Xiaochuan opened the door, the two immediately bolted, while Duan Xiaofei maintained a semblance of composure. Mu Yinghua attempted to escape, but found the door swiftly shut by Lu Xiaochuan, trapping him inside. Lu Xiaochuan pressed the recording button once more and tossed the device onto the upper bunk. Lacking any suitable tools, he seized his guitar and swung it at Duan Xiaofei. Before taking action, Lu Xiaochuan called out, "Senior, you can check the dormitory, but why resort to violence? Why are you trying to take my guitar?" Duan Xiaofei, bewildered, wondered what kind of performance this was. Clearly, they had initiated the confrontation, yet Lu was accusing them of assault. "Senior, I recognize I have offended you and Li Mingxian. Are you here as part of the dormitory management? You arrived without any identification to conduct an illegal inspection and resorted to violence, damaging my guitar in the process. You are being utterly unreasonable." Lu Xiaochuan's roommates were equally perplexed by his actions. What was going on? Zhu Chuanjian, tall and perceptive, noticed the recording device Lu had thrown onto the upper bunk was still spinning, and immediately grasped Lu's strategy, swiftly joining the fray. Before Duan Xiaofei and Mu Yinghua could respond to Lu Xiaochuan's sudden aggression, Zhu Chuanjian lunged forward, and upon witnessing this, Gao Song joined in as well. Soon, nearly everyone was involved, and Duan Xiaofei and Mu Yinghua found themselves overwhelmed, reduced to shielding their heads from the blows. After a brief scuffle, Lu Xiaochuan gestured for Zhu Chuanjian and Gao Song to step back, pulled a chair over, and forced Duan Xiaofei to sit upon it. He then played back the recording, saying, "Senior Duan, you are no longer a child. Why act as a pawn for Li Mingxian? I have recorded your initial aggression during this confrontation. Furthermore, you have damaged my guitar. Do you not owe me compensation? You're talking nonsense. It was you who struck first. We didn't even retaliate." Mu Yinghua shouted indignantly. Lu Xiaochuan swiftly slapped him, retorting, "When did it become your turn to bark? Senior Duan hasn't even protested yet." Lu Xiaochuan examined his right hand, blowing on it lightly. "So, Senior Duan, what do you say?" It was the first time Duan Xiaofei faced such resistance, having just been beaten. He felt a wave of panic. The situation was overwhelming, and he had no choice but to concede. "All right, you win this round. I admit defeat. That is more like it. Now, apologize, and I shall forgive you, and you need not compensate for my guitar." Duan Xiaofei's eyes were bloodshot. Yet he glanced at the surrounding individuals, realizing he was under pressure, and had to bow his head. "Fine, I'll apologize." "Wait a moment, Senior Duan," Lu Xiaochuan interjected, taking the recording device and pressing the button once more. "Senior Duan, I'll ask the questions, and you will answer. Did you bring any identification for your dormitory inspection?" "No." "Why did you come to check the dormitory? Is it a full inspection, or just targeting our room?" "Only your room." "Was Li Mingxian sent by you to create trouble?" Duan Xiaofei met Lu Xiaochuan's fierce gaze and, gritting his teeth, replied, "Yes." "Why?" "Li Mingxian wants to pursue Xin Yue and sees you as a rival. Why resort to violence during your inspection?" "Me?" Duan Xiaofei thought. "Clearly it was you all who struck first. I acted impulsively. Your arrogance prompted me to respond with force. Then why damage my guitar? It was not intentional. In the heat of the moment, it slipped my mind." Duan Xiaofei mused inwardly. "Here I am, fabricating excuses while answering. Senior brother, you are being too oppressive. This is quite unacceptable. Yes, we were in the wrong, and I sincerely apologize. Very well, I forgive you. Senior brother Duan, you were also misled." Lu Xiaochuan halted the tape recorder and rewound it for another listen. The audio quality was poor, yet the recording was relatively clear. Chapter 114. The treacherous Lu Xiaochuan. Mu Yinghua observed the exchange between Duan Xiaofei and Lu Xiaochuan, utterly dumbfounded. Not only he, but the others in dormitory 503 were equally astonished by Lu Xiaochuan's audacious maneuver. This is undeniably the behavior of a campus bully. I never imagined such a tyrant was within my proximity. Senior brother Duan, I shall keep this tape for posterity and record several more copies in due course. Rest assured, I will not share it with anyone unless absolutely necessary. And what constitutes necessity? I believe you know what I mean. A knock resonated from outside, and Lu Hongba cautiously opened the door, apprehensive that it might be a teacher, given the earlier commotion. Upon opening the door, he found Tang Qingwei, who appeared bewildered at the sight before him. "All right then, Senior brother Duan. Farewell, I shall not see you off any further. Ideally, it would be best if we never crossed paths again, as non-interference would be preferable." Lu Xiaochuan patted Duan Xiaofei on the shoulder, completely ignoring Mu Yinghua. Duan Xiaofei exited dormitory 503 with his head hung low, closely followed by Mu Yinghua. Although they hadn't inflicted any visible injuries during their earlier altercation, Mu Yinghua bore a faint red mark on his left cheek. As they stepped outside the gates of Building 2, Duan Xiaofei glared menacingly at Mu Yinghua. I do not wish for anyone else to learn of today's events. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Fear not, senior brother Duan. I would never disclose such an embarrassing incident. Mu Yinghua thought to himself, am I insane enough to reveal this shameful affair? Back in dormitory 503. Once the door was securely closed, Wu Zilan animatedly recounted the earlier events to Tang Qingwei, who looked on in astonishment at Lu Xiaochuan. Everyone must keep this under wraps. Especially you, second brother. You must exercise restraint. If this gets out, while they may not dare retaliate against me, your fates could be uncertain. Lu Xiaochuan gravely warned his roommates. You need not worry. I will remain silent, Wu Zilan replied, his eyes betraying a look of trepidation. The following 2 days passed uneventfully. After returning, Duan Xiaofei had no intention of seeking revenge on Lu Xiaochuan. He had been sufficiently intimidated by the latter's ruthlessness. Lu Xiaochuan was indeed formidable, striking without warning and, crucially, cunningly recording evidence that favored him. Now, even if they approached the school administration, Duan Xiaofei knew he would struggle to justify his actions. Li Mingxian inquired several times, but Duan Xiaofei remained tight-lipped, merely stating that he would no longer involve himself in matters concerning Li Mingxian. Li Mingxian understood that their attempt to inspect the dormitory had not yielded favorable results, realizing that this freshman was genuinely a formidable adversary. Li Mingxian sought out Mu Yinghua, who also refrained from speaking, having promised Duan Xiaofei to keep quiet. Fearing repercussions from Duan Xiaofei, Mu Yinghua took the opportunity to align himself with Li Mingxian, tailing the minister daily and ingratiating himself within the life department. He had already leveraged Li Mingxuan's influence to expel Lu Xiaochuan's roommate, Wu Zilan, from the life department. On Saturday morning, as soon as class ended, Lu Xiaochuan eagerly made his way to Shun Youwei's dormitory, ostensibly to accompany Wang Yamiao to an interview at Qihang Education. As they were close friends and often spent time together, Wang Yamiao was delighted by Lu Xiaochuan's arrival and suggested they all go to the cafeteria for lunch. An invitation Lu Xiaochuan gladly accepted, relishing the opportunity to dine alongside senior sister Shun. Wang Yamiao, perceptive to Lu Xiaochuan's intentions, enjoyed the flattery and compliments he showered upon her. She mused that although this junior brother might not be a perfect match for her friend Xiaowei, he was indeed a delightful person, charming and humorous, adept at winning her affection. Unlike Li Mingxian, who had offended her yet dared to pursue her friend, Lu Xiaochuan seemed a far more appealing prospect. Originally, Xin Yue had intended to take Wang Yamiao to the interview alone. Although Lu Xiaochuan had expressed his desire to join them on Wednesday, she had not agreed. However, with Lu Xiaochuan now insistent on accompanying them, she felt it was impossible to refuse. After lunch, the three set off together. The medical university was not far from Qihang Education, but the absence of direct public transport meant they had to make a transfer. Wang Yamiao arrived with high hopes, only to leave disappointed when Yu Xiaomei informed her that the position for a chemistry teacher was currently filled, but they would contact her if an opening arose in the future. Xin Yue, unable to do much more than offer consolation, knew that it was Lu Xiaochuan's earlier flattery that had prompted Yu Xiaomei to call ahead. Upon exiting Qihang Education, noticing Wang Yamiao's glum expression, Lu Xiaochuan suggested, Sister Miao Miao, there is actually a branch of Qihang Education in the Changangzhou district. It's just a bit farther, but there is direct bus service from the medical university. Perhaps you should consider applying there. Really? They have a branch? But what if they are also not hiring? I'm not as exceptional as Xiaowei, nor as beautiful. Wang Yamiao asked anxiously. Come now, what does appearance have to do with it? Today was merely a matter of coincidence. They are simply full here, Lu Xiaochuan reassured her, aware of Shun Youwei's sensitivity regarding her looks, as she was no mere ornament. To be candid, sister, the principal at the branch is my cousin. I worked here during the summer because of her. Would you like me to call her and see if she can help you get a position there? We could perhaps use a bit of influence. What? Your cousin is the principal? Could you ask her to speak with Principal Yu here and keep me in this location? I would love to stay with Xiaowei. It would be nice to have company, particularly since she has classes on Sunday evenings. Ah, but Miao Miao. While my cousin is the principal of the branch, she is also an employee and lacks authority here. However, she can exert some influence at the branch. Why not apply there first? If a position opens up here later, you could always transfer back. As for Xin Yue, I will ensure you are escorted safely in the evenings, so you needn't worry. Going to the branch is fine. Making money is the priority, Xin Yue chimed in, choosing to overlook Lu Xiaochuan's promise of escorting her in the evenings. Very well, thank you, Xiaochuan. Shall we proceed now? Wang Yamiao had come to terms with reality. Let us call my cousin. Miao Miao, the matter regarding your job application is on me. Instead of making a call from a shop downstairs, they sought a payphone by the street. Once the call was connected, Lu Xiaochuan requested to speak with Principal Li. Shortly, Li Yin answered the call, and Lu Xiaochuan eagerly spoke. Cousin, this is Xiaochuan. I have a senior sister who wishes to apply for the position of chemistry teacher at your institution. Would that be agreeable? Oh, indeed. Very well, I shall have her come over shortly. My senior sister's name is Wang Yamiao. Yes, cousin. You must ensure my senior sister is hired. Thank you, dear cousin. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan refer to her as cousin again, Li Yin realized he was not alone, and thus played along, thinking to herself that this young man was rather unorthodox, having conjured a senior sister from who knows where. Wang Yamiao and Xin Yue, listening nearby, understood that Lu Xiaochuan had accomplished his task, and the three of them proceeded to Qihong Education on Changjiang Street. Lu Xiaochuan, citing a desire not to impose a negative influence on his cousin, opted to wait outside, while Xin Yue accompanied Wang Yamiao inside. Chapter 115. Unbeknownst to me. You two are secretly dating as Xin Yue and Wang Yamiao entered the second branch of Qihong Education. Li Yan's office was located on the ground floor. She had already been informed by Su Jibin about Lu Xiaochuan's pursuit of his senior sister, Xin Yue. Upon seeing the two newcomers, Li Yan immediately recognized one as Xin Yue, thinking to herself how remarkably beautiful the girl was, evoking a sense of sympathy, especially considering Lu Xiaochuan's notorious reputation. Hello, Principal Li, I am Wang Yamiao, introduced by Lu Xiaochuan. Oh, I am aware, he called me. Welcome to Qihong Education for your interview. Please, follow me upstairs. Li Yan led the two upstairs. Xin Yue introduced herself as a part-time teacher at the first branch, accompanying Wang Yamiao for her interview. The necessary procedures were followed, and Li Yan provided Wang Yamiao with a set of questions for the chemistry teacher position. While Wang Yamiao was answering, Li Yan engaged Xin Yue in conversation, inquiring about her relationship status, among other personal matters. Xin Yue felt somewhat uneasy. Li Yan's inquiries were rather intrusive, and had she not known Li Yan was also a woman, she might have suspected ulterior motives. After a patient exchange with Li Yan, Xin Yue excused herself, claiming to have matters to attend to. Upon seeing Xin Yue emerge, Lu Xiaochuan hurried over. Senior sister, why have you come out so soon? Oh, Miao Miao is in the midst of her interview. I feared interrupting Principal Li's work, so I stepped out, Xin Yue replied awkwardly. Oh, it must be that my cousin was bombarding you with questions. She has a rather inquisitive nature. Please do not take offense, Senior Shen. Xin Yue thought to herself how accurately Lu Xiaochuan understood his cousin, noting that her curiosity was indeed extraordinary. Lu Xiaochuan proposed they visit a nearby cafe. What if Miao Miao comes out and cannot find us? No worries, senior sister. Miao Miao will likely need more than half an hour. Besides, once the interview concludes, my cousin will inform me. Feeling that standing on the street conversing was somewhat awkward, and not wishing to return to face Li Yan, Xin Yue accepted Lu Xiaochuan's invitation. Across the street stood a quaint cafe, where the two entered and ordered 2 cups of coffee, sipping while engaging in conversation. The young woman, embodying the spirit of a literary enthusiast, found herself drawn into a discussion that Lu Xiaochuan skillfully steered towards the realm of literature. Their dialogue swiftly meandered through essays, poetry, and the exquisite verses of the Tang and Song dynasties. Sister, which classical poem do you cherish the most? She inquired. Naturally, I adore the works of Li Du, and oh, among many others. I truly cannot decide on a singular favorite, he replied. I, too, have an affinity for renowned poets. Yet the poem I hold dear is not penned by a celebrated name, and I am even unaware of the author's identity. Oh, I must hear it, exclaimed Xin Yue, clearly intrigued. Lu Xiaochuan recited the poem to her, manner filled with splendor, figures of Jiangnan, still reminiscent of the elegance of the Xian Ring, green windows and vermilion doors, 10 miles of glistening silver hooks. When swords are drawn, banners rise, a million fierce warriors, charging forth, in song and dance. The wind sweeps away the sorrow of falling flowers. For 300 years of tranquility, with laws and culture, all is swept to rest. Yet fortunate am I, not having journeyed north, still a guest in the southern realm. Where is Su Lang, the broken mirror? Only emptiness lingers, with no hope of reunion. From this day forth, dreams shall stretch 1,000 miles, nightly at the Yayang Tower. This poem, a poignant lament from a woman of a fallen nation, bore the signature of Su Jianbao's wife. Lu Xiaochuan shared the harrowing backstory of the poem, revealing that it was written during her abduction. Xin Yue was profoundly moved by the narrative, tears welling in her eyes. I apologize, sister, for sharing such a tale. I did not mean to affect your mood, he said. Not at all. It was a beautiful story, she reassured him. Their conversation continued to flow, seamlessly intertwining literature with historical allusions, a subject in which Lu Xiaochuan excelled. His extensive knowledge left Xin Yue in awe time and again. Lu Xiaochuan, were it not for your youthful appearance, I might suspect you to be a wise elder of 30. How do you possess such depth of understanding? How many books have you read? She queried. In high school, I was not particularly studious, yet excelled in Chinese. I pleaded with my teacher to lend me numerous books from the library, as it was not accessible to students at the time. University is a blessing. With so many books to peruse at will. As they conversed, time slipped away unnoticed. Over an hour had passed with their coffee. This was commonplace in a cafe. Yet Wang Yamia had long since concluded her business. Although her test results were mediocre, Lu Xiaochuan had preemptively informed Li Yan, who graciously allowed her to pass, stating that with just a week of training, She could commence work immediately. Elated, Wang Yamia stepped out to share her success with Xin Yue and Lu Xiaochuan. But upon exiting the doors of Qihang Education's second branch, she found herself unable to locate them. She wandered about the entrance, murmuring to herself, until Li Yin spotted her and reassured her, saying she would contact Lu Xiaochuan. When Lu Xiaochuan's pager buzzed, Xin Yue realized they had lost track of time. Upon seeing the call from Qihang Education, the two hurriedly left the cafe. Wang Yamia, spotting them emerge from the cafe across the street, exclaimed in frustration, "Well, I waited for you two at the entrance for quite some time, only to find you sneaking off for a coffee date behind my back." Lu Xiaochuan remained indifferent. Yet Xin Yue blushed, exclaiming, "What are you saying, you silly girl? Xiaochuan is my junior. Please refrain from such nonsense." "What nonsense am I speaking? It's not uncommon for a junior to date a senior. It's a perfectly normal affair." Lu Xiaochuan, noticing Xin Yue's embarrassment, swiftly diverted the conversation. "Meow meow. How did the interview go?" "Naturally, it was a success. Your sister's capabilities speak for themselves. Besides, your favor certainly played a role. My cousin has been quite supportive of me. Tomorrow, I will commence training here, and by next week, I shall be ready to teach." "That's wonderful. Congratulations, meow meow." Xin Yue promptly offered her well wishes. "Humph, I shall forgive you this time, but you both went to the cafe without me, sipping coffee without inviting me along. It was my fault, dear sister. Allow me to treat you to coffee as an apology, shall I?" At that time, disposable coffee cups were not yet available. Otherwise, Lu Xiaochuan would have certainly packed a portion for Wang Yamia. "Drinking alone is rather dull. Let's save it for next time. It's nearly time for dessert. We should hurry back to school," Wang Yamia suggested. Lu Xiaochuan had hoped to spend a bit more time with Xin Yue, but he had to return to join his roommates for the dormitory gathering that evening. Thus, he hailed a taxi, taking both of them back to the medical university. Upon seeing him summon a taxi, Xin Yue initially considered stopping him, but ultimately held back. Taxis had become quite an expensive mode of transportation, rarely utilized by university students. Suddenly, she recalled that Lu Xiaochuan possessed a pager, a rather costly item, and wondered where he had acquired the funds. He had previously mentioned that his family was from a rural area with limited financial means, which compelled him to work and study diligently. This junior appeared somewhat enigmatic, indeed special, and rather handsome as well. Chapter 116. Dormitory gathering. Upon returning to the dormitory, Lu Xiaochuan bid farewell to Xin Yue and Wang Yamia, eager to reunite with his roommates. Upon entering the dorm, he noticed that his companions had donned their finest attire, meticulously styled their hair. Even Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen, who typically resided in the library, appeared freshly dressed, clearly anticipating the gathering with the girls. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan enter, the leader, Lu Hongba, could not contain himself, saying, "Hey, old Shi, we were just waiting for you. We were about to send you a pager." Lu Xiaochuan scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "My apologies, brothers. I was held up by something. Let us not take the bus. Let's take a taxi instead. I will cover the fare." "Sounds good. But you needn't bear the entire cost. Let's each take a taxi. It works out perfectly." Gao Song, not one to shy away from expense, volunteered to cover half the fare. "All right then, let's not delay any further. We should get going." Wu Zealand enthusiastically endorsed the idea of taking a taxi. The 8 brothers made their grand exit from the medical university campus, walking to the main road where they hailed 2 taxis heading towards Provincial University. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, "I just took a taxi back from there." Observing Wu Zealand's excited expression, Lu Xiaochuan couldn't resist teasing him. "Old air. With that hairstyle of yours, it shines like a calf's tongue. Come on, can you be any more tactless?" "Old Shi, just ask if my hairstyle looks good." Before Lu Xiaochuan could respond, the driver couldn't help but chuckle. "Brother, look, you've made the driver laugh," he said. The driver, slightly embarrassed, smiled and remarked, "Young man, I wasn't laughing at you. Your hairstyle is rather spirited." Wu Zealand, feeling a touch of self-doubt from their remarks, quickly fished out a small mirror from his pocket to check his appearance, looking rather vain. "Look at you being so vain. Stop checking yourself." Zhu Chuanjian couldn't contain his laughter either. Wu Zealand shot him a glare but refrained from retorting. He was most intimidated by Lu Xiaochuan and Zhu Chuanjian in the dormitory. Zhu Chuanjian's imposing physique was quite daunting, and Lu Xiaochuan had recently demonstrated his prowess by dealing with a senior who was inspecting the dorms, which was even more intimidating. The 2 taxis arrived at the provincial university before 5 o'clock. Tang Qingwei paged his girlfriend, and the group waited outside the side gate of the university. After more than 20 minutes, a flock of girls emerged, and Tang Qingwei stepped forward to greet them. His girlfriend, Chun Qianqian, was unlike the typical beauties of Harbin, who often flaunted long legs. She was petite and possessed a quirky charm. In Lu Xiaochuan's eyes, Chun Qianqian was not particularly pretty, feeling somewhat mismatched with Tang Qingwei's handsome features. However, that was merely his personal perspective. Perhaps Tang Qingwei favored this type, as the saying goes. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. As the group of girls appeared, the boys from Lu Xiaochuan's dormitory immediately brightened up. Tang Qingwei's girlfriend hastily introduced her roommates, most of whom were decent-looking, particularly 2 other girls she had invited, who were relatively more attractive. The girls from the provincial university weren't necessarily stunning, but they knew how to present themselves, unlike the medical university students, who, burdened by their heavy academic load, often went barefaced or even neglected their appearance. The girls at the provincial university, in contrast, tended to adorn themselves, which naturally gave them an edge. There are no ugly women, only lazy ones, it was said. Nowadays, makeup is relatively simple. 20 years from now, after a full application, one could undergo a complete transformation, and with the addition of beauty filters, even one's own mother might not recognize them. After a brief introduction, it was time to find a place to dine. Gao Song generously allowed the girls to choose the venue, as the boys would be treating. Lu Xiaochuan, wishing to avoid the limelight, quietly observed as he played along. Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen felt somewhat anxious, fearing that the girls might choose an overly expensive place, which would leave them pinching pennies later. However, the girls had no intention of splurging. A beautiful girl named Li Jing proposed, "There's a nice restaurant to the north, it's not too expensive, and they have large private rooms on the second floor. My dad took me there for a meal when I checked in, and it was quite tasty. How about we go there?" "Sounds good, let's follow the suggestion of our female classmates," Gao Song declared, clearly representing the boys. As the initiators of the gathering, Tang Qingwei and his girlfriend naturally respected everyone's opinion. The other girls had no objections and unanimously agreed to Li Jing's suggestion. With a consensus reached, the restaurant was not far, and the group set off in high spirits, with Li Jing leading the way and Gao Song accompanying her, clearly smitten. The others followed in small clusters, and Wu Zilan, possessing enough audacity, had already joined a conversation with the girls. Lu Hongba and Zhu Chuanjian, brimming with enthusiasm, finally mustered the courage to join in. Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen, more reserved in nature, trailed behind, while Lu Xiaochuan lagged at the back. Their collective footsteps led them precisely towards the vicinity of Tally Restaurant. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, could it be? I hope Li Jing hasn't chosen Tally Restaurant. If that's the case, I'll have to brace myself for another financial hit. However, he soon came to terms with reality as Li Jing indeed led the group into Tally Restaurant. Upon seeing a group of over 10 students, both male and female, the waiter recognized it as a dormitory gathering, a familiar sight for the nearby eateries, and promptly welcomed them with enthusiasm. The proprietress, Wang Jing, visibly pregnant, personally greeted them and soon spotted Lu Xiaochuan at the back of the line. "Xiaochuan, you're here. Are these all your classmates?" Lu Xiaochuan could no longer pretend not to know her, offering an awkward smile. "Yes, sister-in-law, we're here for a dormitory gathering with the girls." Wang Jing responded with an understanding expression, instructing the waiter to escort them to the largest private room on the second floor, which had a table for 14, supplemented by 2 extra chairs, just enough to accommodate everyone. Once seated in the private room, someone promptly inquired, "Shiga, you just called the proprietress sister-in-law. Is she a relative of yours?" "Indeed, this restaurant is run by my cousin, and she is the proprietress, hence my sister-in-law," Lu Xiaochuan replied. "Ah, that's wonderful. Does that mean we could get a discount? In that case, let us order some hearty dishes." Several girls immediately chimed in. "Of course, there's no need to be modest, ladies. Order whatever you desire," Lu Xiaochuan assured them. Gao Song, surprised that Lu Xiaochuan nearly overshadowed him, quickly added, "Yes. Feel free to order anything. Discounts are secondary." Lu Xiaochuan chose not to engage in any rivalry, as he was merely there to accompany his friends, not to pursue anything further with the girls, willingly allowing his companions to take the spotlight. Tally Restaurant, though slightly more upscale than an average eatery, offered reasonably priced dishes, making it approachable for all. The female classmates wasted no time, swiftly ordering a selection of over 10 dishes. After placing the orders, Lu Xiaochuan tossed the menu to the boys and added 2 signature dishes to the list. Naturally, a gathering of this nature would not be complete without drinks. 2 large boxes of beer were brought out alongside several bottles of soda, ensuring that even those who abstained from alcohol were accommodated. Tang Qingwei and Chun Qianqian took the initiative to suggest an intermingled seating arrangement for ease of conversation, which garnered unanimous support from the boys. The girls, not being overly coy, understood the purpose of such gatherings well enough. Chapter 117. Individual aspirations. The dormitory gathering served as a swift avenue for boys and girls to get acquainted. Tang Qingwei and Chun Qianqian took their seats first, with Li Jing sitting beside Chun Qianqian, prompting Gao Song to immediately position himself next to Li Jing. With Li Jing's beauty on display, Zhu Chuanjian also took an interest, yet found himself at a disadvantage as Gao Song had already claimed his spot. As they chatted animatedly on their way, Zhu Chuanjian had no choice but to settle for sitting next to a girl named Zhang Yanhong. Meanwhile, Lu Hongba nestled beside Zhang Yanhong, with an ordinary-looking girl seated to his right. Wu Zilan sat closely beside a girl named Luo Qingqing, who pointed to the chair on her left and called Lu Xiaochuan over to take a seat. Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen, still shy, squeezed in next to Lu Xiaochuan. In a fit of annoyance, Lu Xiaochuan lifted Shi Xiaowen and said, "Old 8, go swap seats with that female classmate. We agreed on alternating seating. Why are you sitting so close to me?" Shi Xiaowen, with no choice, reluctantly sat between the 2 girls. As the dishes had not yet arrived, Gao Song and Zhu Chuanjian had already opened several bottles of wine, encouraging everyone to pour themselves a drink. A few female classmates covered their cups, but Gao Song urged, "You must drink the first cup. Otherwise, it wouldn't be interesting at all." Exactly. Who starts with soft drinks? If we're drinking, it should at least be a wheat beverage. Wine is the essence of grain and makes one feel younger with each sip. Wu Zealand chimed in from the side. The ladies, initially reserved, soon loosened up as the boys took turns pouring beer for them. Lu Xiaochuan suggested, since this gathering is organized by Old Seven and his partner, let them say a few words to kick things off. Tang Qingwei appeared somewhat bashful, while Chen Qianqian confidently stood up to speak. Now that we've all entered university, it's a fate for us to gather together. With this cup of wine, we are officially acquainted, and from now on, we shall be friends. I hope everyone can foster a relationship like that of Tang Qingwei and mine. With a playful giggle, she raised her cup and drank it all in one go. Chen Qianqian, petite and delicate, did not seem like a girl from northeast China. However, her boldness shone through in her speech. Everyone stood up together, raising their glasses in unison. We also wish for Old Seven and Qianqian to be eternally affectionate and to achieve a fruitful union soon. Lu Xiaochuan initiated the toast, and everyone joined in with their well wishes. Old 5, Old 6, pour the wine. Good fortune should come in pairs, right? Lu Xiaochuan signaled to Gao Song and Zhu Chuanjian, who immediately continued pouring drinks for the female classmates. Lu Xiaochuan picked up a bottle to pour for the two girls beside him as well. With a couple of beers consumed, the atmosphere grew considerably more lively, coinciding with the arrival of the dishes. The group quickly transitioned from a collective gathering to smaller discussions. Wu Zealand was intent on chatting with Luo Qingqing, yet she proactively engaged Lu Xiaochuan, who occasionally exchanged a few words with the girl on his other side, causing Wu Zealand to feel anxious. Lu Xiaochuan excused himself to the restroom, and Wu Zealand seized the moment to follow him out. Old West, you previously promised not to compete with me. If you have a goal, you should graciously step aside. You cannot go back on your word. Lu Xiaochuan shrugged, responding, well, if she is chatting with me, I can't just ignore her. Then, when you return, you should switch seats with Old 3. Your presence beside me is affecting my performance. Wu Zealand insisted. That is not unreasonable, but with our increased lab sessions lately, my white coat hasn't been washed in nearly a month. You know I've been quite busy and haven't had the time. Just tell me when your coat gets dirty, and I'll wash it tomorrow. We can do it together. Wu Zealand, seeing such a simple request, readily agreed. All right, deal. You can head back. I'll switch places with Old 3 shortly. Very considerate, Old West. With Lu Xiaochuan's agreement, Wu Zealand cheerfully returned to his seat. Lu Xiaochuan descended the stairs and informed his cousin-in-law, Wang Jing, to record today's expenses under his account, as the restaurant was owned by him. Zhao Lijun, believing that even close brothers should maintain clear accounts, insisted on paying rent. Lu Xiaochuan initially considered the rent as part of the meal expenses, deducting it whenever someone came to dine. Although it was supposed to be a shared expense today, since the gathering fortuitously took place at his cousin's restaurant, Lu Xiaochuan decided to cover the bill, under the pretext that it was a collective gesture from the boys. Upon returning to the dormitory, he intended not to collect money from his roommates, thus avoiding overshadowing his brothers in front of the girls. Upon re-entering the private room, Lu Xiaochuan noticed Lu Qiyuan engrossed in his meal, prompting him to pat his shoulder and say, "Third brother, you really ought to liven up the atmosphere. Let us change our location." Chun Jiayan, feeling dejected, sat between Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen, both of whom were rather taciturn and failed to initiate conversation. Naturally, she felt delighted upon Lu Xiaochuan's arrival. After sharing a few anecdotes, he had her laughing heartily. On the other side, Luo Qingqing felt discontent among the boys. Tang Qingwei was the most handsome, but was already taken. Gao Song and Lu Xiaochuan were also considered attractive, while Zhu Chuanjian, though not ugly, exuded more masculinity. The remaining boys lacked appeal. She had hoped to engage more with Lu Xiaochuan, but upon his relocation, she found herself stuck with a noisy companion instead. Seeing Luo Qingqing conversing with Lu Xiaochuan from afar, Wu Zealand felt compelled to extinguish her hopes. Luo Qingqing, you may not know this, but our dorm's Lao Shi is no ordinary contender. He is currently pursuing a senior sister. Just the other day, someone came to our dorm looking for trouble over this matter. Lu Xiaochuan quickly coughed to interrupt Wu Zealand. Second brother, you've only had a few drinks, and you're already spilling secrets? Aren't you afraid the girls will mock you? Wu Zealand suddenly recalled Lu Xiaochuan's prior warning and thought to himself, damn, I nearly let something slip. If this got out, Lao Shi would surely beat me up. Realizing this, he broke into a sweat and promptly raised his cup to toast Lu Xiaochuan. Upon seeing this, Lu Xiaochuan lowered his glass, teasingly saying, second brother, you should be the one to toast me. How about I raise a bottle in your honor? He generously gave Wu Zealand face. No, Lao Shi. Just one cup will suffice. You know my alcohol tolerance. Are you trying to get me drunk? Observing Wu Zealand's pleading eyes, Lu Xiaochuan chuckled and drank from his own glass, sparing him. As the meal concluded, emotions varied among the guests. Some were elated, others disheartened, some felt a deep connection, while others longed for the evening to end. It was evident that such gatherings could never please everyone, and it was common for brothers to vie for the same interest. Before 8 p.m., the dinner wrapped up, and not much alcohol had been consumed, leaving plenty behind. In an era devoid of mobile phones, and with communication being rather underdeveloped, some exchanged addresses, agreeing to write letters or meet on weekends, while others simply left the meal empty-handed. After escorting the girls back to the provincial university, the boys took a taxi back to their school. Gao Song chattered incessantly during the ride, boasting about his promising rapport with Li Jing, claiming success was imminent. However, Lu Xiaochuan remained skeptical. He had observed Li Jing at the dining table, and it was clear she was of a higher caliber. Wu Zealand felt a tinge of disappointment. Even though Lu Xiaochuan had graciously stepped aside, Luo Qingqing continued to disregard him. He resolved to persevere, intending to frequent the provincial university more often, hoping to touch her heart with his sincerity. Chapter 118. Dinner with the senior sister. Upon returning to the dormitory, the roommates learned that Lu Xiaochuan had covered the meal. He had voluntarily offered to treat everyone. Old Shi, we agreed on splitting the bill. How can you let me pay? That's just perfect since I happen to be at my cousin's restaurant. Even so, you shouldn't have to pay. The roommates insisted on giving Lu Xiaochuan money. Brothers, how about this? I'll treat today, and in the future, whoever among us ends up with one of the girls we met today can reimburse me. How does that sound? All right, that is a good suggestion. Agreed. Seconded. Ultimately, all 8 members of the dormitory unanimously approved the proposal. And they also agreed that whoever found a partner in the future would treat the group to a meal. Don't worry, Shigo. I'll definitely cover your meal in the end, Gao Song said confidently. Everyone remained excited, chatting late into the night before finally sleeping. On Sunday morning, Lu Xiaochuan did not indulge in a lie-in. He rose early to jog on the playground, determined to maintain his daily exercise routine. With no plans for the morning, he joined Zhu Chuanjian for a game of soccer. After a quick wash-up at noon, he hoped to encounter Xin Yue at the cafeteria. However, after scanning the area for a long while, he did not catch a glimpse of her. Lu Xiaochuan was not particularly disheartened. He rode his bicycle to Qihong Education, knowing that Xin Yue would come to class that afternoon, and he would surely see her. He spent the afternoon memorizing vocabulary and reading several English texts at Qihong Education, eagerly awaiting Xin Yue's class to finish. Finally, around 7 in the evening, as they descended the stairs, they spotted Su Jibin, who was repairing a van. Oh, I'm so sorry. The vehicle is broken today, so I can't give you a ride. Lu Xiaochuan, you should take a taxi to send Teacher Shin home. And come to me tomorrow with the receipt for reimbursement. Xin Yue quickly waved her hand. No need, Principal Su. I can take the bus home. Lu Xiaochuan had anticipated this, rolling out his bicycle and gesturing to the back seat. Senior sister, don't take the bus. It'll take a long time. I have a private ride. No, I'll just take the bus. You can ride with Xiaochuan. We're not too comfortable with you taking the bus alone. Su Jibin interjected wisely. Since Principal Su had said so, Xin Yue felt obliged to accept. All right then, I'm sorry to trouble you, junior brother. It's no trouble at all, senior sister. It's my honor, Lu Xiaochuan replied, mounting his bicycle first. He placed his left foot on the ground, and once Xin Yue was seated on the back, he lifted his foot and gradually accelerated. The distance from Qihong Education to the medical university was 3 kilometers, and riding a bicycle would take over 20 minutes. Lu Xiaochuan was in no rush, cycling along the youth park. In the October evening breeze of Fengyang, it was indeed a bit chilly, and Lu Xiaochuan suddenly remembered he had not worn long underwear. However, his heart was warm with Xin Yue sitting behind him. No chill could deter his spirits. As Xin Yue sat on the back seat, gazing at Lu Xiaochuan's broad back, she inexplicably felt a sense of security. Senior sister, your English is so impressive. Are you planning to study abroad? Indeed, I harbor such aspirations, hoping to pursue graduate studies overseas in the future. However, the prospect of going abroad seems daunting, and I am uncertain whether it will materialize, Xin Yue pondered, reflecting on her family, fearing they might not offer their support. The late 1980s and early 1990s marked a peak in the desire to go abroad, during which China lagged behind developed nations in various aspects. Consequently, many sought to glimpse the foreign world through immigration or studying abroad, which is entirely understandable. After all, no one could have anticipated China's rapid ascent, achieving remarkable progress in merely 3 decades, emerging as a great power that astounds the entire globe. It is certainly achievable. You are exceptional, senior sister. Will you return after studying abroad? Of course, I will return. My homeland needs me, Xin Yue replied with a smile. Unfortunately, Lu Xiaochuan could not see her radiant expression, which must have been beautiful. Undoubtedly, the country needs you, but your junior needs you even more. Xin Yue fell silent, unable to respond to Lu Xiaochuan's words. She recognized his earnestness, yet her focus was solely on her studies, leaving little room for other considerations. Nevertheless, suitors were ever present, and she felt somewhat helpless. However, this junior was at least preferable to those like Li Mingxian. He was not at all unpleasant. Seeing her silence, Lu Xiaochuan swiftly changed the subject. Senior sister, where do you usually study? Could you perhaps guide your junior? My English is lacking, and I wish to improve so that I may also study abroad one day, mastering foreign skills to contend with them. My study locations are not fixed. You need not accompany me. Simply memorize vocabulary and read the texts. If you encounter difficulties, seek our assistance. Xin Yue declined rather pointedly. All right, if you prefer not to share, I shall inquire with Miao Miao senior sister another day. Lu Xiaochuan, possessing thick skin, was not one to easily concede. Xin Yue realized that if Lu Xiaochuan asked Wang Yamiao, he would certainly learn her study locations. She had not anticipated his tenacity and, resigned, mentioned, I typically study in the second self-study room at the library. If you have questions, you may find me there. Thank you, senior sister. I shall remember that. He replied, his objective achieved. Lu Xiaochuan refrained from pressing further, understanding that pursuing the senior sister required a measured approach. Upon arriving at the medical university, Lu Xiaochuan immediately headed to the north gate. Senior sister, you haven't eaten dinner yet, have you? I haven't either. I'm quite hungry. How about I treat you to some chicken necks from Ermudi? No, there's no need. I don't eat dinner. That won't do, senior sister. You're not on a diet. Skipping dinner is detrimental to your health. After all, we are studying medicine, and we must take care of our well-being. Then let me treat you as a thank you for riding me back home. Xin Yue sighed, realizing Lu Xiaochuan had already brought his bicycle to the north gate. She felt as if she had been ensnared. All right, I won't stand on ceremony then. Who treats whom is inconsequential. Simply sharing a meal with you is an achievement. The two ordered a plate of chicken necks along with some other snacks. Xin Yue ate little, most of it consumed by Lu Xiaochuan, who spoke at length about studying abroad, sharing knowledge gleaned from the internet. Xin Yue was naturally intrigued, listening with rapt attention. She was surprised to learn that Lu Xiaochuan had never been abroad, yet possessed such extensive knowledge of foreign lands. Lu Xiaochuan attributed his insights to readings from books and newspapers, particularly noting his experiences from last year's trip to the bustling metropolis. You've been to the metropolis? Your parents work there? She inquired. Not at all, he replied. As I mentioned, I come from a rural background. My parents are farmers. I took a year off from school to work, and during that time, I visited the metropolis. Oh, so you took a break to work and then returned to apply to medical school? Xin Yue expressed her skepticism, wondering if he was embellishing the truth. Yet, the sincerity in Lu Xiaochuan's eyes seemed too genuine for deceit. She found this junior increasingly mysterious, sensing that he carried many untold stories within him. Oh, it's a long story. If you're interested, I can share it with you at length, he said. No need, she replied. I believe you. As they dined and conversed, they unexpectedly spent over an hour engrossed in discussion. The restaurant's clock chimed 9 times, and only then did Xin Yue realize how late it had become. She looked up to see several patrons glancing in their direction, and quickly informed Lu Xiaochuan that it was time to return to the dormitory. Lu Xiaochuan rode his bicycle to accompany Xin Yue back to the dorm entrance, waving goodbye as he walked to his own building. To his surprise, he found Zhu Chuanjian and Gao Song waiting there. What are you two doing standing around? Waiting for me? Of course, it's you, Xiaoga. Out here enjoying a late-night snack with a beautiful senior. Impressive. Chapter 119. The basketball match. Lu Xiaochuan was cornered by Zhu Chuanjian and Gao Song at the dormitory entrance. Let me tell you both, I am miles away from success, so please refrain from blabbering about my evening. If the senior finds out and gets upset, what will we do? So what will it take to keep your mouth shut? Well, I won't hold back then. Lately, the Red Pagoda brand has lost its appeal. I fancy a Yushi instead, Gao Song chimed in with a grin. Look at you, wanting Yushi. Why not ask for Huazi while you're at it? Huazi is fine too. If you buy it, I'll take it. Get lost. Tomorrow, I'll get you Yushi. What about you, Lao Wu? What is your price? Do you want cigarettes too? Lu Xiaochuan questioned Zhu Chuanjian. I've contacted class 2. Tomorrow, we have no classes during the 4th period. So our 2 classes will have a basketball match, and you need to play. But I can't play. I would only make a fool of myself. Just focus on rebounding and defense. Our class has 15 boys, and we can't even form a complete team. At least you have some height. You'll do fine in the match. If you refuse to play, I can't help but spill the beans about you and the senior to Lao Air. And you know how loudmouthed he can be. Alright, enough said. I'll do it. But tomorrow morning, I need some extra training to avoid embarrassing myself during the match. Sure, no problem. Tomorrow morning, our class will practice together. Upon returning to the dormitory, Zhu Chuanjian and Gao Song indeed kept their promise and did not reveal anything about Lu Xiaochuan. After a short discussion, they all settled in for the night. The following morning, Lu Xiaochuan opted not to go for his usual run, instead joining his peers for a basketball practice. With 15 boys in the clinical class, they managed to assemble a 7-member team. The starting 5 comprised Zhu Chuanjian, Gao Song, Wu Yufa, Chao Lei, and Tang Xingwei, while Lu Xiaochuan and another student, Xiao Mingyu, played as substitutes. After some practice, Zhu Chuanjian noted Lu Xiaochuan's shooting technique was rather lacking, relying mostly on sheer luck. However, he was quite adept at securing rebounds. Zhu advised him to focus solely on defense and to excel at grabbing defensive rebounds when he took the court. The boys were all exhilarated, their thoughts consumed by the afternoon's basketball match, which would not only attract their female classmates, but also those from clinical class 2, presenting a perfect opportunity to showcase their prowess on the court. Lu Xiaochuan, on the other hand, was indifferent, content with merely not embarrassing himself. During lunch at the cafeteria, he encountered Xin Yue and Wang Yamia, and naturally gravitated towards them. Noticing Lu Xiaochuan dressed in athletic gear, Wang Yamia inquired, "What's this? Just finished gym class?" "No. Senior sister, I practiced basketball this morning. Our class has no lessons this afternoon in the 4th period. We have a match against another class." "That's great, Junior. You can play basketball? Would you and Xiaowei like us to cheer for you?" "You can go if you want, but I still have self-study this afternoon." Xin Yue, understandably, was reluctant to cheer for Lu Xiaochuan, fearing he might misinterpret her intentions. "Thank you, Sister Miao Miao, but I'm not that good. I'm just a substitute. They only let me play because we couldn't field enough players." "Oh, I see. Well, it depends on the situation." Lu Xiaochuan did not dwell on the matter. Fully aware that Xin Yue would likely not attend the match, nor did he wish for her to witness him being overshadowed on the court. As the 3rd period concluded that afternoon, the boys eagerly dashed out of the classroom, making a beeline for the basketball court. With limited facilities available at the medical university, securing a spot was crucial. Fortunately, being Monday, there were fewer classes across all grades, leaving some courts free. They enlisted the sports commissioner from Class 3 to serve as the referee, and once the cheerleading squads arrived, the match commenced. In clinical Class 1, Zhu Chuanjian, tall and robust, proved nearly invincible beneath the basket. However, Class 2 boasted a well-rounded team with no apparent weaknesses, resulting in a closely contested game with alternating scores. Showcasing an exciting display of skills, Zhu Chuanjian and Wu Yuefei were the primary scorers for Class 1, while although Tang Qingwei's skills were average, his good looks attracted the cheers of their female classmates. Chao Lei, the point guard, possessed solid technique but was overlooked by the cheerleaders due to his less appealing appearance. Seeing himself sidelined, Gao Song grew dissatisfied and attempted to shine, leading to a series of mistakes as he tried to dominate the ball. Class 1 strategy, which was physically demanding, began to falter, and the score gap widened. Zhu Chuanjian, acting as both captain and coach, promptly made substitutions, replacing Gao Song and Tang Qingwei with Xiao Mingyu and Lu Xiaochuan. Heeding Zhu Chuanjian's advice, Lu Xiaochuan primarily stationed himself in the defensive half. Remarkably, upon entering the game, he managed to secure several defensive rebounds, thwarting multiple attempts by Class 2 to score. This steadied Class 1's rhythm, allowing them to gradually close the scoring gap. The rhythm steadied, and Lu Xiaochuan's confidence surged as he began to participate in the offense, with numerous girls cheering him on. Holding the ball, he found his teammates closely marked, unable to pass for the moment. Zhu Chuanjian shouted for him to take the shot himself. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Xiaochuan decided to shoot a jump shot from beyond the three-point line. "Oh!" The girls from Class 1 gasped as the basketball traced a beautiful arc, ready to cheer, only for it to miss entirely. The girls from Class 2 immediately responded with a chorus of boos. Lu Xiaochuan attempted 2 more mid-range shots, both of which failed to find the net. He recognized the embarrassment and settled into a more defensive role, with the score tightly contested at 36-38. Class 1 was on the verge of defeat, though they still held possession of the ball. Class 2 intensified their defense, and as Lu Xiaochuan received the inbound pass, he found himself unable to make a play. He crossed half court, only to discover that no one was marking him. How presumptuous of them! Lu Xiaochuan, fueled by determination, turned to see Wang Yamia and Xin Yue standing at the sidelines, with Wang enthusiastically cheering him on. Energized by their presence, he focused on the hoop and launched another three-pointer. As Lu Xiaochuan shot again, the cheerleading squad from Class 1 fell silent, seemingly resigned to defeat, while Zhu Chuanjian dashed to the baseline in anticipation of securing an offensive rebound. This time, the basketball arched beautifully and swished through the net. It was a score. The players from Class 2 were momentarily stunned. He had actually made it. Grabbing the ball, he launched it again, but before it crossed half court, the buzzer sounded, and the referee blew the final whistle. Class 1 erupted in jubilation as Lu Xiaochuan approached the sidelines, greeting Xin Yue and Wang Yamia. "Sisters, how long have you been here?" he inquired. "Oh, we just arrived. We passed by and wanted to catch a glimpse," Xin Yue replied. "Well done, Xiaochuan. You were the key player. That three-pointer was magnificent," Wang Yamia praised, giving him a thumbs up. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself how fortunate it was that they had missed his earlier blunders and instead witnessed his shining moment. It was as if he had been inspired by the cheers of his senior sister, propelling him to success. Wang Yamia laughed. "Perhaps you were inspired by seeing Sister Wei? It seems your success is tied to our encouragement. Let us go, Miao Miao. We need to head to study hall." Xin Yue, feeling a bit shy, insisted it was time to leave. Chapter 120. In honor of Yu Qingjun, as soon as Xin Yue and Wang Yamia departed, Lu Ying, the class's cultural committee member, approached Lu Xiaochuan. "Well done, Lu Xiaochuan. You even had senior sisters cheering for you. Where did you meet that beautiful one?" she inquired. "I met them during the school registration at the start of the term. They were just passing by," he replied. Lu Ying, with a teasing glint in her eye, remarked, "What kind of route takes you past the basketball court?" Lu Xiaochuan was momentarily taken aback, then felt a surge of happiness. Indeed, it was unlikely they would have come to the court accidentally. Xin Yue had likely come specifically to watch him play basketball. Of course, she might have been dragged along by Wang Yamia, but at least she did not object. "Why the days? You're still thinking about that beautiful senior? Lu Ying teased, laughing at his expression. Stop joking. I wouldn't dare entertain thoughts about our classmates, let alone a senior. Lu Xiaochuan retorted. Lu Ying murmured, you are being modest, aren't you? I must tell you, there are those in our dormitory who harbor feelings for you. Shall I reveal who it is? Lu Xiaochuan quickly interjected, urging her to stop. Please, I am a person born under the sign of the rabbit. I do not indulge in the grass that grows near my own burrow. You should concern yourself with your own affairs. Our dormitory's second-in-command has been mentioning you quite frequently. Perhaps she has taken a liking to you. Turning around, Lu Ying caught sight of Wu Zilin casting a disdainful glance in their direction before turning back to converse with Lu Xiaochuan, who had already made his escape. Lu Ying stomped her foot in frustration and walked away, having intended to gather information for her dormitory friend, yet the outcome left her unsatisfied. After finishing their basketball game, and drenched in sweat, Lu Xiaochuan and his companions returned to their dormitory to fetch towels and basins before heading to the shower. At that time, the bathing facility was quite affordable, with an entry fee of only 50 cents, though the amenities were rather rudimentary, featuring only showers. After their showers, they proceeded to the cafeteria for dinner. Lu Xiaochuan then took his English book and made his way to the library. Upon reaching the second study room, he indeed spotted Xin Yue and Wang Yamiao diligently studying in a corner. Lu Xiaochuan quietly settled down beside them, beginning his studies without uttering a word. Wang Yamiao flashed him a smile and, glancing at Xin Yue, made a playful face. Xin Yue remained noncommittal, merely offering Lu Xiaochuan a faint nod. Throughout the evening, Lu Xiaochuan immersed himself in memorizing vocabulary and engaging in reading exercises, impressing Xin Yue, who initially thought he had come merely to chat. The prospect of her evening study session being disrupted was disheartening, yet she hesitated to send him away, pondering whether she should change her study location the following day. While Lu Xiaochuan remained focused on his studies, Xin Yue found her attention wavering as she observed his profile, captivated by his concentration. However, noticing several mistakes in his reading comprehension, she could not help but offer him guidance, clarifying the usage of certain sentences and phrases. Sitting so close, Lu Xiaochuan felt a flutter of distraction, yet he took a deep breath and attentively listened to Xin Yue's explanations. Her teaching was remarkably thorough, proving to be immensely beneficial for his studies. As the evening study session drew to a close at 9:30, Xin Yue did not refuse Lu Xiaochuan's offer to escort her home. The trio chatted merrily as they descended to the base of the Dongfanghong dormitory building, where Lu Xiaochuan bid them farewell. He had made up his mind. Since Xin Yue had not objected, he would accompany her and Wang Yamiao for study sessions daily, believing that over time, a bond would naturally develop. Regrettably, Lu Xiaochuan's plans for evening study sessions were thwarted the following day. On Tuesday afternoon, he received a page from Yu Qingjun. Upon returning the call, Yu Qingjun informed Lu Xiaochuan that he would be dining at the Yuhang Hotel that evening, as he would be departing for an extended trip. Having not seen Yu Qingjun since their encounter during May Day festivities, Lu Xiaochuan realized he could not miss this opportunity to meet. That evening, upon arriving at room 205 of the Yuhang Hotel, he found Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling already waiting. There was one other individual present, none other than Director Qin, who had previously assisted Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao. Lu Xiaochuan promptly approached to greet him. Director Qin recognized him and shook his hand, internally pondering the nature of the relationship between Lu Xiaochuan and Yu Qingjun. After taking their seats, they awaited the arrival of one more person while engaging in conversation. Lu Xiaochuan was perplexed as to why Yu Qingjun had invited both him and other friends, yet he sensed a deeper significance and patiently awaited further clarification. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he learned that Yu Qingjun was not embarking on a business trip, but rather taking a position in Xihai Province. The provincial government had selected a cadre of officials to engage in exchanges with Xihai Province, and Yu Qingjun had been recommended by his organization to assume the role of deputy county head in Min County, Haidong District. The tenure was initially set for 1 year, with the possibility of extension up to 3 years. Perhaps in response to the call for support to the western regions, Yu Qingjun had received a slight promotion. From the nuances of Director Qin's words, it seemed that upon Yu Qingjun's return, he would at least retain the rank of deputy county head, with a chance of being assigned to a substantive position. Director Qin's tone was laced with envy. While they had both been classmates at the police academy, Yu Qingjun's career was already advancing, whereas Qin had remained stationed at the precinct for several years. After a brief wait, another classmate of Yu Qingjun, Zhang Chuang, arrived, prompting Yu Qingjun to signal the waiter to serve the dishes. Once Zhang Chuang was seated, Yu Qingjun introduced him to Lu Xiaochuan, stating, "This is my younger brother, Lu Xiaochuan, a distinguished student from the medical university." Zhang Chuang quickly shook Lu Xiaochuan's hand, offering a few complimentary remarks, albeit somewhat perfunctory. While university graduates still held considerable esteem, they were not yet a source of significant interest for him. And he was curious as to why Yu Qingjun was introducing a young man with such formality. Was he perhaps a relative? However, Lu Xiaochuan's status as a university student was merely one facet of his identity. He was also the proprietor of Qihong Education. You may not be aware, Yu Qingjun continued, But old Li's son from our city bureau is currently receiving tutoring at Qihang Education, which is now one of the most prominent tutoring centers in Fengyang, having even open branch schools. Should your children require assistance with their studies, do not hesitate to approach Lu Xiaochuan. With my endorsement, at the very least, a discount is assured. I must apologize. I had no idea my younger brother had already embarked on an entrepreneurial journey at such a tender age, Zhang Chuang exclaimed. You jest, you go. I can see that both Captain Zhang and Director Qin are your close classmates and dearest friends. Thus they are akin to my brothers as well. So, the notion of discounts is irrelevant. Should it pertain to educational matters for our children, please feel free to reach out to me. It's entirely complimentary. As long as it falls within the scope of our tutoring services, we will ensure the finest educators are assigned. Upon hearing this, both brothers eagerly poured Lu Xiaochuan a drink, insisting that he share a toast with them. This young man is remarkably generous. Education is a significant matter for any family, and he has graciously offered his services for free. How can we not express our gratitude? They mused. Even if they could not shamelessly accept free tutoring, a discount would still be a substantial saving. To both of you, I raise my glass. Lu Xiaochuan humbly declared, adopting a modest demeanor that impressed both men. They clinked their glasses and took hearty gulps, with Yu Qingjun also joining in with a shot of liquor. Chapter 121. Sister, you must not violate human rights. Lu Xiaochuan was not particularly fond of drinking white liquor. He preferred beer. However, with Yu Qingjun and the others opting for white liquor, he felt compelled to follow suit. After the first round, Yu Qingjun remarked, you may be wondering if our young brother here hails from a wealthy family. I can assure you, he is a self-made man, having built his own empire at such a young age. Of course, Yu Qingjun would not divulge the details. But the phrase starting from scratch genuinely astonished Zhang Chuang and Director Qin. They had truly believed that Lu Xiaochuan hailed from a wealthy family. The younger generation is indeed pushing the older one aside. Our little brother seems poised to leave us in the dust. No. The little brother is merely fortunate and has benefited from my guidance, not to mention the considerable help from Director Qin last time. Lu Xiaochuan expressed his gratitude once more. Today was initially intended for a gathering among classmates, and I invited Xiaochuan because I consider you all as family. It is important for everyone to meet. As I prepare to take on my new role in Fengyang, should my younger brother encounter any issues, he will need to rely on you too. Rest assured, old you. Your brother is our brother too. As long as he is within the borders of Fengyang, we shall ensure he is not bullied. Zhang Chuang pledged with a pat on his chest, and Director Qin naturally echoed the promise, though his influence might be somewhat limited outside his jurisdiction. The ensuing conversation predominantly revolved around Yu Qingjun's impending appointment. Lu Xiaochuan endeavored to be a good listener, occasionally interjecting with astute remarks that caught the attention of both Zhang Chuang and Director Qin, who began to regard him with newfound respect. This young man's success appears to be no mere coincidence. The dinner involved ample drinking. Lu Xiaochuan's capacity for alcohol was far inferior to the three, yet fortunately, as a mere supporting character at the table, he did not indulge excessively. After consuming 7 bottles of half-a-gene liquor, Yu Qingjun was thoroughly intoxicated, supported by Bai Ling as he returned home. Next Monday, Yu Qingjun would commence his duties in Xihai province, while Bai Ling and their son would remain in Fengyang, initiating their long-distance arrangement. Declining Zhang Chuang's offer to see him off, Lu Xiaochuan took a taxi back to the school. By the time he arrived at the dormitory, the lights were nearly out. He quickly freshened up before retiring to bed. The following morning, Lu Xiaochuan was revitalized and went for a run on the playground. Reflecting on the joys of youth, had this been more than a decade ago in his previous life, a night of drinking would have left him in a daze the entire following morning. That evening, Lu Xiaochuan returned to the library to study. Wang Yamio asked him, Xiaochuan, why didn't you come to study yesterday? Good study habits must be maintained over time. Apologies, senior sister. I had to send off an older brother who is leaving for work out of town, Lu Xiaochuan replied, though his gaze was fixed on Shen Yue. Shen Yue shot a glare at both him and Wang Yamio. You two should stop chatting and focus on your studies. Understood, senior sister. Lu Xiaochuan promptly opened his book, forcing himself into a study mindset. Before long, Sunday arrived, and upon arriving at Qihang Education, Lu Xiaochuan noticed his Santana parked downstairs. Once upstairs, he found Bai Ling present. I had your brother drive the car back. He leaving for out of town tomorrow, and one tea needed, she explained. Sister Bai, you should learn to drive as well. It would be convenient for your commute. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not confident behind the wheel. Besides, my workplace is quite close. My bicycle is far more convenient, she replied. All right, let us leave the car downstairs. I'll take one key and give the other to Brother Ben. As I'm currently studying, I won't need it much, perhaps only during the winter and summer breaks. Sister, it's inconvenient for you to manage the child at home alone. Why not bring him to the tutoring class on weekends? He could learn something new downstairs. Just then, Pai Pai poked his head out from Yu Xiaomei's office, exclaiming, Uncle Xiaochuan, I'm here. Come on. Uncle will take you to the first floor to play and see what interests you. I'll sign you up. Without waiting for Bai Ling's consent, Lu Xiaochuan led Pai Pai downstairs. Pai Pai showed little interest in painting or singing. He was solely captivated by martial arts. Lu Xiaochuan discussed the registration with Coach Bai, who, of course, refused to accept any fees and instead welcomed Pai Pai to join. By evening, when Xin Yue finished her classes, Lu Xiaochuan was already waiting downstairs with his bicycle. Upon seeing this, Xin Yue suspected that the van had broken down again. As she hopped onto Lu Xiaochuan's bike, she inquired, "Lu Xiaochuan, last time you mentioned that Principal Li from the branch school is your cousin, right?" "Yes, senior sister, that's correct. Why do you ask? I heard from other teachers that she and Principal Su are related. So doesn't that make Principal Su your brother-in-law?" Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself that he had been careless, having pretended not to know Su Zhibin well. "Ah, senior sister, you're right. However, I prefer to call him Bingu." Xin Yue seemed to uncover the truth behind the van's breakdown, suspecting they had colluded. Lu Xiaochuan awkwardly smiled, his face reddening. But fortunately, he was riding ahead, so Xin Yue could not see. "Senior sister, you already know. I just think that old van is uncomfortable to ride in. My bicycle is much better. I can be your dedicated driver. My bike's backseat is not easily offered to others." "Humph. I didn't expect you to be so young, yet capable of deceit. I consider it a benevolent fib, senior sister. If I said I was biking you home, you probably wouldn't agree, would you?" "Lu Xiaochuan, you don't need to go to such lengths. I'm not in the mood for romance. I just want to focus on my studies." "Stop right there. Senior sister, your thoughts are your own, but you cannot prevent others from pursuing beautiful love, can you? It's my right to chase whoever I wish. You cannot infringe upon my rights." Xin Yue fell silent, knowing she could not win the argument against him. This boy had a way with words, and since she had already made her feelings known, if he insisted on pursuing her, there was little she could do. Yet, she felt a flicker of uncertainty within herself. Could she truly remain unaffected? In the days that followed, Lu Xiaochuan would study with Xin Yue and Wang Yame every evening. On Sundays, he would cycle to bring her back to school. Xin Yue neither accepted nor rejected him. Primarily, she felt that refusing would be futile, as this boy had an unyielding demeanor. What she failed to consider was that Li Mingxian also had a thick skin. After all, she hadn't given him any favorable attention previously. Recently, Li Mingxian had been feeling quite distressed. The entire medical university knew he had been pursuing Xin Yue for over a year. Despite his prowess in the romantic arena, bolstered by his good looks and wealth, he had been unable to win Xin Yue over. This was a blow to his pride, especially with Lu Xiaochuan now constantly by her side, studying together, and even cycling to pick her up for work study. What was it about this seemingly impoverished boy that had captured Xin Yue's attention? He was neither as handsome as Li Mingxian nor as affluent. Could it be his audacity? The truth was, Li Mingxian himself was not lacking in boldness either. He found the situation utterly perplexing. Chapter 122. Isn't he just a poor boy? Li Mingxian had repeatedly confirmed with Mu Yinghua several times, who swore that Lu Xiaochuan was a fellow villager from Xinping County, merely a poor boy from the countryside. Li Mingxian decided to show Lu Xiaochuan what it meant to be affluent, hoping to make him feel inferior and encourage him to distance himself from Xin Yue. As November approached, the weather grew progressively colder, making even cycling an uncomfortable endeavor. Yet, Lu Xiaochuan continued to ride his bicycle to escort Xin Yue on Sundays, worrying about how he would manage in the coming days. He was not afraid of the cold, but he was aware that his senior sister sitting behind him might be. Xin Yue's class schedule had been adjusted. Her class ended at a different time now. Originally, she could have waited for her cousin Xin Dongliang to finish his class and pick her up, but with Lu Xiaochuan around, she felt it would be an imposition to trouble her cousin further. When Xin Yue descended the stairs, she found Lu Xiaochuan already waiting for her, holding a jacket. "Let us go, senior sister. It's a bit chilly today, please wear my jacket," he urged. Xin Yue declined. "It's all right, I'm bundled up well enough. Besides, I have you to shield me from the wind," she playfully teased, her radiant smile leaving Lu Xiaochuan momentarily entranced. Suddenly, the roar of a motorcycle pierced the air as a Suzuki pulled up by the roadside, its rider removing his helmet to reveal none other than Li Mingxian. "Xin Yue, I'll give you a ride back to school." Lu Xiaochuan had to concede that Li Mingxian did indeed look quite dashing on his motorcycle, capable of captivating many admirers. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary," Xin Yue responded, showing no interest in Li Mingxian. "It's Li Shixiang, right? The motorcycle looks great, but I have my own transport for Shen Shiji, so no need to trouble yourself," Lu Xiaochuan stated, making his way to the Santana. Li Mingxian was taken aback. "What? This guy has a car?" But then he chuckled, as Lu Xiaochuan moved around the Santana and revealed a dilapidated bicycle. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan approach his bike, Xin Yue followed suit, choosing to ignore Li Mingxian. Li Mingxian burst into laughter. "Aren't you afraid of a sore backside on that piece of junk? And you call that a special ride? What can it even haul? A few bricks, perhaps?" However, his laughter was soon stifled as Lu Xiaochuan pushed the bicycle aside slightly. "I apologize, the bike is a bit in the way," he said, pulling out the key to the Santana and opening the front passenger door. "Senior sister, please. Make yourself comfortable." Xin Yue was taken aback. She had not anticipated Lu Xiaochuan possessing a car key. Hesitantly, she gazed at him. "Hurry and get in. It's too cold to ride a bicycle now." Reluctantly, Xin Yue settled into the passenger seat as Lu Xiaochuan closed the door, walked around, and took his place behind the wheel. Starting the engine, he rolled down the window and called out to Li Mingxian. We'll be on our way first, Li Shixiao. Li Mingxian, who had intended to play it cool, found himself utterly flabbergasted, lingering in place as he processed the unexpected turn of events. This was perplexing. Mu Yinghua had sworn that Lu Xiaochuan was destitute. How could he possibly own a car? Assuming it was borrowed, how could he even drive? Lu Xiaochuan, however, had no intention of clarifying things for him, as he was now fielding questions from Xin Yue. Lu Xiaochuan, what is going on? Is this car really yours? The car belongs to the tutoring center. I am the cousin of Principal Li and a fellow townsman of the center's owner. It is quite normal for me to borrow it for a drive, isn't it, senior sister? I now find it difficult to discern which of your words are true and which are false. You are quite enigmatic, Lu Xiaochuan. I confess, I harbor secrets, and not everything I say is entirely truthful. To speak candidly, Principal Li is not actually my cousin. I introduced her to Su Jibin, with whom she is in a relationship. I admit to having told numerous lies, but they were all benevolent deceptions. I have never committed any wrongdoing through deceit. My intentions towards you, senior sister, are entirely sincere. Xin Yue remained silent as they approached the vicinity of the medical university. Lu Xiaochuan parked the car, and Xin Yue departed first. Later that evening, Lu Xiaochuan visited the library but did not encounter Xin Yue or Wang Yamia. He realized that Xin Yue was genuinely upset, possibly frightened by the multitude of his secrets. Indeed, by the next weekend, Xin Yue declined Lu Xiaochuan's offer to drive her back to school and instead went to her cousin Shun Dongliang's music classroom to wait. Lu Xiaochuan had no choice but to return home alone, refraining from following her to Shun Dongliang's, as he did not wish for Shun Dongliang to know he was pursuing his cousin. Li Mingxian, previously disheartened by his failed attempts to impress, soon received promising news from his informant. Xin Yue and Wang Yamia had changed their study location, and that freshman had ceased to appear beside them. He summoned Mu Yinghua to deliberate, and they concluded that Lu Xiaochuan had previously borrowed someone else's car to show off, only to be seen through by Xin Yue, leading her to dislike him. Li Mingxian felt elated. This way, he could gracefully withdraw, knowing that if he couldn't win her over, neither could anyone else. It seemed Xin Yue had no intentions of engaging in a romantic relationship during her university years. Li Mingxian resolved to seek other prospects within the campus. Mu Yinghua, with a mischievous suggestion, encouraged him to pursue a freshman girl, preferably from clinical class 1, ideally poaching from Lu Xiaochuan's circle. Li Mingxian heeded this advice and frequently wandered into the freshman classrooms, where he noticed that Yang Ziyue from clinical class 1 was quite attractive, albeit currently close to a sophomore male student. Nevertheless, he remained confident that once he made his move, that sophomore would be no match for him. Apart from his setbacks with Xin Yue, he had never failed in his romantic endeavors. Indeed, within a few weeks, Gao Song gleefully announced in the dormitory that Yang Ziyue had already discarded her sophomore suitor and was now seen frequently with Li Mingxian, the head of the student affairs department, who was in his third year. Fortuitously, he had not acted rashly. He was now pleasantly engaged in correspondence with Li Jing from the provincial university, exchanging letters and dining together on weekends. With Xin Yue and Wang Yamia having changed their study location, they enjoyed a significant reduction in interruptions from Lu Xiaochuan, leading to a quieter atmosphere. However, Xin Yue occasionally felt inexplicably melancholic. One afternoon, just after class, Lu Xiaochuan heard someone calling for him. Turning around, he saw it was Wang Yamia. Senior sister Miao Miao. Are you looking for me? He inquired. Yes, Xiaochuan. Why haven't you been joining us for study sessions lately? She asked. Ah, you have all changed locations. If I were to join you again, wouldn't I have to change my place once more? Lu Xiaochuan replied helplessly. What did you do to upset Xiao Wei? Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xiaochuan felt a surge of joy in his heart. It seemed that their daily study sessions and his bicycle rides had borne fruit, planting a seed in Shun You's heart that was now beginning to take root. He contemplated devising a clever method to cheer her up. Keep me posted on any news or developments regarding her, he urged. Of course, thank you, Sister Miao. Little did Xin Yue know that her dear friend had become Lu Xiaochuan's informant. Chapter 123. The singing competition. Throughout November, Lu Xiaochuan refrained from seeking out Xin Yue. At the month's end, Lu Ying, the cultural committee member, approached him. Lu Xiaochuan, the school is organizing a singing competition in mid-December. Why not perform a piece? I know you play the guitar. Oh, I'm not in the mood lately. Why not ask Tang Qingwei? He's also in the vocal club. You think I haven't approached him? He declined to participate, and now you two are unsupportive of my efforts. We were practically family 500 years ago, Lu Ying retorted, storming off in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Ying, come back. She returned, a smile on her face. What is it? A change of heart? Indeed, as family. It wouldn't be right not to support your endeavors. Count me in. Lu Ying was elated. At this stage in their university lives, students often felt shy, and most had never attended specialized training classes. Their talents were largely reliant on innate ability. Despite her efforts, no one had volunteered to perform. With Lu Xiaochuan's commitment, she could now report back to the student council and faculty. What song will you sing? Will you prepare a backing track, or accompany yourself on the guitar? May I perform an original composition? I wrote both the lyrics and the music. An original song? You compose as well? I never would have guessed. Lu Ying was taken aback. Did you underestimate me? I possess many talents. Now, can I submit an original piece? Absolutely. What is the title of your original song? Lu Xiaochuan scribbled the name Xiao Wei on a piece of paper, tore it off, and handed it to Lu Ying. If I am not mistaken, this refers to a person's name, the senior I saw you playing basketball with? Lu Ying's curiosity was piqued. You are asking too many questions. If you wish for me to stay committed, refrain from inquiring further, and do not divulge this to the other students. Understood, no problem. The Lu family is known for their discretion. Lu Ying replied with a grin. The song Xiao Wei was penned by a D, who successfully confessed his feelings to a girl named Xiao Wei through it. The song later gained fame in 2002 when sung by Huang Pinyuan. Lu Xiaochuan had also cherished this song in his past life and had learned to play and sing it. Now, as he faced a stalemate in pursuing Shen Yue, this song could serve as the perfect icebreaker for their relationship. Having resolved to proceed, Lu Xiaochuan diligently prepared over the weekend. He returned to the music store that Shen Dongliang had previously taken him to and purchased an identical guitar, which he then carried to Qihang Education. On Saturday afternoon, after a few light classes, Shen Dongliang was tidying up his belongings following a vocal lesson when he noticed Lu Xiaochuan standing at the door with a guitar slung over his back. Xiaochuan, my friend. It's been a while. What brings you here? Indeed, it has been some time, Shen Ge. I find myself in need of your assistance. Previously, when Lu Xiaochuan had escorted Shen Yue back to school, it was always in the evening, by which time Shen Dongliang had already returned home. Lu Xiaochuan had been pursuing Shen Yue discreetly, leaving Shen Dongliang completely oblivious. Under the impression that his cousin was always transported back to school by a van from her tutoring sessions on Sunday nights. What is it? Is it music-related? Absolutely. Shen Ge, our school will soon host a singing competition, and I've composed an original song that I would like your help in setting to music. Very well. Sing it for me. I shall listen. Shen Dongliang did not harbor high expectations, as he recognized that many young individuals, after only a brief period of music study, often attempted to create their own songs, which typically left much to be desired. As a music teacher, having graduated from a prestigious music academy, he had collaborated with classmates on creative endeavors during his school years, yet none of his compositions had ever truly shone. Since Lu Xiaochuan was brave enough to sing, he decided to endure it for a moment. Shen Ge, the title of my song is Xiaofeng. Oh, Xiaofeng. Shen Dongliang expressed curiosity, recalling that this summer, Li Chuanbua's song Xiaofeng had taken the nation by storm. He was taken aback by Lu Xiaochuan's audacity to name his own song the same, which was quite commendable. I cannot help it, Shen Ge. I intend to confess my feelings, hence the shared title. I assure you, there is no intention of riding on anyone's coattails. Understood. Shen Dongliang winked, signifying his comprehension. The girl to whom this young man wished to confess must certainly have Feng in her name. Lu Xiaochuan pulled up a chair and began to strum and sing. There is a beautiful little girl. Her name is Xiaofeng. She possesses a pair of. He repeated the chorus twice before pausing. The song, though simple in melody and lyrics, was both melodious and enchanting, especially as sung with deep emotion by Lu Xiaochuan. Shen Dongliang was momentarily taken aback, realizing that despite his own music academy education, he was outshone by this amateur-esque creation. Xiaochuan, did you really write this song? Yes. Shen Ge, it's a bit simplistic. I hope I'm not making you laugh. Lu Xiaochuan, the unabashed plagiarist, could hardly admit to borrowing ideas. Simple? Not at all. Xiaochuan, you are truly remarkable. This song, when performed, rivals Li Chuanbua's Xiaofeng significantly. However, I must mention that the pronunciation of Feng feels somewhat jarring in this context. A pity. For that is the most crucial word and cannot be altered. Shen Dongliang mused inwardly, wondering if changing Xiaofeng to Xiaowei would flow more smoothly. Furthermore, he believed that the accompaniment should possess a stronger rhythm. Merely using a guitar was insufficient, and the addition of drums would enhance it beautifully. Lu Xiaochuan had to admire Shen Dongliang's musical acumen. Indeed, Shen Ge, the name cannot be altered, but adding drums would be splendid. I would be grateful for your assistance in composing the music. Very well, sing it once more for me, Shen Dongliang requested. Lu Xiaochuan complied, singing it again. And after a moment of contemplation, Shen Dongliang picked up his guitar, ready to accompany Lu Xiaochuan. Shen Dongliang's accompaniment indeed improved significantly. Lu Xiaochuan made some mistakes while playing, but Shen Dongliang promptly corrected him. After practicing for a while, the progress was evident. Shen Dongliang inquired, can you play the guitar on your own? As for the drums, do you have someone to assist you? Not at all. I have a roommate who has learned the drums, but I am unsure of his skill level. And we don't even have a drum set. Let me resolve the issue with the drums. I will borrow one from a friend. You can bring your classmates here to practice together. If it doesn't work out, I can step in and play the drums for you. Shen Dongliang was genuinely interested in Lu Xiaochuan's song, which ignited his desire to perform. That's wonderful. Thank you, Brother Shen. You're busy with classes on Sunday. So shall we practice on Monday evening? Sure, I'll finish work, have dinner, and then wait for you. Actually, Brother Shen, just come straight here after work. Let me treat you to dinner. All right, then it's settled. Shen Dongliang readily agreed. Chapter 124, Preliminary round on Sunday afternoon, after finishing her class. Xin Yue arrived at the music classroom downstairs, where her cousin Xin Dongliang was singing and composing. Xiaowei, wait for me a moment. I'll be done shortly. Take your time, brother. What are you working on? Xin Yue leaned in to take a look. Oh, a friend of mine wrote a song, but doesn't he know how to compose music, so he asked me for help. By the way, he's also a freshman at your medical university. Upon hearing that her cousin's friend was a freshman at the medical university, Xin Yue immediately thought of Lu Xiaochuan, wondering if it could be a coincidence. By the way, his name is Lu Xiaochuan. Do you know him? That was a challenging question to answer. After pondering for a moment, Xin Yue replied ambiguously. I know there's a freshman in the tutoring class who works part-time here, but I'm not sure if it's him. By the way, how do you know students from our school? Oh, he learned guitar from me, and he happens to be my landlord. The tutoring class upstairs is run by him and his friends. This young man might be from a wealthy background. Xin Dongliang's words were overwhelming, leaving Xin Yue momentarily speechless. By the way, this guy is quite talented. He composed a song that even I, a music teacher, cannot create. Can you guess the title of the song? Xin Yue glanced at the composition Xin Dongliang was working on, noticing the title Xiao Fong prominently displayed. Is it really Xiao Fong? Isn't that a song by Li Chuanbua? Hee, this fellow named his song Xiao Fong as well. He mentioned that there's a school singing competition coming up, and he wants to seize the opportunity to confess to a girl named Xiao Fong. How interesting, haha. By the way, aren't you part of the student council? You'll have to organize the singing competition and get busy again. This statement carried even greater weight, leaving Xin Yue feeling an overwhelming urge to cry, filled with anger. Lu Xiaochuan truly was not a good person. Just a month ago, he was pursuing her, and now he was ready to confess to someone else. Noticing his cousin's sudden silence, Xin Dongliang paid little mind, quickly finishing the composition, stretching his body, and calling for Xin Yue to head out. In the past year, Xin Dongliang had amassed considerable wealth and purchased a motorcycle. He gifted the helmet to his cousin while braving the cold wind himself. With few vehicles on the street, he swiftly transported Xin Yue to the medical university in just over 10 minutes. After bidding farewell to her older cousin at the school gate, Xin Dongliang observed her retreating figure and felt a sudden pang of concern. Something seemed amiss, as she appeared rather despondent. Tang Qingwei spent the weekend at the provincial university, returning only late Sunday night. Lu Xiaochuan had mentioned the need for him to provide accompaniment, but to his dismay, the handsome classmate known as Old Seven turned out to be a novice. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's request, he repeatedly waved his hands, exclaiming, Shiga, spare me. I've only studied for a semester, and the only thing I can play on the drums is two tigers. There were indeed numerous students at the medical university proficient in drumming, some even in bands, but Lu Xiaochuan did not know any of them. Thus, he had no choice but to enlist Xin Dongliang's assistance. On Monday evening, Lu Xiaochuan headed to Qihang Education right after class and waited a short while until Xin Dongliang arrived. Xiaochuan, how eager you are, Xin Dongliang remarked. Of course, it's a matter of love. How could I not be anxious? Lu Xiaochuan replied. Xin Dongliang opened the door and presented the sheet music to Lu Xiaochuan. By the way, where's your classmate who plays the drums? Why didn't he come? I had a friend bring the drums over. But don't mention it, my classmate is a novice. I'm afraid we'll have to rely on you, Brother Shun. They decided to find a nearby eatery for dinner, opting not to drink, and hurried back afterward for rehearsal. As a music teacher, Xin Dongliang had a higher skill level, and after practicing together for an entire evening, they had developed a seamless synergy, making their performance at school a certainty. During the preliminary round, you should start with your guitar accompaniment. The night before the official competition, we'll practice again. I anticipate no issues. Oh, and be sure to inform me of the competition date in advance, so I can request leave from school. Rest assured, Brother Shen, once the time is set, I will notify you immediately. Lu Xiaochuan dared not drive to school, so Xin Dongliang rode the motorcycle to take him back. Along the way, Xin Dongliang suddenly inquired, by the way, Xiaochuan, my cousin is also at your medical university. She's a senior, named Xin Yue, and she works in your tutoring class. Do you know her? Xin Jie is your cousin? Of course I know her. She is stunning, though I doubt she knows me. Lu Xiaochuan responded, suppressing the truth for fear that the arrangement for Xin Dongliang to accompany him would fall through. Little did he know, if he were indeed selected for the competition and Xin Dongliang found out he was pursuing his cousin, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. Yet, it was a free world when it came to romance. After all, Xin Dongliang refrained from probing further, dropping Lu Xiaochuan off at the entrance of the medical university before heading home. On December 4th, Saturday afternoon, the preliminary round of the singing competition commenced in the auditorium. Xin Yue, as the vice president of the student council, was expected to attend, but she concocted an excuse to abstain. Inside the auditorium, the participants of the preliminaries took the stage one by one, with the judges comprising the president and ministers of the student council, alongside faculty members from the university's youth league overseeing the event. The songs sung by the students predominantly included classics such as New Mandarin Duck and Butterfly Dream, Xiao Fong, Shanghai Bund, Kiss Goodbye, and Dream Chaser, alongside popular tunes from Hong Kong and Taiwan, exhibiting a high degree of repetition. There were indeed several commendable performances, though some merely participated without proper accompaniment, opting for a simple a cappella rendition. A few student bands performed rock music, showcasing varied levels of skill. When Lu Xiaochuan took the stage to perform his original song, the judges perked up, for the medical university was not a music academy, and original compositions were quite rare. Lu Xiaochuan scanned the audience, but did not spot Xin Yue. He began to sing passionately, and upon finishing, a teacher from the student union was the first to applaud, followed by enthusiastic clapping from fellow student leaders and competitors alike. Unexpectedly, this brave student daring to sing an original piece proved to be quite talented, ensuring Lu Xiaochuan's advancement to the finals. After his performance, Lu Ying, the cultural committee member, quickly approached him to congratulate him. She, too, had participated in the competition, performing Carefree Journey, but was overshadowed by a formidable second-year senior, rendering her chances of advancing slim. To her surprise, Lu Xiaochuan's original song was indeed impressive, if not breathtaking. Lu Xiaochuan, you are remarkable. It seems you have put considerable effort into this song. She exclaimed. Ah, it's mainly due to his innate talent. What can one do? He is a gifted performer. Lu Ying rolled her eyes at him. All right then, boast all you want. Just make sure to perform well in the finals and bring glory to our clinical class 1. Though Xin Yue did not attend the preliminary round, she saw the list of songs selected for the finals and, upon flipping to the page with Lu Xiaochuan's name, was struck by the presence of the word Xiaowei. Chapter 125, Confession. Upon seeing Xiaowei, Xin Yue immediately understood that Lu Xiaochuan's intentions were directed toward her. The mention of Xiao Fong was merely a ruse to obscure the truth from her cousin, Xin Dongliang. Her emotions were complex, as she felt a sudden rush of joy intertwined with apprehension. That evening during study hours, Xin Yue found herself daydreaming again. Wang Miao, concerned, asked Xiaowei, "What's wrong?" "Oh, it's nothing, Miao. With finals approaching and the singing competition being organized, it's just a bit exhausting." Wang Miao looked at her with worry, feeling it was time to have a chat with Lu Xiaochuan again. It had been over a month since he last tried to cheer Xin Yue up, although he had treated her to several meals during that time. The next day at noon, Wang Miao sought out Lu Xiaochuan. "Lu Xiaochuan, what are you thinking? Are you still pursuing your senior sister Xiaowei? I haven't seen you take any action." Miao, don't fret. I will take action soon. Just wait for the singing competition, and you will see." Wang Miao was left puzzled by Lu Xiaochuan's cryptic reply, but she chose to place her trust in him. The finals of the singing competition were scheduled for December 18th, which fell on a Saturday afternoon. Lu Xiaochuan informed Xin Dongliang in advance, who had a vocal class on Saturday afternoons and had to communicate with the parents of students to cancel the session. On Friday night, Lu Xiaochuan practiced late with Xin Dongliang, finally perfecting their performance. During the last run-through, Lu Xiaochuan changed the name Xiao Fong back to Xiaowei, but Xin Dongliang noticed and cleverly managed to cover it up. On Saturday morning, Su Jibin drove a van to assist in delivering the drum set to the auditorium of the medical university, where it was to be placed backstage for future use. In the afternoon, the choral competition officially commenced in the university's auditorium. Due to its limited size, only a select few school leaders, teachers, and members of the student council could attend, allowing only the freshmen to witness the event live, while students from other years were unable to participate. However, many students expressed their disinterest in the competition, lamenting that the excitement of playing basketball or soccer was far more appealing than listening to the singing. If they truly wished to hear music, they could simply play a tape on a cassette player. As the vice president of the student council, Xin Yue could not afford to miss this occasion. She even managed to sneak her close friend Wang Yamia into the venue. After all, those who made it to the finals had already been filtered through a selection process, ensuring they possessed a certain level of skill, at the very least. They were proficient karaoke singers. Although the quality of the accompaniment track was somewhat lacking and the microphones were subpar, the performances were nonetheless commendable, with each participant receiving enthusiastic cheers and applause. Freshman competitors had a distinct advantage, as most of their classmates were present to support them, with many taking to the stage to present flowers. The cultural committee member Lu Ying had also made preparations, enlisting the beautiful class committee member Su Jiahui to present flowers to Lu Xiaochuan. The decision to not choose the more stunning Yang Ziyue was due to the fact that she had already caught the attention of the senior Li Mingxian. Lu Xiaochuan was scheduled to perform ninth. As the eighth participant exited the stage, Gao Song and Tang Qingwei lifted the drum set onto the stage, while Xin Dongliang took a seat and Lu Xiaochuan readied his guitar. The host then welcomed Lu Xiaochuan from the clinical class of the 79th cohort to perform his original song, Xiaowei. After a brief introduction, the microphone was handed to Lu Xiaochuan. Upon hearing the title Xiaowei, Xin Dongliang felt a sense of foreboding, suspecting the song might be related to his cousin. However, there was no turning back now. Lu Xiaochuan had already taken the stage. He glanced back at Xin Dongliang and gave him an okay sign, signaling the start of the accompaniment. As Lu Xiaochuan sang passionately, "There is a beautiful little girl. Her name is Xiaowei." As the performance concluded, the applause was thunderous and prolonged, with Xiaowei leaving a remarkable impression on the audience. Once the clapping subsided, Lu Xiaochuan did not return the microphone to the host. Instead, he boldly declared, "This song is dedicated to Shun Yue from Class 11 of the 77th cohort." The crowd erupted in excitement, thunderous applause filling the air, with some even whistling in delight. The student council members were well aware of Shun Yue's identity, and they couldn't help but give Lu Xiaochuan a thumbs up, marveling at his audacity to confess in such a public setting. Su Jiahui, who was about to take the stage to present flowers, immediately retreated upon hearing his declaration, realizing that doing so would be ill-timed. The class leader, Wu Yufa, however, was quite pleased. He was pursuing Su Jiahui and, unaware that her intention to present flowers was orchestrated by Lu Ying, mistakenly believed she had feelings for Lu Xiaochuan. Now, with a rival publicly confessing to someone else, it was an unexpected turn of events. Seated in the audience, Shun Yue's face flushed crimson upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's song, while Wang Yamia, standing behind her, playfully teased, "Xiaowei, it seems like this song was written for someone special. Do you think he will confess soon?" As the moment of Lu Xiaochuan's confession approached, Shun Yue's head nearly dipped beneath the table. Wang Yamiao, with a beaming smile, remarked, "It seems I've guessed correctly. Xiaochuan is indeed brave." Upon returning to the backstage, Lu Xiaochuan and his dormitory brothers hoisted the drums out of the auditorium and loaded them onto a van. Once everyone had departed, Shen Dongliang inquired, "Xiaochuan, shouldn't you explain yourself?" "Ah, brother Shen, I didn't intend to keep it from you. If I had spoken the truth, would you still have helped me? Let me be honest. I fell for Sister Shun on the very first day of school, and at that time, I had no idea she was your sister. That's the situation. If you want to hit or scold me, feel free. I can take it." Lu Xiaochuan displayed a demeanor of indifference, as if impervious to consequences. Shen Dongliang chuckled, "Why would I hit or scold you? You are all university students now, free to pursue love. I am not a feudal parent. Besides, what right does a cousin have to meddle in his sister's romantic affairs? However, if you ever bully my sister, don't expect me to hold back. Rest assured, uncle. If I ever mistreat Yue, you have my permission to reprimand me," Lu Xiaochuan replied. "Hey, don't be so presumptuous. My sister hasn't agreed yet," Shen Dongliang retorted. Meanwhile, Shen Yue, unable to bear the tension any longer, stepped outside with Wang Yamiao for a breath of fresh air. Upon exiting the auditorium, she spotted Lu Xiaochuan and his companions, her face flushing crimson. She shot a glare at Lu Xiaochuan and then turned to Shen Dongliang, saying, "Brother, how can you support others in bullying your sister? I shall report this to Aunt. Sister, this isn't my fault. I was deceived by this rascal. You should hold him accountable." Shen Dongliang quickly jumped into the van, signaling Su Jibin to drive away, leaving Lu Xiaochuan to face the aftermath. Behind Shen Yue, Wang Yamiao gave Lu Xiaochuan a thumbs up before returning to the auditorium. Shen Yue scolded, "Lu Xiaochuan, you are a great deceiver, tricking me and my brother. Sister, I assure you, these were merely benevolent lies. How about we find a place to discuss this openly? Who wants to hear your excuses? I must return to watch the competition, and you should too. There's an award ceremony to attend. I am indifferent to the awards. My song is primarily for you. Yet, you are correct. Leaving midway is inappropriate. I shall seek you out later to clarify. Great deceiver, don't look for me tonight. I am leaving." With that, Shen Yue returned to the auditorium. Chapter 126. A confession is the triumph's anthem. Not a charge is called. Lu Xiaochuan followed her back, returning to the stands designated for his class. His classmates regarded him as if he were a spectacle, exclaiming, "Lu Xiaochuan, you are bold to confess to your senior in such a public setting. You truly are something. Nothing too remarkable. Do not idolize me," he replied nonchalantly. "Humph, you are quite thick-skinned." The girls regarded Lu Xiaochuan with an added hint of resentment, pondering why he would venture to pilfer from another's garden when their own was abundant. What did it signify? Did he find their offerings lacking? Regardless of his classmates' scrutiny, Lu Xiaochuan settled beside his dormitory brothers and resumed watching the competition. In the finals, 30 contestants advanced, and the judges provided scores on-site without immediate disclosure. Following the conclusion of the singing competition, the leaders of the school's student union took the stage to commend the event and encourage the participants. Ultimately, after the scoring, a sophomore sister's rendition of Thousand Songs triumphed overall, earning her the first prize. The second prize was awarded to a junior sister's performance of Shanghai Bund and a sophomore band's rendition of A Sea of Sky. Lu Xiaochuan's Little Wei narrowly secured the third prize, aware that had it not been for the originality of his work, he likely would not have received any accolades. The awarded songs were to be included in the school's New Year's Eve gala, signifying that Lu Xiaochuan would need to perform again in just half a month. After the singing competition concluded, Lu Xiaochuan eagerly sought out Shen Yue. However, as soon as he exited the auditorium, he was intercepted by several sophomore seniors. The band, named Sumu Su, derived its title from a pathological staining material, presumably chosen as a playful nod during their formation while studying histology. "Hello, Lu Xiaochuan. We are the Sumu Su band, your seniors from the sophomore year. Your song, Little Wei, is truly remarkable. We would like to invite you to join our band. Would you be interested?" The band leader, Gao Shiming, extended an enthusiastic invitation. Lu Xiaochuan, however, had no interest, and politely declined. I appreciate it, senior, but I wish to focus my primary efforts on my studies and have no intention of pursuing music in my spare time. You are all aware of the purpose for my participation in today's competition. Indeed, indeed. You are quite bold, junior, to express your feelings to a junior sister. They jested. Please excuse my laughter. As for joining the band, I must respectfully decline. What a pity. In that case, may we have your permission to perform your original song? We occasionally receive invitations to perform at other schools. Gao Shiming, recognizing the value of copyright, sought a compromise. Knowing that while performing popular songs was generally unregulated, it was courteous to seek permission for Little Wei with Lu Xiaochuan present. That is acceptable. But please refrain from performing at our school. Outside of it, there are no issues. Understood, understood. Thank you, Junior. We truly hope to collaborate with you more in the future. Lu Xiaochuan remarked. This inspiration struck me momentarily. I hardly possess the talent for consistent creation. By the way, for the New Year's Eve gala performance, I would like to ask a few seniors to assist me with accompaniment, if possible. Today's drummer was a teacher I invited from outside, and I cannot guarantee their availability for the new year. Lu Xiaochuan was indeed troubled by this matter. Knowing that seeking help from Shun Dongliang would not be feasible, wouldn't the Sumu Su band serve as the perfect solution? Absolutely, we would be delighted to help. Indeed, you can count on us for the accompaniment. The band members eagerly affirmed, recognizing the opportunity to collaborate with Lu Xiaochuan would be advantageous, especially if they could later perform his song together. Acknowledging their willingness, Lu Xiaochuan did not hesitate to hand over the sheet music from Shun Dongliang to Gao Shiming. Senior brother, this is a composition I had someone assist me with. Please take it back and transcribe a copy, but do ensure the original is returned to me. Gao Shiming received it as if it were a treasured possession, handling it with utmost care. Rest assured, junior brother, I will promptly transcribe a copy and return the original intact by evening. After saying this, Gao Shiming inquired about Lu Xiaochuan's dormitory room number and took his leave. Such a delay meant that Xin Yue had undoubtedly vanished, and Lu Xiaochuan had no intention of searching for her immediately. Given Xin Yue's ambiguous demeanor, it was unwise to act hastily. Instead, he decided to consult the undercover Wang Yamia to gather some insights. He instructed someone to relay a message to Wang Yamia, and that evening, Lu Xiaochuan met her at a small restaurant near the north gate of the school. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, Wang Yamia was visibly excited and exclaimed, "Xiaochuan, you truly are remarkable. Your boldness is commendable, and I reckon that every freshman in the school now knows of your exploits. In a few days, even students from other grades will be aware of your deeds. Currently, Xiao Wei is being pointed at outside, making her somewhat embarrassed to go out. Is she angry? How could she not be?" Wang Yamia continued. Now she has become well known again. Yet, I noticed that sometimes she seems lost in thought, secretly amused. I can't tell if she is annoyed or pleased. Lu Xiaochuan had already discerned the situation. After conversing with Wang Yamia for a while, they finished their meal and returned to their respective dormitories. Back in the dorm, he naturally became the center of attention. His roommates revered him with profound admiration, as they knew they lacked both the courage and talent to compose songs. Brother Shi, next time I find an opportunity, I will confess my feelings to Li Jing. Could you help me write a song? Gao Song pleaded. What is there to write? The song is already available. You simply need to replace the title with Xiao Jing or Li Jing. However, you must act swiftly, lest this song reaches her school first. Otherwise, once she hears it, it will lose its charm. You are right, Brother Shi. I shall go tomorrow. Gao Song murmured to himself, but he felt that changing Xiao Wei to Xiao Jing would not sound as appealing, creating an unsettling feeling. Wu Zilan, listening nearby, became intrigued and retreated to practice. Uncertain of what name he would alter, the song Xiao Wei was relatively simple. After hearing it twice, many audience members had nearly mastered it. Even if they didn't learn it perfectly, numerous individuals supplemented each other through shared exchanges. The following day, various new renditions emerged, with some cunning individuals promptly changing names to express their feelings, leading to both successes and failures. As the online philosophers have posited, a confession is a triumphant anthem rather than a clarion call. When the time is right, any confession will succeed. However, if emotions are not aligned and one rushes to confess, it is akin to courting disaster. For instance, Lu Xiaochuan, who painstakingly confessed publicly, still awaited the outcome. The following day was Sunday, and in the afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan made his way to Qihong Education, as Xin Yue was scheduled to attend class. Once they met, the answer would soon be unveiled. Chapter 127. Could you sing the song for me once more? Lu Xiaochuan spent the entire afternoon in Shun Dongliang's music classroom. Xin Dongliang was busy teaching, leaving Lu Xiaochuan to quietly observe the proceedings. Finally, the class concluded. Xin Dongliang cast a glance at him and chuckled. What's the matter? Did your confession fail? Do you wish for my assistance in speaking favorably on your behalf? I must inform you, that is impossible. It's a miracle I haven't knocked you out, you little rascal. No, I wouldn't dare ask for your help again. I'm merely waiting for Xiao Wei here. Very well, then wait. Xin Dongliang busied himself with his belongings. At 5:30, Xin Yue emerged from her class and entered Shun Dongliang's music classroom. Upon entering, She immediately spotted Lu Xiaochuan seated there. She hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to proceed. Shen Dongliang, noticing his cousin's demeanor, could not decipher her thoughts and cautiously inquired, Xiaowei, if you do not wish to see him, I can help you have him removed. Shen Youwei's cheeks flushed slightly. She remained non-committal. Shen Dongliang understood her feelings. All right, I shall take my leave. You too, please ensure the door is locked for me later. Lu Xiaochuan, make sure Xiaowei returns to school safely. Lu Xiaochuan beamed with delight. Rest assured, Brother Shun, I will accomplish this task. Once Shen Dongliang departed, Lu Xiaochuan turned to Shen Yuwei. Xiaowei, please take a seat. I need to talk to you. What? Now you don't even call me senior sister? Shen Yuwei's expression shifted to irritation, causing Lu Xiaochuan to feel somewhat awkward, unsure of how to respond. However, Shen Yuwei could not suppress her laughter. You great deceiver. I heard from my brother that you are his landlord, not to mention the owner of Qihong Education. Even I am working for you. Oh. It was never my intention to deceive you. I merely wished to pursue my studies at a prestigious university as an ordinary person. Isn't that justified? I have never used lies to perpetrate any wrongdoing, merely to conceal certain truths. Yet, one lie necessitates another 10 to cover it up, and I am weary of it. Today, I shall lay everything bare before you. Lu Xiaochuan resolved to be sincere, although he was determined to keep the matter of his rebirth a secret. Before you continue, could you sing that song for me once more? Shen Yuwei unexpectedly made a request that took Lu Xiaochuan aback. An opportunity one could not desire more. Lu Xiaochuan picked up Shen Dongliang's guitar, took a seat, and gazed deeply into Shen Youwei's eyes as he strummed and sang. As Lu Xiaochuan's melodious voice filled the air, tears glistened in Shen Youwei's eyes. Despite his numerous omissions, she could sense the authenticity of his feelings through his song and the sincerity in his gaze. What girl could remain indifferent when a boy writes a song for her and openly professes his affection? As the final notes faded, the atmosphere was just right. Lu Xiaochuan seized the moment to confess again. Xiaowei, senior sister, would you be my girlfriend? Shen Yuwei locked her gaze onto Lu Xiaochuan's eyes. He felt as though he were under scrutiny. He noticed her hesitation, but ultimately, she nodded gravely. Lu Xiaochuan set down the guitar and leapt up joyously. As exuberant as a child, could you perhaps maintain some decorum? You just promised to be honest with me. All right. Lu Xiaochuan recounted his experiences working in the provincial capital. His ventures in the bustling metropolis trading subscription certificates, purchasing properties, and starting a tutoring class, even revealing his assistance to Chen Sume and Lin Ruoyi without reservation. Regardless of the current moment, it is better to clarify matters now than to dig a pit for oneself when Shen Yuwei eventually finds out. Lu Xiaochuan spoke at length for over an hour, and with each passing moment, Shen Yuwei's astonishment grew. She was taken aback by the multitude of stories Lu Xiaochuan harbored. It was no wonder he chose to conceal them. Even if he were to speak the truth, few would likely believe him. So, you are essentially a millionaire now, correct? Well, to some extent, yes, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, I anticipate earning even more. However, I do not wish to neglect my studies. My primary desire is to quietly complete my university education and perhaps experience a passionate romance. Earning money is merely a side endeavor. By the way, can I retract my earlier promise? Shen Yuwei inquired timidly. No, absolutely not. A gentleman's word is his bond. Seizing the moment, Lu Xiaochuan grasped Shen Yuwei's hand, as if fearing she might escape. But I am a woman, not a gentleman. I wish to withdraw my agreement. Release me, you rogue. I care not. You have already agreed to be my girlfriend, and retraction is invalid. Very well, I shall not backtrack, but please loosen your grip. You are hurting me. Lu Xiaochuan's hold on her wrist was somewhat painful. All right, I shall release you. Finally, Lu Xiaochuan let go, lifting his right hand to his nose to catch a faint whiff of the fragrance lingering from his senior's hand. Seeing this, Shen Yuwei felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. The atmosphere grew a tad suggestive. Yet, having just established their relationship, Lu Xiaochuan dared not overstep. Xiaowei, shall we go for dinner? Please call me senior. Whenever you say Xiaowei, I shudder all over. Shen Yuwei was still adjusting to their new dynamic. Very well, Xiaowei. Shen Yuwei sighed, knowing he was doing it on purpose. The two locked the door to the music classroom, and the sky outside was darkening. Senior, how shall we return? By bicycle or by car? Since I have already agreed to be Lu Xiaochuan's girlfriend, Shen Yuwei decided to abandon her pretenses. You've been so honest with me. Why pretend to be a poor kid? Let us take the car, shall we? Hee. Excellent. With car keys in hand, they climbed into the Santana. Lu Xiaochuan started the engine, eagerly heading towards Taoli restaurant, excited to announce his new relationship and enjoy dinner. Shen Yuwei was taken aback that Lu Xiaochuan would immediately introduce her to his cousin. She was not mentally prepared for that. It's no matter. An unsightly bride must eventually meet her in-laws, and besides, you are stunning. It's merely an introduction to my cousin and his wife. I must showcase my girlfriend after such a struggle to find one. Furthermore, I have already met your brother. Is it not normal to introduce you to my cousin and his wife? But that is different. You've known my brother for ages. Your reasoning is flawed. Though Shen Yuwei said this, she did not express strong resistance. There was a hint of anticipation in her demeanor. Upon arriving at Taoli restaurant, Lu Xiaochuan parked the car and took Shin Yue's hand as they walked inside, to which she made no objections. The waitstaff recognized Lu Xiaochuan, and upon seeing him enter with a beautiful woman, they were astonished. She was truly stunning and hurried to inform Wang Jing. Wang Jing emerged, her belly prominent. And upon seeing Shin Yue, her eyes sparkled. Xiaochuan, who is this? Can't you see? This is my girlfriend, Xiaowei. And this is my sister-in-law. Shin Yue shyly greeted. Hello, sister-in-law. Chapter 128. The temper of a pregnant woman. Wang Jing smiled as she noticed Shin Yue's greeting, revealing charming dimples that made her even more attractive. She couldn't help but marvel at how Lu Xiaochuan managed to find such a beautiful girlfriend. Hello, Xiaowei. You two should head upstairs and see what you'd like to eat. It's on me. Sister-in-law, you're getting bigger by the month. You mustn't overexert yourself. It's best to rest at home. Oh, I feel restless at home. My mother will be visiting soon to take care of me. By the way, your brother and I bought a 3-story house nearby. I'll take you to see it when you have time. Over the past year, Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing's restaurant had been quite profitable, allowing them to improve their living conditions. All right, sister-in-law, we'll head upstairs now. Just have my brother keep an eye on things. With that, Lu Xiaochuan led Shin Yue upstairs. Seeking a cozy private room, Wang Jing, cradling her belly, went to the kitchen and immediately gossiped with Zhao Lijun. Your cousin is impressive. He has found an incredibly beautiful partner, even more stunning than the girl he brought last time. She was referring to Chinsume. Shoo, don't mention that girl Lu Xiaochuan brought last time. It would be awkward for this one to hear, Zhao Lijun cautioned. I'll go take a look in a bit. How could anyone be prettier than you? The kitchen staff chuckled at the banter. Wang Jing playfully admonished, you're about to become a father. You should be more serious. Yet, she found Zhao Lijun's words quite flattering. Zhao Lijun had even prepared a signature dish himself and served it alongside a waiter. Lu Xiaochuan quickly introduced Shin Yue to his cousin. Shin Yue politely greeted him, and Zhao Lijun nodded. Make yourself at home. Just tell Xiaochuan what you'd like to eat. Enjoy your meal. After Zhao Lijun descended, Wang Jing inquired, so what do you think? Isn't Xiaochuan's girlfriend exceptionally beautiful? Indeed, she is quite lovely. Noticing Wang Jing's expectant gaze, Zhao Lijun added, she is almost half as beautiful as you. His intention was to compliment Shin Yue, but the flattery was exaggerated, leaving Wang Jing momentarily stunned. Looking at her own round figure and plump face, she fumed. Oh really? So, Zhao, are you implying that I've gained weight? Zhao Lijun hadn't anticipated his compliment would backfire. He helplessly retorted, what kind of understanding do you have? Have you not been educated? Ah, Zhao, not only do you think I'm fat, but you also question my intelligence? The playful exchange between them sent the restaurant staff into fits of laughter, amused by Wang Jing's escalating antics. All right, I want to argue with you. You're the pregnant one, so you have the final say. Just don't let Xiaochuan's girlfriend overhear. You are the sister-in-law after all. Zhao Lijun quickly sought to appease her, and Wang Jing finally relented. Over the past 6 months of pregnancy, her familial authority had grown, along with her temper, keeping Zhao Lijun firmly in check. After dinner, the two bid farewell to their cousin and his wife, driving towards the medical university. With only a street separating them from their destination, Lu Xiaochuan parked the car by the roadside, and the two proceeded on foot back to campus. Shin Yue wholeheartedly supported Lu Xiaochuan's decision, believing that maintaining a low profile at school was prudent. Otherwise, they might draw unwanted attention from their peers, which could diminish the joy of university life. Upon returning to her dormitory, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and as soon as she stepped inside, she was met with an interrogation from Wang Yaming. Xiaowei, why are you back so late? You look radiant, could it be? Indeed, you guessed correctly. I agreed to Lu Xiaochuan. Shin Yue confessed, unable to keep secrets from her close friend. That's the spirit. He wrote you a song and confessed publicly. Even I was moved. Such an exceptional young man. If you don't seize this opportunity, someone else might sweep him away. I've heard that many freshmen are inquiring about him, Wang Yaming exclaimed. Is that true? Who's interested? I'll step aside. Keep boasting. If he gets snatched away, you'll be the one left in tears. The two continued to jest for a while before quickly washing up and heading to bed. Wang Yaming, having spent a long day at her extra classes, was quite exhausted and could hardly imagine that the future proprietress of the tutoring center was right before her eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan faced a similar reception in his dormitory. Before anyone could question him, Gao Song rushed over to lament. Shiga, I reworked your song and sang it to Li Jing. And the result? Did you fail to confess? Indeed. She said she only sees me as a friend and hasn't considered anything beyond that. Damn it. If I wanted just a friend, would I need to trek all the way to Qingdao every day? Gao Song wore a face of deep melancholy. Listen to me, my friend. Confessing your feelings cannot be done lightly. The relationship must reach a certain depth first. A philosopher once said that a confession is a triumphant anthem, not the call to arms. Reflect on that. It holds considerable truth. Which philosopher said that? Gao Song interjected. Zhu Chuanjian chimed in. Having recently garnered a fair number of female admirers thanks to a series of basketball matches. He was currently involved with a girl from Class 3 of clinical studies and was contemplating a confession of his own. Hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words made him hesitate. Gao Song's experience served as a cautionary tale. Whoever said it, let us not dwell on specifics, I can't recall. But doesn't that statement carry weight? Indeed. It does. So, Shiga, your public confession at the singing competition, was it a triumphant anthem or a call to arms? Wu Zilan, always eager to join any conversation, approached Lu Xiaochuan, curious about the outcome of the previous day's events. Lu Hongba also inquired, by the way, Shiga, how did it go? Did you succeed? Although Lu Qiyuan, Tang Qingwei, and Shi Xiaowen remained silent, their eyes were fixed on Lu Xiaochuan, clearly anticipating his reply. As for me, it was undeniably a triumphant anthem. Lu Xiaochuan could no longer conceal his broad smile. Really? Is it true you won over the senior sister? You did it, Shiga. You're the pride of our dormitory. Bravo, Shiga. You've brought honor not just to our dormitory, but to all the freshmen. Instantly, the brothers from room 503 erupted into animated conversation, some expressing joy for Lu Xiaochuan, while others exhibited jealousy and envy. Let's get to the point, old friend. When shall we celebrate with a toast? Inquired Lu Hongba. The timing is entirely at your discretion. The Bayman restaurant is yours to choose, came the reply. Have you no shame? Bayman hardly boasts a few decent establishments. We ought to at least aim for the South Gate. You should seek out a fine restaurant on Taiyuan Street to host a proper feast. Otherwise, it would hardly be fitting for someone as beautiful as our senior sister, Wu Zilan remarked, as he sought comfort in indulging himself after a series of setbacks in the West. All right, brother two, the South Gate it is, and you may choose the dishes. But let us forego Taiyuan Street. It is rather unsuitable for students like us, Zhu Chuanjian concurred. Wu Zilan and Gao Song exchanged knowing glances, united in their plight, resolutely insisting on a lavish meal and hoping Lu Xiaochuan would foot the bill. Chapter 129. Love requires mutual effort. Having solidified their relationship, dining and studying naturally became intertwined. At this stage, university students maintained a sense of decorum, shying away from overt displays of affection, treating one another with utmost respect. During their study sessions, Wang Yamiao, as Shen Youwei's companion, was present but refrained from intruding during meals. Miao Miao, why haven't you been joining us for meals lately? Shen Youwei wondered if her dear friend felt neglected or upset. Oh, every time he serves you food or hands you water. It feels like you two are feeding me dog food. Are you afraid I won't be full? If I keep hanging around you two, I might naturally lose weight. She joked. All right, tomorrow I want to dine with him. I'll leave him out. Just don't let yourself go hungry, she teased. During a study session, Shen Youwei confided in Lu Xiaochuan about this matter. Lu Xiaochuan acknowledged that constant proximity could become tiresome. Thus they agreed to dine separately at school and reserve weekends for private dates. By the way, senior sister, I'm set to sing at next week's New Year's Eve party. Should I make a public announcement? He asked. Last time, my public declaration left many classmates waiting for my embarrassment. This time, I want to dedicate my song to my girlfriend, Shen Youwei. They must know you truly are my girlfriend. Shen Youwei was taken aback. She wished to avoid such a spectacle again. Absolutely not. If you dare put me in an embarrassing situation again, I will ignore you. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled. That is hardly embarrassing. It's more like shining in public. So many would envy you. Regardless, it's unacceptable. If you do that again, I will genuinely be upset. Very well, I shall refrain from a public announcement. Unless you have any ideas? Shen Youwei, noticing his mischievous grin, was curious about his intentions. Nothing much, just when I sing. You could come on stage to present me with flowers. That is hardly different, is it? I simply wish to avoid drawing attention to myself. If you don't present me with flowers, I might struggle to keep my mouth in check. Unable to argue further, Shen Youwei playfully pinched Lu Xiaochuan's arm. Though she didn't apply much force. Both of you should temper yourselves. I still need to study. Wang Yamiao interjected with discontent. The two individuals, no longer together in the cafeteria, have now ventured to the study room to flaunt their affection. After their study session in the evening, Lu Xiaochuan took Shen Youwei and Wang Yamia to enjoy a late-night snack. He had to constantly appease Shen Youwei's close friend. Having previously played the role of an undercover supporter for quite some time, he could not abandon his efforts now. That night, Lu Xiaochuan chose not to attend study hours and instead took his dormitory brothers to a restaurant at the south gate of the school, a place selected by Wu Zilan, with dishes ordered by Gao Song and Zhu Chuanjian. These three fellows were not overly extravagant, as the dining establishments near the school were limited in size and offered relatively reasonable prices. 8 people managed to dine well for just over 100 yuan. Gao Song had indulged a bit too much in drink and, with a slurred tongue, addressed Lu Xiaochuan, saying, Shiga, look at me. I'm not any less attractive than you. I'm not short on cash either. So why can you pursue beautiful senior sisters while my attempts to win over Yang Ziyue were thwarted by a senior? And my pursuit of Li Jing from the provincial university also ended in failure? I cannot fathom where I fall short. Before Lu Xiaochuan could respond, Gao Song continued. You see, when I went to the provincial university, it was either a dinner or a movie with Li Jing, and I even brought flowers and fruits, believing there was potential between us. Yet, she told me she only regarded me as an ordinary friend. Tang Qingwei felt somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing this, as he had met Li Jing through his girlfriend, Chen Qianqian. Chen had only recently started school and was not particularly familiar with her classmates. He was surprised to learn that Li Jing was such a person who was also being pursued by others at their own school and frequently went out with different boys. It was evident that Gao Song was merely one fish in Li Jing's sea. Had they attended the same school, he might have had a chance. However, being from different institutions, even within the same city, made daily meetings impractical without a solid emotional foundation like that of Tang Qingwei and Qin Qianqian. Ultimately, love would succumb to distance, especially since Gao Song was merely in the pursuit phase. Hey, old Lu, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Gao Song asked. Of course, the truth. Lu Xiaochuan replied. All right then, if you want the truth, you must promise not to get angry. Rest assured. I will not be upset, Gao Song assured him. Firstly, your choice of person is flawed. During that social gathering, had you chosen the girl to your right, who, although slightly less attractive than Li Jing, had shown a favorable first impression toward you, you would have succeeded by now. But you fixated on Li Jing and could not detach yourself. Go on, Gao Song urged. He conceded that this point was indeed accurate. Moreover, the dynamics of your relationship with Li Jing are unbalanced. It is entirely one-sided on your part. Yes, you are a man, you possess wealth, and you are generous. But that should not be the approach. You can treat her to a meal, but even if she reciprocates with a bottle of soda, it reflects mutual contribution. Love requires reciprocal effort. Your unilateral giving resembles the behavior of a sycophant. Sycophants, in the end, are left with nothing. Do you understand? Lu Xiaochuan, having absorbed numerous relationship theories from the internet, casually shared his insights, drawing from the wisdom of countless online philosophers. Damn, old Lu, your insults are rather harsh. Wu Zilan interjected. But they do hit home, he added. Old too. Refrain from interrupting. Let Shiga continue, Gao Song retorted, unfazed by the label of being a sycophant. So, you call me old too and am Shiga, huh? Wu Zilan grumbled in discontent. If you were to find a beautiful girlfriend, we would start calling you second brother. Once Zhu Chuanjian spoke, Wu Zilan fell silent, secretly vowing that they would wait for him to bring back a stunning girlfriend, blinding them with her beauty. Mentor Lu Xiaochuan continued his lecture, noting that there were indeed many attractive women at the medical university. The girls in their class were not unattractive, but they lacked the flair of those from the provincial university. One must cultivate the ability to recognize beauty in their surroundings and pay close attention. Perhaps one day, a hidden gem would be discovered. However, with finals approaching, it was wise for the brothers to focus on their studies. Postponing the search for a partner until the next semester, or even waiting another term to seek out potential treasures among the incoming freshmen. All right, let's heed old Shi's advice and concentrate on our revision, striving to avoid failing any subjects. After New Year's, we will have the anatomy practical exam, which is known for tripping up many students. Fortunately, there is a chance for a retest, but failing that would preclude participation in the final written exam, declared the leader. Lu Hongba, at an opportune moment. Old man, you are a well-fed person unaware of the hunger of the starving. Last time we attended the provincial university S-Mixer, we thought our entire squad had been defeated, but that was not the case. In fact, Old Seven has been exchanging love letters with a fellow from Texas who resides in his girlfriend's dormitory. Wu Zilan suddenly exposed Lu Hongba's hidden romantic endeavors. Oh, old man, you have cleverly paved the way while secretly maneuvering. Your concealment is quite profound. Do enlighten us on how things are progressing. Well, it's not much. Just that we've agreed to return home together during the winter break. I plan to develop our relationship on the train ride home, and, upon returning next semester, aim to repay old Shi for our last meal, said Lu Hongba, brimming with pride. Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen remained mostly silent, existing in the background of the dormitory, dedicating their days to self-study and appearing quite studious. What Lu Xiaochuan did not know was that after New Year's, these two would astonish everyone. Chapter 130. Official announcement. Friday was Christmas Eve, and Lu Xiaochuan naturally had plans to go on a date with Shen Yue. The two strolled along East Street, enjoying KFC, which Shen Yue treated, and she also gifted Lu Xiaochuan a beautifully wrapped peace apple. Lu Xiaochuan, determined not to arrive empty-handed, had skipped lunch to buy a Sony portable cassette player, which he intended to present to Shen Yue in the evening. This gift is too extravagant, Xiaochuan. Sister, you must know by now that I am a millionaire, so in terms of asset percentage, your gift is indeed more valuable than mine, Lu Xiaochuan argued persuasively. And Shen Yue, no longer reserved, happily accepted the gift. They could not linger outside too late that night, and returned to campus early. The following day was Christmas, a Saturday, and in the afternoon, the pair went to the cinema to watch the latest release, Farewell My Concubine. Inside the theater, Lu Xiaochuan casually draped his arm over Shen Yue's shoulder. Initially, she protested, but as the tear-jerking scenes unfolded, she naturally leaned against him. Their feelings continued to deepen, and love blossomed sweetly. By the end of the month, Lu Xiaochuan unexpectedly received a letter from Zhang Wani. In her letter, she briefly described her life at Yenjing University and concluded by informing Lu Xiaochuan that she had found a boyfriend there, a sophomore. Lu Xiaochuan once mistakenly believed that Zhang Wani held affections for him. It turned out to be mere self-deception, as she was simply expressing concern for an old classmate. Lu Xiaochuan replied to her letter, informing Zhang Wani of his newfound relationship and inviting her to be a guide when he brings his girlfriend to Yinjing. On New Year's Day, which fortuitously fell on a Saturday, the school held its annual New Year's gala as scheduled. During this period, entertainment options were scarce, making the gala quite appealing, and the auditorium of the medical university was filled to capacity. Naturally, those unwilling to participate were free to engage in other activities. The gala featured a diverse array of performances, including skits, comedic dialogues, and dances, alongside 6 award-winning songs from the singing competition. Lu Xiaochuan took the stage later in the program, with the senior members of the Sumu Su band providing the accompaniment. Having rehearsed together several times, they were in good sync, allowing Lu Xiaochuan to forego bringing his guitar and focus solely on singing. As for the announcement concerning his relationship, Xin Yue did not agree. So Lu Xiaochuan had to abandon the idea. Nevertheless, he sang earnestly, pouring his heart into the performance. Many in the audience were hearing his rendition of Xiao Wei for the first time, although they had encountered numerous inferior imitations around campus. They felt that the original artist delivered the song with a depth of emotion that truly resonated. Midway through his performance, Lu Xiaochuan was met with an unexpected delight as the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Xin Yue ascended the stage, holding a bouquet of flowers. As he took the flowers, their eyes met, and he longed to embrace her, but Xin Yue shyly retreated. Suddenly, someone in the audience began to chant Xiao Wei, and soon the entire auditorium echoed with her name. Lu Xiaochuan was so startled that he nearly went off key, but he managed to regain his composure. When he finished singing, the applause was thunderous. The song was indeed melodious, but most importantly, it carried a story. The New Year's gala marked the last celebration before the winter break. With final exams looming ahead, for medical students, finals were akin to a reenactment of the pressures faced in their final year of high school. Each evening after lights out, wherever there was light, there were students engrossed in their studies, with flashlights and candles illuminating the dormitories. The first exam was for anatomy, which did not require practical application, but rather a knowledge of specimen names and locations. Terms such as anterior iliac spine, lunar surface, and pubic tubercle were daunting. And Lu Xiaochuan faltered on some. Vagus nerve, trigeminal nerve, the questions were challenging indeed. The exam hall was filled with such scenes, as anatomy proved to be exceptionally difficult. Lu Xiaochuan was fortunate enough to answer 16 out of 20 questions correctly, thereby passing. In the dormitory, Gao Song and Tang Qingwei had not passed and would need to retake the exam. Lu Xiaochuan understood their predicament, as they had been preoccupied with frequent visits to the provincial university instead of focusing on their studies. However, he was taken aback to learn that Shi Xiaowen also needed to retake the exam. After all, he and Lu Qiyuan had been diligently immersed in the library and classrooms. How could such hard-working students be required to retake the exam? Lu Xiaochuan was curious, but Wu Zilan seemed entirely unfazed. Old 2. You seem rather unsurprised by Old 8's need to retake the exam, Lu Xiaochuan remarked. Old West. Tonight I shall take you to a place where it will all become clear, Wu Zilan replied mysteriously. All right, meet me at the second study room in the library tonight. As finals approach, Lu Xiaochuan naturally must apply himself diligently. He possesses a unique advantage, as Xin Yue is an academic prodigy who provides one-on-one tutoring. Lu Xiaochuan has been attentive in class this semester, believing that passing should not be an issue, and he might even secure a scholarship. Although the scholarship amounts at the medical university are not substantial, they are quite accessible, making it relatively easy to achieve a third-class scholarship. Around 7:30, Wu Zilan appeared, peeking around curiously. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan studying alongside Xin Yue, he felt a surge of envy. Unfortunately, mere admiration does little. Upon hearing Wu Zilan's call, Lu Xiaochuan exchanged a few words with Xin Yue before stepping out. Wu Zilan led Lu Xiaochuan to the teaching building, navigating through a maze of corridors until they arrived outside a classroom. He pointed at the glass of the back door, saying, "Look for yourself." Lu Xiaochuan pressed his face against the window to peer inside. The classroom was sparsely populated with students clustered in small groups. Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen were seated with 2 girls, engaged in study. "What's the matter? Aren't Lao San and Lao Ba studying here?" Lu Xiaochuan inquired. "Patience. Just observe for a bit longer." Indeed, after a short while, he noticed that they had shifted from studying to chatting, alternating between studying and conversing. Shi Xiaowen was seen fetching water for the girls and disposing of their trash. Goodness, these 2 were like closed books in the dormitory, yet here they are. Quite the flirtatious pair. They've been studying all day, but it seems they haven't been idle. Lu Xiaochuan mused, pondering which class the 2 girls belonged to. Observing Shi Xiaowen's behavior, which was more fervent than Gao Song's initial attempts at wooing. "All right, let us not meddle in their affairs. They wouldn't listen to us anyway. How's your exam preparation going, Lao Er?" Wu Zilan inquired. "Rest assured, brother knows the importance of focusing on studies without letting distractions interfere. It's not ideal to falter in both pursuits," Lu Xiaochuan replied. Wu Zilan indeed upheld this principle. Despite his playful demeanor, he was serious in class. "Then let us study as well. Hopefully, Lao Ba won't flunk this semester, or else he'll have to retake the exam next term." Lu Xiaochuan expressed skepticism. remarking that he feared a failing grade in anatomy. Wu Zilan showed no signs of remorse. Rather, he seemed to take pleasure in the possibility of his friend's misfortune. Chapter 131. Final examinations. Lu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of regret about his choice to study medicine. For a student of the sciences, pursuing a medical degree felt like a torment, yet medical schools exclusively accepted science students. The calculations Lu excelled at were practically irrelevant here. Reflecting on the online wisdom of the past, Lu Xiaochuan thought, is it true what they say? Those who advise others to study medicine deserve a thunderbolt? He mused. Am I truly masochistic? I've become a millionaire only to endure this ordeal. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that he must fulfill the ambitions he once proclaimed, and that the path he had chosen must be completed, even if it required tears. In short, he resolved to persevere. In the days leading up to finals, Lu Xiaochuan dedicated himself entirely, studying late into the night until 10 o'clock. After returning to the dormitory and completing his evening routine, he would burn the midnight oil, reviewing key concepts. Occasionally, fatigue would set in while studying, but in those moments, Xin Yue would grasp his hand, instantly reigniting his motivation. As if he had consumed a potent tonic. Hard work yields rewards. Effort invariably brings returns. As various examinations conclude, results are gradually being released, and Lu Xiaochuan has successfully passed. The dissection exam, however, is scheduled later, seemingly designed to keep everyone in a state of anxious anticipation for the new year. The brothers in the dormitory are filled with trepidation, as their fate hinges on the professor's grading criteria. Yet, Lu Xiaochuan remains confident. Believing that scoring 70 points is well within his grasp, failure is simply not an option. The most anxious among them is undoubtedly Shi Xiaowen, who has already flunked basic chemistry and must retake the exam at the start of the new semester. He fears that dissection will follow suit, compounding his distress. A girl he had been conversing with amiably in the study room has suddenly shifted her attention to someone else, leaving him feeling discarded. The conclusion of exams signifies the commencement of winter break, and no one is inclined to study anymore. Students are purchasing tickets and preparing to return home, with some hastening to leave that very day, while others gather with friends. Shi Xiaowen purchases a train ticket for the following day at the South Station, then sits alone in the dormitory, lost in thought, lacking the appetite even for dinner. After finishing his meal, Lu Xiaochuan returns to the dormitory to collect his belongings and notices Shi Xiaowen deep in contemplation. After a moment's hesitation, he approaches and gently pats his shoulder, reassuring him that all will be well. Don't worry, Laoba. Use the winter break to review thoroughly. Just pass the retake, and it won't affect your graduation or degree. There's little else he can say. Shi Xiaowen is the youngest in the dorm, and his emotional maturity seems even lesser. Lu Xiaochuan realizes that some challenges must be faced alone. Growth is a necessary part of life. Lu Xiaochuan heads back to the study room, where Xin Yue still has her final exam the next day and needs his company during her study session. She hands him a tape recorder, saying, "You can listen to music while I study. It'll keep you from getting bored." "No need," he replies. "I prefer watching you. It's far more entertaining than music. If you're watching me, I can't concentrate," Xin Yue retorts, slightly overwhelmed by his flattering remarks. "Not a problem. I'll sit behind you and secretly observe. So you want to be distracted." Lu Xiaochuan accepts the tape recorder and takes a seat in the back. The following morning, Xin Yue completes her last exam and finally begins her vacation. She plans to spend one last night at the school before heading home. Though she is a local from Fengyang, her relationship with her stepmother is strained, leading her to avoid home on weekends and return to school even after visiting. However, with the winter break upon her, she must confront her parents. The Spring Festival in 1994 falls late, with New Year's Eve on February 9th. Leaving over 20 days of holiday before the festivities, Lu Xiaochuan is not in a hurry to return home. On one hand, he needs to oversee the supplementary classes during the busy winter break, and on the other, he wishes to spend more time with Xin Yue and Fengyang. Of course, Lu Xiaochuan cannot remain in the school dormitory indefinitely. He has enlisted Su Zhibin to help him secure an apartment. Not only has Su assisted in finding him a place, but he has also rented 2 additional apartments near the 2 branches of Qihang Education to serve as lodgings for part-time teachers. With the winter break commencing, some school dormitories are closing, forcing work-study students to find their own accommodations, and Qihang Education's provision of temporary housing has garnered widespread acclaim among the part-time university students. Following the new year, the university students engaged in part-time jobs were preoccupied with their final examinations, resulting in a postponement of Qihang Education's New Year gathering. The event was scheduled for the following evening, and naturally, Xin Yue, as a part-time teacher, was expected to attend. Lu Xiaochuan, initially reluctant to go due to the potential awkwardness of introducing Xin Yue to Chinsume, found himself compelled to attend when Bai Ling, who was set to fly to Xihai province with her son to reunite with Yu Qingjun, insisted that both employers' absence would be inappropriate. Thus, Lu Xiaochuan steeled himself to participate. As Bai Ling was departing the next day, Lu Xiaochuan offered to escort her to the airport. Aware of his romantic involvement, Bai Ling insisted he bring his girlfriend along for her to meet. Lu Xiaochuan sought Xin Yue's consent. To his surprise, she readily agreed. That evening, the The couple dined with Wang Yamia, returning home early to rest, yet they found it difficult to sleep as most of their dormitory mates were departing the next day, engaging in card games and conversations that lasted late into the night. The following day, he met Xin Yue downstairs in the dormitory, and together they walked a street to the roadside where a Santana awaited them, and they set off towards Bai Ling's residence. Bai Ling and her son, Pippi, were already waiting by the roadside. Once they got into the car, Lu Xiaochuan introduced Shun Yue to Bai Ling. Upon seeing Shun Yue's striking beauty, Bai Ling exclaimed, "Xiaochuan, you are indeed fortunate to have found such a beautiful girlfriend." She then turned to her son, asking, "Pippi, don't you think this aunt is very beautiful?" "Yes, even more beautiful than Mommy." "But, Mommy, if Uncle Xiaochuan's girlfriend, shouldn't I call her aunt?" Lu Xiaochuan chuckled, recognizing Pippi's innocence. "You are quite right. It is indeed aunt." Xin Yue's face flushed crimson, unsure of how to respond, as reprimanding a child was not an option. "Don't speak nonsense, Pippi. You can only call her aunt once she marries Uncle Xiaochuan, all right?" Bai Ling's comment only intensified Xin Yue's embarrassment. To alleviate the awkwardness, Lu Xiaochuan swiftly redirected the conversation. "Bai Jia, how is Yuga doing over there?" Bai Ling sighed upon hearing his inquiry about Yu Qingjun. "Ah, don't mention it. Things are quite backward there. His county town is even smaller than our town. The land is barren, and Yu Ge is exceedingly busy, traveling to the countryside daily, his hair turning gray from worry, seeking ways to develop the economy and assist the local populace. There are villages where many residents suffer from goiter due to iodine deficiency, and some have dental issues with discoloration." Xin Yue interjected. "Yes, it seems that's the case. Xiao Wei, you understand these matters." Bai Ling responded. "Indeed, Bai Jia. Lu Xiaochuan and I are not in the same field. He studies clinical medicine while I focus on preventive medicine. I borrowed a book on endemic diseases from a senior, which included descriptions of these ailments," Xin Yue explained. Lu Xiaochuan proudly added, "Bai Jia, I forgot to mention that Xiao Wei is quite the academic prodigy. She embodies both wisdom and beauty, a true representation of a remarkable woman." Bai Ling resumed her praises, admiring Xin Yue further. As several individuals engaged in conversation, Lu Xiaochuan gleaned a general understanding of Qingjun's circumstances. Despite the rudimentary office conditions and considerable work challenges, Qingjun appeared eager to make a meaningful contribution, not only for the benefit of the people but also to achieve personal accomplishments. Lu Xiaochuan resolved that, when the opportunity arose, he would venture to the Haidong region of Xihai province to explore ways to assist Qingjun, whether through offering ideas or financial support to alleviate some of the difficulties at work. Chapter 132, An Unexpected Encounter with the Parents after escorting Bai Ling to the airport. Lu Xiaochuan bid her farewell and proceeded to pick up Xin Yue for her journey home. Xin Yue resided in an older neighborhood adjacent to Lutang Park, not far from Qihang Education. As they approached the community, Xin Yue alighted from the vehicle, opting to walk home alone. Unwilling to be seen by neighbors who might speculate about her being driven home by someone else, which could lead to unwelcome gossip. Disregarding Xin Yue's protests, Lu Xiaochuan insisted on accompanying her for a short distance on foot. Xin Yue reluctantly allowed him to walk her to the entrance of her building, hoping that fate would not conspire for her parents to encounter them. Fortunately, her parents remained oblivious to their presence. However, they did unexpectedly run into Shun Yue's aunt. The aunt, who lived in the building directly behind, had just returned from grocery shopping and spotted her niece walking alongside a young man. "Xiao Wei, enjoying your winter break?" she inquired, noticing Xin Yue only when she turned around. It was a chilly winter day, and Xin Yue's aunt had not donned gloves. "Ah, auntie, I am on vacation. Why haven't you worn gloves while out in this cold? Allow me to carry those for you," Xin Yue offered. Without waiting for Xin Yue to make the introduction, Lu Xiaochuan quickly chimed in. "Annie, let me assist you with those bags." He promptly took the groceries from her hands. "Who is this young man?" the aunt asked, momentarily taken aback. Xin Yue felt a twinge of embarrassment, hesitating on how to introduce Lu Xiaochuan. With a bold demeanor, Lu Xiaochuan took the initiative, declaring, "Auntie, I am Xiao Wei's boyfriend." "Is that so?" Xiao Wei. At this point, Xin Yue could no longer keep her secret, and she nodded, affirming, "Yes. Child, there is no need to feel shy with your aunt. Now, don't rush home just yet. Bring this young man along to meet your uncle. It's perfect timing, as your brother is returning home for lunch today." Left with no choice, Xin Yue acquiesced. Lu Xiaochuan, unfazed by the prospect of meeting her family, viewed it merely as an introduction. Nevertheless, he had not anticipated this turn of events and felt somewhat awkward arriving empty-handed. Lu Xiaochuan discreetly inquired about whether her uncle smoked, but did not drink alcohol. Upon reaching the building, he fabricated an excuse about forgetting something in the car, allowing Xin Yue and her aunt to ascend first while he planned to follow shortly. Rushing outside the community, Lu Xiaochuan made his way to a nearby fruit shop, purchasing an assortment of fruits. He then sought out a larger store to acquire 2 packs of Yushi cigarettes. After some contemplation, he decided to buy an additional 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of liquor. Having gathered some insights into Shun Yue's family dynamics, particularly her strained relationship with her stepmother and her father, he pondered whether she would take him to her home after leaving her aunt's. It seemed prudent to prepare for any eventuality by having extra provisions in the car. Since the relationship had already been revealed, Lu Xiaochuan felt no need to maintain a low profile any longer. He drove his car down to the building and, carrying 2 packs of cigarettes and some fruit, ascended to the 3rd floor where Shen Yue was waiting at the door. Upon entering, Lu Xiaochuan changed into slippers and glanced around. Shen Yue's uncle's residence was modest, featuring an old-fashioned 2-bedroom layout, approximately 60 to 70 square meters in size, decorated in the simplistic style characteristic of the 1980s and 1990s. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Xiaochuan handed over the cigarettes and fruit and was ushered by Shen Yue to sit on the sofa, while her uncle and aunt took a seat at the opposite end, initiating the familiar interrogation pattern often seen during family visits. Lu Xiaochuan, undeterred, answered their questions candidly. When they discovered that he was a freshman, the elderly couple expressed their surprise, not expecting Shen Yue to have chosen a junior as her boyfriend. Fortunately, their awkward small talk was interrupted by Shen Dongliang's return. He paused upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan seated on his family's sofa, clearly taken aback by the rapid progression of their relationship. "Shen, you're back. Do you two know each other?" his aunt inquired, astonished. Lu Xiaochuan sheepishly replied, "I'm Shen's student. I took guitar lessons from him." Shen Dongliang chuckled, adding, "He is also my landlord." "What? Your landlord? Young man, didn't you come from a rural area in Xinqiang County? How have you become Dongliang's landlord?" The uncle and aunt grew increasingly perplexed. "Not only am I his landlord, but I also run the tutoring class above my music studio," Lu Xiaochuan revealed, feeling it was time to share his story, albeit not with the same level of detail as he had with Shen Yue. Even so, Shen Yue's uncle and aunt were astonished, and it was the first time Shen Dongliang had heard such a tale. He had previously assumed Lu Xiaochuan was a rich second-generation heir. The uncle and aunt took Shen Yue aside, asking earnestly, "Xiaowei, are you dating this young man because you know he is wealthy?" Shen Yue, slightly embarrassed, blushed and replied, "No, auntie. I thought he was just a student like me working part-time. He used to ride his bicycle to take me back to school every day. It was only after we decided to be an item that he shared all this with me, and I was so shocked that I considered backing out. But he wouldn't let me. I knew it. Our Xiaowei is not that kind of girl," her uncle remarked. "Xiaowei, please don't take offense at Annie's questions. I'm merely concerned for you, fearing that someone might look down on you. I understand, Annie. I could never blame you. Ever since my father remarried, it's just you and uncle who have treated me well. Silly child, why say such things? Finding a boyfriend like this is quite a treasure." Shen Yue's uncle and aunt were thoroughly impressed with Lu Xiaochuan, handsome, capable, and notably affluent. While they recognized that one should not be materialistic, who could truly disdain wealth? Shen Yue's uncle and aunt invited the two to stay for lunch, but Shen Yue knew she couldn't linger at her uncle's home for too long. She had to return home eventually. Lu Xiaochuan suggested accompanying her, but Shen Yue promptly declined, with her uncle and aunt also opposing the idea. "Dear Wei, it would be prudent not to hastily inform your father about your relationship, especially your mother. Should she discover that Xiaochuan runs a tutoring class, she would undoubtedly send your younger brother there. However, there is no harm in letting him attend. It saves the expense of external tutoring." Naturally, Lu Xiaochuan would be generous, offering free lessons to his brother-in-law. Yet, this would not suffice. It is not merely a matter of cost. Their presence would undoubtedly disrupt your tutoring class. The family of your uncle holds a rather unfavorable opinion of Shen Yue's stepmother. After some contemplation, your uncle proposed, "With the new year approaching, I shall take the opportunity to subtly inform your father about your affairs. Once I have prepared him, you can bring Xiaochuan home." Shen Yue, wary of any potential mischief from her stepmother should she bring Lu Xiaochuan home unannounced, found her uncle's suggestion agreeable. Upon leaving her uncle's house, they parted ways, and Shen Yue made her way home alone. "Xiaowei, remember our gathering for the tutoring class dinner tonight. I shall pick you up at 5. All right. But please do not enter the neighborhood. Just wait for me by the roadside at 5. After their agreement, Lu Xiaochuan drove to Qihang Education, where he first retrieved the key to his rental from Su Jibin and took his backpack and toiletries upstairs. Though his backpack contained no books, it held essential documents such as property deeds and savings books. Su Jibin had indeed performed commendably in his logistical duties, providing Lu Xiaochuan with a clean and tidy one-bedroom apartment, complete with a new set of bedding. During this period, consumed by exams and the demands of the tutoring class, Lu Xiaochuan found himself overwhelmed. Rarely did he have an afternoon to rest, and upon lying down, he succumbed to slumber. When he awoke, he realized with alarm that it was already 4:50. Chapter 133. Chen Sumei's relief having arranged to meet Shen Yue at the roadside at 5 p.m., Lu Xiaochuan was dismayed to discover he had slept until 4:50. He hastily dressed without making his bed or washing his face and dashed downstairs. Fortunately, the roads were not congested, and he managed to avoid too many red lights. Arriving at Lutang Park just after 5, Shen Yue was standing by the roadside, stamping her feet against the cold of the winter wind, which was particularly biting. "Sister, hurry into the car. Apologies, I dozed off this afternoon and nearly overslept. Have you been waiting long?" "No worries, I just arrived too. Look at you. You haven't even washed your face, and you still have sleep in your eyes." Xin Yue took out her handkerchief to wipe the corners of Lu Xiaochuan's eyes. He felt a surge of warmth. This moment was truly heartwarming. This gathering was not held at Taoliju restaurant, as it would be inappropriate to always favor your cousin's business. It is essential to occasionally vary one's dining experiences. Lu Xiaochuan, along with Li Yin and Yu Xiaomei, deliberated and decided on the Yu Gang restaurant, which boasted a higher standard and better cuisine. With over 40 individuals comprising both full-time and part-time teachers from 2 branch schools, they opted for a large private room, setting the table for a splendid gathering. As winter days are shorter, it was already dark by the time Lu Xiaochuan arrived, and the majority of guests had already gathered. As Xin Yue entered, she immediately spotted her close friend Wang Yamia, who was teaching chemistry at Qihang Education's 2nd Division. With the winter vacation approaching, she was eager to earn some extra money before returning home for the new year, residing in the dormitory provided by the tutoring center. Xin Yue and Wang Yamia exchanged pleasantries downstairs while Lu Xiaochuan ascended to the 2nd floor, preoccupied with thoughts of how to face Chen Sume. Although he had previously informed her, through Chihayang, about his pursuit of the senior sister, he was uncertain if she had reconciled her feelings regarding this matter, and he worried whether introducing Xin Yue might cause her further distress. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Lu Xiaochuan found Chen Sume already there. After months apart, her demeanor had notably transformed, and her attire had become considerably more stylish. From Li Yin, he had learned that Chen Sume had been performing well in her classes and had been diligent in her work, earning a fair amount during these past months, thus allowing her to indulge in better clothing and accessories. When Chen Sume looked up and noticed Lu Xiaochuan, he smiled, unsure of how to initiate conversation. Unexpectedly, she cheerfully remarked, "Lu Xiaochuan, I heard you've caught the eye of a beautiful senior sister. Bring her over so I can have a look." Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback by her playful tone. After half a year of university, Chen Sume had become much more open and no longer appeared shy and reserved. "Oh, she is also here, chatting with classmates downstairs. Once she comes up, I'll introduce you," he replied. As they spoke, Xin Yue and Wang Yamia ascended the stairs hand in hand. Chen Sume glanced at them and instantly recognized that the stunning woman before her must be Lu Xiaochuan's senior sister, undeniably more beautiful than herself, which explained Lu Xiaochuan's infatuation. Xin Yue too quickly deduced that the girl gazing at her was Chen Sume, Lu Xiaochuan's childhood friend. Lu Xiaochuan hastily introduced the two, and Xin Yue took a few steps forward, grasping Chen Sume's hand. "Hello, Sume. I've heard about you from Xiaochuan. I know you two are the best of friends." "Hello. Should I call you sister-in-law or senior sister?" Chen Sume playfully inquired. Xin Yue's cheeks flushed as she replied, "I'm 2 years older than you. You can call me Xiao Weijia." "All right, Xiao Weijia." Chen Sume accepted this reality. She had long recognized that her bond with Lu Xiaochuan was unlikely to blossom, and the moment she met Xin Yue extinguished the last flicker of hope she harbored. Surprisingly, a sense of relief washed over her, as if the knot in her heart had suddenly unraveled. Perhaps Lu Xiaochuan was right. He was merely a crooked tree amidst a vast forest. No, Lu Xiaochuan was not a crooked tree. He was a sturdy tree capable of providing shelter, akin to an older brother. Henceforth, she would regard him as such, though he surpassed her own brother in many ways. Wang Yamia observed the handshake between Xin Yue and Chen Sume and suddenly realized something. "Sume, it turns out you're Lu Xiaochuan's classmate. You never mentioned it," she exclaimed. Familiar with Chen Sume from the same branch school, she quickly connected the dots. The 3 girls then settled together, inadvertently leaving Lu Xiaochuan on the sidelines. As Lu Xiaochuan observed Chen Sume's current demeanor, he felt a surge of appreciation. She had indeed matured. It seemed she had come to terms with her feelings, at least outwardly, which brought him comfort. Had she remained burdened by unresolved emotions, he too would have felt the weight of that emotional strain. At the gathering, Lu Xiaochuan encountered Lin Ruai. Lin Ruai did not approach him. She merely nodded in acknowledgement. To her, their relationship did not possess the familiarity of close friends. Lu Xiaochuan had merely offered her assistance, and she felt indebted to him. Following his suggestion, she had applied for a position at Qihang Education's 2nd Division, omitting any mention of Lu Xiaochuan's name, relying solely on her own abilities to secure a part-time role. In Qihang Education, female teachers outnumbered their male counterparts, creating a lively atmosphere in the private room. Soon, everyone had arrived, and they took their seats randomly. Naturally, Lu Xiaochuan sat beside Xin Yue, with Wang Yamia and Chen Sume seated next to her. Once the dishes were served, Li Yin and Yu Xiaomei took turns expressing their gratitude, culminating in Li Yin's representation of the tutoring class, where she offered brief remarks of appreciation for everyone's efforts, encouraging them to work hard during the winter break and earn more money. Concluding with the essential reminder, enjoy the food and drinks. The camaraderie among colleagues at the training institution was uncomplicated, devoid of intricate rivalries, fostering a harmonious atmosphere during the gathering. Some male teachers seized the opportunity to toast and engage in light-hearted banter, while the female teachers were unafraid. It was uncertain who was charming whom. With Xin Yue present, Lu Xiaochuan refrained from participating in such antics, instead opting to observe the jovial exchanges and drinking games. As the evening progressed and spirits heightened, Someone proposed a talent show, with each table sending a representative to sing, while the others scored on paper. The losing table would indulge in drinking, and in the event of a tie, the judges would drink instead. Wang Yamia, having indulged in ample drinks, revealed Lu Xiaochuan's hidden talent when it was their table's turn, regaling everyone with the tale of his original song Xiao Wei, which recounts the story of pursuing a senior and winning her affection. Xin Yue found it difficult to restrain her laughter at Wang Yamia's enthusiasm. Everyone was taken aback by this unexpected revelation, especially Li Yan, who insisted that Lu Xiaochuan perform live. But I can't showcase it, he protested. Why not? There's no accompaniment. No worries, we'll provide the rhythm by clapping on the table. If that fails, I can drive to fetch a guitar. Su Jibin and Li Yan coordinated their efforts, and soon, everyone was clapping along to the beat. With no escape from the situation, Lu Xiaochuan reluctantly sang Xiao Wei once more, holding Xin Yue's hand, their eyes locking in a moment of unspoken romance. Chapter 134. A journey to Beijing to buy a house. Though it was the third time Xin Yue had heard Lu Xiaochuan sing Xiao Wei, she remained deeply moved, and the other girls gazed at them with twinkling eyes, particularly Chinsume, who observed the hand-holding pair and thought they were truly well-suited for each other. Concealing her own heartache, she silently wished them well. Isn't it time to present flowers? Someone joked. No flowers? Then how about a kiss? A kiss. A kiss. Everyone chorused. Xin Yue's face flushed a deep crimson. Unable to resist the playful teasing, she gently kissed Lu Xiaochuan on the cheek. Didn't he see that? Do it again. Do it again. All right, let us not tease anymore. Just tell us if our table's performance was good. Wang Yamia proudly inquired. Yes, it was indeed wonderful. As everyone joined in the revelry, what were they waiting for? They quickly indulged in their drinks, with Lu Xiaochuan's bold confession preceding them. The teachers of the tutoring class, young men and women alike, could no longer suppress their enthusiastic hearts. A few began to express their feelings, emboldened by the spirits, naturally. Some sounded the triumphant clarion call of success, while others merely heralded the charge, for with every call there exists both triumph and defeat. The atmosphere at this gathering was exceptionally vibrant, lasting until past 9 o'clock, predominantly attended by girls, and surprisingly, they hadn't consumed too much alcohol. After the event, Lu Xiaochuan, emboldened by his courage, drove Xin Yue home. Fortunately, the roads were relatively clear at this hour, and there were no sobriety checks taking place. He parked by the roadside and walked Xin Yue to the entrance of her building. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, Lu Xiaochuan called out, "Sister, wait a moment." Xin Yue turned back, gazing at him intently. With an awkward smile, Lu Xiaochuan remarked, "Sister, you kissed me today?" Xin Yue replied with a smile. "And then what? I must reciprocate." Without heeding her attempt to evade, Lu Xiaochuan stepped forward and gently embraced her, standing beneath Xin Yue's apartment. Lu Xiaochuan waited until the lights in her unit flickered on, confirming her safe arrival home before he departed. Upon returning to his rented room, and after freshening up, he reflected on the day's events, feeling a sense of bliss as he settled into bed. Meanwhile, Xin Yue arrived home, her cheeks still flushed. Her father, Xin Jianwei, noticed her late return and admonished, "Why are you back so late? It's nearly 10 o'clock." Xin Yue dared not retort, acknowledging that she had indeed returned a bit late. The earlier incident left her feeling rather guilty, so she quietly explained, "There was a gathering at the tutoring class. And since there were so many people, I didn't want to leave early." To her surprise, her stepmother, Tan Liqin, unusually defended her, saying, "Oh, it's just a collective activity." Xiao Wei had no choice in the matter. "Look, she is home safely now, isn't she? Old Shun, don't be too hard on her." Over the past few months, Xin Yue had been earning her own money and hadn't asked her family for living expenses, which pleased her stepmother, as it saved her some funds to spend on her own son. "Xiao Wei, you can't only think about earning money outside. Dongxiu's English has fallen behind. You should teach him when you have time. By the way, does your tutoring class offer any discounts for teachers' families? Perhaps we could send your brother there. He needs help with both math and language." It became clear why her stepmother had spoken up. She had ulterior motives. "I'm quite busy myself, and I don't need her help. I'm doing well on my own," Shen Dongxiu interjected, showing some awareness and a bit of conscience against his mother's exploitation of his sister. "You're doing well? Just look at the scores you're getting on your exams. Oh, how difficult it is for me. None of you listen." Xin Yue sighed, feeling compelled to buy peace. She reached into her pocket, taking out 50 yuan and handing it to her brother. "Sister's been busy lately and hasn't had time to look after you. Go buy some snacks for yourself." Shen Dongxiu eagerly accepted the money, pleased, as he had been short on funds lately and hadn't visited the arcade much. Tan Liqin observed this exchange and fell silent, thinking to herself, "It seems this girl has been earning quite a bit. Tomorrow, I'll inquire at her tutoring class to see just how much she earns each month. If she truly makes a good amount, it would be just right to cover some tutoring fees for her brother." Xin Yue observed that her stepmother had fallen silent, choosing not to engage in further conversation. After completing her evening routine, she retreated to her own room. The Shun residence featured a modest layout of 2 bedrooms and a living room, with her parents and younger brother occupying separate bedrooms. A small room had been partitioned off the balcony, barely accommodating a bed, and now served as Shun Yue's chamber. The balcony was both cramped and chilly, compelling her to rely on an electric blanket and additional bedding during the cold nights. The following day, Tan Liqin indeed ventured to Qihong Education. However, she lacked the courage to ascend the stairs and instead sought out Shen Dongliang in the music classroom downstairs. Shen Dongliang harbored a poor impression of this aunt by marriage, yet felt obliged to entertain her presence. Tan Liqin inquired about the tuition fees and teacher salaries at Qihong Education. Shen Dongliang, guarded in his responses, remarked, "Aunt, their fees are rather steep. Even for middle school students, each major class costs 40 yuan. Are you sure you want Dongshu to take remedial classes here? What? That's exorbitant. I can't afford that. By the way, doesn't T Xiaowei earn quite a bit here? Is there no discount for family members of employees? If it comes to it, couldn't we use her salary to cover the tuition?" Tan Liqin's calculations echoed in her mind. However, Shen Dongliang quickly dispelled her hopes, saying, "What are you thinking, Aunt? The current owner is even stingier than capitalists, and the commissions are paltry. Xiaowei earns merely enough to cover one session for Dongshu. Besides, do you think she would agree to this? Even if she did, the tutoring center wouldn't allow it." Tan Liqin remained skeptical, yet ultimately refrained from going upstairs to inquire further. She was also aware of the strained relationship with her stepdaughter. She couldn't exploit the situation too harshly. After all, Shen Yue was an adult who would surely object. Meanwhile, upstairs at Qihong Education, a flurry of activity commenced as the winter break began. With small classes for various grades starting anew, one-on-one lessons were also scheduled quite densely. Yu Qingyuan's classmate, Zhang Chuang, the deputy captain of the criminal police team, arrived at Qihong Education with his son. Now in 6th grade, his son needed tutoring in mathematics and English. Lu Xiaochuan had previously promised him free lessons, yet Zhang felt it inappropriate to accept without offering something in return, so he sought a modest discount. After some negotiations, Yu Xiaomei ultimately settled on a 50 fee reduction. Zhang Chuang was aware that even with this concession, Lu Xiaochuan would likely incur a loss after paying the teacher's commission, and he felt a deep sense of gratitude. As for another of Yu Qingyuan's classmates, Director Qin, his child was still too young to begin tutoring. Shen Yue's schedule was also fully booked. Lu Xiaochuan recognized that she was working part-time to fund her TOEFL class and strongly urged her to cease her additional employment, offering to cover her tuition instead. Now that they were in a romantic relationship, he reasoned, there was no need for her to toil so hard alongside him, a man of means. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Yue declined, resolutely resisting Lu Xiaochuan's financial inducements. Accepting his invitations for meals and movies was one thing, but she insisted on bearing her own expenses, striving for economic independence. Lu Xiaochuan understood her perspective and ceased to press the matter. Naturally, he would no longer attend tutoring sessions, leaving him with ample free time during the winter break. Reflecting on his 2 years since rebirth, he realized he had yet to visit Yanjing. Thus, he invited another idler, Su Zhibin, to join him on a trip to Yanjing, with a singular purpose, to purchase a property and capitalize on the undervalued market in Zhejiang. Chapter 135. The courtyard prices have increased when considering purchasing property in Beijing. One ought to bring along a substantial sum of money. Lu Xiaochuan's bankbook with Industrial and Commercial Bank reflects a steady 2 million, which he intends to leave untouched for the time being, reserving those funds for the stock market in July. According to his recollections from a previous life, the bear market is expected to conclude by the end of July this year. The remainder of his funds in the construction bank, combined with the dividends earned from tutoring classes, amounts to just over 600,000. Lu Xiaochuan plans to allocate this entire sum towards acquiring a residence. It would be imprudent to carry such a large amount of cash to Beijing, so he withdrew a small amount and entrusted the bankbook containing 600,000 to Zheng Yanhong. Upon arriving in Beijing, he would open a local bank account and have Zheng Yanhong transfer the funds to him. Surprised by his intention to withdraw such a significant sum, Zheng Yanhong inquired, "Xiaochuan, what business are you planning in Beijing this time? Why do you need so much money?" "To buy a house. Properties near the Forbidden City will undoubtedly appreciate in value." "Zheng Jia, would you like to join me in purchasing a unit?" "Forget it. I listened to you last time and bought a place in Shanghai, which is just sitting there now. I won't be buying anything in Beijing. I don't have that much disposable income." "Don't be hasty, Zheng Jia. One day you will thank me for encouraging you to invest in real estate in Shanghai." "All right, I trust you. But buying property in Beijing is out of the question." Zheng Yanhong's skepticism was palpable, and Lu Xiaochuan ceased to press the matter further. He and Su Zhibin spent the night on the train, and they arrived in Beijing just in time to witness the flag-raising ceremony. This was Su Zhibin's first visit to Beijing, and he was overwhelmed with excitement as he stood at Tiananmen Square. Recalling his military service where the motto was to defend the motherland and Tiananmen, how could he not be thrilled to finally be here? After the ceremony, they sought a place for breakfast. By a stroke of fate, Lu Xiaochuan decided to call Zhang Wani. To his surprise, she answered promptly, revealing that she had not rushed home for winter break, but was staying in Beijing to participate in social practice with her boyfriend. Upon learning of Lu Xiaochuan's presence in the city, Zhang Wani was elated and invited him to lunch, offering hospitality alongside her boyfriend. Lu Xiaochuan first went to the construction bank to open an account and then called Zheng Yanhong to assist with the money transfer. Once that was settled, it was nearly noon, and he made his way to Niujia, where he paged Zhang Wani again before finally arriving at the agreed-upon restaurant specializing in boiled tripe. Zhang Wani's boyfriend, Xie Xinrong, had a name reminiscent of a girl's, but was quite handsome, tall and slender, with glasses that lent him an air of sophistication. He spoke politely, though at times, a hint of local pride would emerge in his demeanor. The boiled tripe was indeed delicious. They indulged in several plates. Zhang Wani asked Lu Xiaochuan about his purpose in Beijing, to which he replied, pointing to Su Jibin, "I'm accompanying my senior brother to buy a house." Buying a house? Zhang Wani exclaimed, somewhat astonished. Yes, purchasing a house. I've heard that the courtyard houses in Beijing are quite appealing, and my senior brother is particularly keen on acquiring one. Xie Xinrong interjected, why bother with that? Isn't it better to buy an apartment? Living in a courtyard house is far less convenient. You have to trek quite a distance just to use the restroom. I had heard that courtyard houses are affordable, that you can purchase one for just a few tens of thousands. That was a matter of several years past. In those days, a modest courtyard could be purchased for merely tens of thousands. Last year, inexplicably, the prices of Shiha courtyards skyrocketed, multiplying several times over. In better locations, larger Shiha courtyards have reached prices of 500,000. With such funds, one could acquire several apartments within the second ring, where prices are still only a few hundred per square meter. What? The price of Shiha courtyards has surged? The words of Xie Xinrong astonished Lu Xiaochuan. He had previously seen online that in the early 1990s, Shiha courtyards in Yanjing could be bought for just a few tens of thousands, and he was taken aback by this unexpected price increase. What he did not know was that following the Southern Tour speech in 1993, the prices of Shiha courtyards experienced a dramatic surge. Oh, had I known, I should have bought a house in Yanjing 2 years ago. What a blunder. Initially, I thought I could purchase 8 to 10 units with 600,000, but now it seems that acquiring even 1 or 2 would be considered fortunate. Lu Xiaochuan felt a pang of regret. However, he soon reflected that no one could foresee the prospect of rebirth, nor could one meticulously prepare for it. Even in a second life, one is not omniscient. There are countless unforeseen circumstances. One must not be too greedy. Although the prices of Shiha courtyards had already surged, it is not yet too late to purchase while it is still within reach. Xia, you seem quite knowledgeable about real estate, Lu Xiaochuan remarked, somewhat perplexed. As Xie Xinrong was also a student, ostensibly uninterested in such matters. My uncle is a real estate agent, commonly referred to as a house bug by the public. He has been actively assisting others in buying and selling properties, and whenever he visits my home, he incessantly discusses these topics. I've practically developed calluses in my ears from listening. Lu Xiaochuan thought this was serendipitous. No wonder he was so well informed about property prices. By the way, Xia, we are considering purchasing a property. Would it be possible for your uncle to assist us? Are you seriously buying? Of course. I cannot come here for nothing. I have a fondness for Shiha courtyards, and despite the price increase, I must still buy. Xie Xinrong was taken aback by their determination but remained indifferent, evidently believing that purchasing Shiha courtyards was less economical than acquiring apartments. However, it was not his place to concern himself with others' expenditures. Assisting his uncle with the transaction was mutually beneficial. All right, after we finish our meal, I will call my uncle. Wonderful, thank you. The group continued their meal, discussing matters related to their school. Lu Xiaochuan inquired about how Xie Xinrong and Zhang Wani became acquainted, and naturally, Zhang Wani asked about his girlfriend, reproaching him for not bringing her to Yanjing for introductions. As it was their first meeting, they kept their conversation light and brief, finishing their meal quickly. Afterward, Xie Xinrong paged his uncle and relayed the news of a friend from out of town looking to purchase a property. Xie Xinshu, who was out drinking with friends, agreed to meet that evening and requested a page later. Lu Xiaochuan had not brought his pager, and even if he had, it would have been of no use, having overlooked the fact that cross-provincial roaming was not supported. After purchasing a pager in Fengyang, he found it impractical to buy another for such a short stay in Yanjing. Bidding farewell to Zhang Wani and Xie Xinrong, Lu Xiaochuan, accompanied by Su Jibin, sought out a hotel for accommodation. They wandered around the vicinity of Hohai for a while, inquiring with agents, and indeed confirmed that the prices of Shiha courtyards had risen significantly. Xie Xinrong had not misled him. As soon as Lu Xiaochuan walked away, Xie Xinrong remarked to Zhang Wani, "Your classmate seems quite affluent, having come to Yanjing to purchase property." "Not really," Zhang Wani replied. "His family is from the countryside in our county. I haven't heard that they are particularly wealthy." Didn't he mention accompanying his senior to buy a house? Did you not grasp the situation? During dinner, it was almost entirely Lu Xiaochuan who spoke, while his senior seemed to hang on his every word, appearing more like a follower. Upon hearing Xie Xinrong's observation, Zhang Wani began to realize that there might be some truth to it. I see. We were merely classmates in the first year of high school, and haven't seen each other for several years. It seems that his family has unexpectedly become prosperous during this time. That evening, Lu Xiaochuan called Uncle Xie, arranging a meeting place. He chose a moderately upscale restaurant to treat Uncle Xie to dinner. Initially, Uncle Xie had not taken it seriously. thinking that his nephew's friend was merely talking big and might not be able to afford it. Now, he was almost certain that Lu Xiaochuan was indeed there to buy property. Chapter 136. Seizing everything. Even though Uncle Xie confirmed that Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin were there to purchase a home, he still wanted to probe their intentions. If they were merely looking for a small apartment, he had little interest. Young man, since you are friends with my nephew, feel free to call me Uncle Xie. Leave the property matters to me, but let us be clear, business is business. After you purchase the house, I will require a commission of 1% of the sale price. Absolutely, we understand the rules, Uncle Xie. Good to hear. May I ask what size you are looking for? Unfortunately, you've come at a less than ideal time. If it were 2 years ago, you could have found a smaller apartment for 30 to 50,000. Now, it's nearly impossible to find anything under 100,000, and even if you do, it would be a cramped, remote courtyard. In that case, Uncle Xie, please show us several options. We won't consider anything too small. While I can't afford something overly large, I would at least like a 2-entry courtyard. If a single-entry courtyard is spacious and tidy enough, we can consider it as well. As for the location, let us focus around the Hohai area. The prices in Shihe Courtyard have surged, and properties near the Forbidden City or expansive mansions of several thousand square meters are already in the millions. Lu Xiaochuan did not wish to invest all his funds here. Upon hearing this, Uncle Xie felt reassured. Very well, I will make some calls tonight and take you to view properties tomorrow. After agreeing to meet the next day at the hotel where Lu Xiaochuan was staying, Uncle Xie took his leave. As a professional real estate agent, Uncle Xie had his connections and immediately made several calls to inquire about available properties. Although it was nearing the end of the year, many were still selling their homes. Having moved into new apartments, waiting to sell their old properties to settle debts or enjoy a prosperous new year. This year, Shihe Courtyard had seen a significant price surge, and many believed it had peaked. If they did not sell now, when would they? They all remembered the years when Shihe Courtyard's prices were dismally low and nobody showed interest. Uncle Xie was quite proactive. He arrived early the next morning and even treated Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin to breakfast. After their meal, he took them to view properties. After inspecting a courtyard situated on a bustling street, which boasted an advantageous location and an area exceeding 200 square meters, the owner quoted a price of 260,000, indicating a willingness for slight negotiation. Lu Xiaochuan, however, remained non-committal, opting to continue his search. Uncle Xie was uncertain whether Lu found the price excessive or the size inadequate. Hence he proceeded to show them a smaller courtyard of over 90 square meters, priced at a mere 100,000. Lu Xiaochuan promptly declined. Uncle Xie discerned Lu's preference for larger spaces. Ultimately, Uncle Xie presented Lu Xiaochuan with a second courtyard, expansive at nearly 600 square meters. Due to its size, it proved less desirable, resulting in a lower price of 650,000. Lu Xiaochuan appeared intrigued, yet withheld his decision. Uncle Xie, perplexed, showed him 2 more properties, neither of which caught Lu's interest, leading him to request Uncle Xie to negotiate prices with the owners of the first and third courtyards. Which property will you purchase if the price is agreeable? If both can be negotiated, I shall acquire them all, Lu expressed. Uncle Xie, I shall not let your efforts go unrewarded. For every 10,000 negotiated down, I will grant you a commission of 1,000, in addition to your regular fee. Understood. I shall do my utmost. Await my good news, Uncle Xie replied, motivated by the prospect of earning. Lu Xiaochuan and Su Jibin returned to their hotel to await updates, instructing Uncle Xie to call them with any news. The following midday, Uncle Xie called to inform Lu that the price for the first property had been negotiated down to 240,000, while the second was set at 620,000 after considerable effort on his part. The total for both properties amounted to 880,000, and with Uncle Xie's commission and fees totaling 14,000. Lu Xiaochuan found himself with a shortfall of over 300,000, as he had only brought 600,000. Seeking a solution, Lu approached Uncle Xie to finalize the transaction for the first property, successfully completing the transfer. A deposit was also placed on the second property, with a promise to finalize the deal within 3 days. However, the financial shortfall left Lu feeling somewhat awkward. If necessary, he would have to return home for additional funds. After contemplation, Lu called Yu Xiaomei, explaining that he had not yet distributed the earnings of over 100,000 from the past 6 months. And with the commencement of the winter break, they had collected nearly 200,000 in advanced tuition fees from 2 branch schools, all reflected in their accounts. Lu requested that Yu Xiaomei transfer some funds to him. Although this action was not entirely conventional, as the owner, Lu sought to make an exception. After some deliberation, Yu Xiaomei acquiesced, but felt apprehensive about executing the transfer alone. Demonstrating prudence, she sought the company of Xin Yue, reasoning that with the boss's wife involved, any potential future issues would have a witness. Recognizing the risks of transporting such a substantial sum without sufficient protection, Yu Xiaomei enlisted the help of Coach Bai for added security. Ultimately, they accomplished Lu Xiaochuan's task. The next day, the funds were received promptly. prompting Lu to urge Uncle Xia to contact the property owner, successfully securing the expansive courtyard into his possession. Truth be told, Lu Xiaochuan felt a pang of regret. The total expenditure for these two courtyards exceeded 900,000. Had he ventured to Beijing 2 years earlier, he would have saved at least 500,000 to 600,000. Nevertheless, despite this sense of remorse, Lu's heart brimmed with joy. In 2 to 3 decades, these Western-style courtyards would undoubtedly appreciate to a value that would fulfill a significant financial goal, thus ensuring his financial independence. Uncle Xia was also elated, having not anticipated that Lu Xiaochuan would turn out to be a significant client. From this transaction, he earned a remarkable sum of 13,800, surpassing what an average person would earn in a year. Thanks to his nephew's introduction, it seemed appropriate to reward his nephew with a little pocket money. After bidding farewell to Uncle Xia, Lu Xiaochuan sent a pager message to Zhang Wani, setting a plan to reunite in their hometown of Xinping County during the new year. He politely suggested that Zhang Wani take his nephew, Xia Xinrong, to Fengyang for a visit, assuring her that he would arrange everything. Overall, this trip to Yanjing was a resounding success, despite the considerable expenses incurred. Upon returning to Fengyang, Lu Xiaochuan promptly scheduled a withdrawal of 300,000 from the industrial and commercial bank to settle the tutoring class fees. Yu Xiaomei felt a sense of relief, as a substantial portion of this amount consisted of pre-collected tuition fees, crucial for the upcoming January salary disbursement. Su Zhibin, on this occasion, played the role of a mere observer, having grown accustomed to Lu Xiaochuan's extravagant spending habits. He asked no questions, but simply accompanied him. Naturally, upon returning home, he did not forget to report back to Li Yan. Li Yan pondered, this Lu Xiaochuan has an uncanny knack for sensing market trends, with property prices soaring in Yanjing. Could it be that Fengyang is next? I suggest we do not delay too long. Once we receive our year-end salary and bonuses, let us purchase a home after the new year. Su Zhibin readily agreed. All right, dear, let us aim for a larger place. If funds are insufficient, we could always borrow from Lu Xiaochuan. After all, he is quite affluent. I find this agreeable. This lad often takes advantage of us, claiming I am his cousin and using me as a shield in public. Is it unreasonable for me, as his cousin, to borrow a bit of money without interest? Not at all. Let us proceed with this plan. While Su Zhibin was discussing plans with his wife, Lu Xiaochuan took the opportunity to express his feelings of longing to Shen Yue. A day without seeing her felt like 3 autumns had passed. Having spent 5 or 6 days in Yanjing, it was akin to not having met for nearly 2 decades. It was perfectly natural to be eager for a reunion. Upon his return, Lu Xiaochuan immediately sought to meet Shen Yue. After an arduous wait for her class to conclude, the two ventured to East Street for dinner, sharing their feelings of separation. Lu Xiaochuan recounted his experiences in Yanjing, while Shen Yue expressed her own longing for the capital. Recalling her childhood visit with her parents, though too young at the time to remember much, only fragments remained in her memory. In the days that followed, aside from when Shen Yue was attending class, the couple spent their time together, indulging in meals, shopping, watching movies, and capturing moments in the park with a camera. Their entertainment options were limited, and a cinema date was the preferred choice for romance. The cinema had the added advantage of dim lighting, making it convenient for couples to hold hands, embrace, and share kisses. As the year drew to a close, Shen Yue informed Lu Xiaochuan that her uncle had spoken to her father about her relationship, and her father wished to meet Lu Xiaochuan. The prospect of meeting her parents filled Lu Xiaochuan with a mix of excitement and nervousness. He was aware of Shen Yue's less-than-ideal home life and had longed to stand up to her father and stepmother, ready to support his girlfriend. His only advantage, he believed, was his financial means, and he was determined to leverage it. They arranged to meet the following evening. So on the day he received the news, Lu Xiaochuan took Shen Yue shopping. The cigarettes and alcohol he had previously purchased were still in the car, so there was no need to buy more. He also bought a set of cosmetics for Shen Yue's stepmother and a portable cassette player for her younger brother, along with 2 packs of tea leaves and some fruits. It was important to bring gifts on a first visit, yet it should not be overly extravagant. While Lu Xiaochuan was shopping, Shen Yue attempted to intervene, but her efforts were in vain. Using her own salary, Shen Yue purchased a down jacket and a pair of hiking shoes for Lu Xiaochuan, while he gifted her a wool coat. The next day, they donned their new attire and went to Qihang Education, drawing many curious glances and sparking comments such as, "You both look so splendid, are you getting registered?" Or "No, it seems the new son-in-law is here to visit." Indeed, they were correct in their assumptions. Lu Xiaochuan, possessing a thick skin, remained unfazed by the gossip, while Shen Yue, unable to endure the scrutiny, hurried off to class. In the afternoon, shortly after 4 o'clock, Shen Yue finally finished her lessons. Lu Xiaochuan drove her home, this time not concealing anything, as he parked the car right in front of the building. Shen Yue's younger brother, Shen Dongxiu, was outside building a snowman with his friends. Upon seeing a car pull up and noticing his sister and a young man disembark, he rushed over, having heard that his sister had found a boyfriend and was visiting today. He was surprised to see them arrive by car. He glanced at Lu Xiaochuan but said nothing, merely greeting his sister before darting upstairs. Carrying several gifts, Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue ascended the stairs. Xin Yue's stepmother, Tan Liqin, had already opened the door, eagerly welcoming them inside and taking the gifts from their hands. Tan Liqin was taken aback when her son mentioned that his stepsister's boyfriend had arrived by car, and her spirits soared upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan carrying several large bags of gifts. Particularly, the Sony cassette player for her son, which cost several hundred yuan, had been something he had long desired but which she had been reluctant to purchase. Once seated on the sofa, Lu Xiaochuan promptly greeted Xin Yue's parents. Without waiting for them to interrogate him, he began his self-introduction. "Hello, uncle and auntie, my name is Lu Xiaochuan. You may call me Xiaochuan." He briefly outlined his background and family situation, preempting any questions they might have. Shen Jianxin found Lu Xiaochuan to be a decent young man, noting that while he was not particularly handsome, he was still an adequate match for his daughter. However, Tan Liqin's focus was elsewhere. She was more interested in the prospect of Lu Xiaochuan being well off and whether her son might benefit from it. "Xiaochuan, I heard from Dongshu that you drove here. Did you buy the car yourself?" "Well, it's not entirely mine. I partnered with friends to open a tutoring center, and the car belongs to the center. Though I've been using it recently." "You opened a tutoring center with friends? Is it the one where Xiao Wei works?" "Exactly, auntie, it's Qihong Education. Xiao Wei was unaware that I was the owner of the tutoring center until just a few days ago when I revealed it to her." Tan Liqin thought to herself. "I can't believe you actually believe him." She had long suspected that her brother was secretly attending extra classes. However, since the truth had been revealed today, she decided to take advantage of the situation. "Impressive, young man. I had considered sending Dongshu to your tutoring sessions, but I hesitated after hearing from his cousin, Dong Liang, that your fees are exorbitant. Thus, I refrained from doing so." Lu Xiaochuan, well aware of Tan Liqin's intentions, replied, "Oh, auntie, the high fees are of no concern. Dongshu's tutoring will be complimentary. Is that true? Then I must sincerely thank you," exclaimed Tan Liqin. "Dongshu, hurry and express your gratitude to your brother-in-law." "Thank you, brother-in-law." Shen Dongshu, enamored with his new recording device, hurriedly expressed his thanks, although he was indifferent about the tutoring arrangement. What a racket. They have only just met. Shen Jianxin was incensed, taken aback by his wife's apparent lack of worth. "Come now, Shun, wasn't this inevitable? All right, Dongshu for now. Just refer to him as brother." Tan Liqin was pleased to have achieved her goal. Lu Xiaochuan hastily added, "Auntie, there is something I must inform you in advance. My tutoring class is a partnership with a friend, and we had previously agreed not to offer free sessions or discounts. Therefore, if Dongshu attends, he must not disclose the truth to others. We will say he is paying, and he should pretend not to know me, even avoiding recognition with Xiao Wei. This is merely for appearances, as we wish to avoid any negative impressions." "Oh, I see. You needn't worry, Annie understands. As long as it doesn't cost anything. How we present it to others is of no concern to me." Tan Liqin handed Lu Xiaochuan a freshly washed apple from the coffee table and graciously offered one to Shen Xiaowei, displaying a warmth that felt more genuine than that of a biological mother. "Old Shun, you keep Xiaochuan company while I prepare dinner." It was already past 5, and she had clearly not prepared any food in advance, evidently waiting for Lu Xiaochuan's arrival to decide what to serve. Shen Jianxin and Lu Xiaochuan, lacking common topics of conversation, engaged in awkward small talk before heading to the kitchen to assist, leaving Lu Xiaochuan and Shen Xiaowei on the sofa, along with Shen Dongshu, who was lost in music with his headphones on. Shen Xiaowei took Lu Xiaochuan's hand and whispered, "Thank you, Xiaochuan." With Lu Xiaochuan's visit, her status within the family had instantaneously elevated. It was the first time in years she had been offered fruit by her stepmother, a moment that felt extraordinary. "What is there to thank me for? Your happiness is what matters most." His sweet words were unexpectedly touching, causing Shen Xiaowei to fall for him all over again. Chapter 138. Xiao Long is again defeated. Tan Liqin was in particularly high spirits today. Her daughter's boyfriend had brought her a grand gift on his first visit, alleviating her concerns about her son's tutoring needs. She resolved to treat Shen Xiaowei better in the future, hoping to benefit more from Lu Xiaochuan. Today, she showcased her culinary skills, preparing a lavish feast. Xin Yue found herself at odds with her stepmother, a situation that Shen Jianxin observed with concern but felt utterly powerless to rectify. Fortunately, his daughter spent most of her time at school, which helped to circumvent familial disputes. Now, with her boyfriend visiting, the household experienced a rare moment of tranquility, filling Shen Jianxin with joy. He eagerly opened a bottle of baijiu, inviting Lu Xiaochuan for a drink. Feigning a lack of alcohol tolerance, Lu Xiaochuan was nonetheless determined to accompany his elder with the utmost respect. As the evening progressed and the spirits flowed, conversation flourished. Lu Xiaochuan, with charming eloquence, praised Shen Jianxin for maintaining an air of sophistication despite entering middle age, commended Tan Liqin's culinary prowess, and lauded Shen Dongshu's intelligence. The entire family was thoroughly charmed by Lu Xiaochuan's flattering words, leading to their warm approval. After dinner, Lu Xiaochuan, exhibiting proper etiquette, took his leave, neglecting to assist with clearing the table or washing the dishes, as he was disinclined to showcase his willingness in that regard. Xin Yue accompanied Lu Xiaochuan downstairs, exchanging a reluctant farewell and arranging for him to pick her up the following day, now that formal introductions had been made. In early February, the supplementary classes were nearing completion as the new year approached. Lu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin took the initiative to secure New Year's gifts for the teachers, distributing fruits, milk, and beverages, all of which could be enjoyed at home during the festive season. Naturally, year-end bonuses were not overlooked. And although it was not yet the 10th of the month for salary disbursement, January's wages were swiftly calculated and distributed, ensuring everyone could celebrate the new year abundantly. The atmosphere at Qihang Education was jubilant, with Yu Xiaomei and Li Yin as principals receiving unprecedented adoration, while Lu Xiaochuan discreetly wore the smile of a capitalist. Since the establishment of the branch school in October, the combined profits from both branches had exceeded 100,000. In January, Xin Yue earned over 1,000, sufficient to cover her TOEFL class fees. However, she was determined to maintain her part-time job until the summer, wanting to see her students through the Gaokao without abrupt teacher changes. As the Spring Festival approached, Lu Xiaochuan prepared to return home for the new year. Although he had met Xin Yue's parents, given that they had only confirmed their relationship 2 months prior, it was not appropriate for her to accompany him back to his hometown. He was about to head to the train station to purchase tickets when he unexpectedly received a page from Lu Xiaolong, who, astonishingly, had not returned home either and was at the Dalian station, preparing to travel to Fengyang, requesting Lu Xiaochuan to wait for him to return together. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan met Lu Xiaolong at the station. Dressed impeccably, Xiaolong regaled Lu Xiaochuan with tales of his newfound success, asserting that he had transformed significantly. Observing his friend's boastful demeanor, Lu Xiaochuan playfully nudged him back to reality. Upon further inquiry, he learned that Xiaolong had indeed displayed remarkable resourcefulness. Seeking part-time work in various establishments shortly after the semester began, he had approached numerous bars and restaurants to offer mural painting services, leveraging the artistic skills of classmates, while he negotiated prices and acted as the intermediary. By the end of the semester, his team had grown, and several classmates had joined him in earning money, resulting in significant profits for Xiaolong. Indeed, those from Lu Village possess remarkable talents, Lu Xiaochuan mused. By the way, how are things progressing with Chinsume? Upon returning to university, I found a girlfriend who surpasses Xie Yuewan in beauty, rivaling even your Chinsume. Lu Xiaolong wore a look of pride. I have told you countless times that I have no connection with Chinsume. I have scarcely seen her this semester, and I too have found a girlfriend, whom you shall meet shortly. Is that so? I must take a good look then. Has your taste improved? Lu Xiaolong felt a tinge of anticipation. Driving Lu Xiaolong to Qihang Education, they waited in the car while Xin Yue was engaged in her last class of the year. Half an hour later, Lu Xiaolong spotted a tall beauty, nearly 1.7 meters, with a high ponytail exiting the main entrance, heading straight for a Santana. He instantly recognized her as Lu Xiaochuan's girlfriend. Indeed, Lu Xiaochuan emerged, opened the car door, and Xin Yue took her seat in the back. Lu Xiaochuan gestured toward the front passenger seat, introducing Lu Xiaolong as his cousin and childhood friend studying at Dalian Light Industry College. Lu Xiaolong promptly exclaimed, "Hello, sister-in-law." Xin Yue blushed slightly, yet responded graciously, "Hello, Xiaolong." Lu Xiaolong's right hand rested in the outer pocket of his down jacket, clutching a photo of his girlfriend, ready to showcase it to Lu Xiaochuan. However, upon seeing Xin Yue, he quickly dismissed the idea, contemplating, "Thank goodness I didn't reveal the photo prematurely, otherwise, I would have been outdone by Xiaochuan again. Why does he always have such incredible luck in finding such a beautiful girlfriend? I feel utterly overshadowed." Initially planning to take a train home, Lu Xiaolong strongly urged Lu Xiaochuan to drive instead. After considering it, Lu Xiaochuan agreed, recognizing the convenience of driving despite the arduous journey. Since they were driving home, they decided to purchase some gifts, heading to East Street to buy presents for their families. Xin Yue, already familiar with Lu Xiaochuan's family situation, also bought gifts for his parents, sister, and young nephew. Hand in hand, Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue appeared quite affectionate, while Lu Xiaolong felt like a third wheel, receiving a fair share of dog food, prompting him to miss his own girlfriend, pondering when he might reciprocate this affection. Lu Xiaochuan bought new down jackets for his parents and sister, 2 cases of liquor for his father and elders, supplements for his grandmother, and toys and new clothes for his nephew, ensuring that everyone received a gift. With the items purchased by both Xin Yue and Lu Xiaolong, the trunk was already overflowing, and even the back seat was filled. After a long afternoon of shopping, they enjoyed dinner together before dropping Xin Yue off at her home. The two shared a bittersweet farewell downstairs, as Lu Xiaochuan would be departing early the next morning with Lu Xiaolong to return home, leaving them to communicate through phone calls to bridge the distance. Having only recently met her parents, Lu Xiaochuan refrained from buying additional gifts for Xin Yue's family, opting instead to prepare a red envelope for her younger brother. The day after Lu Xiaochuan's previous visit, Tan Lijing took Xin Dongshu to Qihang Education, where Lu Xiaochuan arranged for a math and an English teacher through Yu Xiaomei, with Lu Xiaochuan covering the tuition himself to avoid any confusion in the tutoring class's finances. Although Shun Yue excelled in English, it is widely acknowledged among teachers that it is difficult for parents to teach their own children, necessitating the hiring of external educators. In recent days, Tin Liqin has shown exceptional care for Shun Yue. Upon hearing that Lu Xiaochuan would return to his hometown the following day, she felt a tinge of regret, fearing that the opportunity for a spring festival gift might be lost. When Shun Yue presented her younger brother with a red envelope, Tan Liqin's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of 5 crisp bills. Chapter 139. Returning home for the new year on the morning of February 5th, Lu Xiaochuan set off with Xiaolong. Having undertaken a long journey last year, he felt somewhat prepared, although last time he had Yu Qingjun to share the driving duties. This time, he would have to navigate the journey solo, presenting a considerable challenge. Fortunately, after inquiring for directions several times and taking breaks along the way, they stopped for lunch and finally entered the territory of Xinping County by mid-afternoon. Upon arrival in Xinping County, Lu Xiaochuan breathed a sigh of relief. The duo bypassed the county town and followed the directional signs to Shida town, eventually returning home to Liutuan after approximately 8 or 9 hours of travel. The distance from Shida town to Liutuan is less than 3 miles, yet the poor condition of the village roads nearly rattled Lu Xiaochuan to pieces. He resolved that once he earned a bit more from the stock market in the summer, he must contribute to the village, starting with repairing these dreadful roads. To prosper, one must first pave the way. This short stretch of dilapidated road significantly hindered the villagers' path to wealth. The road from Shida town to Liutuan meanders along the banks of a modest river, which usually runs low but can swell into a torrent during the summer rains. Near the roadside, 2 graves lie nestled among the trees. Lu Xiaochuan suddenly recalled that in his previous life, the road to Liutuan was not completed until 20 years later, with numerous county road construction plans thwarted due to the necessity of relocating these graves. The graves belonged to the Chao family of Shida town, who, not frequenting this route, were understandably reluctant to move them for the sake of Liutuan's road. The Chao family had a son in a governmental position in the city, rendering the villagers powerless to compel them. Ultimately, it was only after the son's retirement that, following extensive negotiations and compensation, the graves were relocated, allowing the cement road to reach the village. Lu Xiaochuan committed this matter to memory, determined to devise a plan for the graves' relocation in the future. However, he had no time to ponder this now. Returning home for the new year took precedence. As he drove into the village, Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping had already come out to greet him upon hearing the sound of the car. It was indeed their son, Santana. Lu Xiaochuan parked the car in the family courtyard and began unloading the bags. Xiaolong also disembarked, exchanged greetings, and took his belongings home, agreeing to return tomorrow to visit Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan presented the down jackets he had purchased for his parents and sister, urging them to try them on. Zhao Cuiping remarked, "This child, always spending money frivolously. What do we need such fine clothes for at our age?" As she accepted the clothing, trying it on while admiring herself in the mirror. Seeing his mother's joyful expression brought happiness to Lu Xiaochuan. He then produced a woolen scarf bought by Shin Yue for her, having already informed his parents about his girlfriend over the phone. Zhao Cuiping was even more delighted upon seeing it. The scarf matched perfectly with the down jacket, and as she admired herself in the mirror, she asked Lu Jinyu and Lu Xiaoning if she looked good. "How delightful. At your age, you should feel a bit embarrassed," Lu Jinyu chuckled. Zhao Cuiping retorted, "I have hardly worn any new clothes while spending my life with you. I'm merely borrowing my son's glory. Can't I show it off a little?" Realizing the conversation was veering into dangerous territory, Lu Jinyu quickly fell silent. Lu Xiaochuan then presented a photo of himself and Shin Yue to his mother. Zhao Cuiping and Lu Xiaoning squeezed together, eager to catch a glimpse. Upon seeing the exquisite beauty of Shin Yue, Zhao Cuiping's eyes sparkled, and she praised her son for his good fortune in finding such a lovely partner. Lu Xiaoning also expressed her astonishment at her brother's stunning girlfriend, who was indeed more attractive than the belle of her own class. Leaving their parents and elder sister to admire the photo, Lu Xiaochuan took some supplements and liquor and headed to his uncle Lu Jincheng's home. His uncle and aunt were busy making tofu, and the room was filled with steam, rendering visibility poor beyond 2 meters. Upon Lu Xiaochuan's arrival, they promptly ushered him into the inner room. His aunt joyfully received the items he brought and inquired, "Xiaochuan, when did you arrive home?" "Just got back. I wanted to come see Grandma and you all." His grandmother and younger cousins were sitting in the inner room watching television. Seeing her eldest grandson return, they hurriedly invited him to sit on the calm. Lu Xiaochuan noticed that his grandmother appeared to be in good spirits, indicating that his aunt had indeed kept her word. Unlike before, when they relied heavily on her for chores, the couple seemed to be taking good care of the elderly lady. His cousins also greeted him enthusiastically. His cousin Lu Xiaojiang, who did not pass the county high school entrance exam, had enrolled in Shida High School nearby, while his cousin Lu Xiaorong was now in middle school. Lu Xiaochuan handed each of them a 100 yuan bill, treating it as an early gift for the new year. They gratefully accepted, thanking their elder brother repeatedly. "Uncle, during the summer vacation, can I take Xiaojiang with me to the provincial capital? I can arrange for him to catch up on his studies and hopefully gain admission to a good university in the future." Lu Xiaochuan, who himself ran a tutoring class, felt it only right to assist his own cousin. That would be wonderful. The teaching quality at Shida High School is truly lacking. I had previously thought of having Xiaojiang repeat a year and then take the county exam, but he was adamant about attending Shida High. Lu Jincheng expressed his lingering disappointment over his son's defiance of his plans. Ultimately, learning relies on oneself. A mentor can guide you in, but cultivation is a personal endeavor. Do you hear that, Xiaojiang? Your brother has said that your studies depend on your own efforts. Study diligently and follow your brother's example. I will take you to the provincial capital during the summer. His aunt seized the opportunity to admonish her son. All right, I promise to work hard. Lu Xiaojiang was filled with aspirations for the big city, having never ventured beyond Xinping County in his life, a common reality for many in this era. After conversing for a while longer at his uncle's house, Lu Xiaochuan returned home for dinner. Once he finished, he suddenly remembered that he had yet to inform Xin Yue of his safe return. He quickly called her home, and the phone was answered by Tan Liqin. Upon recognizing Lu Xiaochuan's voice, she warmly said, Xiaochuan, please hold on. I'll call Xiao Wei over to take the phone. Lu Xiaochuan reassured Xin Yue of his safety, and they chatted for quite some time before hanging up. He noticed his mother, Zhao Cuaping, eavesdropping nearby. Mom, isn't that a bit excessive? Are you listening in on your son's phone call? I didn't mean to eavesdrop on you. I merely wanted to hear the voice of my future daughter-in-law. The matter is still in its infancy. You might as well give up. Regardless, come next year for the new year, do endeavor to bring home a daughter-in-law from mother. Lu Xiaochuan laughed. Shall I bring back a few for you then? You rascal, have you not learned your lesson? If you behave inappropriately outside and offend a girl, I shall break your legs when you return. All right, I was merely jesting. Do you truly believe your son to be such a person? Can you not trust your son's character? Humph, among us siblings, you are the one that mother trusts the least, Lu Xiaoning interjected with a sly remark. Sister, that strikes a painful chord. Lu Xiaochuan, realizing he could no longer remain in the room, quickly retreated to his own quarters to rest, weary from the day's toil. Chapter 140. Cousins unacquainted Lu Xiaochuan returned to his hometown just before the year's end, and the following day he accompanied his parents to visit his two uncles, bearing festive gifts. Due to Wang Jing's imminent childbirth, Zhao Lijun and Wang Jing remained in the provincial capital and did not return home for the new year. The two cousins at his elder uncle's house were already married, leaving only the elderly couple at home. However, his second uncle's household was bustling with activity, and they invited Lu Xiaochuan's family for lunch before they departed. Upon returning from his uncle's house, Lu Xiaochuan headed to the county town. Although Yu Qingjun and Bai Ling were spending the spring festival in Xihai province this year and would not return to Xinqing County, Lu Xiaochuan felt it necessary to pay a visit to Old Bai, as they shared a mutual passion for history and had formed a friendship that transcended age. Lu Xiaochuan brought along some fruit and a splendid gift, a deluxe edition of Records of the Three Kingdoms. While the book itself was not particularly valuable, Old Bai would surely appreciate it. Indeed, Lu Xiaochuan's gift was warmly received by Old Bai. At Old Bai's residence, there was another elderly gentleman present, and the two were engaged in tea and conversation. Upon hearing Old Bai mention Lu Xiaochuan's familiarity with history and noticing the gift of Records of the Three Kingdoms, the elder insisted on testing Lu Xiaochuan's knowledge, asking, Young man, you have surely read Romance of the Three Kingdoms, have you not? Pray tell, why did Guan Yu not surrender to Cao Cao? Lu Xiaochuan chuckled. Since you inquired, allow me to share a thought or two. The reasons are undoubtedly manifold, but I shall mention a lesser-known one. Guan Yu and Cao Cao were rivals in love, harboring resentment over a woman. Young man, you must be cautious with such assertions. What is the source of this unconventional history? Whether it is unconventional, I cannot say. This particular detail is not recorded in Records of the Three Kingdoms, but references can be found in Chronicles of Shu, Brief History of Wei, and Huaiyangguoji. When the first ruler besieged Xiapi with Cao Cao, Guan Yu repeatedly sought permission from Cao Cao to marry his wife, who had no sons. Upon the city's fall, Cao Cao, suspecting her of having an unusual attraction, examined her and indeed found her to possess an extraordinary allure. Thus he kept her for himself. Lu Xiaochuan elaborated further. Initially, when Liu Bei and his brothers followed Cao Cao to besiege Xiapi in their fight against Lu Bu dispatched his subordinate, Qin Yilu, to Yuan Shu for assistance. Recognizing Qin Yilu's talent, Yuan Shu retained him at his side and even arranged for him to marry a noblewoman of the Han dynasty. Meanwhile, Qin Yilu's original wife, Du Shi, remained in Xiapi, renowned for her beauty and said to be one of the inspirations for Diaochan. Guan Yu sought out Cao Cao several times to express his desire for a wife who bore him no sons, suggesting that upon the city's fall, he might take Qin Yilu's wife as his own. Cao Cao, having heard him speak several times, mused to himself about how beautiful Qin Yilu's wife must be. After the city fell, upon seeing her, he confirmed her beauty and decided to keep her for himself. Later, Qin Yilu also came under Cao Cao's command, but was incited by Zhang Fei to betray Cao Cao. When he regrettably wished to return halfway, Zhang Fei killed him. Qin Yilu's son, named Qin Lang, became Cao Cao's stepson, and Cao Cao treated him quite well, despite Qin Lang lacking significant talents. Eventually, He held a respectable position in the Chao Wei dynasty. This is recorded in the aforementioned 3 historical texts. Do you think Guan Yu and Cao Cao could be considered rivals in love? The old man nodded, saying, indeed. Young man, you must have read extensively. You are well versed in these obscure tales. Are you particularly interested in such stories? Lu Xiaochuan felt a flush of embarrassment. He indeed had read numerous historical anecdotes, including tales of Tang Ji's misunderstandings and Ding Taiho's relationship with Murongxi. It's nothing. Young people naturally enjoy such stories. I was young once too, the old man quickly interjected, diverting the conversation. Lu Xiaochuan was unaware of the old man's identity. Anyone who could befriend Bai Dage likely held some stature in the past. He regarded the 2 elderly men as ordinary individuals and engaged in light-hearted conversation with them. Bai Dage's friend, surnamed Ning, expressed admiration for Lu Xiaochuan's extensive knowledge and broad perspective, exclaiming, "Old secretary, where did you find this young man? He hardly resembles a typical youth. His knowledge is nearly on par with that of us old-timers." Haha, I met him on the train through my daughter. Xiaochuan is a university student who spends his days immersed in the library, devouring books, Bai Dage replied. Well, young man, do read more in your spare time. It's far better than wasting time and leisure. However, do not neglect your studies. Rest assured, Uncle Ning, I will certainly not compromise my education. The 3 conversed throughout the afternoon, discussing history and current international affairs, interests shared by men of all ages. As evening approached, Bai Dage invited Lu Xiaochuan to stay for dinner. But he politely declined. Just as Lu Xiaochuan was about to leave, Bai Chenglin returned, accompanied by a young man in his mid-20s, who carried a box of fruit, clearly a reward from their workplace. As the county head could not carry it himself, someone had kindly offered assistance. Xiaochuan, are you leaving? Stay for dinner. No, Bai Dage, I must return home. It will soon be dark. I will visit you again another day. Bai Chenglin nodded, encouraging Lu Xiaochuan to come by often, before heading inside. The young man carrying the box wondered who this young fellow was. Addressing the county head as Bai Dage and the old secretary as Bai Dage as well. Could he be a privileged offspring of some official? Lu Xiaochuan, however, paid no heed to other speculations and drove home. The following morning, Xiao Long sought him out, and the 2 went to Zhang Chao's house. Zhang Chao's cattle-raising venture had flourished, with a spacious yard and newly constructed barns on both sides, housing over 20 cattle. Well done, Chaozi. Last year you had fewer than 10 cattle, and now you have expanded so much. The market conditions are favorable, so I took out a loan to raise a few more. Zhang Chao replied with a sincere smile. Where did you secure the loan? I did not mention needing money, did I? Why did no one speak to me about it? Lu Xiaochuan felt a twinge of irritation. Xiaolong chimed in. Indeed, if in need of funds, one should seek out Xiaochuan. Has everyone forgotten he is a wealthy benefactor? After you finish feeding the cattle, let us find someone to engage in a game of poker and perhaps win a little money from Xiaochuan. Next time we find ourselves short on cash, we shall certainly come to you. Did we not notice you were away before? The loan we secured is a county agricultural assistance loan, with quite low interest. As the year draws to a close, those working away have returned home, thus gathering a group for poker is quite effortless. After a morning of play, Lu Xiaochuan finally returned home just in time for lunch. Upon entering, he noticed 2 bottles of white liquor and a box of snacks on the cabinet. He inquired of his sister, Lu Xiaoning, who has come to visit. Oh, it's our cousin from my aunt's side come to see Dad. He is still upset that they didn't invite him to the wedding, and he didn't greet them warmly. Well, why should he? To hold a wedding without inviting one's maternal uncle is quite inappropriate, Lu Xiaochuan remarked, believing Lu Jin had acted rightly. Considering it was commendable he and discarded the gifts. By the way, our second uncle has invited us over for dinner. Aunt and our younger aunt are both there. Neither our parents nor I wish to go, so we intend to send you as our representative. Lu Xiaoning added. I shall not go either. No, you must attend. Our quarrel with your aunt is a matter for the elders. As the younger generation, you must show respect. Your cousin works in the county government. It would be beneficial for you to make his acquaintance. You met him when you were 5. I doubt you would recognize him now, Zhao Cuiping insisted. Upon reflection, Lu Xiaochuan conceded that his mother had a point. As a younger relative, it was imperative he upheld decorum. He understood why his aunt had asked his second uncle to invite him for dinner. It was because they had heard of his newfound fortune, and the family was no longer a burden. Previously, his uncle's family seldom visited Lu Tan, and this cousin had not come to his grandmother's house in over a decade, resulting in a lack of recognition among the cousins. Upon arriving at his second uncle's home, he found his aunt, and younger uncle present, though his uncle was still absent. Lu Xiaochuan hurriedly greeted the elders. It had been years since his aunt had seen him. She was delighted to find he had grown into a young man and warmly took his hand, exhibiting the affection of an aunt for her nephew, calling for his cousin Zhang Weibing to come in and be introduced to the 2 young men. As Zhang Weibing entered, the moment he laid eyes on Lu Xiaochuan, both were taken aback. Lu Xiaochuan had not anticipated that the young man who had helped Bai Chenglin move boxes the previous day was, in fact, his cousin. Chapter 141. The complexity of kinship. Zhang Weibing was equally astonished. He had not expected to see his cousin Lu Xiaochuan, whom he had not laid eyes on in over a decade. The county town is not far from Lu Tun, Yet Zhang Weibing had seldom visited his grandmother's home. And when he did, it was always a fleeting visit. Last year, upon hearing of his uncle's cousin's newfound wealth and the construction of a new house, he had harbored some skepticism. Today, upon witnessing it firsthand, he found it to be true, and to his astonishment, he had encountered his cousin at Bai County Chief's residence. He was left wondering how his cousin had become entangled with the Bai family. Lu Xiaochuan greeted Zhang Weibing, and soon after, his second aunt began to serve dishes onto the table. The dining arrangement was modest, consisting of a Kong table and a round table. Grandmother, the second aunt, 2 aunts, and his cousins occupied the Kong table, while Uncle Lu Jinqing and his younger uncle brought Zhang Weibing, Lu Xiaochuan, and Lu Xiaojiang to sit on the floor table to drink. Lu Xiaochuan felt no closeness towards his elder aunt and cousin Zhang Weibing, but out of respect for his uncle and younger uncle, he reluctantly joined them in drinking a few cups. After several rounds, Zhang Weibing began to inquire about Lu Xiaochuan's affairs. Lu Xiaochuan responded vaguely, reluctant to divulge much. Zhang Weibing quickly posed the question of why Lu Xiaochuan had been at the Bai family residence the previous day. Lu Xiaochuan was already aware that Zhang Weibing worked in the county government and had just become a correspondent for Bai Qinglin. He had no intention of causing trouble for his cousin, yet he also did not wish to facilitate any connections through himself. He merely stated that he did not know County Chief Bai personally, but was friends with his sister and brother-in-law, and had gone to visit Bai Yi at someone else's request. Zhang Weibing appeared skeptical of Lu Xiaochuan's explanation, as it was evident he had visited the Bai residence numerous times and was quite familiar with them. However, he understood that one cannot rush matters, especially since his parents had shown favoritism during his wedding 2 years prior by not inviting his maternal uncle, thereby offending that side of the family. If he wished for Lu Xiaochuan to speak favorably on his behalf, he would have to wait until relations improved. Consequently, Zhang Weibing refrained from further discussion on the matter and continued to drink with Lu Xiaochuan. During the meal, Lu Xiaochuan eventually bid farewell and returned home. His elder aunt Lu Jinhong remarked somewhat irritably, "This child, now that he has money, has begun to look down on us, showing no affinity whatsoever." His younger aunt and uncle exchanged glances but remained silent. The second aunt had fully aligned herself with Lu Xiaochuan, attempting to mediate. "Sister, you don't come back often. This child has that temperament. He is not intentionally aloof. Perhaps it's just that he is unfamiliar with you all and doesn't he know what to say?" Lu Jinhong wished to say more, but Zhang Weibing quickly tugged at his mother's sleeve, whispering, "Mom, please don't offend him. Yesterday, while helping County Chief Bai move fruit, I ran into Lu Xiaochuan just as he was leaving the old secretary's house. His connection with the Bai family seems quite significant." He has such connections?" "Indeed. We must ensure we maintain a good relationship with your uncle's family. You never know when it might come in handy. To think that this young man has made something of himself. Had I known, we should not have neglected to invite your uncle to the wedding 2 years ago. Now our relationship has soured, and we can only hope to mend it gradually." Lu Jinhong felt a twinge of regret. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaochuan found his mother, Zhao Cuiping, plucking feathers from a newly slaughtered goose. Tomorrow, his elder sister's family was returning to their maternal home to deliver festival gifts, and Zhao Cuiping was preparing a large goose stew in an iron pot to treat her daughter and son-in-law. Lu Xiaoning, his second sister, was hiding in her room reading, as she was preparing for her upcoming college graduation and the specialized examinations. "How is it going with Gao? With the new year approaching? Why haven't you brought him home for mom and dad to meet?" Lu Xiaochuan asked. "Don't be fishing for conversation. Just take care of yourself," Lu Xiaoning retorted, feeling anxious as Gao Jianjun planned to take the graduate school entrance exam next year. If Lu Xiaoning didn't focus on her studies for the specialized examinations, the gap between them would widen, making separation all the more likely. Lu Xiaochuan, sensing his sister's displeasure but unwilling to provoke her further, retreated to the main house to call Shen Yue. After just 2 days of silence, the two found themselves with an abundance of conversation. Zhao Cuiping, noticing Lu Xiaochuan engrossed in his call, expressed her annoyance, saying, "Xiaochuan, if you have something to say, hurry up. Those phone bills are rather steep." Lu Xiaochuan, covering the mouthpiece, replied, "Mother, do you no longer wish for a daughter-in-law?" Upon realizing he was talking to his partner, she softened her stance, exclaiming, "Oh, if you're calling your girlfriend, go ahead and chat. The phone bill is on me." Zhao Cuiping's demeanor shifted from clouds to sunshine in an instant. In the afternoon, Uncle Lu Jinqing sought out Lu Xiaochuan again. "Xiaochuan, your aunts are heading back. I had planned to arrange for a 3-wheeled cart, but none are available in our village. Could you take them instead?" "Of course, Uncle. I'll head out right away." Lu Xiaochuan, possessing his own vehicle, saw no reason to allow his aunts to walk home. While his elder aunt might not mind, the presence of his younger aunt and her husband made it imperative to offer a ride. Upon seeing him drive off, Lu Jinhong, his elder aunt, realized that her nephew had indeed struck it rich and was someone not to be trifled with. The Santana was comfortably filled with 5 passengers. Even accommodating 6 was no issue. Zhang Weibing occupied the front passenger seat, while the young aunt's family of 3 and the elder aunt settled into the back. Zhang Weibing envied Lu Xiaochuan, who was now driving a car, while he himself still rode a bicycle to work, having yet to own even a motorcycle. The young aunt's family resided in Shida Town, not far away. Lu Xiaochuan first delivered them home, retrieving 2 bottles of liquor and a box of snacks from the trunk for the young aunt's husband. He made no delay and continued to drive the elder aunt and his cousin. During the journey, the elder aunt initiated a conversation, to which Lu Xiaochuan responded with noncommittal sounds. The county town was not far, and the elder aunt's home was conveniently close to the train station. Zhang Weibing guided the way, and soon they arrived. The elder aunt insisted on having Lu Xiaochuan stay for dinner, but he politely declined. The elder aunt feigned anger, saying, "Look at you, child. Why be so formal with your aunt? We are family. How can you leave without eating when you come to my home? If you insist on leaving, I'll be upset and won't let you visit again." The elder aunt's family had always been rather opportunistic. In the past, Lu Xiaochuan had been reluctant to hold grudges over trivial matters, but her current demeanor incited an inexplicable aversion within him. Stepping out of the car, he stood by the roadside and addressed her. "Aunt, the notion of kinship is quite complex. Logically, you are my aunt, and I am your nephew, bound by blood. Yet, after living for 20 years, today is the first time I have discovered how to approach your doorstep. It has been over a decade since I last saw you. I don't even recognize my cousins, let alone my uncle, whom I have yet to meet. If it weren't for my grandmother, I dare say you would have long ceased to return to your family home. When your son married and left my father out of the celebrations, did you consider that he is your own brother? Do you realize how much he was ridiculed because of that? Now, you wish to discuss familial bonds. Do we really need to go there?" Zhang Weibing, witnessing this exchange, became agitated. "Lu Xiaochuan, is this how you speak to your aunt?" "Indeed, it is. I shall speak as I please." At this juncture, Lu Xiaochuan, no longer inclined to indulge, pressed the accelerator and drove away, leaving his elder aunt and cousin seething in impotent fury, staring at the taillights of the departing vehicle. Chapter 142. Huang Banzian. On the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, Lu Xiaoyun's family planned to visit her parental home. Initially, her brother-in-law, Wang Guangxing, was supposed to ride his motorcycle, but Zhao Cuiping, concerned about the cold potentially harming her grandson, sent Lu Xiaochuan to drive instead. Upon his first visit, Lu Xiaochuan brought along clothes and toys for his nephew, as well as 2 bottles of liquor and a box of pastries for his elder sisters-in-laws. Upon arriving at his sister's home, they were warmly welcomed by the Wang family. His little nephew, Wang Haoze, who had just begun to walk, clutched the new toy Lu Xiaochuan had bought him and cried whenever someone attempted to take it away, resulting in the toy being taken back to his grandmother's house. Wang Guangxing had also prepared numerous gifts for his in-laws, and Lu Xiaochuan assisted in packing them into the trunk. They did not linger at his sister's home for long and set off without breakfast, looking forward to the iron pot stewed goose at Lutan. As they reached the streets of Hechuan town, they encountered a traffic jam caused by a funeral procession. Lu Xiaochuan had no choice but to pull over and let the mourners pass. Alas, during the new year, one must wonder how to celebrate when there is a death in the family, Lu Xiaoyun lamented. Wang Guangxing chuckled. Does death concern the new year? Once it arrives, there is nothing to be done. The deceased was said to be the father of Old Hao, who owned a hardware store on the street, and he was nearing 90 years old, making it a somewhat celebratory funeral. It was rumored that the burial site was chosen by Huang Banzian, who had also moved the grave of the old man's wife during this occasion. Huang Banzian. Why not call him Huang Daxian? Lu Xiaochuan joked. As in northeast China, Huang Daxian specifically refers to a weasel. ISNT that to avoid bad omens. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone be named Zhang Daxian or Li Daxian? With him, they can only call him Banzian. Despite the moniker, he is far more renowned than those so-called Daxians. Everyone in the surrounding towns knows him, and even people in the county invite him to assess feng shui. Wang Guangxing clearly had considerable knowledge about Huang Banzian. Is Huang Banzian from Hechuan town? Lu Xiaochuan inquired. Indeed, he resides next to the veterinary station at the east end of the town. Lu Xiaochuan refrained from further questioning about Huang Banzian, but was struck by a sudden inspiration. He planned to help Lu Tun repair the road next year, and the Chao family's gravesite was an obstacle. Perhaps Huang Banzian could assist with relocating the grave. Upon reaching Lu Tun, Lu Xiaochuan drove into his own yard. As Lu Xiaoyun stepped out of the car holding Wang Haoze, Zhao Cuiping promptly took the child, cherishing her grandson while eagerly anticipating the day she could hold her own grandchild. Lu Xiaoyun and Lu Xiaoning quickly assisted Zhao Cuiping, and soon a feast was prepared, with the main dish being iron pot stewed goose. Wang Guangxing and Lu Xiaochuan shared a bottle of white liquor with their father, Lu Jinyu, enjoying a lively meal filled with discussions about the year's events, celebrating the family's joyous occasions, and reveling in the collective happiness. After lunch, Lu Xiaochuan specifically invited Xiao Long and Zhang Chao to join Wang Guangxing for a game of poker. Wang Guangxing had been running a furniture store in Hechuan town for a year and was usually busy, but he took advantage of the new year to relax. However, he ended up losing to the 3 youngsters. Nonetheless, as a business owner with some money in his pocket, he was pleased to lose 100 or so. After finishing dinner, the evening's entertainment began, and this time Lu Xiaoyun joined in. Together, the couple faced defeat once again. They spent the night at Liutuan, and the next day, the eldest sister's family prepared to return home, planning to visit again in the Lunar New Year. Lu Xiaochuan escorted the 3 members of the eldest sister's family back home without stopping in Shuangmiao village, eager to return. Upon reaching the main street of Hechuan town, Lu Xiaochuan found a shop to purchase cigarettes and liquor before heading to the veterinary station at the eastern end of the town. He parked the car and, carrying his items, inquired about the residence of Huang Banzian. A few middle-aged men were basking in the sun at the alley's entrance, chatting idly, waiting for enough people to gather to play a few rounds of mahjong. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan asking for Huang Banzian's house, one of them quickly pointed him in the right direction. As Lu Xiaochuan entered the alley, the men outside remarked enviously, "This young fellow arrived in a car. Huang Banzian is in for a profitable day." Upon reaching the door, Lu Xiaochuan knocked. Huang Banzian had just finished breakfast and was sitting on the calm, sipping tea. Seeing a guest bearing gifts, he hurriedly invited him in. Huang Banzian was quite versatile, taking on tasks such as fortune-telling, divination, feng shui consultations, and even spirit mediumship. Noticing Lu Xiaochuan's youth and stylish attire, he curiously asked, "Young man, are you here to inquire about love or wealth?" Lu Xiaochuan remained silent, merely glancing at the others in the room. Huang Banzian understood and promptly asked his wife and child to wait in another room. Lu Xiaochuan smiled and said, "Huang Banzian, I actually have a bit of understanding about feng shui myself. To be honest, I don't truly believe in your practices." Huang Banzian's expression changed. "What do you mean, young man?" "Nothing much, just here to offer you some money to assist with a matter," Lu Xiaochuan replied, placing 1,000 yuan on the table. "I will not engage in immoral deeds," Huang Banzian declared, looking quite serious. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, "Haven't you already engaged in your share of deceit?" Yet he replied, "What I am asking you to do is for the benefit of the people. This is merely a deposit. There will be another 1,000 upon completion. Should you fail, I will retrieve this 1,000. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan's brow furrowed, and Huang Banzian felt a hint of intimidation. The young man's gaze bore an unsettling intensity. In their line of work, they feared reckless individuals who dismissed superstition, and Lu Xiaochuan seemed to embody such a persona. "All right, tell me what you need. I will certainly assist in benefiting the people," Huang Banzian said, his eyes fixated on the 1,000 yuan. Typically, he earned only a few dozen yuan for a divination or a couple of hundred for a feng shui consultation, having never encountered such a lucrative client. Lu Xiaochuan did not conceal his intentions, explaining the need to repair the village road, which faced obstruction from the Chao family's ancestral grave. He requested Huang Banzian's assistance in facilitating the relocation of the grave. Upon hearing this, Huang Banzian realized it was a matter he could readily handle, especially since it indeed served the greater good. He readily agreed. "I will take on this task, but we must not rush. I need to understand the situation better and devise a strategy. Additionally, we require an appropriate opportunity. I cannot simply approach them about relocating the grave, or it may backfire." "Fine. When and how it is done is up to you. I only desire the final result." Lu Xiaochuan understood that this matter could not be resolved hastily. He needed to allow Huang Banzian time, akin to an actor assessing the stage before performing. Having concluded the essential matters, Lu Xiaochuan took his leave. This was a significant client, and Huang Banzian personally escorted him to the mouth of the alley. Upon noticing that Lu Xiaochuan was driving away, he immediately realized that if this matter was not handled properly, it would be difficult to explain to the young man. It seemed imperative to inquire further in Shida town after the new year and treat the situation with the seriousness it deserved. In the days that followed, Lu Xiaochuan joyfully celebrated the new year at home, indulging in feasts and leisure, while busily engaging with friends at the card table, boasting and enjoying the camaraderie. Indeed, a delightful experience. Naturally, he did not forget to call Shen Yue, especially on New Year's Day, when he called her early to extend his festive greetings and inquired after her family. Shen Yue reciprocated the greetings, asking Lu Xiaochuan to convey her regards to his family. He responded, "No need for that. My mother is right beside me. Why don't you greet her directly? She has been eager to hear your voice." Given Lu Xiaochuan's suggestion, Shen Yue could not refuse and shyly exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhao Cuiping, wishing her a happy new year and good health. Zhao Cuiping, however, seemed overly excited, stumbling over her words before returning the phone to Lu Xiaochuan. "You suddenly had me speaking to Andy. I was quite nervous," she admitted. "Not to worry. My mother was even more anxious. She was so delighted that she hardly knew what to say, and now she walks as if floating. If you ever come to my home, she will surely jump for joy." The two continued their conversation for a while longer until the meal was served, at which point Lu Xiaochuan ended the call. On the afternoon of the 3rd day of the new year, a rare break from card games occurred, as Zhang Chao came to invite Lu Xiaochuan to his home for a drink, mentioning that his second uncle had returned. Zhang Chao's second uncle, Zhang Manjun, had served in the military during his youth and participated in the counteroffensive against Vietnam. He had sustained an injury to his leg, and due to the limited medical conditions at the time, the surgery was poorly executed, leaving him with a slight limp after recovery. Following his discharge from the military, his disability, coupled with financial struggles, had prevented him from marrying. A few years ago, he was introduced to a widow from a neighboring county, and he subsequently moved there. Lu Xiaochuan had learned some martial arts from Zhang Chao's second uncle during their childhood, and after several years of absence, He felt compelled to visit upon hearing of his return. He brought 2 bottles of liquor as gifts for Zhang Manjun. Upon arriving at Zhang Chao's home, he found the table already laden with food and drink, where Zhang Chao's father and uncle were engaged in their revelry. Upon Lu Xiaochuan's arrival, they quickly invited him and Zhang Chao to join them at the table. Lu Xiaochuan greeted his uncle warmly. It had been years since they last met, and the passage of time had marked Zhang Manjun significantly. At the age of 36 or 37, he appeared much older than his years. Lu Xiaochuan recalled that in his previous life, Zhang Manjun had not stayed long in the neighboring county and eventually returned to Liutuan, likely indicating that his experience there had not been particularly pleasant. Zhang Chao's father, Zhang Monsong, was not much of a drinker and, after a few rounds, excused himself from the table to tend to the cattle, leaving Zhang Chao and Lu Xiaochuan to keep Zhang Manjun company. Little Chuan, it has been years since I last returned. Upon my arrival, I heard that you have prospered in recent years. It's truly commendable to see you thriving. Zhang Manjun remarked. Yes, uncle, I have been fortunate and managed to earn some money. If you find yourself in need of financial assistance, please do not hesitate to let your nephew know. Do not feel shy about it. Uncle Zhang has taught Lu Xiaochuan martial arts and has always treated him well. Oh, uncle, where could I possibly borrow money? Just hearing your words is enough for me. With that, he raised his cup for a toast. Lu Xiaochuan inquired about Uncle Zhang's life in Ling County, to which Zhang Manjun responded vaguely, stating that everything was quite good. However, Lu Xiaochuan noticed that he sometimes seemed distracted, often lost in thought while drinking. Zhang Manjun returned to Liutuan, perhaps feeling more relaxed at home, or simply joyful with the New Year festivities. He drank quite a bit, and soon became intoxicated, prompting Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao to assist him to rest. Once Uncle Zhang retired to sleep, only Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao remained in the room, fueled by drink. Zhang Chao lamented, my uncle has had a tough time. Life there has not been easy. Lu Xiaochuan agreed, I can sense that. It's certainly challenging to adapt to someone else's environment. Reflecting on the past, he recounted how Uncle Zhang had initially agreed with his aunt to help raise her son, with the understanding that she would bear him a child in return. Unexpectedly, she delayed, and now that her son had grown, she had revealed her decision to undergo sterilization. Previously, when Uncle Zhang inquired, she would say the scar was from a cesarean section. Now, her son showed no respect for Uncle Zhang. Zhang Chao, recalling his uncle's plight, felt a surge of anger. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, helping others raise their children rarely yields favorable outcomes. If even the great Dorgan could not manage such matters, how could an ordinary person succeed? He felt a sense of injustice for Zhang Manjun and asked, has he registered there? No, there is no marriage certificate. They merely cohabitate. Zhang Chao continued, this matter concerns you and your family, and I shouldn't meddle, but since we share a bond, I must speak up. Since there is no official registration, it would be wise to cut losses while he is still young. He could find someone else, and even if he chooses not to in the future, he could return to help you with cattle, and you could support him in his old age. If he waits a few more years and becomes incapable, it would be regrettable to have him sent back. Lu Xiaochuan, possessing a godlike perspective from his previous life, knew that in a few years, Zhang Manjun would struggle in Ling County and would ultimately have to return. It would be better to act promptly. You are right. I will discuss this with my father when I have the chance, and we will persuade Uncle Zhang together. Zhang Chao respected Lu Xiaochuan's advice and felt an inexplicable trust in him. After several lively days at home, Lu Xiaochuan initially wished to return to the provincial city early, but his mother insisted he stay until after the Lantern Festival, also to drop off his sister Lu Xiaoning at school. Though he longed to return to Fengyang to find Xin Yue, he hesitated, fearing his mother might accuse him of forgetting her for a girlfriend, even if she was just a friend. In the first month of the lunar calendar, Zhang Wani organized a reunion for classmates and called Lu Xiaochuan, compelling him to attend. He met with classmates from his first year of high school, many of whom were surprised to learn of his transformation from a wayward youth to a diligent student who had gained admission to medical university. Although he still lagged behind academic stars like Zhang Wani, he ranked among the top in his class, and Lu Xiaochuan felt a sense of pride and accomplishment. Many classmates have begun to seek Lu Xiaochuan's contact information, expressing a desire to maintain closer ties. Lu Xiaochuan adheres to a principle of neither initiating contact nor rejecting requests. If classmates regard him with esteem, he feels it is only right to reciprocate. However, he does not extend warmth to those who have previously mocked him. As the Lantern Festival came to a close, anticipation for the upcoming school term on March 1st grew palpable. On February 25th, the 16th day of the first lunar month, Lu Xiaochuan set off early in the morning, accompanied by his elder sister Lu Xiaoning and cousin Lu Xiaolong. They first dropped Lu Xiaoning off in Xiuzhou, while Lu Xiaolong was to accompany him back to Fengyang. Lu Xiaolong's girlfriend resides in the relatively larger city of Taigang, not far from Fengyang, and the two had long planned to meet there before taking a train back to Dali City together. Chapter 144. Do not embarrass your sister. New Ping County is not particularly close to Xiuzhou. They departed in the morning and only arrived around noon. Upon reaching the entrance of Xiuzhou Medical College, they spotted Gao Jianjun anxiously scanning the area from a distance. Lu Xiaochuan drove up beside him and rolled down the window. Greeting, hey Lao Gao? Gao Jianjun was startled, momentarily taken aback upon recognizing Lu Xiaochuan from their previous encounter 2 years prior, although they were hardly acquainted, unaware of their past friendship. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoning quickly alighted from the vehicle, introducing, "This is my brother Lu Xiaochuan. Don't you remember meeting him?" "Oh, I didn't dare to recognize him." Gao Jianjun replied awkwardly, smiling sheepishly. "Let us hop in the car and discuss this. I'm quite hungry. Sister, please take us somewhere to eat." Lu Xiaochuan had indeed been hungry since leaving home at 6 in the morning. "All right, I'll treat you all." Gao Jianjun joined Lu Xiaoning in the car. It was only then that they noticed another passenger in the front seat. "Hello, brother-in-law," Lu Xiaolong greeted. "Don't call him that, Xiaolong," Lu Xiaoning scolded, frowning. Gao Jianjun thought to himself how the boys from the Lu family were all such spirited young men. Yet he found it amusing that Xiaolong would address him as brother-in-law so readily. Gao Jianjun directed Lu Xiaochuan to a small restaurant outside the school. As they approached, Gao Jianjun remarked, "Don't be fooled by the size of this place. The food here is quite good and well known in our school area. Today, it's on me. Let us have roasted pigeon." "All right, Gao Ge, no need to be overly generous. Let us keep it simple. We still have to hurry to Fengyang after we eat," Lu Xiaochuan replied, though he and Xiaolong were eager to indulge. Once seated, the server presented the menu, and the two young men ordered the priciest dishes without hesitation. "You too, that's enough. Can you even finish all that?" Lu Xiaoning interjected, unable to hold back. "It's all right, order whatever you like." Gao Jianjun realized he was in for a costly meal, but felt compelled to maintain his composure, comforted by the fact that he had some savings left after the new year. "Look how generous Gao Ge is. Sister, why have you become increasingly stingy?" When the dishes arrived, Lu Xiaochuan and Xiaolong devoured their meals rapidly. After finishing, they wiped their mouths and urged, "You two should eat as well. Don't just watch us. You two are making me look bad. It's as if you've been starving at home. Well, there's no one else here, so why pretend? Indeed, I often eat in such a manner, only pretending to savor each bite in front of your sister." Gao Jianjun found a certain camaraderie with the two young men. Lu Xiaoning shot him a glare and fell silent. After dinner, Lu Xiaochuan escorted Gao Jianjun and Lu Xiaoning back to school before bidding them farewell. He needed to hurry, otherwise, he might arrive in Fengyang after dark. Before leaving, he discreetly placed 2,000 yuan into his sister's suitcase. By the time he reached Fengyang, twilight had already settled in. Lu Xiaochuan found himself lost at a crossroads outside the city. Fortunately, there were sign holders nearby, and he paid 50 yuan for directions. Upon arriving in the city center and recognizing familiar buildings, realization dawned on him. Once back at his rented accommodation, night had fully enveloped the sky. Exhausted from a day of driving, Lu Xiaochuan lacked the appetite for dinner, sending Xiaolong to the store for instant noodles and sausages. He boiled some water to make do with a simple meal and retired early for the night. Xiaolong, not having driven, was less fatigued and fell asleep on the sofa after watching television for half the night. When Lu Xiaochuan awoke the next day, Xiaolong was still soundly sleeping on the sofa. "Xiaolong, wake up. Go sleep in the bed. I'm heading out. I'll accompany you to the station at noon to pick someone up." Xiaolong reluctantly opened his eyes. "You go ahead, Xiaochuan, don't worry about me. I'm too sleepy." Lu Xiaochuan paid him no mind, completing his morning routine before stepping out to find a public phone to call Xin Yue. "Senior, I'm back. I'm coming to pick you up. Be down in 10 minutes. "All right, see you soon." 10 minutes later, Lu Xiaochuan's car was parked beneath Xin Yue's building. As she got in, he pulled her into an embrace. "Xiaochuan, don't be like this. Someone might see. Don't fool me. Who would be watching? My dad said for you to come over for dinner tonight." Xin Yue finally managed to escape his hold. "Oh, all right, let's go shopping first." "Is that necessary? Didn't you just finish gift giving before the new year?" "But this is after the new year. No one can object to generous gifts if I show up empty-handed. Your mother will surely be displeased." "Well, fine." Xin Yue, recalling her stepmother's demeanor, reluctantly agreed. Since Lu Xiaochuan had arrived at her home, Xin Yue's standing within the family had notably improved. Her stepmother, disregarding Xin Yue's protests, had ordered her younger brother, Shen Dongxiu, to relinquish his room to her. With Shen Dongxiu now sleeping in a small room on the balcony, they ventured to East Street and purchased numerous items, filling the trunk to capacity. It was not until after 10 o'clock that Lu Xiaochuan remembered Xiaolong was still left behind at the rental. He hurried back to collect him. Xiaolong was pacing downstairs. "Xiaochuan, if you don't return soon, I'll just take a taxi to the North Station myself." "My apologies, Xiaolong. We took too long shopping," Xin Yue said, a bit embarrassed. "Ah, it's all right, sister-in-law. You two haven't seen each other in nearly a month. I understand." They quickly drove to the North Station, where Xiaolong first bought 2 tickets for the afternoon train to Lian. After purchasing the tickets, they waited for over 10 minutes until his girlfriend emerged from the station. Xiaolong's girlfriend was quite attractive, with a carefree personality that suited him well. After they exchanged introductions, she affectionately called Xin Yue sister-in-law, completely dispelling any initial awkwardness. Xin Yue had grown numb to the situation, no longer inclined to correct their addresses, thus tacitly accepting it. Lu Xiaochuan drove several companions to the fishing port hotel, where Xiaolong arrived with his girlfriend, feeling it was only fitting to treat them to a sumptuous meal. Xiao Long was quite pleased, appreciating Lu Xiaochuan's thoughtful arrangement, which enhanced his standing in front of his girlfriend. Although they had subsisted on instant noodles the previous night and had not even had breakfast that morning, such trivialities held no significance for him, due to the necessity of catching a train in the afternoon. They went shopping after their meal and returned Xiao Long and his girlfriend to the North Station, bidding farewell before they continued their journey. With the day still young, Lu Xiaochuan took Xin Yue to the cinema to watch a film. During the Spring Festival, cinemas tend to be bustling, and they missed out on better showtimes, settling for seats in a distant corner. However, Lu Xiaochuan was indifferent. The specific film mattered little to him. He simply relished the ambience of the cinema, particularly in such a relatively quiet nook. Chapter 145. In the absence of gratitude, I offer myself. Instead emerging from the cinema, they found it already past 7. This timing was perfect for a visit to Shun Yue's home for dinner. Upon arriving at her residence, they did not head directly home, but first visited her uncle's house. Given the festive season, it was only proper to pay respects to her uncle and aunt. To Lu Xiaochuan's surprise, guests were present at her uncle's home. Shen Dongliang had recently begun dating, and his girlfriend was also visiting. Lu Xiaochuan immediately greeted her as sister-in-law, causing Shen Dongliang's girlfriend to blush. Shen Dongliang quickly interjected. Xiaochuan, you should call her sister instead. My girlfriend's surname is Fu, so you can call her Sister Fu. Upon hearing Sister Fu, Lu Xiaochuan was reminded of a phrase he had encountered online. Rich sister, Vimi 50. He stifled a laugh and earnestly greeted. Hello, Sister Fu. Xin Yue also politely extended her greeting. Sister Fu, taken aback by the beauty of her boyfriend's cousin, noted that while her boyfriend was quite handsome, he paled slightly in comparison. However, this young man might possess other admirable qualities. After exchanging a few pleasantries, it was revealed that Shun Dongliang and Fu Hongye had met through mutual friends, with Fu Hongye employed at Northern Securities. Lu Xiaochuan inquired, Sister Fu, you work at a securities firm? Does that mean I could come to you to open a stock account someday? Are you not a student, planning to dabble in stocks? Fu Hongye was astonished that he had any knowledge of the stock market. Shen Dongliang chuckled. Hongye, you might find it hard to believe, but this kid dabbled in subscription certificates in the Magic City 2 years ago and made quite a fortune. Fu Hongye was completely taken aback. As a securities industry professional, she was well aware of the opportunities surrounding subscription certificates, lamenting how many of her colleagues regretted missing out on that chance. To her astonishment, this young man was an actual participant in those events and had prospered, making it clear why he could attract such a beautiful girlfriend. No longer dismissive of Lu Xiaochuan, Fu Hongye courteously remarked, that sounds good. You can come to me for your account opening, but with the bear market persisting for over a year without signs of recovery, I advise you to proceed with caution. Thank you, Sister Fu. I merely intended to open an account to familiarize myself with the operational procedures of stock trading, and I plan to enter the market during the summer vacation. With the school term commencing shortly, I find myself devoid of time. Following this, a few more exchanges took place, and contact information for Fu Hongye was exchanged. Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue took their leave, as dinner awaited their return home. Upon arriving at Xin Yue's residence, Tan Lisin was delighted to see Lu Xiaochuan had brought an abundance of gifts, her smile wide enough to befit her joy. She graciously invited him inside, asking Shin Jinxin to keep them company while she busied herself in the kitchen. Shin Jinxin, employed at the Urban Construction Bureau, engaged in conversation with Lu Xiaochuan about real estate. With the topic aligning with his profession, Shun Jinxin's interest peaked, and he spoke freely. Lu Xiaochuan, possessing keen insights into future housing market trends, suggested that Shun Jinxin, should he have the resources, consider collaborating with a few acquaintances to venture into real estate himself. This notion intrigued Shun Jinxin, who, nearing 50 and still lacking a promotion to section chief, contemplated the possibility of pursuing an independent path. Having spent the afternoon preparing ingredients, Tan Lisin swiftly prepared an impressive array of dishes for dinner. As they dined, the conversation naturally shifted to Shen Dongxiu. Tan Lisin expressed her grievances, stating, Dongxiu is quite disobedient. He lacks diligence in his studies, but shows great enthusiasm for other pursuits. For instance, he insists on learning the martial art taught downstairs, despite my telling him that the class is not run by your brother Xiaochuan. Auntie, learning martial arts is indeed beneficial. It will help him avoid being bullied at school. Coach Bai, who teaches martial arts, is my mentor. Tomorrow, I shall take Dongxiu to register. There will be no tuition fees for us, Lu Xiaochuan assured. Is that truly the case? That would be wonderful. He has been pestering me lately. You know your uncle earns a meager salary at the Urban Construction Bureau, and I am merely a temporary worker at a subordinate unit. We lack the funds for such lessons. You have resolved a significant issue for me. I am truly grateful. Tan Lisin exclaimed. We are all family. There's no need for such formality, Auntie, Lu Xiaochuan replied. Xin Yue felt slightly embarrassed as it seemed her stepmother was taking advantage of Lu Xiaochuan's generosity. Lu Xiaochuan quickly squeezed her hand gently and whispered, It's nothing. Just a trivial matter. Tan Lisin noticed their subtle interaction but pretended not to see, enthusiastically placing more dishes in front of them. After finishing the meal and sharing a few more moments of conversation, Lu Xiaochuan took his leave. The following day, Lu Xiaochuan arrived early to escort Shen Yue, with Shen Dongshu accompanying his sister downstairs. Lu Xiaochuan first took them shopping, where they enjoyed a meal at KFC and purchased some tobacco, alcohol, and other gifts before heading to Qihang Education. As the school year approached, the holiday courses at Qihang Education had concluded, leaving only a few one-on-one sessions with select instructors. Lu Xiaochuan brought Shen Dongshu to coach Bai's martial arts class. As it was nearing the new year, he presented some tobacco and alcohol to his mentor, who graciously accepted the offerings. Lu Xiaochuan explained his intention for Shen Dongshu to learn martial arts and elaborated on their relationship. This is a small matter, of course. The brother of my disciple's girlfriend shall certainly incur no fees, Coach Bai assured, retaining Shen Dongshu and informing him that once school resumed, he was welcome to join any class of his choosing on weekends. Lu Xiaochuan ascended the stairs with Shen Yue, delivering New Year gifts to Yu Xiaomei and Su Jibing. The gift for Yu Xiaomei primarily consisted of toys and snacks for her son, Hao Hai. Upon discovering that his own gift contained children's toys, Su Jibing inquired with curiosity, Xiaochuan, what do you mean by gifting me toys for children? Lu Xiaochuan chuckled, what do you think? You and Sister Li Yin will discuss it at home tonight. And you'll understand. Su Jibing exclaimed, goodness, you are more eager than our parents. Is this a push for us to have children? Both Yu Xiaomei and Shen Yue erupted in laughter. After spending the morning at Qihang Education, Lu Xiaochuan briefly conferred with Yu Xiaomei about the focus on remedial classes for the upcoming year before taking his leave. He met up with Shen Dongshu downstairs, and they enjoyed lunch together. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, a good deed deserves completion, and hence proceeded to East Street, where he purchased a complete set of sportswear and shoes for Shen Dongshu before sending him home. Shen Dongshu, touched by such generosity, having received lessons in martial arts and new clothes, disregarded his sister's fierce glare and affectionately called him brother-in-law. Upon returning home, Shen Yue allowed her brother to ascend the stairs first. Standing at the bottom, she helplessly remarked to Lu Xiaochuan, you only wish for me to owe you more, don't you? Lu Xiaochuan took her hand and replied, sister, is there any point in discussing this between us? Everything I have is yours. If you insist on keeping a clear boundary, then perhaps you should offer yourself in return. Humph, who would offer themselves? Dream on, she retorted playfully. Come early tomorrow to pick me up. We must return to school, as classes resume the day after. With that, Shen Yue laughed and dashed upstairs. Chapter 146. When both romantic pursuits and academic endeavors falter, let us transform sorrow into appetite. On February 28th, Lu Xiaochuan and Shen Yue returned to school and parted ways at the dormitory, each heading back to their respective rooms. Among the brothers in the dormitory, aside from Zhu Chuanjian and Gao Song, everyone else had returned. After the spring festival, some had gained weight, others had grown fairer, and some had even grown taller. Remarkably, the youngest among them, Shi Xiaowen, was still growing even into college. With the new semester commencing, Counselor Li held a meeting. Lu Xiaochuan felt he had scarcely seen her during the previous semester, as the counselor typically met with class leaders to relay information. The study committee member notified those who needed to retake exams, and unsurprisingly, Gao Song, Tang Qingwei, and Shi Xiaowen all failed dissection and required a retake. Unexpectedly, Wu Zilan also fell short. What happened, second brother? Didn't you claim to be well prepared for the final exam? Lu Xiaochuan recalled Wu Zilan's earlier assurances regarding his academic performance. Wu Zilan wore a look of grievance. Don't mention it. I was careless and caught off guard by the exam questions, which were quite obscure. Many were beyond my knowledge. All right then, prepare well for the retake next week. If you fail again, you'll have to retake the course, Lu Hongba remarked with a frown. Rest assured, I'm all set, Shi Xiaowen declared confidently, having failed 2 subjects, evidently having spent the winter break in review. Fortunately, I had a premonition that I wouldn't perform well, so I didn't waste my winter break, Wu Zilan said, pulling out his dissection book. As the new semester commenced, the brothers in the dormitory naturally decided to dine together, settling on Tuesday evening. Just before their departure, Lu Hongba smiled and remarked, Lao Shi, let me reimburse you for the meal from our last gathering. What's this, Lauda? Have you managed to win over your fellow townswoman? Well, to some extent, Wu Dan has agreed to be my girlfriend. Wu Dan was the unassuming girl from Chun Qianqian's dormitory. Lu Hongba, possessing a keen sense of self-awareness, had refrained from pursuing the more attractive girls. Once he discovered that Wu Dan was from his hometown, they struck up a conversation, exchanging letters filled with affection. This winter break, they returned home together and came back to campus as a couple. Well done, Lauda. I thought our gathering had resulted in a complete failure, Wu Zilan said enviously. Lu Xiaochuan chimed in. Lauda, don't bother reimbursing me. You can treat us for this gathering. That works. Lu Hongba agreed. Since you're treating us today, I'll take my turn next week after you all finish your retakes, Zhu Chuanjian proclaimed proudly. Wow, Lao Wu, you've also found someone, haven't you? Have you successfully pursued Shui Wenwen from class 3? Gao Song immediately teased. Zhu Chuanjian had garnered numerous admirers after the last basketball match, and he had maintained frequent contact with Shui Wenwen from clinical class 3. In just a few months, they had become an item. What do you mean by successfully pursued? We call it mutual pursuit. Being together was inevitable, Zhu Chuanjian said, having learned the term mutual pursuit from Lu Xiaochuan. Wow, you guys are being excessive. Lao Air, Lao San, Lao Ba, it's only us three brothers left single. Especially the three of us, failing in both romance and exams, and needing to retake tests. No way. I must transform this sorrow into appetite. Tonight, I shall feast. Gao Song declared, pulling Wu Zilan along to the front gate to choose dishes, followed by the others as they descended the stairs. By the time everyone arrived, the two had already ordered all the dishes, including several plates of chicken necks in various flavors, human, spicy, and more, and had even requested 2 crates of beer from the owner. Lu Hongba felt no remorse. The cost of this meal would surely be less than that of the previous gathering. He understood that Lu Xiaochuan had refrained from asking him to reimburse that meal, concerned about his finances, so today he intended to treat his brothers generously. The small eateries near the school offered reasonably priced dishes, and Wu Zilan and Gao Song, despite their boisterousness, hadn't ordered anything overly extravagant. Upon opening the beer, they all raised their glasses in a toast. After a semester of togetherness, the atmosphere was quite harmonious, at least in their dormitory, where no one was particularly out of place. Lu Hongba was the first to speak. Brothers, the new year has just begun. I hope everyone has had a wonderful celebration. Let us strive for academic excellence this semester and avoid failing courses. And may we all find true love while balancing our studies and lives. All right, let us not say anything more. Let us drink. They downed the second round. The meal was filled with a jovial atmosphere, and they hadn't consumed too much alcohol, considering that the first day of classes was the following morning. Overindulgence the night before would not be advisable. The following day, the students had breakfast early and arrived at the lecture hall, where they discovered the new class schedule had already been posted. This year's foundational medical courses included histology and organic chemistry. According to the senior students, histology was said to be somewhat easier than anatomy, which relieved everyone. The first semester's anatomy had indeed been a harsh awakening, resulting in a widespread failure among students. Although Lu Xiaochuan's grades were not particularly high, he managed to avoid failing any courses and was surprisingly awarded a third-class scholarship. Though the monetary reward was modest, it was sufficient for a couple of gatherings in the dormitory. The students were astonished to find a computer science class listed on the schedule, and their anticipation grew. As computers were still a rarity at that time, many had only seen them on television. By the second week of the semester, they attended their first practical computer science class, finally encountering the real machines. Outside the computer lab, they had to don shoe covers before being granted entry. Inside, rows of bulky monitors awaited them, with screens disappointingly small. Most students were interacting with computers for the first time and struggled even to turn them on and off. The computers in the lab lacked mice and were entirely keyboard-operated, running on a DOS system. The computer science course primarily focused on programming, a subject Lu Xiaochuan had little knowledge of in his previous life. However, he believed that programming courses for non-computer science majors were largely ineffectual, given the constant evolution of programming languages. Yet, he dared not voice such opinions to the professors, fearing it might jeopardize his standing. Lu Xiaochuan was disinterested in the computer science class and merely went through the motions, as it was an assessment course with no final exam. In contrast, his peers exhibited great enthusiasm and diligence in their studies. After 2 weeks of classes, the makeup exams concluded, and several students reported no significant issues. The questions had been relatively easy, suggesting that the faculty was lenient in their evaluations. Zhu Chuanjian, fulfilling his promise, invited everyone to dinner over the weekend, mentioning he would bring his girlfriend along for introductions. In truth, they had all attended classes together in a large lecture hall and had already met. Lu Hongba suggested that everyone bring their girlfriends to facilitate introductions. Tang Xingwei readily agreed, placing pressure on Lu Xiaochuan, who felt he could no longer keep his relationship a secret. Fortunately, Shen Yue graciously agreed to accompany him upon his request. On Saturday evening, the dormitory gathered once again, this time with the addition of several ladies. Shen Yue, prompted by Lu Xiaochuan, made no special effort to dress up, but still outshone everyone present. Even Chun Xianqian and Wu Dan were taken aback by the presence of such beautiful women at the medical university, rivaling those from the provincial university. Throughout the evening, Gao Song sought to challenge Lu Xiaochuan to drink, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to curiously inquire, Lao Lu, what's going on? Have you been provoked? Indeed. Have you never heard? Jealousy transforms one's appearance. I am incredibly envious of you right now. You are no more handsome than I am. Yet you have managed to find such a stunning senior girlfriend, while I, handsome as I may be, remain single. Merely being good-looking is insufficient. One must also possess talent. Look at how Lao she can write songs for his senior. Can you do that? You can hardly even sing. Zhu Chuanjian chimed in with a laugh. Oh, my dear fifth brother, if you speak thus, it seems I must transform my sorrow into an appetite. Upon finishing his words, Gao Song called out, Waiter, bring me 2 more dishes. His performance elicited laughter from the crowd, instantly filling the atmosphere with joy. As the new semester commenced, Lu Xiaochuan enjoyed a life of ease, attending classes daily and studying alongside Shen Yue, sharing a bond that allowed for both learning and tender moments together. In stark contrast, Li Mingxian was plagued by discontent. The girl he had pursued for over a year, Xin Yue, had been snatched away by a freshman, leaving him feeling humiliated. Yet, it seemed few were discussing the matter, as he had already undermined Lu Xiaochuan's standing before their relationship became public by courting the freshman Yang Ziyue, thus preserving his dignity. What troubled him further was Yang Ziyue's clinginess, which monopolized his time, preventing him from pursuing romantic interests elsewhere. This predicament weighed heavily on his mind, as mastering time management proved to be a daunting task. Although he contemplated severing ties with Yang Ziyue, he discovered that she had connections and a certain prowess, making him hesitant to act rashly. Perhaps he was destined to remain ensnared in this situation. Another source of his vexation was the transformation of his once loyal junior and roommate, Duan Xiaofei, who, since the last semester, had become entirely devoted to his studies, even earning a second-class scholarship this term. Fortunately, he found solace in his newly acquired junior, Mu Yinghua, who flattered him profusely, rekindling the aura of authority he held as the head of the student affairs department. However, today Mu Yinghua visited his dorm and broached the subject of Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue, which irked Li Mingxian. He had intended to avoid the topic, playing the ostrich. But Mu Yinghua insisted. Brotherly, it's not that I wish to bring this up, but I've overheard numerous discussions. With Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue now parading their relationship around campus, it inevitably casts a shadow on your reputation. I cannot simply stand by and let Lu Xiaochuan continue his arrogance. Should we not devise a plan? Even if it means giving him a good beating to vent our frustrations? Go ahead and do it. Then, Li Mingxian retorted, his tone sharp. That brat is far too reckless. I can't possibly take him on. Mu Yinghua shook his head vigorously. Li Mingxian frowned and replied, what good does that do? I'm already in my third year. I can hardly rally a few classmates to confront him. If things go awry, I risk disciplinary action. I personally have no qualms. But others undoubtedly would. Mu Yinghua smirked slyly. Brotherly, why limit ourselves to the campus? I have acquaintances outside who are well-versed in the streets. Lu Xiaochuan runs off every weekend. If we ambush him in a secluded spot, it would be as if the world were none the wiser. Even if someone were to witness it, it wouldn't implicate us. All right, I agree. Let us proceed with this plan. Naturally, Li Mingxian had no objections to the prospect of letting off steam by confronting Lu Xiaochuan. Brother, enlisting the help of friends will undoubtedly require us to share a drink or two. You know, my monthly allowance is rather meager. Mu Yinghua had not anticipated that Li Mingxian would feign ignorance, so she had to speak plainly. Li Mingxian understood well that Duan Xiaofei had once acted as his sycophant solely because of his wealth. The current Mu Yinghua was no different. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket and counted out 1,000 yuan for her. Remember, this matter has nothing to do with me. Seeing that he had distanced himself from the situation, Mu Yinghua was indifferent, as long as the money was in her hands. Upon leaving Li Mingxuan's dormitory, she did not return to her own, but instead exited the school gate, turned right, and walked to Taiyuan Street. There, she entered a gaming hall, approached the front desk, and exchanged a large bill for 100 yuan's worth of tokens. Holding a small basin, she made her way into the inner room. Ah, young Master Mu. It's been several days since you last visited. What brings you here today, so generous? A young man with bleached hair remarked, eyeing the small basin of tokens in Mu Yinghua's hands. How about you? How's your luck today? Why are you just standing there watching? Clearly, Mu Yinghua was a regular at this establishment and was quite familiar with the young man. Don't even mention it. I exchanged 20 yuan this morning, and it vanished in no time. Today just isn't my day, he lamented. Mu Yinghua tossed a handful of tokens to him and proceeded to play, then tossed another handful to two of the young man's companions, who were his subordinates. One, a burly fellow named Fat Tiger, and the other, a slender lad called Mantis. Young Master Mu seems to have struck it rich, or perhaps his allowance has come through. The young man inquired enviously. Mu Yinghua remained silent and chose a seat at the bubble dragon machine, inserting tokens. A half-grown boy occupied the machine directly in front of her, and the young man promptly pulled him aside. What are you doing? Not yielding to young Master Mu. The boy, intimidated by the young man, reluctantly moved away, allowing him and his companions to join Mu Yinghua in play. Mu Yinghua placed her bets on the large chicken and the grand competition, while the young man wagered on the pigeon, and Fat Tiger and Mantis selected their own icons to bet on. After several rounds, they had only won a few minor prizes, and soon their tokens dwindled, while Mu Yinghua lost several as well. Soon, Mu Yinghua found herself the only one still playing. Her basin of tokens was quickly depleted. She asked the young man to hold the machine for her to prevent others from playing, and went back to the front desk to exchange another 100 yuan for tokens. This 100 also evaporated quickly, so she bravely exchanged another 200. The young men watched in astonishment. Was this young lady truly so affluent? They observed as Mu Yinghua became increasingly engrossed in the game, her eyes gleaming with determination. On her third exchange, her luck began to shift. In their vernacular, she was lighting up, winning consecutively. The sound of tokens cascading into the basin was music to her ears. Emboldened by her success, Mu Yinghua increased her bets. And to her surprise, she hit a tenfold grand prize, racking up 1,000 points. The young men stared in disbelief. At this point, the gaming machine likely had very few tokens left, And with a triumphant call, Mu Yinghua summoned the proprietor to clear the tokens and redeem the basin's worth. Not only recovering her losses, but also pocketing over 300 yuan in winnings. Having exchanged for cash, Mu Yinghua reveled in the envious looks from the young men and waved her hand. Come on, brothers, let us go celebrate with drinks. It's on me. Chapter 148. Duan Xiaofei's reminder. Mu Yinghua generously offered to treat, and naturally, Huang Mao and his companions had no reason to decline. They found a modest yet decent restaurant, where Mu Yinghua ordered an array of hearty dishes and a case of beer. Before the food arrived, he handed 50 yuan to the mantis, instructing him to fetch a pack of cigarettes. Upon the mantis's return with the cigarettes, Mu Yinghua opened the pack and distributed 2 boxes to each person, reserving 3 for himself and Huang Mao. Mu Yinghua's generosity left Huang Mao and his friends taken aback, calling him Mu Xiao with an affectionate familiarity. As the dishes were served and several bottles of beer were consumed, the atmosphere transformed, and they felt like long-lost brothers. The 3 of them patted their chests, assuring Mu Yinghua that he could count on them for anything, ready to brave fire and water for him. Once the atmosphere had been sufficiently warmed, Mu Yinghua broached a matter that truly required the assistance of his newfound brothers. He recounted a grudge he held against a rival at school, a fellow who had stolen his girlfriend. After a recent altercation, he had suffered a minor setback, and he wondered if his companions could help him teach the rival a lesson to assuage his frustrations. However, upon hearing Mu Yinghua's request, Huang Mao hesitated. He thought to himself, is it appropriate to take on a college student simply because we shared a meal? Nonetheless, he remained silent, and the other 2 followers, ever eager to align with Huang Mao, did not voice their opinions either. Noticing their lack of enthusiasm, Mu Yinghua decided to sweeten the deal. He produced 600 yuan from his pocket, asserting that he could not let his brothers bear the burden without compensation. Here, 200 yuan for each of you as cigarette money. Mu Xiao, you're being too polite. This is a trivial matter. We wouldn't dream of taking your money, Huang Mao replied, though his eyes remained fixated on the money in Mu Yinghua's hand. Seeing this, Mu Yinghua promptly handed the cash over, and Huang Mao eagerly accepted it. Since Mu Xiao is being so courteous, we must reciprocate. Rest assured, we will accompany you to identify that fellow. The moment he steps off campus, we shall seize the opportunity to teach him a lesson and avenge you, Mu Xiao. Huang Mao divided the 600 yuan among Fat Tiger and the mantis, who readily concurred. With the matter settled, the group continued to enjoy their drinks, and Mu Yinghua basked in their flattery, feeling quite elated. Upon returning to campus, he immediately sought out Li Mingxian to report that everything was in place and merely awaited the right moment. Having indulged in a bit too much drink, Mu Yinghua spoke quite loudly, prompting Li Mingxian to signal for him to lower his voice. What are you afraid of, senior? There's no one else in the dorm. Mu Yinghua chuckled. Li Mingxian frowned. You've had a bit too much to drink, and you dare speak to me like that? Realizing he was addressing Li Mingxian, the head of the student affairs department rather than his companions, Mu Yinghua quickly apologized. Li Mingxian waved him off, urging him to return and sober up. Just as Mu Yinghua was about to exit, the door swung open, revealing Duan Xiaofei returning from evening classes. Mu Yinghua greeted him, but seeing that Duan Xiaofei ignored him, he left in a dejected manner. Studying hard these days, are we? Preparing for graduate school? Li Mingxian inquired. Duan Xiaofei sighed. I can't compare to you. Your family has wealth. It doesn't matter what you study. If I don't focus now, it will be too late. I've failed the senior examinations multiple times already. Very well, keep up the good work, Li Mingxian replied, donning his headphones to listen to music, ending the conversation. Once again, it is the weekend. Lu Xiaochuan and Shun Yue are preparing to go out when they unexpectedly encounter Duan Xiaofei beneath their dormitory. Duan Xiaofei intercepts Lu Xiaochuan, requesting a moment of his time. Since Lu Xiaochuan had given Duan Xiaofei a beating last semester, he has scarcely seen him since, and whenever they do cross paths, they feign unfamiliarity. He wonders what this meeting could possibly entail. Senior sister, please wait for me here. Lu Xiaochuan instructs Shun Yue to remain in place as he walks with Duan Xiaofei to the shade of a large tree. Brother Duan, it has been quite some time. What wisdom do you wish to impart? Lu Xiaochuan, Duan Xiaofei replies earnestly. You may find this hard to believe, but I harbor no resentment regarding our last encounter. You awaken me to the realization that trailing behind Li Mingxian serves no purpose. Diligent study is of utmost importance. Lu Xiaochuan is taken aback by this unexpected declaration. Brother Duan, is this the sole reason you sought me out? Duan Xiaofei continues with a serious demeanor. I wish to caution you. It appears that Li Mingxian and Mu Yinghua may be plotting against you. I happened to overhear them discussing something yesterday as I returned to the dormitory. Mu Yinghua, having consumed alcohol, was quite loud, and I distinctly caught him mentioning that they are waiting for the right moment when you are off campus. Lu Xiaochuan, puzzled, asks, why would you help me? Is it merely because I jolted you into awareness? Believe it or not, I have issued my warning, Duan Xiaofei replies. I do believe you. By the way, is Li Mingxuan's family involved in business? Duan Xiaofei hesitates, but eventually responds. His father is the director of the district's finance bureau, and his mother is a branch manager at a bank, though I am unsure of which one. Thank you, Brother Duan. Lu Xiaochuan is surprised to learn that Li Mingxian is indeed a privileged offspring. While his parents' positions may not be immensely powerful, the combination of their roles certainly allows for substantial financial gain. Duan Xiaofei waves dismissively and departs without looking back. Upon returning to the base of the dormitory, Xin Yue inquires with concern, Xiaochuan, what did Duan Xiaofei want from you? Oh, it was nothing significant, senior sister. You need not worry. Xin Yue retorts in frustration. If it's nothing, then why not speak of it? Really, it was nothing. He expressed gratitude for my previous wake-up call. He has since distanced himself from Li Mingxian and has begun to focus on his studies. Xin Yue responds thoughtfully, that much is true. I've heard from my roommate that Duan Xiaofei received a second-class scholarship last semester. Indeed, he specifically came to thank me for my bluntness. Perhaps one day he will treat me to a meal, considering that a second-class scholarship amounts to several hundred yuan. Xin Yue shoots him a disapproving glance, but remains silent. The two exit the campus, hand in hand, and stroll toward Taiyuan Street. Lu Xiaochuan wishes to acquire a mobile phone, something he should have purchased 2 years prior. He had deemed it unnecessary to spend the money, preferring to maintain a low profile, intending to wait until phones became more compact. However, seeking public telephones has proven quite inconvenient, and with plans to delve into the stock market this year, he decides that acquiring a phone would be prudent. He can always conceal it and utilize it when necessary. The mobile phones have become somewhat more affordable compared to 2 years ago. They are no longer in such high demand, making them accessible without needing assistance. He selects a bulky Motorola 3200, a model released 2 years prior, which still costs nearly 20,000 yuan in total. Xin Yue gasps in astonishment at the price. Lu Xiaochuan offers to buy her one as well, but Xin Yue quickly declines, asserting that she could never accept something worth 20,000 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan merely expressed his thoughts, with the anchoring effect of the mobile phone. When he later suggested buying a pager for Xin Yue, the rejection was not as vehement. The price of pagers had significantly dropped, now below 1,000 yuan. Undeterred by dissent, Lu Xiaochuan purchased a pager for her, thereby facilitating their communication. The acquisition of the mobile phone was primarily intended for dealings at Northern Securities. He had previously mentioned visiting Fu Hongye to open an account, but had yet to do so. The purchase of the mobile was also motivated by this purpose, as the individuals at the securities firm tended to assess clients based on their status. Possessing a mobile phone would enhance his standing, enabling him to negotiate better terms and lower commissions. However, today being the weekend and the market closed, any visit would be futile. He would have to wait until the business week commenced. Chapter 149. Securities Company. On Tuesday morning, Lu Xiaochuan skipped his first class and ventured alone to Northern Securities. He inquired about Fu Hongye, and a staff member directed him to the account opening counter in the hall. Upon seeing him, Fu Hongye greeted him warmly. Surprised that he had indeed come to open an account, the securities firm, as expected, was equipped with the latest 586 computers from the previous year. Lu Xiaochuan presented his identification, and Fu Hongye entered his account information into the system. Xiaochuan, how much would you like to deposit into your stock account? Fujia, I didn't make an appointment to withdraw funds today, so I'll deposit 30,000 for now. With that, Lu Xiaochuan handed over 3 stacks of 100 yuan bills. All right, Fu Hongye replied as she accepted the money. She noticed the mobile phone in his hand, realizing he was financially capable, likely to invest tens of thousands, if not more, in stocks, a bona fide affluent client, especially since the entry requirement for the major client room was only 100,000 yuan. By the way, Fujia, I noticed that the industrial and commercial bank is right next door. Do you have any business dealings with them? Can I transfer funds from my ICBC account directly into my stock account? Absolutely. Northern Securities is a subsidiary of the ICBC Fengyang branch. That's wonderful. It saves me the hassle of making a withdrawal appointment. However, I didn't bring my passbook today. I'll retrieve it another day for the transfer. Lu Xiaochuan was pleasantly surprised to learn of the affiliation between Northern Securities and ICBC. The bear market had persisted for over a year, and the hall screens were awash in green, with only a handful of individuals monitoring the stocks. Fu Hongye sought the manager's approval to accompany Lu Xiaochuan to the major client room. The manager had already noticed the mobile phone in Lu Xiaochuan's hand and understood that this young man would likely continue to deposit funds into his account. Thus, allowing him a trial use of the major client room was not an issue. Lu Xiaochuan inquired about the fees for the major client room. Fu Hongye informed him that the room was available in configurations of 10-person, 3-person, and single rooms, with monthly fees of 500 yuan, 1,000 yuan, and 2,000 yuan, respectively. Lu Xiaochuan nodded in acknowledgement, but did not comment, as he was not ready to enter the market yet. He planned to rent a single room for 2 months in July when he intended to operate with larger sums, preferring to maintain a degree of privacy. Fu Hongye briefly introduced Lu Xiaochuan to the process of accessing his stock account, setting a password, and selecting stocks, after which he began to navigate the computer in the major client room. Fu Hongye was pleasantly surprised by Lu Xiaochuan's adeptness with the computer. After a brief introduction, Fu Hongye returned to the account opening window, leaving Lu Xiaochuan to operate alone in the trading room. Lu Xiaochuan set up his account password and began to observe the stock market trends. In his previous life, he had been a small retail investor, navigating the stock market for several years, primarily through mobile trading apps, seldom visiting the brokerage firm in person. In his former existence, many of Lu Xiaochuan's colleagues engaged in stock trading, but most suffered more losses than gains, much like Lu Xiaochuan himself, who was undoubtedly a victim, repeatedly harvested by others. Occasionally, during a bull market, they would make a small profit, reveling in their fortunes without a care for their true identities. However, while one might mock a retail investor for their losses, one could never question their expertise. One of Lu Xiaochuan's colleagues constantly peppered conversations with professional jargon, adeptly analyzing candlestick charts and discussing bull markets and speculative stocks with authority. Yet, despite this knowledge, he too fell victim to the market's whims, suffering significant losses. Influenced by this colleague, Lu Xiaochuan unconsciously absorbed a wealth of information, which he is now utilizing. His knowledge about the stock market of 1994 was limited but sufficient. He recalled that July 29th marked the lowest point of the market, a threshold that remained unbroken for 30 years. Favorable news was expected to emerge in late July or early August, heralding a new bull market. During a bull market, nearly any investment yields profit. Lu Xiaochuan knew that the stock of Oriental Pearl would peak at 39 yuan on September 6th. His plan was to purchase Oriental Pearl before the end of July and sell it as it approached 39 yuan. If he bought other stocks, he intended to sell them on September 6th as well, confident that even if not at the peak, he would still achieve a commendable return. Upon researching Oriental Pearl, he found its current price was over 27 yuan. He anticipated a drop to around 9 yuan by the end of July. And since it had yet to reach that bottom, he lost interest, closing his stock account and leaving the trading room. Outside, he greeted Fu Hongya and departed. Back at school, still ahead of lunchtime, Lu Xiaochuan went to the cafeteria early. Nowadays, he and Shen Yue acted independently, no longer spending every moment together. On April 5th, during the Qingming Festival, the school organized first-year students to pay respects to fallen soldiers. Students, dressed in their uniforms, lined up in an orderly fashion, solemnly approaching the graves of the martyrs to lay wreaths in tribute. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Shida town, local residents were similarly honoring their deceased relatives, including Old Chow. Old Chow's parents were buried beside the village path in Liutuan, adjacent to the river, with one side facing the water and the other overlooking distant green hills. The burial site was chosen with assistance from Zhang Yishuan, a local expert from Hechuan town. Since Old Chow's parents were laid to rest there, the family thrived. His eldest son now served as the deputy director in the city, a position of considerable prestige, surpassing the town mayor of Shida by a notch. Old Chow's daughters had all married well, while his youngest son remained at home, farming and raising pigs and cattle, thus ensuring the family's prosperity. The only shortcoming lies in the fact that the eldest son has only one daughter. As a government official in the city, he cannot contravene policies, thus he refrained from having a second child. Meanwhile, the younger son has already fathered 3 daughters, incurring considerable fines. Old Mr. Chow has yet to hold a grandson. Now, with his daughter-in-law expecting again, Mr. Chow fervently hopes for a boy. After visiting the graves, Mr. Chow instructed his wife and son, along with the daughter-in-law, to leave first, while he stayed behind to add soil to the grave and simultaneously prayed for his ancestors' blessings, yearning to embrace a grandson soon. Suddenly, the revving of a motorcycle came to an abrupt halt before him. "Excuse me, sir, is this the way to Zhaotun?" asked a young man riding the motorcycle, accompanied by another person whose 3 strands of beard and compass gave him an air of mystique. "You've taken a wrong turn, Mr. Chow kindly directed. To reach Zhaotun, you must follow the main road through Shida town, then take the next fork to the left. You're going in the opposite direction." Mr. Chow, ever eager to assist, offered the directions. "By the way, what brings you to Zhaotun?" His curiosity was piqued by the peculiar attire of the passenger, clearly someone involved in fortune-telling. "Oh, this is Huang Banzian from Hechuan town. I have a relative in Zhaotun who is building a house, and asked me to invite Huang Banzian to assess the land. It's been years since I last visited, and I didn't expect to take a wrong turn. Thank goodness I ran into you, or I would have wasted a lot of time," the young man replied. Upon hearing that Huang Banzian was seated behind, Mr. Chow, having heard of him, immediately remarked, "I recall that Zhang Daxian from Hechuan town was quite renowned. It was he who assisted in selecting the site of my family's grave." Huang Banzian quickly responded, "To be honest, Zhang Daxian is my master. My modest skills are derived from him. Alas, he has passed away for many years, and I have yet to fully master his teachings." The young man on the motorcycle interjected, "Huang Banzian is far too humble. Everyone knows he has inherited the true teachings of Zhang Daxian. They say he has surpassed his master. My relative, coming all this way, sought out Huang Banzian for his expertise." Huang Banzian, hearing the young man's flattery, merely stroked his beard without affirming or denying it. He dismounted from the motorcycle and said to Mr. Chow, "I had no idea that the site of your family's grave was chosen by my master. I must take a closer look." Mr. Chow had no objections. Huang Banzian circled the Chow family grave with great seriousness, nodding as he went. Suddenly, he frowned. Noticing this, Mr. Chow inquired, "Huang Banzian, is something amiss?" Huang Banzian pointed towards a distant quarry on the mountain and asked, "Old sir, was this quarry here before?" "No. It has only been operating for about 5 or 6 years," Mr. Chow contemplated before responding. "Just as I thought. My master chose this burial site for a reason. It is excellent. For any grave site, proximity to water is paramount, followed by wind protection. You see that mountain in the distance? Its shape resembles an official's chair, suggesting that your descendants may well produce distinguished individuals." The word struck a chord with Old Chow, for his eldest son indeed held an official position in the city, suggesting that he was in the favor of the influential. However, Huang Banshan's recent frown indicated something amiss, prompting his need for clarification. "Master, what troubled you just now?" "It pertains to the stone quarry," Huang Banzian lamented. "The official seat has been compromised, and the feng shui has been ruined." How could a quarry so far up in the mountains affect the feng shui?" Old Chow, lacking knowledge in such matters, was puzzled. "Consider this. During the Wanli period of the Ming dynasty, a path was cut on a mountain several dozen li away from the Ming Shaoling Mausoleum in Jinling, resulting in the disgrace of several officials due to the disruption of the mausoleum's feng shui. Of course, our common folk cannot compare to the royal family. Yet, your ancestral tomb benefits from the harmony of mountain and water. Water brings wealth, while the mountain signifies descendants. The disruption of the opposing mountain's feng shui may render your site inauspicious." Huang Banshan's discourse immediately alarmed Old Chow, who recalled the significance of the mountain concerning descendants. It was no wonder his 2 daughters-in-law had only born daughters, leaving him still yearning for a grandson. "Master, is there a remedy?" "Indeed there is." Huang Banzian stroked his beard thoughtfully. "My home is not far, and since it is still early, would you care to invite me over for tea to discuss this in detail?" Old Chow understood that to glean the solution, he must show his appreciation. "No need. Good sir, the location of your ancestral tomb was chosen with my master's assistance, and our chance encounter today is fortuitous. Allow me to offer you a brief overview. Firstly, the quarry across should be filled in immediately, and trees replanted to restore its original state. However, this would likely entail a substantial undertaking." Old Chow's expression soured at once. The quarry belonged to another village, and he had no authority to compel them to cease operations. Even with his son's position in the city, local officials wielded greater influence, and he doubted his son could effect any change in this matter. Even if they were to agree, the scale of the project was beyond their means. He swiftly dismissed that idea. "What about the second option?" "Simple. Relocate the grave. Select a new auspicious site." Huang Banzian replied. "Moreover, it is not solely a matter of the mountain. As the saying goes, the military has no fixed formations, and water has no fixed shape. The river has changed its course multiple times. Although there are embankments, during the summer floods, the river's surface rises above the grave site, resulting in an overwhelming presence of yin energy, which is detrimental to descendants." Huang Banshan's assertion was quite far-fetched, considering many segments of rivers in the Yellow River Basin are indeed elevated, rendering most burial sites in low-lying plains submerged. Nonetheless, Old Chow, oblivious to such intricacies, latched onto the key phrase, detrimental to descendants. "This is merely my humble opinion and may not be entirely accurate. I encourage you to consult others. Perhaps they might provide a more effective solution." With that, Huang Banzian recognized the importance of moderation, offering only a few words before taking his leave from Old Chow. Understanding the need not to delay Huang Banzian, Old Chow requested his address. Prepared, Huang Banzian produced paper and pen from his pocket, jotting down his phone number for Old Chow. Upon seeing that the man possessed a phone, Old Chow surmised that he must indeed be skilled and likely quite prosperous. After bidding farewell to Old Chow, the young man rode off on his motorcycle with Huang Banzian, bypassing Zhao Tun and returning instead to Hechuan Town. The matter of Zhao Tun building a house is indeed true. However, he had visited earlier. Today's journey was specifically to see Old Man Chow. Huang Banshan firmly believes that by the time he returns home, he will receive a call from Old Man Chow at the latest by tomorrow. In truth, there is no need to wait until tomorrow. As soon as Huang Banshan departed, Old Man Chow hurried back home. Upon arriving, he shared the news with his wife and youngest son, who immediately became anxious. It was no wonder that his wife had given birth to a daughter first, and then another daughter. The root of the problem lay here. "Father, we must act swiftly regarding the grave relocation. Your daughter-in-law is expecting again, and this must be settled before the child is born, otherwise it may be too late." Old Man Chow pondered this and agreed that time was of the essence. He decided to head to town to find a public telephone to call his eldest son. Initially, the son dismissed his father's concerns, urging him not to heed such absurdities. However, when he learned that the gravesite's opposing mountain, once a symbol of authority, had now been damaged, he immediately concurred with the idea of relocating the grave. He was at a crucial juncture. Whether he could advance further depended on the opportunities presented in the coming years. In this moment, it was better to believe in the possibility than to dismiss it outright. With both sons in agreement, Old Man Chow promptly retrieved the note from Huang Banshan and dialed the number as indicated. To his delight, Huang Banshan was at home. After explaining his purpose, Huang Banshan hesitated for a moment before scheduling a visit in 3 days. In truth, he was available the following day. He merely wished to prolong the anticipation for Old Man Chow, presenting himself as quite busy. Huang Banshan felt elated, as the matter seemed to be proceeding smoothly. Lu Xiaochuan had already secured the 2,000 yuan, and in 3 days, he would earn even more from the Chow family. What he mentioned today was merely a complimentary service. The next visit would be a paid affair. Lu Xiaochuan was completely unaware of the events unfolding back home. After leaving the Martyrs' Cemetery, the group disbanded, allowing the students to roam freely. Lu Xiaochuan parted ways with his roommate, intending to take a taxi to Tally Restaurant. He had heard that his cousin-in-law, Wang Jing, had given birth to a daughter, and he felt it was necessary to pay his respects. The Martyrs' Cemetery was somewhat remote, and upon reaching the street, he struggled to hail a taxi. As he walked along the road, glancing back and forth in search of a cab, he suddenly noticed 3 young men not far behind, seemingly following him. Chapter 151. Is this it? Lu Xiaochuan sensed that the 3 societal youths behind him appeared to be tracking his movements, yet he could not be entirely certain. Given that Duan Xiaofei had warned him to remain cautious, it was prudent to be vigilant. He continued down the main road, and indeed, the trio maintained a distance behind him. Lu Xiaochuan veered into a small entrance on the north side of Biling Park. The trio, consisting of Huang Mao, Pang Hu, and Tang Lang, had been trailing him for quite some time, their bodies slick with sweat. This young man was quite agile. They had been commissioned by Mu Yinghua to identify Lu Xiaochuan at school, but had failed to find an opportunity, as it would be unwise to act within the school grounds where they could easily be overwhelmed by students. Earlier that morning, Mu Yinghua had also participated in the tomb sweeping event, and having received notice days prior, he surmised that Lu Xiaochuan would likely act alone after the ceremony, given that this young man often ventured out on weekends. The trio of yellow-haired individuals, upon receiving his notification, lay in ambush outside the Martyrs' Cemetery. To their astonishment, Mu Yinghua's prediction proved accurate. Lu Xiaochuan, after parting ways with his classmates, exited the premises. A multitude of students began to emerge from the cemetery. Yet the trio hesitated to act, finding solace in the fact that Lu Xiaochuan had not hailed a taxi and was instead walking along the road. They naturally trailed behind, seeking an opportune moment. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaochuan entered Biling Park, where the northern section was enveloped in trees, an area seldom trodden by human feet, perfect for their nefarious intentions. The trio hastily followed him inside. As they ventured deeper into the park, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly leaped from behind a tree, seizing a small tree with his hands, and executed a lethal scissor kick, bringing down the stout Hu. Among the trio, Hu was the most robust, while the other 2 were slender as monkeys. Lu Xiaochuan hardly regarded them as threats. Hu, struck fiercely at the neck, collapsed to the ground, dazed and unable to rise for a considerable time. The yellow-haired individual and the mantis were startled, regarding Lu Xiaochuan with trepidation. The yellow-haired one stammered, "Friend, we are strangers to one another, with no enmity. Why did you suddenly attack my brother?" Lu Xiaochuan scoffed, "Oh, why? You have followed me from such a distance and still dare to question me? This is not your path. Just because you are allowed to walk it does not mean we are prohibited. How tyrannical of you." He ceased his banter and charged forward to strike. The mantis, perceiving the impending conflict, bolted in fear. Realizing that his companion had fled, the yellow-haired one attempted to voice a reprimand. But before he could finish, Lu Xiaochuan's fist had already found its mark, knocking him out. Meanwhile, Hu, still dazed and attempting to rise, was met with another kick from Lu Xiaochuan, sending him sprawling back to the ground. Observing his companion incapacitated, the yellow-haired one cried out, "Brother, brother, cease your assault. We shall not rise again." Hu, cursing under his breath and preparing to stand, ceased his efforts upon witnessing the yellow-haired one's capitulation. Suddenly, a sound emanated from Lu Xiaochuan's shoulder bag hanging from a tree. He retrieved his cell phone and answered a call from Zhang Chuang, who inquired, "Xiaochuan, where are you?" "Brother Zhang, I am at the small entrance on the north side of Biling Park. The low iron gate leads to a pathway. I am just inside," Lu Xiaochuan replied. Prior to entering the park, he had discreetly taken out his cell phone to contact Zhang Chuang, who happened to be at the bureau. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's mention of being followed by 3 individuals, Zhang Chuang promptly drove over, borrowing a colleague's cell phone en route. The yellow-haired one, witnessing Lu Xiaochuan with his cell phone, was instantly flabbergasted. How could an ordinary person possess such a device? Damn it, that Mu has led us into a trap. His enemies are no ordinary university students, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with despair. "Brother, why did you not reveal that device earlier? Had we known, we would not have dared to follow you." Lu Xiaochuan ignored him, for Zhang Chuang had already arrived. He called out, "This way, Captain Zhang." Zhang Chuang approached, asking, "What is the situation, Xiaochuan? Are you uninjured?" "I'm fine, Captain. These fellows are no match for me," Lu Xiaochuan replied. Without needing his words, Zhang Chuang could see Lu Xiaochuan standing unharmed while 2 lay on the ground. At that moment, Hu and the yellow-haired one stood up. Hu protested, "Officer, this person is far too tyrannical. We merely walked the same path as him, and he suddenly assaulted us. Is that so? However, I have heard that the 3 of you have been following someone. By the way, where is the 4th one?" Zhang Chuang inquired with a stern gaze. The mantis had not strayed far, hiding behind a tree, and now emerged, stating, "Officer, we did not follow him. We did not make any move. He attacked us first." Zhang Chuang chuckled, "It's fine. All of you come back to the station with me. The truth will be revealed during the interrogation. Rest assured, you will not be wronged." Huang Mao, finding Zhang Chuang's smile even more intimidating, shot a glare at the mantis and Fat Tiger, saying, "You too. Keep quiet. This officer was sent by the other side. How could he side with us?" Lu Xiaochuan leaned down to whisper to Zhang Chuang, who nodded and stepped aside to wait. Lu Xiaochuan discerned that Huang Mao was the leader and approached him. "Did you see? This is Captain Zhang from the Criminal Investigation Team of the Municipal Bureau. My friend. Believe me, with a single word, he could arrest all three of you immediately. You may deny following me, but once at the station, during separate interrogations, the truth would inevitably come to light, and you would regret it. I believe you. I believe you, brother. What must we do to be spared?" Huang Mao, realizing Lu Xiaochuan was initiating a conversation, sensed a possibility for leniency. "First, tell me why you were following me. If I am not mistaken, it was someone with the surname Mu who hired you, correct?" Hearing this, Huang Mao thought to himself, how does he already know? Yet, he dared not voice this thought, and confessed everything, detailing how he came to know Mu Yinghua and how he received the commission. Lu Xiaochuan fixed his gaze on Huang Mao and said, "I can plead with my friend on your behalf to let you go. After all, you were targeting me. If I do not press charges, you will be fine." However, Huang Mao, understanding the implication, replied, "Brother, just say the word. We will comply. Perhaps we should return and give that Mu a beating to vent your frustrations." Fat Tiger and the mantis immediately expressed their agreement, stating they would follow Lu Xiaochuan's lead. Lu Xiaochuan waved his hand. "No need for that. Here's what we will do. I will let my friend leave first, and then we can talk." Lu Xiaochuan briefed Zhang Chuang, and the group exited the park. Once on the main road, Zhang Chuang departed without concern that these three would pose a threat to Lu Xiaochuan. As Zhang Chuang drove away, Huang Mao and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to avoid detention, yet still patiently awaited Lu Xiaochuan's next words. Lu Xiaochuan pulled Huang Mao aside, suddenly reaching into his bag to retrieve something, startling Huang Mao. Lu Xiaochuan produced 2,000 yuan and handed it to Huang Mao, who was momentarily perplexed, unsure of the intention and hesitant to accept. Lu Xiaochuan shot him a glare. "Just take it, and act quickly." Huang Mao, reading the urgency in Lu Xiaochuan's eyes, reluctantly accepted the money, tucking it into his jacket pocket. Lu Xiaochuan continued, "You do not need to confront Mo. Instead, return and tell him that you have already beaten me up, maintaining your friendship with him. When he loses money at the arcade, lend him this 2,000 yuan, but remember to have him sign an IOU. Once he repays, this money will be yours. When he finds himself in need of funds, ensure that you assist him in locating a source for borrowing money. I trust you have your methods. In any case, it is imperative that he is not left without resources. Do you understand?" Huang Mao immediately comprehended the gravity of Lu Xiaochuan's intentions. He was indeed ruthless, aiming to dig a significant pit for the one surnamed Mu. He certainly knew of places to borrow money, yet he lacked the courage to approach them. Lu Xiaochuan would not accept any refusal. Although today's events had transpired, he could easily have them detained if he wished. Do you believe that? Therefore, the task I have assigned to you will not be met with resistance, will it? Brother, I absolutely trust you. Rest assured, I will see to it with utmost clarity, Huang Mao assured. He and Mu Yinghua were not truly friends, and given that Mu had placed them in such a precarious situation, returning to him bore no psychological burden. After all, it was a matter of misery loves company, and they stood to gain 2,000 yuan without any effort. Why not seize the opportunity? With that, Lu Xiaochuan departed, hailing a taxi shortly after, bound for Tally Restaurant. It was only midway that he recalled it was ill-advised to visit the child today. It would be more appropriate to wait until the weekend and take Xin Yue along. The taxi driver, noticing the change of destination, was pleased as the journey grew longer. Once Lu Xiaochuan left, Fat Tiger and Mantis quickly approached. Huang Mao, without uttering a word, first reprimanded Mantis for his earlier display of disloyalty by fleeing. Fat Tiger inquired, "Brother, did he just give you money?" "Why?" Huang Mao produced the cash for both to see. "Do not ask questions. This money is still of use and cannot be spent. You will be compensated later, provided you follow my instructions. Rest assured, brother, we will heed your words." Fat Tiger promised. "I will follow your lead as well, and I guarantee I won't run off first next time. All right. Let us also take a taxi back to seek out the one surnamed Mu and inform him that we have completed the task. It would not be too much to ask for a meal in return, would it?" Huang Mao suggested. "Not at all. We have endured hardships." Fat Tiger and Mantis chimed in unison. However, finding Mu Yinghua was not as simple as it seemed. The trio decided to wait at the arcade, confident that Mu, having won money in recent days, would soon return. Lu Xiaochuan returned to school and spent the afternoon engaged in self-study. He was quite conscientious about his studies. While he was not overly diligent, he certainly did not slack during crucial times. Come the weekend, he took Xin Yue shopping for baby toys and drove to Tally Restaurant. Wang Jing had already completed her confinement and resumed work at the restaurant, while the child was being cared for by her mother at home. Upon their arrival with gifts in hand, Wang Jing warmly welcomed Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue, urging Zhao Lijun to promptly arrange a meal. In the kitchen, Lu Xiaochuan encountered his cousin. Zhao Lijun, busy with both family and restaurant duties, appeared somewhat worn, sporting dark circles under his eyes. After exchanging pleasantries, he quietly remarked, "Alas, your uncle and aunt are quite disappointed. They have yet to hold a grandson. I suspect they will soon be urging us to have another child." Lu Xiaochuan chuckled. Whether a boy or girl is inconsequential, they adhere to old ways. When we return home for the new year, I shall have a word with them. However, having another child could be beneficial, as more children provide companionship. Currently, the policy does not permit that. Besides, our restaurant is so busy that managing a child is already quite enough for the two of us. Such trivial matters. If my uncle and aunt urge for more grandchildren, let them come and assist with the children. As for having another child, we could simply pay the fine. After all, we are not planning to have 3, are we? Let us keep this from your sister-in-law to avoid her displeasure. Zhao Lijun advised. Rest assured, I am well aware of that. Lu Xiaochuan emerged to find Wang Jing and Xin Yue engaged in conversation. He did not allow his cousin to cook alone, but joined everyone to share the staff meal. Naturally, with his presence, Zhao Lijun added 2 more dishes than usual. Zhao Lijun's mother-in-law was still at home caring for the child, and lunch consisted of dishes prepared from a restaurant, which Wang Jing delivered back home. Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue accompanied her to see the child. His cousin's daughter was quite adorable, plump and cherubic, but as soon as Lu Xiaochuan held her, she began to cry. However, she calmed down in Xin Yue's arms. The child's grandmother chuckled. "Xiaochuan, your girlfriend is quite lovely. You both should hurry and have a child, so the children can play together in the future." Upon hearing this, Xin Yue's face instantly flushed red. How did the conversation shift to having children? Wang Jing, noticing the awkwardness, hurriedly remarked to her mother, "Mom, what are you saying? They are still students." "Oh dear, I apologize. I completely forgot. I'm getting old and forgetful. Please don't take offense, dear. It's quite all right, Auntie." Xin Yue could only choose to forgive, but when she glanced at Lu Xiaochuan, who was quietly chuckling to himself, she promptly pinched him. Fortunately, to alleviate the awkwardness, Lu Xiaochuan suggested they take their leave, as his sister-in-law Wang Jing would soon need to feed the child, and it wasn't convenient for him to be there. As they departed from his cousin's home, Lu Xiaochuan couldn't help but reflect. His cousin already had a child, and he and Xin Yue had been together for several months. Although their relationship was harmonious, it had yet to take any substantial steps forward. Setting aside the age difference of 10 years, physically, he was still a vigorous young man. And being in the presence of such a beautiful woman inevitably led to wandering thoughts. Opportunities always arise. During the May Day holiday, Zhu Chuanjian planned to bring his girlfriend, Shui Wenwen, back to Steel City and take a trip to Qianshan, extending a warm invitation to Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue to join them. Lu Xiaochuan was eager to accept and managed to persuade Xin Yue to transfer her remedial classes to someone else so that she could travel with him. Steel City was in close proximity to Fengyang, yet Lu Xiaochuan chose not to drive, primarily due to unfamiliarity with the routes. Taking the train was quicker and more convenient. The group boarded the midday train and arrived in Steel City within an hour. Zhu Chuanjian needed to take Shui Wenwen home, and naturally, Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue could not accompany them. They agreed to meet for dinner that evening, parting ways at the train station. As they ventured out, they needed to find accommodations. After searching through several hotels, the front desks informed them that only one room remained available. Lu Xiaochuan, with a helpless expression, turned to Xin Yue and asked, "Shall we keep looking? It's a holiday, and I fear that if we search further, even this last room will be gone." With no other choice, Xin Yue reluctantly agreed to share a room. Unbeknownst to her, at each location, Lu Xiaochuan discreetly indicated a single finger to the front desk staff, who were accustomed to such requests, resulting in the consistent report of only one room remaining available. Chapter 153. A difficult choice during the broad daylight. Lu Xiaochuan could hardly be up to any mischief. After placing his backpack in the hotel room, he took Xin Yue out for a stroll in Steel City. As night fell, he received a call from Zhu Chuanjian, and after meeting up, they went out for dinner together. The meal was consumed swiftly. Since this was Shui Wenwen's first encounter with her partner's parents, it was out of the question for her to stay at Zhu Chuanjian's house. She inquired about the hotel where Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue were staying and promptly booked a room there. Xin Yue immediately sensed the discrepancy. They had previously mentioned there was only one room, and now, upon Shui Wenwen's arrival, another room had miraculously become available. Lu Xiaochuan confronted the front desk, yet discreetly slipped a large denomination note to the attendant. With ample experience, the staff member had a ready explanation, stating that a guest had just checked out and assured that if another room became available, they would reserve it for them. Accompanying Xin Yue upstairs, Lu Xiaochuan caught Zhu Chuanjian's eye, who then followed Shui Wenwen back to her room. Curiously, he did not return home. Xin Yue, upon returning to her room, anxiously monitored her phone, fearing she might miss the notification about room availability. Lu Xiaochuan, however, chuckled inwardly. knowing that his senior sister would likely wait in vain for another room to open up. After watching television for a while, Lu Xiaochuan headed for a shower. Emerging afterward with his upper body bare, Xin Yue shyly remarked, "Aren't you going to put something on? What a rogue. Senior sister, I'm wearing pants. Besides, when at the swimming pool, men are often bare-chested. Does that make them all rogues?" Lu Xiaochuan replied with a grin. Xin Yue, unable to counter his argument, couldn't he help but admire his well-defined physique, noticing he had six-pack abs. "Senior sister, why don't you take a shower as well? Don't be afraid. I'll protect you while we're out here," Lu Xiaochuan encouraged. In her heart, Xin Yue thought, "It's you I'm afraid of," and resolutely refused to shower, opting instead to wash her face and brush her teeth. Once Xin Yue finished her routine, the two sat in the room watching television. The atmosphere grew slightly intimate. Lu Xiaochuan suggested, "Senior sister, we need to rise early for a mountain hike tomorrow, so you should get some rest. I'll just lean back in this chair for a short nap. If the front desk notifies us about a room, I'll move to the new one." With that, he reclined in the chair, pretending to sleep. Xin Yue turned off the television but left the lights on. Lying on the large bed, she found sleep elusive, her mind restless. The thought nagged at her. If Lu Xiaochuan were to make a move in the night, should she resist? It was indeed a conundrum, and she could only blame the hotel for its lack of available rooms. Before long, Lu Xiaochuan began to snore. Noticing his discomfort in the chair, Xin Yue felt a pang of sympathy and approached him, waking him gently. "Xiaochuan, why don't you come sleep on the bed? We can each lie on our side." Seeing the pillow already placed in the center of the bed, Lu Xiaochuan realized that since Xin Yue had agreed to share the bed, he could hardly be stubborn. If he insisted on sleeping in the chair and she offered again, it would be rather embarrassing. As they lay on the bed, separated by the pillow, both stared at the ceiling, unable to sleep. Lu Xiaochuan broke the silence. "Senior sister, would you like to hear a joke?" Xin Yue was puzzled by his sudden inclination to tell a joke. "Sure, go ahead." Lu Xiaochuan recounted the classic joke worse than a beast to Xin Yue, who playfully chided, "You rogue, why regale me with such tales?" He replied, "Sister, am I not currently faced with a dilemma? I am uncertain whether to act like a beast or something even less dignified." These words rendered Xin Yue speechless. Her temper flared, yet she too was uncertain about her choices. The question was not an easy one, especially for young medical students like themselves, who were well aware of life's complexities. However, her thoughts regarding a future with Lu Xiaochuan remained unresolved. In silence, Xin Yue found herself enveloped in Lu Xiaochuan's embrace as he suddenly turned, lifting the pillow to hold her from behind. "Oh, what are you doing?" she exclaimed, attempting to push away his hands. "Sister, I'm merely embracing you, doing nothing more." Xin Yue gradually softened her resistance. After all, it seemed quite normal for a couple to share a hug, and she realized her reaction was overly dramatic. After a moment, she protested, "Didn't you say it was just a hug? Why are your hands misbehaving again?" Anger sparked within her. "Xiao Wei, I swear. I won't do anything else." The following day, Lu Xiaochuan rose early once more. By the time he finished his morning routine, Xin Yue had just awoken, her gaze towards him laced with reproach, as if she wished to pierce him with daggers. "You're awake, Xiao Wei. If you didn't sleep well, you can rest a bit longer. We can go hiking a little later. Are your legs still sore? You dare say that? It's all your fault." Xin Yue's face flushed crimson. "All right, I shall say no more. You should get up and freshen up." Lu Xiaochuan noticed the crumpled white towel in the bathroom trash bin, struggling to suppress a smile. After they had washed up and enjoyed breakfast, they awaited Zhu Chuanjian and Shui Wenwen in the hotel lobby. After a considerable wait, they finally descended. "Shiga, so early. Did you sleep well last night?" Zhu Chuanjian, bleary-eyed and visibly fatigued, responded. "I certainly slept better than you. Look at those dark circles under your eyes." Lu Xiaochuan teased. Zhu Chuanjian shot him a knowing glance before swiftly leading Shui Wenwen to the restaurant for breakfast. Numerous vehicles traveled from the train station to Qinshan, and Zhu Chuanjian promptly hailed a taxi. Upon reaching the mountain's base, they purchased tickets to ascend. Lu Xiaochuan couldn't help but chuckle at Xin Yue's gait, quickly stepping forward to assist her. "What are you laughing at? This is all you're doing." Xin Yue pinched a piece of skin on Lu Xiaochuan's arm. "Ouch, ouch. Sister, I admit my fault, all right? I will be more cautious next time." "Bah, there shall be no next time." Qinshan, also known as the Mountain of 1,000 Lotus Flowers, boasts many peaks, steep and picturesque. Although its elevation is not exceedingly high, the entire journey can be quite exhausting. Thus they opted for the cable car. Xin Yue, slightly acrophobic, nestled against Lu Xiaochuan as they rode the cable car, the breathtaking scenery of Qinshan unfolding beneath them. Once they disembarked from the cable car, the remaining distance was not far. Being young, they possessed ample stamina. Zhu Chuanjian proposed a friendly competition, splitting into teams to see who could reach the summit of Wufadong first. Lu Xiaochuan, undaunted, accepted the challenge. Though Zhu Chuanjian was tall and robust, his partner Shui Wenwen was petite and unaccustomed to physical exertion, quickly finding herself unable to continue. To everyone's surprise, Zhu Chuanjian ended up carrying his girlfriend up the mountain, attracting the attention of fellow hikers. With a grin, Lu Xiaochuan teased, "Sister, should I carry you too? I would rather not be the center of attention." Even if I do not carry you, you have already caught the attention of onlookers. Your beauty ensures that wherever you turn, heads will undoubtedly turn. As we ascend the mountain, who is to say how many are envious of me? Lu Xiaochuan proclaimed with pride. Stop boasting and hurry up the mountain. We might lose soon. What if they win? It's merely a game. That won't do. I still have no desire to lose. Xin Yue's competitive spirit remained robust. All right, let us hasten. Lu Xiaochuan grasped Xin Yue's hand and swiftly made his way toward the summit. Chapter 154. The evolution of a gambler. The journey through the mountains was exhilarating. Upon descending, Zhu Chuanjian arranged for them to visit the hot springs in Tangangzi, washing away the fatigue of the day. In the evening, Lu Xiaochuan naturally booked a single room, no longer needing to engage in cryptic exchanges with the hotel reception. Upon their return from the May Day trip, their relationship had progressed substantially. Lu Xiaochuan had successfully persuaded Xin Yue to resign from her part-time role at Shihong Education, accompanying her to enroll in a TOEFL class. This time, Xin Yue did not resist Lu Xiaochuan's offer to pay for her tuition. She seemed to sense a shift in their dynamic, feeling justified in accepting his financial support. Back at school, life resumed its familiar rhythm, filled with classes, exercise, and shared meals with her senior. Days were fulfilling and joyous. An unexpected surprise arrived when Huang Banzian from Hechuan Town contacted Lu Xiaochuan. Upon returning the call, Huang Banzian informed him that the matter concerning the Chao family grave had been resolved. It had been relocated, and he had even earned a tidy sum from the Chao family in the process. Lu Xiaochuan understood the implications of Huang Banzian's call, both a claim to credit and a request for payment. As he had initially promised a final sum of 1,000 yuan, Lu Xiaochuan, unwilling to go back on his word, entrusted Wang Guangxing, his brother-in-law who owned a furniture store in Hechuan Town, to deliver the payment. Wang Guangxing was puzzled about how his brother-in-law had become entangled with Huang Banzian, yet he did not inquire further and dutifully delivered the money. While Lu Xiaochuan continued to experience fortuitous events, his rival, Mu Yinghua, found himself in less favorable circumstances. After the previous encounter where he had commissioned Huang Mao and his companions to teach Lu Xiaochuan a lesson, they returned boasting of how they had beaten Lu Xiaochuan, claiming that had it not been for the intervention of bystanders, they would have severely injured him. Mu Yinghua was elated to finally have avenged himself, unaware that this supposed victory was merely a fabrication of Huang Mao and his cohort. That night, Mu Yinghua treated Huang Mao and his friends to dinner, and afterward, they went to an arcade to gamble. Luck seemed to be on their side, and they won a considerable amount. From that day forward, Mu Yinghua fancied himself a gambling prodigy, visiting the arcade daily to earn some pocket money. Unfortunately, this streak of good fortune was fleeting. He lost consecutively for several days, eventually returning all he had previously won. Unwilling to concede defeat, he continued to gamble and lost even more. Finally, after a particularly heavy loss, he instructed Huang Mao to hold his machine while he returned to school to borrow money from classmates. Mu Yinghua had nearly exhausted his living expenses, and even calling home for money would be too late. In those times, there were no convenient mobile transfers, leaving him no choice but to seek assistance from his peers at school. The young man with yellow hair, known as Mantis, suddenly spoke up. Mu Xiao, I have some money that I can lend you, but you must repay me promptly. This is money that someone entrusted me to return to my cousin, who is not at home. He will be back next week, and I must settle it with him. Mu Yinghua was troubled about whether he could borrow money upon returning to school, and to his surprise, Mantis had funds available. It was only reasonable to accept the offer. He borrowed 300 yuan to invest in coins, winning some back, but he did not stop there. He continued playing for a while, and soon cleared his debts. Mantis, I noticed you still have quite a bit of money in your pocket. Could you lend me a little more? Mu Yinghua had become consumed by the thrill of the game. Mu Xiao, I think it would be wise for you to stop playing. If I lend you more and you lose it, I will have no way to explain to my cousin. Mantis firmly declined to lend further. The young man with yellow hair interjected, Mu Xiao is not lacking in funds. What is the worst that could happen? He can always ask his family for more money. Feeling pressured by the authority of the older boy, Mantis reluctantly agreed but insisted that Mu Yinghua write an IOU. The young man with yellow hair sighed, Mu Xiao, you see, this fellow is not reliable. Why not just write him an IOU? Very well, that is agreeable. Please fetch me a pen and paper from the front desk. Mu Yinghua was already in a daze. Mantis returned with the paper and pen, and Mu Yinghua hastily wrote the IOU. In no time, the amount owed escalated from 500 to 1,000, then 2,000. All of Mantis' 2,000 yuan was swiftly transformed into coins, lost to Mu Yinghua. Mu Xiao, I truly cannot manage this anymore. I am completely out of money. You must repay me next week, or my cousin will surely kill me. Huang Mao knows my cousin. He is not easy to deal with, Mantis said, his voice trembling with despair. At that moment, Mu Yinghua regained his senses. Drenched in cold sweat, he had not anticipated losing over 2,000 in a single night, an amount equivalent to several months of his father's salary. Although his father, as the deputy director, had additional income, 2,000 yuan was still substantial enough to cause concern about repayment. Early the next morning, Mu Yinghua called home, fabricating a reason to request funds from his father. Director Mu admonished his son for his extravagant spending before promptly arranging for a remittance. On Monday, Mu Yinghua finally collected the funds from the post office. In the evening, he arrived at the arcade with 2,000 yuan, ready to repay his debt. According to the terms of the IOU, today was the final deadline, and Mantis would undoubtedly seek him out for repayment. Meanwhile, Huang Mao and his companions observed from a distance as Mu Yinghua entered the arcade, yet they did not follow him inside. Instead, they opted to visit a small restaurant for drinks. Mu Yinghua waited in the arcade for the trio, growing increasingly anxious as time passed. The cacophony of the arcade and the clinking of coins only heightened his agitation. Eventually, he could no longer resist and exchanged more money for coins. Sitting down at a bubble shooter machine. This time, he lost even faster. The more he lost, the more he felt compelled to recover his losses, and ultimately, he found himself once again in a cycle of defeat. As Mu Yinghua sat in a plastic chair, lost in thought, Huang Mao and his friends returned. Mu Xiao, we finally found you. I brought the IOU. I'm sorry, Mantis, but I lost the money again. The day after tomorrow. No, the day after. I will definitely repay you. Tomorrow, I will have my father send me more funds, Mu Yinghua pleaded, gazing at Mantis with desperation. I apologize, Mu Xiao, my words carry little weight. My cousin has arrived. You should speak with him directly. A youth, more robust than a tiger, approached and lifted Mu Yinghua, brandishing the IOU in his hand. Hey, this IOU is legitimate, isn't it? My younger cousin lent you my money without my consent. We haven't charged you any interest, have we? Are you attempting to default? No, big brother. I have no intention of defaulting. I intended to repay today, but seeing that you were absent, I thought I might indulge in a few games first. Unfortunately, I ended up losing again. Mu Yinghua was genuinely intimidated by the cousin of the Mantis. He was a hulking figure, appearing quite fierce. So, you're blaming us for arriving late? Did we compel you to play? Did we force you to lose? Listen, we won't engage in any tricks. I'll take this IOU to your school and let everyone adjudicate the matter. Is that unreasonable? We do believe in reason and law, the intimidating youth declared, releasing Mu Yinghua back onto the chair. Big brother, I truly intend to repay. Could you grant me just one more day? I will have my father take a train to bring me the money. No can do. To be frank, I'm heading to my wife's family tomorrow to deliver the dowry. If I'm short 2,000 yuan, my father-in-law will surely object. By the time my wife elopes, what will you use to compensate? I really cannot repay that, Mu Yinghua replied helplessly. Big brother, what do you suggest I do? I genuinely have no money at present. Lack of funds is not an issue. I will take you to borrow money. Once you get the funds, you can settle my debt, and then it will be your affair with others. They will certainly provide you with time to gather the money, the fierce youth said, grasping Mu Yinghua's collar once again. Chapter 155. The fate of Mu Yinghua faced with the group before him. Mu Yinghua found himself without recourse. The IOU in their possession was indeed pinned by his own hand, and he had no means to contest it. Reluctantly, Mu Yinghua followed them through a maze of corridors to a basement where many individuals appeared to be engaged in dubious activities. He signed another IOU for 3,000 yuan, receiving only 2,700 in return, yet was required to repay 4,000 in a month. The infamous saying, 9 out, 13 back, rang true. Though he was fortunate not to be charged various fees. After repaying 2,000 yuan to the Mantis' cousin, who did not demand interest, he spent the remaining 700 over several days. Inwardly conflicted, Mu Yinghua hesitated to inform his family, fantasizing about another chance at the gaming hall, convinced that redemption was within reach. If he had withdrawn at this moment, there might have been hope. However, fantasy once again triumphed over reason. With resolve, he returned to the basement to borrow more money, this time not limiting himself to the gaming hall. He sought funds from various sources, even borrowing from classmates in his dormitory. Countless loans and attempts at redemption later, Mu Yinghua became a frequent visitor to that basement. By the end of the semester, he had signed over a dozen IOUs, some amounting to thousands, others to tens of thousands, while still contending with a multitude of classmates seeking repayment. During the final exams, he only attempted the English exam, abandoning the others, as he knew he would not succeed. His attendance record was already marred with numerous skips. Now, it has become impossible to conceal the truth from the family any longer. The unusual behavior of Mu Yinghua has already been noticed by their counselor, who has contacted the parents. After confessing over the phone, Director Mu suffered an immediate heart attack, but fortunately, his wife administered nitroglycerin in time. The couple hurriedly packed their belongings, purchased tickets at the station, and made their way to the provincial capital. Upon arriving at the medical university, they finally laid eyes on their beloved son, who appeared as thin as a reed, with months of unkempt hair. The family of three found a modest eatery outside the school to share a meal, during which Mu Yinghua stammered out the whole truth to his parents. Director Mu nearly succumbed to another heart episode, but thankfully, the medication was readily available. In their haste to leave, Director Mu did not carry much money. He first took Mu Yinghua to bathe and get a haircut, repaying his classmates' debts, and also initiated the process of his withdrawal from school. The situation was dire. Even if he managed to avoid failing, He was in no condition to continue his studies and would have to return to his hometown to repeat high school and retake the exams. The school-related matters were manageable, but the situation with the basement creditors was daunting. They held numerous promissory notes and were well aware of his family's information. There was no escaping the consequences of debt. Faced with the stack of promissory notes, which totaled over 100,000, Director Mu was furious. This is usury illegal. What was the principal amount? How has it ballooned to this extent? The creditors did not resort to violence, but informed him that they possessed his son's promissory notes. If you disagree, feel free to report us. The police station is just 500 meters to the right, and we can show you the way if you are unfamiliar. Director Mu immediately felt deflated. While he wielded significant influence within the educational system of Xinping County, he was insignificant in the provincial capital, where no one tolerated his bad habits. Very well, we will repay the money. Please grant me some time. No problem, as long as you settle within 10 days. We will not charge interest. Beyond that, interest will be recalculated. The family took the train back to Xinping County, where they began borrowing money from various sources. As just a deputy director, Director Mu's salary was modest, and despite some illicit income over the years, they had only managed to save a few thousand. They had always looked down on their impoverished relatives, so seeking their help this time was met with numerous rejections. After exhausting their options, they still faced a shortfall of over 50,000. Though their house was relatively large, property values in the county were low, and selling it was not as simple as it seemed. The stress had turned Director Mu and his wife's hair noticeably grayer, but anxiety alone could not conjure money. Scolding their son proved futile, and they had to be cautious, fearing he might take drastic measures. Ultimately, Director Mu resorted to misappropriating public funds, intending to navigate through this crisis first, with the fallback plan of selling their house, if absolutely necessary. Once again, he ventured to the provincial capital alone. Upon securing the funds, the creditors promptly returned the promissory notes and did not trouble him further, even offering him a cigarette as he departed. Finally, Director Mu felt a weight lifted from his heart, only to be replaced by the worry of whether his embezzlement would be discovered. To keep secrets from others, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Director Mu, accustomed to his own arrogance and dominance, was not without adversaries within the organization. He had long been under scrutiny by those with ulterior motives. Upon returning to Xinxian County, he was summoned by the Discipline Inspection Commission. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the gravity of his situation. His past misdeeds would soon unravel. Once the investigation commenced, it would inevitably unveil all his transgressions, leading to his dismissal from public office, though the prison sentence would not be excessively long. His numerous misdeeds over the years had ensnared many, including the principal of the county high school, who was also brought down, with his father incarcerated and his mother bedridden. Mu Yinghua matured quickly, abandoning any thoughts of revising for exams, and instead purchasing a train ticket to work in Pengcheng. Whether he would make a comeback or simply fade away remained uncertain. Ultimately, he remained unaware that this entire chain of events was ignited by his hiring of 3 individuals to assault Lu Xiaochuan. By the time Lu Xiaochuan learned of these developments, the final exams had already passed. He was astonished at the profound impact of what he had considered a mere maneuver. The flutter of a butterfly's wings had precipitated such turmoil, leading to Mu Yinghua's expulsion and Director Mu's imprisonment, as well as the disgrace of the county high school principal. It could be said that his vendetta was avenged. This semester had been a joyful one for him, as he and senior sister Shun had become inseparable, spending weekends together in a rented apartment. Academically, under Shin's guidance, he successfully passed the English Level 4 exam and all his final assessments. The subjects this semester were not particularly challenging, and as everyone gradually adapted to university life, all his dormitory mates managed to pass their exams without failing. Notably, Shi Xiaowen, perhaps due to maturing with age or newfound determination, worked diligently and refrained from distractions in the study room, ultimately achieving commendable results in his final exams, making a scholarship seem well within reach for the next semester. As summer vacation commenced, Lu Xiaochuan began to focus on significant matters. With the bear market drawing to a close and a bull market on the horizon, it was time for him to enter the stock market. He planned to gradually build his portfolio over the coming days rather than making a bulk purchase at the end of July, which could attract unwanted attention and complicate matters. Since opening an account at Northern Securities months ago, Lu Xiaochuan had remained elusive. His friend, Fu Hongya, speculated that he had forgotten about it, but on July 20th, Lu Xiaochuan unexpectedly transferred 1.8 million yuan into his trading account, astonishing the entire brokerage firm. Such a substantial amount made him a significant client anywhere. After purchasing a house, Lu Xiaochuan's industrial and commercial bank account retained 1.7 million yuan. His tutoring business had also earned him over 100,000 yuan in the past 6 months, leaving him with sufficient funds and a tidy sum of 100,000 yuan to invest. Recalling his expectations for this bull market, Lu Xiaochuan anticipated at least a 3-fold return, and likely even more. Thus, as he considered his impending fortune, he did not forget his relatives and friends. First seeking out his cousin Zhao Lijun, followed by Li Yin and Su Jibing. Although none of them understood the stock market well enough to take risks, they willingly lent him money. Since everyone is willingly lending, Lu Xiaochuan decided to accept the offer. He thought that once he made some money, he would repay them more. Zhao Lijun, having purchased a house, could only spare 30,000 yuan. Li Yin and Su Zhibin, having saved diligently, were in the process of house hunting. And this time they took out 50,000 yuan for the down payment, which they handed over to Lu Xiaochuan. Upon visiting the second branch of Qihang Education to find Li Yin, he also encountered Chen Sume. It had been more than 6 months since they last met, and Chen Sume appeared to have become considerably more cheerful. She called Lu Xiaochuan aside and said, Lu Xiaochuan, I haven't managed to save up the full 10,000 yuan I owe you yet. I have about 5,000 saved now, so let me repay you this first. Lu Xiaochuan understood she was referring to the 10,000 yuan he had paid as her dowry to the Meng family. Although he was not in need of the money, he knew it was important for her to repay it. Otherwise, Chen Sume would carry that burden indefinitely. All right, you can give it to me now. I plan to invest in stocks, so consider this your share. If I make a profit, I'll keep 10,000 yuan to count as repayment, and the rest will go to you. If I incur a loss, it will count as you repaying me 5,000 yuan. Chen Sume understood that resisting was futile. As long as she repaid him, she would feel unburdened and could face him as an equal in the future. She returned to school to retrieve her savings book, then went to the bank to withdraw the money for Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan then sought a loan from Bai Ling and received some significant news. Yu Qingyuan's term in a temporary position had been extended to 3 years, and Bai Ling had completed her paperwork to teach in Min County for 2 years, avoiding the strain of a long-distance marriage. Sister Bai, you're going to teach. What about Pippi? Will you take him to Xihai province? The education there is significantly behind. Yes, the conditions there are tough, but Pippi is still young. And with my personal instruction, he won't fall behind. Moreover, enduring some hardship will be a valuable experience for him and beneficial for his growth. He may find it uncomfortable at first, but I believe he will adapt. Bai Ling was confident in herself and her son. All right, I support you, Sister Bai. Once I finish my current tasks, I will visit you there, perhaps to donate some funds to your school. Great, I'll be looking forward to it, Boss Lu. On behalf of the local children, I thank you in advance. After discussing the teaching matter, Lu Xiaochuan revealed his purpose for borrowing. Without hesitation, Bai Ling retrieved her savings book and shared the password, allowing him to withdraw the funds himself. Lu Xiaochuan glanced at the book. It showed a balance of 120,000 yuan, most of which was likely profits from the past 2 years at Qihang Education. Our family's fortune is all tied up in this, Bai Ling said with a smile. Don't worry, Sister Bai. Once I return from the stock market with profits, I will repay you double. Are you that confident? Is it really that easy to make money in the stock market? While it may be challenging for others, do not forget who I am. My first fortune was made in the stock market. I will show you what it means to be a stock market genius. Enough boasting. It's all right if you incur losses. By the way, if it's not enough, consider borrowing from your sister Xiaomei. She should have saved several thousand as well. Bai Ling had a good relationship with her sister-in-law. Okay, I'll go find Sister Xiaomei shortly. After bidding farewell to Bai Ling, Lu Xiaochuan proceeded to Qihang Education to find Yu Xiaomei, who accompanied him back home. There, she generously offered her entire savings of 30,000 yuan to Lu Xiaochuan. After a brief circuit, Lu Xiaochuan's funds surged by over 240,000 yuan, with Xin Yue contributing 8,000 yuan from her lifelong savings, which she willingly invested in her boyfriend's stock trading endeavors. With this additional 240,000 yuan combined with the initial 30,000 yuan from his brokerage account, Lu Xiaochuan's total capital had reached an impressive 207 million yuan. However, he felt it was still insufficient. Regrettably, at that moment, the brokerage did not allow for leverage. Otherwise, Lu Xiaochuan would have undoubtedly sought to amplify his investments 5-fold or even 10-fold, which would have been exhilarating. Suddenly, Lu Xiaochuan recalled an important individual he had overlooked. How could he have forgotten Zheng Yanhong? He promptly drove to the construction bank to seek a loan from her. This time, he used the properties of Qihang Education and Taoliju Restaurant, along with the business license of Qihang Education, as collateral, and successfully secured a loan of 1 million yuan from Zheng Yanhong's branch. Previously, when Lu Xiaochuan sought to purchase a property in Yanjing, Zheng Yanhong had shown no interest. However, this time, with the allure of stock trading, she was intrigued and planned to take time to open a stock account at the brokerage, albeit uncertain about what to purchase due to her lack of experience. Lu Xiaochuan advised her, Sister Zheng, the current market index is even lower than when we were fiddling with the subscription warrants. I believe this bear market must be nearing its end. It's wise to buy and hold for now. It matters little what we invest in. As long as it's a bull market, everything will rise. If you must choose, I suggest focusing on Pudong concept stocks, as recent news frequently highlights Pudong's development, which should be seen as favorable news. All right, I will heed your advice and go to open an account tomorrow and take a look around. Zheng Yanhong agreed, finding Lu Xiaochuan's reasoning sound. Lu Xiaochuan transferred the entire loan of 1 million yuan into his stock account, bringing his total capital to 307 million yuan. marking him as a significant client. The brokerage manager personally attended to Lu Xiaochuan, reducing the commission to 0.13. However, at this stage, both buying and selling incurred fees. And with the addition of stamp duty, engaging in short-term trading without earning a few percentage points would essentially equate to working for the brokerage for free. Lu Xiaochuan was unconcerned, as he had no intention of trading short-term or frequently. On July 22nd, Lu Xiaochuan made his market entry, paying 2 months' rent of 4,000 yuan for a private room in the large investor area. He primarily focused on the stock of Oriental Pearl, having only retained a general sense of its trajectory. The stock opened at 105 yuan, reaching a peak of 120 yuan, but soon began to decline in the afternoon. Lu Xiaochuan purchased 20 lots at a price of 1,070 yuan and later acquired another 30 lots just before the market closed at 1,067 yuan, totaling an expenditure of just over 50,000 yuan. Ultimately, the closing price settled at 1,067 yuan. Shen Yue accompanied him throughout the day in the large investor area, listening patiently as Lu Xiaochuan explained concepts such as candlestick charts and trading volume, even though she struggled to comprehend the terminology. Chapter 157. Where did this novice come from? The following day was a weekend, and the stock market was closed. Lu Xiaochuan and Shen Yue ventured out for another 2-day escapade, this time to Shihu City, where they explored the wondrous water cave. Surprisingly, even in the sweltering summer, they found themselves donning military coats inside. It was Shen Yue's inaugural encounter with the marvel of the water cave, and she was utterly exhilarated, capturing numerous photographs with her camera, eagerly anticipating the moment she could develop them upon returning to Fengyang. On July 25th, Monday, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at the securities company early, without Shen Yue this time, as she was attending a TOEFL class that week. Moreover, she found the environment rather incomprehensible and dull. The opening price for Dongfang Mingzhu was 1,055 yuan, and Lu Xiaochuan initially purchased 100 lots, followed by an additional 80 lots at the price of 1,060 yuan. To his astonishment, the stock price rose, closing that afternoon at 110 yuan, resulting in a floating profit exceeding 10,000 yuan. However, he knew this was merely a transient state. The price would eventually decline again. He had preemptively acquired some shares, laying the groundwork for a more substantial purchase in the days to come. On Tuesday and Wednesday, the price of Dongfang Mingzhu remained steadfast above 11 yuan, without any sign of falling. Lu Xiaochuan opted to buy a few lots symbolically, wary that an excessive purchase of a single stock might alert the market makers. Concurrently, he reasoned that since it was a bull market, many other stocks would likely rise as well, so he selected 2 additional stocks, Xinhua Media and Zhibao Media, acquiring a modest number of shares in each. Perhaps his selection was simply due to the pleasing aesthetics of the word media. On July 28th, a Sunday, after the market opened, the price of Dongfang Mingzhu saw a slight increase before embarking on a downward trajectory, ultimately plunging below 10 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan seized the opportunity to purchase some shares and placed several hundred buy orders at 970 yuan, all of which were executed. The prices for Xinhua Media and Zhibao Media also fell significantly, and Lu Xiaochuan continued to accumulate shares, unwittingly filling half of his quota. On July 29th, the main event unfolded. Lu Xiaochuan recognized that this day would mark a historic moment, as the market index was poised to reach a new low, one that would remain unbroken for decades. Following several consecutive days of plummeting prices, the securities company was nearly deserted, with the large screens displaying a sea of green. The ongoing decline had instilled a sense of panic among many investors, prompting them to cut their losses and exit the market. The opening price for Dongfang Mingzhu was 956 yuan, and Lu Xiaochuan took the opportunity to acquire some shares and placed numerous buy orders at 950 yuan. Xinhua Media and Zhibao Media also opened low, and he seized a substantial amount of shares from these as well, though his primary focus remained on Dongfang Mingzhu, as he was familiar with its past performance. By the time the market closed in the afternoon, all of Lu Xiaochuan's buy orders had been executed, albeit at prices slightly higher than the closing rate. Given the limited information available, perfection was unattainable. However, he was confident that the overarching trend would eventually yield a doubling of his investment. Thus, he chose not to obsess over minute details. Ultimately, Lu Xiaochuan acquired 2,020 lots of Dongfang Mingzhu, with an average cost basis of 986 yuan, significantly above the closing price of 941 yuan that day. Still, he felt content, believing that if he could eventually sell at around 38 yuan, he would achieve a remarkable profit. A few days ago, Xinhua Media's purchase price was somewhat elevated. Today, however, an ample acquisition brought down the average cost to 451 yuan, which surpasses even today's peak price. Regrettably, Lu Xiaochuan had no prior information regarding this stock. He accumulated a total of 950 lots. In contrast, Zhujiang newspaper media fared slightly better, with an average cost of 381 yuan and a total acquisition of 653 lots. Ultimately, Lu Xiaochuan's stock account is now fully invested, with a mere few hundred yuan remaining from his 307 million yuan capital. The brokerage firm's back-end system permits the observation of customer trading activities, and Lu Xiaochuan's recent counterintuitive operations have indeed astonished the brokerage staff. The manager approached Fu Hongye and inquired, "What sort of connections does your relative possess? Where did this novice emerge from? Or perhaps they simply have too much money to spend. Over 3 million yuan, and now fully invested." Observing the trading hall, he noted the scarcity of investors engaging in purchases, with hardly anyone even monitoring the market. Fu Hongye was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. As he too was taken aback by Lu Xiaochuan's actions, he contemplated discussing this matter with Shun Dongliang after work, pondering if his brother-in-law was perhaps unhinged. Yet, he didn't seem so. He appeared to be quite astute. In reality, the trading hall was not devoid of patrons. Zheng Yanhong and Fang Ming were present, having opened an account without opting for the larger trading room, as the hall was nearly empty, allowing them easy access to the terminals. Despite Lu Xiaochuan's previous remarks, Zheng Yanhong and Fang Ming dared not fully invest. With over 200,000 yuan at their disposal, they only purchased half. Stocks acquired days earlier had already declined by over 10%, resulting in a tangible loss of several thousand yuan, naturally invoking fear in the couple. Lu Xiaochuan strode confidently out of the large trading room, recalling that favorable news would soon emerge, at which point everyone would be utterly astonished. Throughout August, Lu Xiaochuan planned to refrain from trading, perhaps merely paying a symbolic visit, as everything would be addressed on September 6th. He distinctly remembered that on September 6th, the peak stock price of Oriental Pearl reached 39 yuan. By then, his funds should exceed 10 million, enabling him to undertake numerous endeavors. With the stock affairs settled, Lu Xiaochuan felt a sense of joy as he picked up Xin Yue from her TOEFL class, and together they went shopping and dining to celebrate. The only downside was that during the summer vacation, Xin Yue would return home and could not accompany him to his rented apartment. On July 30th, the People's Daily published an article detailing measures discussed by the Securities Regulatory Commission and relevant departments to stabilize and develop the stock market, which included halting new stock issuances, allowing brokerages to finance, and establishing Sino-foreign joint venture funds, 3 major policies to rescue the market. Upon hearing this news, all investors were immediately stirred. As a securities industry professional, Fu Hongyan naturally paid close attention to such developments. Just the day before, she had discussed Lu Xiaochuan's full investment of several million with her boyfriend, Xin Dongliang, who found it incomprehensible. However, as the cousin of Lu Xiaochuan's girlfriend, their relationship was not particularly close, leaving her hesitant to express an opinion. Little did she know that on Saturday, this explosive news would emerge, prompting Fu Hongye to immediately call Xin Dongliang, as she harbored serious suspicions that Lu Xiaochuan had some sort of background and was privy to insider information. Xin Dongliang vehemently denied it, asserting that it was utterly impossible. Lu Xiaochuan was merely a student, spending his days at school and usually spending his breaks with Xiao Wei. He had no conceivable source of information. If one were to insist that he possessed any particular trait, it would be his extraordinary audacity and remarkable fortune, especially in terms of financial luck. Consider this. How many dared to purchase subscription certificates in the bustling metropolis? Lu Xiaochuan, not yet 20, boldly ventured forth with 18,000 in cash to invest in such endeavors, returning with considerable profits. How else could one rationally explain his boldness and luck? Fu Hongye found Xin Dongliang's reasoning compelling, though she harbored some skepticism. She suggested to Shun, since Lu Xiaochuan's luck is so favorable, following his lead seems a prudent choice. Why not open a stock account next Monday? We could invest our funds and ride the wave of profit together. That sounds feasible. I shall go on Monday. I will return home to request some money from my mother to initially invest in the house fund, Xin Dongliang replied, immediately intrigued by Fu Hongye's proposal. Chapter 158. A sudden surge. On August 1st, the Northern Securities Hall was teeming with people, bustling with energy. Upon the release of favorable news, the stock market reacted swiftly, experiencing a sharp rise. The main index soared, and individual stocks naturally followed suit. At this moment, there were no restrictions on price limits. The opening price of the Oriental Pearl, in which Lu Xiaochuan held significant shares, reached 1,138 yuan, peaking at 1,360 yuan during trading, ultimately closing at 1,288 yuan. Similarly, the stocks of Xinhua Media and Zhujiang News also experienced substantial gains. The securities hall was crowded, with many observing while others were eager to enter the market. Xin Dongliang was among the latter, encountering Lu Xiaochuan and inquiring about which stocks to purchase. Lu Xiaochuan admitted his lack of knowledge regarding other stocks, but maintained that investing in Oriental Pearl remained the safest option. During the collective bidding phase, Lu Xiaochuan instructed Xin Dongliang to place a buy order at 1,140 yuan for his entire investment. As the market opened, the transaction was executed at the opening price of 1,138 yuan. By the afternoon, when the stock price surged to over 13 yuan, Xin Dongliang had already earned 6,000 to 7,000 from his 50,000 investment. Anxiously, he approached Lu Xiaochuan, asking, "Should I sell?" "Sell? Why would you sell? Brother Shun, if you trust me, just hold on and do not move your shares this month." Focus on your classes, and we shall discuss it again after the summer break. Lu Xiaochuan advised confidently. Very well, I trust you, Xiaochuan, Shen Dongliang replied, feeling reassured. However, when the stock price fell below 13 yuan at the close, he began to waver in his confidence. The following day, the market opened above 13 yuan, and Shen Dongliang was thoroughly convinced. The stock continued to rise daily. And although he remained attentive and communicated regularly with Fu Hongye, he adhered to Lu Xiaochuan's advice, vowing to maintain his position until school resumed. In the hall, he encountered Zheng Yanhong and her husband, who had recently lamented their earlier decision to invest only to see a decline. Now, they regretted not having been bolder and investing fully. Naturally, Zheng Yanhong sought Lu Xiaochuan's counsel. Xiaochuan, I was too timid and only invested half. Now that the prices have risen, should I secure my profits or continue to invest? Zheng Jia, why not broaden your perspective a little? Upon the emergence of this favorable news, one might wonder why the market does not surge for a duration of 10 or 8 days. The current gains are rather meager. And after deducting commissions and stamp duties, the profits are hardly substantial. If you trust my judgment, I advise you to invest your entire holdings. When you sense a stagnation in growth, then you may reconsider your strategy. Zheng Yanhong exchanged glances with her husband, Fang Ming, and nodded in agreement, stating, Xiaochuan, we heed your advice. Opportunities for wealth do not present themselves frequently. We must seize this moment. Aside from a brief visit to the securities firm on August 1st, Lu Xiaochuan had not returned since, opting instead to accompany Xin Yue back home that evening. Naturally, one cannot visit their girlfriend's family empty-handed. He brought an array of gifts. This visit had a purpose. He intended to request Shen Jinxin's permission to take Xin Yue back to his hometown. Their relationship had blossomed for over half a year, and it was time to showcase her to his family. However, Lu Xiaochuan's request was met with an unyielding refusal from Shen Jinxin. Xiaochuan, you both are still quite young. Even if we were to wait another 2 years until Xiaowei graduates, I would undoubtedly consent to her visiting your hometown. But for now, it is not feasible. We must consider Xiaowei's reputation. Despite their current favorable circumstances, what if unforeseen changes were to arise? I hope you can comprehend my concerns. Uncle Shun, I understand. You are correct. I acted impulsively. I shall refrain from mentioning this matter until after Xiaowei graduates. Viewing the situation from Shen Jinxin's perspective, Lu Xiaochuan could empathize with his reasoning. If Lu Xiaochuan's family resided in Fengyang City, a brief daytime visit would not be amiss. However, returning to his hometown would imply residing with Lu Xiaochuan, signifying an irrevocable commitment. Should any shift occur in their relationship, how would Xin Yue confront the whispers of the neighbors? Furthermore, as a young man, Lu Xiaochuan's visits did not carry the same weight, at most. They indicated a budding romance. Shen Jinxin had never entertained the idea of allowing Lu Xiaochuan to stay overnight. Of course, Shen Jinxin could never fathom that Lu Xiaochuan had already seized the opportunity during the May Day holiday to win over his precious daughter. Though Xin Yue could not accompany him back to his hometown, Lu Xiaochuan felt compelled to return for 2 reasons. He had not seen his family in quite some time, and he intended to address the road repair project. With the summer vacation upon him, it was the perfect opportunity to take charge. This time, he opted for a train journey rather than driving, taking a tricycle to Shida town and then walking back to Liutuan. The road conditions were so poor that the bumpy ride was more uncomfortable than a leisurely walk. Passing the old site of the Chao family grave, he noted that they had indeed relocated it. Huang Banxian proved reliable in his dealings, worthy of the 2,000 yuan spent. Thus, a significant obstacle to the road repair project had been removed. Upon arriving home, he greeted his parents and, as customary, first visited his second uncle's house to see his grandmother. After spending some time chatting with her, his second aunt brought up Lu Xiaochuan's earlier promise to take his cousin, Lu Xiaojiang, to the provincial capital for studies during the summer vacation. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, oh no, amidst my stock trading, I completely forgot about my cousin. This is indeed my oversight. Auntie, I apologize for my delay due to unforeseen circumstances. As it stands, I won't be able to stay at home for long. At most a week. When I return, I will bring Xiao Jiang with me and enroll him in some supplementary classes to catch up. Once the new school term begins, I will purchase a ticket for him to return home on his own. I will notify you in advance so that you can meet him at the station. I understand that you are busy, and I acknowledge that my younger brother is not performing well academically and lacks diligence, which leaves me feeling rather anxious. Regarding his return, there is no need for you to pick him up. He is old enough to find his way home. After all, weren't you about the same age when you went to the provincial capital for work? Rest assured, once he accompanies me to the provincial capital, I will arrange for several teachers to provide him with concentrated training. If he does not put in the effort, I will not hesitate to discipline him. Feel free to do so. Auntie is certainly not going to shield him. Auntie has courageously granted Lu Xiaochuan the authority to discipline his younger cousin. Lu Xiaojing shot a glance at his mother, his eyes filled with a hint of resentment. His mother has truly dug a pit for him. If he does not obey, his cousin Lu Xiaochuan will genuinely take action, having previously bested even the athletic Qiu Mingwei at Shida High School. Upon returning home, Lu Xiaochuan found his sister Lu Xiaoning watching television. Sister, during this break, Why Haven T, I seen you studying. I am still studying. I just completed the entrance exam for my bachelor's degree. Shouldn't I take a break? Lu Xiaoning had taken the exam and gained admission to the undergraduate program at her school, continuing her education for another 2 years to ultimately obtain her bachelor's degree. Indeed, you deserve a break. Why not enjoy a fun summer? Perhaps in a few days, you could accompany me to the provincial capital? Let us discuss it later. Lu Xiaoning felt a twinge of excitement. Aside from Xiuzhou, she had never visited other cities, let alone the provincial capital. Chapter 159, Preparations for Road Construction During Dinner. Lu Xiaochuan broached the subject of road construction with his parents. He refrained from mentioning that he would fund it, fearing that his mother, Zhao Cuiping, would be reluctant. Instead, he mentioned that a wealthy acquaintance of his wished to engage in philanthropy and could potentially invest in the road construction for Liutuan. Lu Jinyu naturally supported the idea, recognizing that if this road were successfully constructed, the entire village would benefit, making it easier to transport agricultural products. You should consult your second brother, Lu Xiaoxi, tomorrow. He is now the village secretary, and it would be best for the village to coordinate this effort. Even if someone provides investment, the villagers should also contribute financially or with labor. The father's perspective aligned with Lu Xiaochuan's. Road construction necessitates collective effort and the mobilization of the community. If everyone merely awaited handouts, they would not appreciate the outcome. He recalled how, in his previous life, when the main street was paved, some individuals even stole bricks to use in their courtyards, nearly causing the endeavor to fail. Without delay, the next day, Lu Xiaochuan visited the village office to speak with his second brother, Lu Xiaoxi, and shared his thoughts. Lu Xiaoxi stared at him for a long moment. Xiaochuan, you truly are a commendable person. Even after achieving prosperity, you still think of our village. To be honest, I should bow to you. This road in our village is indeed overdue for repair, and the only obstacle is funding. Enough of that, second brother. Instead of bowing, why not kneel? I still wish to preserve my longevity. I am willing to provide the funds, but I have a few conditions. Lu Xiaochuan intends to finance the road repairs, much to the delight of the village secretary, Lu Xiaoxi. This endeavor not only benefits the entire village but also serves as an achievement for him. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan express his demands, he eagerly responded, "What ideas do you have, Xiaochuan? Please share." Firstly, I cannot bear the entire cost of the road repairs. I can contribute 70% or even more. The remainder must be raised collectively by the villagers, with every household required to contribute financially. For those who truly cannot afford it, they may offer their labor instead. This way, everyone will regard the project as a personal responsibility, leading to a greater appreciation and diligent maintenance of the newly constructed road. Lu Xiaochuan articulated his rationale, and Lu Xiaoxi wholeheartedly concurred, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Collective endeavors necessitate contributions from all, and while the amount may vary according to individual circumstances, it is absolutely unacceptable to benefit without contributing. Secondly, the funding must not be attributed solely to me. It should be said that a philanthropic benefactor provided the funds. This is partly to shield my parents from unnecessary concern over finances, and I also wish to avoid drawing excessive attention to myself. While Lu Xiaoxi understood the need to keep this from Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping, he found it puzzling why Lu Xiaochuan would shy away from recognition for his good deeds. However, since it was Lu Xiaochuan's request, he readily agreed and promised to maintain confidentiality. Thirdly, since I am providing the funds, the village must take the lead on this matter. I should not be burdened with the details, as I am not versed in road construction. Rest assured, my elder brother will handle it. I will convene a meeting with the village officials tomorrow. Additionally, we must seek approval from the town, and possibly even the county. I will approach Mayor Feng tomorrow. Would you like to accompany me? Lu Xiaoxi inquired. Mayor Feng, is that Feng Xiangdong? Wasn't he the deputy mayor? He has been promoted? Lu Xiaochuan asked, surprised. Indeed. Do you know him? Lu Xiaoxi replied. Yes, his wife is a teacher at Shida High School, our homeroom teacher. Lu Xiaochuan realized that Du Laoshir's husband, Feng Xiangdong, had risen in rank. Yes, indeed. She was your high school teacher. This is splendid. We shall go together tomorrow. Lu Xiaoxi exclaimed, not having anticipated the connection between Lu Xiaochuan and Mayor Feng. Why wait until tomorrow? Elder brother, I am anxious to return to the provincial capital in a few days. Please call Mayor Feng now to see if he is available. If he is, we should go immediately. All right, I will call him right away. Just wait, Lu Xiaoxi said, rushing indoors to make the call. Before long, he returned, beaming with delight. Mayor Feng is at the town hall and has asked us to come right away. Lu Xiaoxi mounted his motorcycle and whisked Lu Xiaochuan to Shida town, where they were greeted by Lu Xiaobei, who worked at the town government. Elder brother, Xiaochuan, you've arrived. Mayor Feng is waiting for you, he said, leading them to Feng Xiangdong's office. Feng Xiangdong recognized Lu Xiaochuan, praising him. I have heard about your success outside. You have excelled in your studies and even gained admission to the medical university. It is commendable that, despite your newfound wealth, you have not forgotten your hometown and are willing to repair the village roads. Remarkable, young man. Not at all, Mayor Feng. It is simply my duty. Moreover, it is all thanks to the exceptional guidance from Du Laoshir. Lu Xiaochuan humbly replied. Feng Xiangdong chuckled. If your teacher were to hear this, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Please, convey my regards to her when you see her. Certainly, I will make sure to do so, Lu Xiaochuan affirmed with a smile. After speaking, Feng Xiangdong turned to Lu Xiaoxi and said, regarding the road construction, your village should first draft a budget and write a situation report. Then, the town can submit a request to the county. I believe there won't be much of an issue, especially since the county is currently planning to construct a major road from the county seat to Shida town. It would be advantageous for us to capitalize on this opportunity. If the county could also contribute some funds and provide labor and equipment, that would be even better, allowing you to save some resources and ensuring that the road can be built to a higher standard. However, the county may not necessarily agree. This matter requires the approval of County Director Bai, who oversees transportation. County Director Bai? Is that Bai Chenglin? Lu Xiaochuan inquired. This time, not only Lu Xiaoxi, but even Feng Xiangdong was taken aback. You know County Director Bai? Well, not very well. I've seen him a few times. I'm more familiar with his uncle, Old Bai. Old Bai, are you referring to the former secretary? That seems to be the case. I've heard he was our county's party secretary in the past. Feng Xiangdong was utterly astonished. This young man was actually acquainted with the former secretary and casually referred to him as Old Bai. Are you truly on familiar terms with the former secretary? Lu Xiaoxi asked, which was precisely what Feng Xiangdong wanted to know. I'm not sure if I would call it familiarity. I first met his daughter, who is my senior sister, and then I frequently visited his home, where I studied and discussed history with Old Bai. I've had dinner there several times. Alright, this might actually work. Not many have had the opportunity to dine at the former secretary's home. So, tomorrow you must take me along for a visit, if he agrees. This matter will be practically settled. Feng Xiangdong had not anticipated that Lu Xiaochuan had such connections. Seizing this opportunity for road construction, he could also strengthen his relationship with Bai Chenglin. Previously, while working at the county government office, he had known Bai Chenglin, but their relationship was not particularly close. Originally, Lu Xiaochuan also intended to visit Old Bai during the summer vacation, having already purchased a gift, naturally, a historical book, specifically the Xinbei States. Feng Xiangdong could not visit the former secretary empty-handed either, but he was aware that presenting an overly lavish gift could lead to reproach. So he prepared some local specialties from Shida town, including millet and seasonal summer fruits, freshly picked plums. Lu Xiaochuan understood that Feng Xiangdong's visit to Old Bai's home was partly motivated by the road construction in Liutuan, but also to curry favor with the leadership. Nevertheless, Feng Xiangdong was the husband of teacher Du and had previously assisted him with the Chun Sume incident, so he was genuinely willing to help. Chapter 160. The commitment of county director. By the next afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at the town government as promised to meet Feng Xiangdong. Due to the private nature of the visit, Feng Xiangdong did not take the government vehicle but requested Lu Xiaochuan to ride his motorcycle to the county seat. Upon reaching the county committee's residential area, they knocked on the door. When Old Bai saw Lu Xiaochuan, he welcomed him warmly, only to notice another person following behind. Lu Xiaochuan hurriedly made the introductions, and Feng Xiangdong quickly introduced himself as well. Old secretary. I initially joined the workforce in the government office and even delivered materials to you, though I suspect you may not remember. Old Bai looked at Feng Xiangdong, recalling. I remember now, you are Xiao Feng, from Xiuzhou, if I'm not mistaken. Indeed, you are not mistaken. The old secretary possesses an impressive memory, and it is delightful to discover that you still remember me. Feng Xiangdong felt a surge of happiness, realizing that the esteemed leader held a favorable impression of him. Alas, one cannot escape the ravages of time, as memory fades significantly. Upon noticing Feng Xiangdong's presence, Mr. Bai understood that he must have matters to discuss and inquired accordingly. To which Feng Xiangdong provided an honest report. It is truly commendable, Xiaochuan, that you have not only earned a fortune but also remembered to repair roads for your fellow villagers. This act deserves praise. When my brother Bai returns later, you should convey this to him. I have retired and no longer oversee such matters, thus I shall not participate. Although the old secretary may not be involved, Feng Xiangdong was well aware of his implicit approval. Speaking in front of him, alongside County Chief Bai, certainly carried a different weight. As they awaited Bai Chenglin, Lu Xiaochuan engaged Mr. Bai in a discussion about their reading insights, leaving Feng Xiangdong feeling somewhat awkward, relegated to the role of an attentive listener, interjecting only occasionally. Fortunately, Bai Chenglin returned from work that afternoon, prompting Feng Xiangdong to promptly deliver an oral report. Listening to Feng Xiangdong's account, Bai Chenglin expressed considerable admiration for Lu Xiaochuan's initiative. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, since your village wishes to undertake the road repairs independently, the county cannot remain indifferent. However, securing financial support from the treasury seems improbable, as numerous towns across the county are observing this situation. If we allocate funds to your village, how would the other towns and villages fare? Feng Xiangdong and Lu Xiaochuan anticipated a twist in Bai Chenglin's statement and awaited his continuation in silence. Indeed, Bai Chenglin proceeded. However, if you can raise the funds yourselves, I can arrange for the Transportation Bureau to assist with the design plans and provide technical guidance. When the main road is under construction, the county will certainly allocate considerable machinery, which you may utilize. Nonetheless, the responsibility for materials and fuel costs will rest with your village. With the county's technical and equipment support, Lu Xiaochuan felt greatly satisfied. The road constructed with such assistance would undoubtedly surpass what the village could achieve alone, ensuring quality assurance. Feng Xiangdong expressed his gratitude repeatedly, saying, "We are immensely thankful to County Chief Bai. On behalf of the residents of Shida Town and Liutuan, I extend our heartfelt thanks." What is there to thank? The principle is well understood. To prosper, one must first build roads. This task inherently falls upon the county. Yet you are aware that we are a poverty-stricken county with limited financial resources. Since the populace is willing to invest in road construction, the county should provide support. Thus, Town Mayor Xiangdong, please prepare a preliminary report for the county, and I will authorize the Transportation Bureau to provide you with a blueprint and budget. You should return to the village and discuss preparations accordingly. Rest assured, County Chief Bai, we will commence preparations immediately. I will personally liaise with the Transportation Bureau. Feng Xiangdong understood that today's meeting was merely a cordial exchange, yet Bai Chenglin's commitment suggested that the matter was fundamentally secure. Only procedural steps remained. Most crucially, the Liutuan side must be well organized, as any labor and land-related issues would need to be coordinated by the village, with the town assisting at an appropriate juncture. Having secured Bai Chenglin's assurance, Feng Xiangdong and Lu Xiaochuan had accomplished their mission and could not linger any longer. They promptly took their leave. Before departing, Mr. Bai kindly reminded Lu Xiaochuan to visit more often, expressing his eagerness to discuss insights once the book was completed. This elicited a sense of envy in Feng Xiangdong. Today, he felt a profound joy in being a guest at the Bai residence, contemplating the importance of addressing the road construction in Liutuan village. Successfully executing this project would not only enhance his political achievements, but also strengthen his relationship with Bai Chenglin, who had recently ascended to the position of Executive Deputy County Chief. Aligning himself with such an influential figure would undoubtedly provide him with ample opportunities for advancement. In the ensuing days, the village committee of Liutuan became increasingly occupied, with village officials holding meetings and rallying support for the road construction initiative. The initial groundwork was to be undertaken by the villagers themselves, significantly reducing expenses. Rural affairs can be both simple and complex. After a thorough mobilization, the majority of villagers exhibited great enthusiasm and commitment to the road project, contributing both funds and resources. However, not all responses were harmonious. A few households were unwilling to contribute either financially or physically. One household, consisting of two elderly individuals without children, faced financial hardship, and their inability to help was understandable. Conversely, two families, despite their stable economic situations, refused to contribute, arguing that they did not own a vehicle and had no particular demands regarding road conditions, thus feeling no obligation to assist. Faced with such obstinacy, the village committee found themselves at an impasse, unable to compel contributions. Ultimately, an informal agreement was reached. The villagers decided that in the event of any future celebrations or funerals, they would refrain from participating in the affairs of these two households, allowing them to remain isolated. Eventually, the pressure compelled these two families to contribute a modest sum. In addition to organizing donations and labor, the intricacies of road construction encompassed numerous other matters, which Lu Xiaochuan did not need to concern himself with. He had assured Feng Xiangdong and Lu Xiaoxi that he would contribute at least 70% of the funding once the budget was finalized. However, his funds would not be available until mid-September. Given that mobilization for the road construction would require time, the actual work would likely commence after the autumn harvest, making the timeline entirely feasible. Surprisingly, Lu Xiaolong had not returned home during the summer vacation, having busied himself earning money in Dalian. Fortunately, his childhood friend Zhang Chao remained in the village, and Lu Xiaochuan felt compelled to visit him. Zhang Chao's family owned several cows, and he was occupied daily with feeding and caring for them. His uncle, Zhang Manjun, had recently parted ways with a widow from Lin County and returned to his hometown, temporarily assisting his nephew. Upon hearing that Lu Xiaochuan was seeking investment for the village's road construction, Zhang Manjun expressed his pride, commending Lu Xiaochuan for his achievements. He noted that once the road was completed, the villagers of Liutuan would surely appreciate Lu Xiaochuan's contributions. Another piece of joyful news was that Zhang Chao had become engaged to a woman from Zhaotun, who happened to be a distant niece of Lu Xiaochuan's mother, Zhao Cuiping. Lu Xiaochuan recalled that this woman was Zhang Chao's wife in a past life. Though she was of unremarkable appearance, her virtues were commendable. "Well done, Chaozi," Lu Xiaochuan remarked. "It seems you are on the verge of marriage. Once the wedding date is set, be sure to inform me in advance so that I can return in time to celebrate." Zhang Chao smiled and said, "Rest assured, I will certainly notify you in advance. How could your presence be absent from a wedding celebration? Moreover, my partner hails from Zhaotun, which means you would indeed have to address her as your cousin. Consequently, I would become your cousin-in-law. You rascal, attempting to take advantage of me, are you? Regardless of the situation, I shall always be your elder brother. The distinctions of cousin or sister do not apply here. In this regard, you must still refer to me as brother, do you understand? All right. You are the elder brother, Just be prepared to contribute to the gift. Chapter 161. Lu Xiaojiang's initial experience in the provincial city after spending 5 or 6 days at home. Lu Xiaochuan returned to Fengyang, accompanied by his younger cousin Lu Xiaojiang. Lu Xiaoning, his second sister, ultimately chose not to accompany them, as Gao Jianjun intended to visit her in Xinping County. Lu Xiaoning was hesitating whether to introduce Gao Jianjun to their parents in Lutan. Lu Xiaochuan suggested, "Why not let him meet them? I find Gao to be quite a decent fellow, and I am certain our parents will like him. When he arrives, you two can come to Fengyang to visit me, allowing your brother to entertain you. Enough about my affairs, you need not worry. If I decide to go, I will contact you in advance." Lu Xiaoning found her brother's tone a bit unaccustomed, as it felt as though he were the elder sibling rather than the younger one, making it difficult to distinguish their roles. For Lu Xiaojiang, it was his first trip away from home, and he was quite exhilarated. Upon arriving in Fengyang and stepping off the bus, he gazed in awe at the towering skyscrapers outside the station, marveling at the splendor of the provincial city. Once you enter university, you should visit more major cities and truly understand what prosperity means. For now, your focus must be on your studies. Lu Xiaochuan seized the moment to impart wisdom to his younger cousin. They first took a taxi to their rented apartment, where Lu Xiaochuan changed his clothes and freshened up. He promptly retrieved his Santana and drove to the location where Xin Yue was attending her TOEFL class. As the clock approached 5, Xin Yue exited the classroom and immediately spotted Lu Xiaochuan's car, making her way over. Without regard for the curious onlookers, Lu Xiaochuan stepped out of the vehicle and embraced Xin Yue warmly. Lu Xiaojiang, waiting in the car, was left dumbfounded, astonished that this stunning beauty was his cousin's partner, and that Lu Xiaochuan dared to embrace her in broad daylight. Once Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue entered the car, Lu Xiaojiang remained in stunned silence. "What are you dawdling for? This is your sister-in-law." Lu Xiaojiang finally snapped back to reality, hurriedly greeting, "Hello, sister-in-law." "Hello, Xiaojiang." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Xiaojiang's face flushed. His sister-in-law was indeed beautiful, and he had never conversed with someone so lovely before. Lu Xiaochuan treated Xin Yue and his cousin to KFC on East Street, followed by a shopping spree where he bought several outfits for Lu Xiaojiang. His second aunt's calculations were astute. She had not packed even a single change of clothes for Lu Xiaojiang, fully aware that Lu Xiaochuan would ensure his cousin had proper attire. Lu Xiaochuan did not mind. Spending a little on his dear cousin was of no concern. Lu Xiaojiang was thoroughly pleased with his provincial city adventure. Upon arrival, his brother had taken him to delicious eateries and purchased several new outfits and shoes. However, the following day, his excitement waned as Lu Xiaochuan brought him to Qihang Education, where several instructors took turns lecturing him, each leaving a mountain of homework. Aside from attending classes, he found himself buried in self-study. As for cousin Lu Xiaochuan, he has long since disappeared, gallivanting with that beautiful sister-in-law, leaving him with a mere 200 yuan to dine at nearby eateries. He often waits until late to be picked up for rest, and outings for shopping or leisure are entirely out of the question. After a week of relentless study, it was Lu Xiaojing's first experience of such diligence. The immense amount of homework could not be neglected, as he could not afford to bring shame upon his cousin. Fortunately, after a week of toil, Lu Xiaochuan granted his younger cousin a day off, taking him to Biling Park for half a day of fun, followed by a meal and a movie in the afternoon. Lu Xiaojing finally savored the joys of urban life. However, the following day heralded the commencement of a new learning cycle. During Lu Xiaojing's days of industrious study, Lu Xiaochuan lived rather lavishly, spending his days in romantic entanglements with Xin Yue, frequently retreating to hotels for intimate exchanges. He occasionally glanced at the securities company, observing that stocks were on the rise. Yet he remained steadfast, clutching his investments tightly. After 3 weeks of diligent study, Lu Xiaojing perceived a marked improvement in his academic performance. Just as the month drew to a close, his cousin Lu Xiaoning arrived in Fengyang, accompanied by her boyfriend, allowing Lu Xiaojing to bask in their company for a few days. When Lu Xiaoning and Gao Jianjun arrived in Fengyang on August 27th, Lu Xiaochuan warmly welcomed them with Xin Yue. Upon seeing Xin Yue, Lu Xiaoning could not help but acknowledge her brother's discerning taste in partners, as she was indeed strikingly beautiful. Even Gao Jianjun found himself stealing glances, deeply impressed by his future brother-in-law's choice. Only Xin Yue felt slightly awkward, as she and Lu Xiaoning were of the same age, both preparing to attend Dashi University, yet now she had to address Lu Xiaoning as Sister Du to her younger boyfriend. With the arrival of his second sister and Gao Jianjun, Lu Xiaochuan naturally extended a warm reception, taking them alongside Xin Yue to explore Dong Street, Deshaifu, Biling Park, and Nanhu Park. During their excursions, Lu Xiaojing was included, granting him a brief respite from his studies. Besides their outings, they also visited Qihang Education to witness the foundation his brother had established. Gao Jianjun gained a newfound appreciation for Lu Xiaochuan's abilities, marveling at his knack for generating wealth. He had been unaware of Lu Xiaoning's family's financial standing when he pursued her. Fortunately, Lu Xiaochuan refrained from disclosing his stock trading activities. Had Gao Jianjun known that Lu Xiaochuan's stock account was nearing a valuation of 10 million, it might have frightened him away. Not only Gao Jianjun, But Lu Xiaoning also seemed to have a fresh perspective on her brother. Over the years, he had continually surprised her. And this visit to Fengyang, be it through Qihong education or his girlfriend Xin Yue, had reshaped Lu Xiaoning's understanding of her brother. She vaguely sensed that her younger brother might soon outpace her. As the constraints of familial expectation felt increasingly unstable, one might almost mistake him for an elder brother. Thankfully, Lu Xiaochuan's girlfriend, in her respectful demeanor towards Lu Xiaoning and Gao Jianjun, maintained a sense of decorum befitting her role. As night fell, accommodations once again became a dilemma. Lu Xiaochuan resided in a single room, allowing his cousin Lu Xiaojiang to stay with him, while his second sister Lu Xiaoning and Lao Gao were arranged to stay in a guest house, securing 2 rooms for them. He ensured that Xin Yue accompanied his sister, while he shared a room with Gao Jianjun. During their outings, Lu Xiaochuan endeavored to cohabit the same room with Xin Yue. But this time it was his sister facing the challenge, whom he shielded quite effectively, denying Lao Gao any opportunity. Xin Yue, who had spent her summer vacation at home, was initially not permitted to stay out, but fortunately, Shen Dongliang vouched for his cousin, confirming Lu Xiaochuan's sister's presence, even having visited the music classroom to greet him. Eventually, Shen Jianxin acquiesced, permitting Xin Yue to reside outside. After 2 days of leisure, it was almost time to return to school. Lu Xiaoning and Gao Jianjun were set to head back to Xiuzhou, and Lu Xiaochuan accompanied them to the station, simultaneously seeing Lu Xiaojiang off on the train back to Zinpingshan. Lu Xiaochuan also procured a substantial amount of study materials for his cousin to take with him, intending to review Lu Xiaojiang's academic progress during the spring festival when he returned home. Lu Xiaojiang gazed at the practice books his elder cousin had purchased, feeling a pang of anxiety in his young heart. Chapter 162. Complete liquidation. The school term commenced, and both Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue returned to their studies, joined by their dormitory mates who also returned on schedule. This summer, the school had organized military training at a military camp. However, only Gao Song and Zhu Chuanjian from Lu Xiaochuan's dormitory participated, as the others either lived too far away or wished to avoid the exertion. During the second week of school, Lu Xiaochuan sought a sick leave from his counselor, Teacher Li. Observing the fever-reducing patch on Lu Xiaochuan's forehead, Teacher Li genuinely believed he had contracted a cold, reminding him to visit the hospital and offering to connect him with a familiar doctor. Given that the first affiliated hospital of Medical University was conveniently located next door with a side entrance leading directly there, Lu Xiaochuan, however, dared not visit the hospital, assuring her that he was aware of his condition and that rest and medication would suffice. Exiting Teacher Li's office, Lu Xiaochuan hurried to the securities company. It was already September 5th, and the stock price of Dongfang Mingzhu opened at 32 yuan. Following the opening, the price surged, peaking at 3,699 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan recognized that this was still considerably below tomorrow's anticipated high of 39 yuan, indicating substantial upward potential for September 6th. Thus, he refrained from selling in haste. Similarly, the other 2 stocks required patience before any action. By 3 o'clock that afternoon, Dongfang Mingzhu closed at 3,670 yuan, while Xinhua Media and Zhejiang Newspaper Media closed at 1,405 yuan and 1,350 yuan respectively. All stocks had more than tripled, with a total market value exceeding 10 million. At the break of dawn on September 6th, Lu Xiaochuan arrived at the securities company, entered the large trading room, and logged into his stock account on the computer, sipping tea as he awaited the market opening. The tea was served by Fu Hongya, to whom Lu Xiaochuan confided his belief that the stock had risen sufficiently. Preparing to make a move that day, he urged Fu Hongya to remain vigilant and to identify the opportune moment for liquidation. Upon hearing this, Fu Hongya promptly paged her boyfriend, Shen Dongliang, who, free from classes, swiftly left the school and made his way to the securities company, ready to heed Lu Xiaochuan's counsel and act decisively when the timing was right. At 9:30, the market opened with the stock price of Oriental Pearl at 3,690 yuan, nearing yesterday's peak. Lu Xiaochuan was intensely focused on his computer, monitoring the prices of his 3 stocks, with Oriental Pearl serving as his guiding indicator. The stock market had been surging for over a month and remained vibrant, with numerous buy orders in place. Whenever a sell order appeared, buyers swiftly swooped in. By midday, the stock price soared to 3,845 yuan, and Lu Xiaochuan placed several hundred hands at the 3,850 yuan mark, which were quickly consumed. The price fluctuated back and forth as buyers began to accumulate, with prices oscillating between 3,860 and 3,870 yuan, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to release another few hundred hands. He then placed a sell order for 300 hands at 3,870 yuan. Sensing that the price was approaching its peak, he glanced at the opening price of Xinhua Media, which had risen from 145 yuan to 155.3 yuan, and he promptly sold all 950 hands he possessed. After his sale, the price continued to ascend, eventually reaching 158 yuan before beginning to retreat. He held no regrets, for with such a substantial portfolio, it was unrealistic to expect to sell at the highest price. Looking back at Oriental Pearl, he noticed that his sell orders had all been fulfilled, with the transaction price now at 890 yuan, and numerous buy orders still lingering. There was a sell order for several hundred hands at 900 yuan, and Lu Xiaochuan quickly placed his own sell order for 500 hands at 890 yuan. Meanwhile, Zhebao Media opened at 137 yuan, and the latest transaction price had climbed to 155 yuan, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to place a sell order for 700 hands at 154.5 yuan, which was swiftly executed. Of the 500 hands he had previously placed for Oriental Pearl, only a little over 100 remained unsold, with the highest transaction price surprisingly reaching 897 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan began to suspect that this might be the peak, considering his own involvement had influenced the price of Oriental Pearl, making the 900 yuan high unlikely to reoccur. Apart from the remaining 100 hands, he still had 460 hands of Oriental Pearl left, but the latest transaction price had dipped to 853 yuan. Without hesitation, he placed all 460 hands at a price of 845 yuan, which quickly sold out. Subsequently, the price of Oriental Pearl began to decline steadily, nearing a drop below 38 yuan. In contrast, Zhebao Media's price remained robust, with the latest transaction price standing at 155.6 yuan and a plethora of buy orders still active. Lu Xiaochuan sold another 500 hands, placing the remaining 453 hands at 155.6 yuan. Indeed, Oriental Pearl's price failed to rebound. As the clock approached 3 in the afternoon, it had dropped below 38 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan withdrew the 150 hands that remained unsold and placed them at a price of 798 yuan, ultimately selling them all before the market closed. With Oriental Pearl's closing price settling at 798 yuan, Xinhua Media reached a peak price of 158 yuan, and its closing price was recorded at 156.5 yuan. Lu Xiaochuan sold at 155.3 yuan, sustaining only a modest loss. The Zhujiang News Media stock was priced relatively high, slightly less than the peak price of 1,563 yuan, yet still exceeding the closing price of 155 yuan. At this juncture, Lu Xiaochuan had liquidated all his shares. Unbeknownst to him, in just a few days, both Xinhua Media and Zhujiang News Media would experience another surge, reaching their zenith on September 13th. Nevertheless, he was already quite satisfied with his selling price and was not consumed by greed. After deducting commissions and stamp duties, his stock account boasted a staggering 11.79 million yuan. Even after settling his loans and debts, he had firmly established himself as a millionaire, a figure that did not even account for his real estate investments. Shen Dongliang also sold his stocks for just over 38 yuan each, transforming his initial investment of 50,000 yuan into over 190,000 yuan, which filled him with joy as he rushed to share the news with his girlfriend, Fu Hongye. However, Fu Hongye had astonishing news of her own. Lu Xiaochuan's account balance had likely surpassed 10 million. Shen Dongliang was left speechless, realizing how remarkable his cousin's boyfriend truly was. He felt compelled to inform his cousin that she must hold onto Lu Xiaochuan tightly. Having cleared his holdings, Lu Xiaochuan retained only 1 million in his stock account, preparing to reinvest during the next bull market, while transferring the remaining funds to his industrial and commercial bank account. Simultaneously, he intended to repay his loan from the construction bank early, as he preferred not to live under the burden of debt. That evening, Shen Dongliang specifically sought out his cousin Xin Yue to share the news of Lu Xiaochuan's stock market success, doing so discreetly to avoid alerting Shun Jianxin and Tan Liqin, fearing they might cause trouble if they discovered Lu Xiaochuan's newfound wealth. Xin Yue was astonished to learn of Lu Xiaochuan's significant earnings in the stock market, and though she was impressed, she responded nonchalantly, "He certainly knows how to make money, but what does it matter to me?" "Oh, my foolish sister," Shen Dongliang admonished. "Lu Xiaochuan is exceptional. You must keep a close watch on him. If others discover his wealth, who knows how many beautiful girls will pursue him?" Xin Yue retorted with a smile, "Really? Let them pursue him. I'll graciously step aside." Shen Dongliang, exasperated, replied, "Are you genuinely foolish or merely pretending? I know you are not after his money, but who holds a grudge against wealth? If you do not secure him, someone else might snatch him away, and then you will be the one lamenting." The following day, Lu Xiaochuan contacted Zheng Yanhong, asking her to facilitate a transfer of 2.79 million yuan from the Industrial and Commercial Bank to the Construction Bank, leaving the remaining funds in the Industrial and Commercial Bank account for future investments in the stock market. Lu Xiaochuan had now become a prominent client of the bank, with the bank manager, Mr. Zhang, personally assisting him with a VIP service, ensuring impeccable customer care while transferring his funds to the Construction Bank. Zheng Yanhong, having accompanied Lu Xiaochuan in his stock trading venture, also reaped substantial rewards, turning an investment of 20,000 yuan into over 500,000 yuan, although they had sold their shares prematurely. All of this is due to Lu Xiaochuan's goodwill, which naturally makes everyone willing to run errands for him, especially as it pertains to attracting deposits for their own benefit. However, it is regrettable that Beifeng Securities is a subsidiary of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, and ultimately, Lu Xiaochuan deposited most of his funds into the ICBC. Lu Xiaochuan repaid a loan of 1 million from the construction bank and withdrew 300,000 in cash. Today, he specifically invited Su Zhibin to drive for him and act as his bodyguard, taking the 300,000 cash to begin repaying debts. His first stop was at the office of Qihang Education, where, in Lian's office, Lu Xiaochuan presented 100,000 yuan to Su Zhibin and Lian, intending to repay them double. Lian, perplexed, questioned, "Xiaochuan, are you out of your mind? You borrowed 50,000 and are returning 100,000. What kind of operation is this? If you continue like this, I might as well lend you money from the bank next time, just to see if you can repay it." Lu Xiaochuan candidly replied, "To be honest, I made a profit from stock trading this time, tripling my investment, and then some. Repaying you 100,000 is already modest." Su Zhibin and Li Yin were surprisingly in agreement, stating that the profits Lu Xiaochuan earned were his own merit, and if he incurred losses, he would still owe them money. Therefore, their earnings were unrelated to him. Li Yin suggested, "If you were to give us a few thousand as a token of appreciation, that would be reasonable, but giving so much is excessive." Li Yin retained 50,000 and returned the rest. Lu Xiaochuan, feeling helpless, took back 3 bundles and forcefully pressed the remaining 2 bundles into Li Yan's hands, insisting, "Stop hesitating. This 20,000 is my contribution to your home purchase. You both need to get on with it." Li Yin and Su Zhibin still resided in their parents' old house and were recently house hunting, having already identified a target. Unexpectedly, Lu Xiaochuan needed money, prompting them to hand over the house funds immediately. As Li Yin gazed at the additional 20,000, she was about to say something, but Su Zhibin restrained her, saying, "All right, let us heed Xiaochuan's advice and take it. Consider it a stroke of good fortune." Su Zhibin finally took on the role of a responsible family member, and Li Yin joyfully accepted the money, adding 2,000 to their savings in just over a month, an effortless gain. After leaving Qihang Education's second branch, they proceeded to Taoli Restaurant, where Lu Xiaochuan's cousin, Zhao Lijun, after much insistence, ultimately accepted 50,000 from him. His cousin's wife, Wang Jing, was all smiles, insisting that Lu Xiaochuan and Su Zhibin stay for a meal before allowing them to leave. The 30,000 owed to Yu Xiaomei was settled with 40,000, while Bai Ling, currently out of town, did not require repayment for the time being, anticipating a similar negotiation upon her return. As for Chinsume, repayment could wait until they met again in the future. With his debts cleared, Lu Xiaochuan felt a sense of lightness and promptly called the Lutun village office to inquire about his second brother's progress on the road construction involving Lu Xiaoxi. "Xiaochuan, the budget from the Transportation Bureau has been finalized. Following your suggestion, we plan to construct a 4.5-meter wide road from Shida Town to Lutun, including the main street of Lutun. The estimated cost is over 400,000 yuan, but our village has only raised a little over 80,000. What do you think?" Lu Xiaochuan replied, "No worries, second brother, I will cover the rest." Lu Xiaoxi was taken aback by his swift agreement, as Lu Xiaochuan had previously only promised to contribute 70% of the funds. "That is fantastic. Xiaochuan, on behalf of the villagers, I thank you immensely. We are currently organizing the leveling of the road, laying gravel and sand. It seems we will have to wait until after autumn for the cement road, as everyone will have finished harvesting corn, allowing us to temporarily create a small path for the road construction. Certainly, I shall refine the text for you. I find myself at a loss regarding the road construction. You all may proceed with the arrangements. Brother Heir, please have the village accountant open an account at either the construction bank or the industrial and commercial bank, then relay the account details to me. I shall transfer 400,000 yuan to you from the bank. Should there be any surplus from the road construction, let us donate it to our Liutuan primary school to establish a library, and also create a reading corner at our village office, procuring books on agricultural and livestock cultivation techniques for everyone's benefit." Lu Xiaochuan contemplated that it was indeed essential to contribute something for the village children, and constructing a library was undoubtedly a splendid idea, as reading could significantly broaden their horizons. We are to establish a library. That is splendid. However, regarding the money transfer, please do not direct it to the village. Mayor Feng has instructed that it should be sent to the town. Wait until tomorrow when I shall obtain a formal transfer title from the town. You can proceed with the remittance, and the bank will issue a transfer check to the town." Lu Xiaoxi inwardly marveled at how much Lu Xiaochuan must have earned. In the afternoon, Feng Xiangdong personally called Lu Xiaochuan and had the town accountant provide him with the bank account details. Lu Xiaochuan considered that since the town was handling this so formally, it would be inappropriate to donate in his personal capacity. Thus, he went to the industrial and commercial bank and opened a new savings account, depositing 400,000 yuan into it. He then handed over the passbook to Yu Xiaomei for coordination with the accountant at Shida Town, donating the funds under the name of Qihang Education. After a day of busyness, Lu Xiaochuan finally returned to school. He had taken a 2-day leave, though in reality, he had been out for 3 days. Fortunately, his classes were primarily large lectures, and attendance was not strictly enforced. University students relied on their own initiative. Having earned a considerable sum, Lu Xiaochuan was in high spirits that evening, treating his dormitory brothers to a sumptuous meal, naturally including Xin Yue, while Zhu Chuanjian also brought along Shui Wenwen. Shiga, what have you been up to these past few days? Returning to treat everyone to a feast suggests good news. Gao Song inquired. Indeed, there was good news. To speak candidly, I had been at the securities company these past few days, engaging in stock trading and earning several tens of thousands. Hence, brothers, feel free to order whatever you desire. Several tens of thousands? My goodness, is it truly that easy to make money in the stock market? Gao Song could not fathom that Lu Xiaochuan had understated his earnings by a significant margin. In reality, he had made over 8 million. Some of the other dorm mates were still unaware of what stocks entailed, appearing quite bewildered, fixated instead on that figure of tens of thousands. Tens of thousands would equate to several households with wealth. While it was no longer remarkable in the 90s to be a 10,000 yuan household, that amount was still considerable. Many individuals working part-time struggled to earn a mere few thousand in a year. Well, it seems we are dining lavishly once more. Waitstaff, please bring the menu quickly. Let us seek out the 10 most expensive dishes, and we shall order them all. Wu Zealand, observing the situation, did not hold back. Xin Yue had participated in a few gatherings at Lu Xiaochuan's dormitory and had become quite familiar with the members. Stealing a glance at Wu Zealand, she whispered to Lu Xiaochuan, "It seems your brother Heir has put on a bit more weight compared to last year. His appetite remains as hearty as ever, huh? He is quite the foodie, neglecting exercise. It would be surprising if he did not gain weight. By the way, as a senior sister, how can you speak of your junior brother in such a manner? That is rather unbecoming." Lu Xiaochuan suddenly realized that Xin Yue had become increasingly playful. Chapter 164. Buying a house for Xiao Wei at the dining table of the young. Romance is an eternal topic. With the new semester commencing, Wu Zealand and Gao Song often wander about, seeking potential romantic interests. "Have you found any attractive schoolmates?" Heir Lao, Lu Xiaochuan inquired. "Of course. But why are you asking about that? You already have a partner. Are you looking for a school sister after finding a school sister?" Wu Zealand's tongue was as sharp as ever. "Heir Lao, are you spouting nonsense again? Can't I just inquire out of concern for whether you two have found any targets? By the way, if you want to pursue a school sister, shouldn't you first improve your own attributes? At the very least, we should start with shedding some weight." Lu Xiaochuan offered a piercing remark. "Come on, Lao Shi, are you worried I eat too much? Now you're bringing up weight loss with me? Fine. I'll indulge a bit today to gather strength for the weight loss." Shiga is right. You have noticeably rounded out over the holiday. Zhu Chuanjian chimed in. "Did I really gain weight?" "Indeed, you have. You've gained weight," responded Lu Hongba, Lu Qiyuan, Tang Qingwei, and Shi Xiaowen in unison. Wu Zealand was genuinely disheartened. "I wish to lose weight, but I can never stick to it. Actually, I have a method to assist you," Lu Xiaochuan declared earnestly. "Is that for real? Tell me how." Wu Zealand was eager to transform his image. "It's quite simple. Hand over your living expenses to us for safekeeping. Every morning, I will take you for a run. If you perform well, we will grant you a bit of pocket money for food. If not, you will go hungry. After 2 months, I guarantee you will shed 20 pounds. Haha, are you out of your mind? Have you exhausted all the bamboo shoots on the mountain to come up with such a cunning scheme?" Wu Zealand huffed, quickly grabbing a piece of meat to suppress his anger. With this lively character around, the atmosphere at the dining table quickly brightened again. On Saturday afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan took Xin Yue shopping again, with the theme being buy. They purchased numerous gifts and later went to Shan Yue's home. Tan Lijin was eagerly anticipating Lu Xiaochuan's frequent visits. This time, she was delighted to receive a heap of gifts and hurried to prepare a meal. Lu Xiaochuan sat on the sofa, chatting with Shen Jinxin. "Uncle Shen, are there any good properties in Fengyang lately? Are you considering buying a house, Xiaochuan?" Shen Jinxin was aware of Lu Xiaochuan's financial status, estimating he had several $100,000, so the desire to buy property seemed normal. "I'm thinking of purchasing 2 houses. During winter and summer breaks, there's nowhere to stay. Constantly renting isn't practical." Shen Jinxin thought to himself, well, he wants to buy 2. How can a student not find accommodation during the holidays? However, he wasn't yet Lu Xiaochuan's father-in-law, so he refrained from saying anything. Working at the Urban Construction Bureau, he naturally knew where the new developments were. The second phase of Shanghua Garden from last year has good quality and a prime location, and many units remain unsold. If you're serious about buying, you can go take a look. Lu Xiaochuan was well aware of Shanghua Garden. Its location was indeed excellent, being a school district property. The prices of second-hand houses would remain robust even decades later. It was surprising that the second phase was completed in 1994. "All right, let us go check it out together tomorrow, Uncle Shun. Perhaps you could go and see for yourself, and let Xiao Wei accompany you." Shen Jianxin found it puzzling. Why would this young man seek him out regarding the purchase of a house? After all, they were not even family. "I wish to acquire 2 properties, one of which shall be registered under Xiao Wei's name." "What? Under Xiao Wei's name? Why would you do that?" Shen Jianxin and Shen Yue simultaneously exclaimed. Meanwhile, Tan Liqin, who was cooking in the kitchen, overheard the commotion and emerged, astonished at Lu Xiaochuan's audacious generosity. It was quite the investment to buy a house for Shen Yue. "Indeed. To be honest with you, Uncle Shun, I made a substantial profit from stock trading this year, around $1 million. Thus, I wish to purchase a house for Xiao Wei. as our current living arrangements are rather cramped. In the future, when Dongshu grows up, he cannot continue living on the balcony. Shen Jinxin was aware of Lu Xiaochuan's wealth, but was taken aback by the revelation of his stock earnings. Tan Liqin was left speechless. No wonder he was so lavish with his spending. Regrettably, Xin Yue was not his biological daughter. Otherwise, she could have enjoyed a life of comfort. It was imperative to facilitate this house purchase. Once Xiao Wei had her own place, at least she would not have to compete with her brother for this one. However, Xin Yue thought to herself that Lu Chuan was rather modest. Indeed, he had earned over $1 million, but it was actually more than $8 million, a significant difference. Nonetheless, she strongly opposed the idea of him buying her a house, as she was not a materialistic woman. Shen Jinxin also disapproved, primarily out of embarrassment. After all, his daughter had not yet married the young man. How could she accept a house from him? Xiao Wei, your objections are futile. This matter is settled. How about we put it to a vote? Lu Xiaochuan raised his hand first, and Tan Liqin naturally followed suit, urging Shen Dongshu to do the same. Although Shen Dongshu was engrossed in an animated show and had not been paying attention to the conversation, he complied with his mother's request. Look, that's already 3 votes in favor, an overwhelming majority. Xiao Wei, why not heed Lu Chuan's suggestion? Shen Jinxin finally relinquished his reservations and raised his hand as well. You all. Xin Yue was at a loss for words. Before she could respond, Lu Xiaochuan took her hand and said, Senior sister, just trust me on this, all right? You know how much I've earned. Besides, this stock venture included your investment, so consider it your share. Understanding that her opposition seemed futile, and wishing to improve their living conditions, she reluctantly agreed. Thank you, Xiaochuan. Here we go again. Haven tea, I said that between us. There's no need for thanks. Lu Xiaochuan replied. By the way, I have an important matter in November. Please remind me about it at the end of October. I won't specify what it is, just remember to remind me of its significance. Neither Lu Xiaochuan nor Shen Yue elaborated further, but she committed it to memory, vowing to remind him come late October. Upon hearing Shen Yue's acquiescence, her stepmother Tan Liqin was overjoyed and animatedly inquired about the property in Shanghua Garden during dinner. Oh, let us not speculate. You'll find out tomorrow, Shen Jinxin replied. Shen Jinxin felt a sense of joy within. He recalled Lu Xiaochuan's previous mention of venturing into real estate. However, lacking the necessary funds himself, he pondered the possibility of seeking investment from Lu, who seemed quite affluent. Yet, he decided to withhold such a proposition for a more opportune moment. After enjoying dinner at Shen Yue's home, Lu Xiaochuan took his leave to return to school, while Shen Yue chose not to stay behind but to accompany him. Upon departing Shen's residence, Lu Xiaochuan did not head to the school. Instead, he first visited his rented apartment, a decision Shen Yue did not contest, as he had promised to purchase her a home, and she believed she ought to express her gratitude that evening. Chapter 165. I am just an ordinary person on Sunday morning. Lu Xiaochuan awoke quite late. Shen Yue had already risen and was preparing breakfast for him, instant noodles and fried eggs. Nevertheless, Lu Xiaochuan devoured a generous bowl, having expended considerable energy the previous night, while Shen Shiji appeared radiant and full of vigor. After breakfast, he drove to Shen's house, made a phone call, and soon Shen Jinxin descended with his wife and child to first drop Shen Dongshu off at Qihang Education for classes, before heading to the Shengguiyuan community. The Shengguiyuan community indeed boasted a pleasant environment. Although it could not compare with modern developments of the future, it was considered a premium community in the 1990s, with high property prices exceeding 1,000 yuan per square meter. Lu Xiaochuan was aware that housing prices in Fengyang had risen significantly over the past 2 years, yet he was surprised to find them surpassing the 1,000 mark. As Shen Jinxin worked at the Urban Construction Bureau, although not in a leadership position, he was afforded some courtesy by developers who promised a 5% discount. When the sales agent inquired about the size of the desired apartment, Shen Jinxin glanced at Lu Xiaochuan, who replied, a larger one, at least 3 bedrooms. It was then that the agent realized Lu Xiaochuan was the actual homebuyer, leading them to view 3-bedroom apartments available in 2 layouts, 125 square meters and 96 square meters, both featuring 3 bedrooms. The distinction lay in one having 2 living rooms while the other had just one, with the 125 square meter option offering more spacious rooms. During this time, apartments were relatively generous in size, with larger bedrooms, albeit with only 1 bathroom. Adhering to the principle of purchasing larger rather than smaller, Lu Xiaochuan decided on 2 units of 125 square meters, both located on the 3rd floor, but in different sections of the same building. Priced at 1,060 yuan per square meter, which, after the 5% discount, rounded to precisely 1,000 yuan per square meter. Upon signing the purchase agreement, the 2 properties bore the names of Lu Xiaochuan and Shen Yue. Lu Xiaochuan had prepared the cash in advance for this transaction. Manager Li from the sales office personally attended to them, surprised by their swift decision-making, contrasting sharply with other buyers who often took considerable time to finalize their purchases, making multiple visits without guarantee of a deal. Manager Li discreetly inquired of Shen Jinxin, Director Shen, what is the background of this young man? Shen Jinxin replied vaguely, oh, he is a younger acquaintance of mine still in school, dabbling in small business endeavors during his spare time. Manager Li glanced at Shun Yue, contemplating, what acquaintance. Surely, he must be your son-in-law. Having a beautiful daughter is indeed fortunate, especially when she finds a wealthy partner. After completing the payment for the property, Lu Xiaochuan asked, Manager Li, I have friends who are also looking to buy homes. If I bring them along, could they receive the same discount? Certainly. Let them reach out to me first. In truth, the housing prices at Xingguiyuan are exorbitant, and the sales have not been particularly robust, making discounts inevitable. The influence of Shun Jinxin is but one aspect. The property is ready for occupancy. Once the payment is made, the keys are handed over. Although the official property documents will take some time to be processed, with the purchase of the house, the matter of renovation must inevitably be addressed. Lu Xiaochuan is undoubtedly too busy, but there are available hands for the task. Uncle Shun, do you have any acquaintances in the renovation business? Indeed. But why the urgency for renovation? The sooner we commence, the sooner we can move in. I kindly ask for your assistance in connecting me with them. I intend to entrust the renovation of both units to them. Rest assured, Xiaochuan, I shall take care of this matter for you. You and your studies are demanding, and I have some free time at work. Before Shen Jinxin could respond, Tan Liqin interjected. She was quite pleased. Although the house was purchased by Lu Xiaochuan for Shun Yue, once the renovations are completed, and given that Shun Yue cannot reside there alone, the entire family would likely move in. Should Shun Yue eventually marry Lu Xiaochuan, they would certainly not inhabit this space, thus benefiting her family. She was well versed in the art of taking advantage of opportunities. Very well, I shall assist you in contacting the renovation services. Throughout the discussion, Shun Yue remained mostly silent, occasionally offering her opinions while viewing the property, only to step in when Lu Xiaochuan requested her signature. She had grown accustomed to her stepmother's ungracious demeanor and no longer felt compelled to comment on it. After purchasing the house, Lu Xiaochuan did not stay for dinner at the Shun residence. Instead, he took Shun Yue shopping, as they had more errands to run that afternoon. Shun Yue teased him, saying, Is this what it means to suddenly come into wealth? You can't bear to part with your money, can you? Call it what you will. Perhaps I am indeed a newly affluent individual. I am merely an ordinary person. Why hold on to money if not to spend it? By the way, you should enroll in a driving school during the winter break. It is time for you to obtain a driver's license. What? Am I merely a decorative piece to you? You just bought a house, and now you want to buy me a car? I shall not speak of the house, but I absolutely refuse to accept a car. All right, no car for you, but I shall train you to be my driver. We can go on trips together in the future. Shin Yue's earlier remarks struck a chord with Lu Xiaochuan. It was indeed time to consider purchasing another vehicle. He had been driving the Santana, which he should return to the tutoring center, as it was technically company property. Most importantly, now that he was a millionaire, it was fitting for him to acquire a new car. He reached out to General Fan, who had sold him his commercial property, and that afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan visited an automotive trade company to select a new vehicle. It had been 2 years since his last visit, and General Fan's business had expanded significantly, offering a variety of models, though nothing overly luxurious. Lu Xiaochuan was immediately drawn to the new Volkswagen Golf. It was a compact powerhouse and considerably more expensive than the Santana, totaling over 200,000 yuan. Without the need for a test drive, he made the purchase. General Fan was delighted. Lu Xiaochuan was always decisive in his car buying, making the transaction a pleasure. Mr. Fan is aware that Lu Xiaochuan has purchased his property to establish a tutoring center, which has garnered considerable popularity. However, he harbors no regrets about selling the house. The realms of real estate and education are vastly different, and he finds himself quite unversed in the latter. Having sold the property, he invested in an automobile trade company, yielding him substantial profits over the past 2 years. Lu Xiaochuan has paid a deposit and arranged to collect his vehicle next week, politely declining Mr. Fan's invitation to dinner. Before driving his Santana back to school, this semester has been consumed with the pursuit of earning and spending, causing his studies to falter. That evening, seizing the opportunity when his dormitory was empty, he called Li Yin to recommend the properties at Shenhua Garden. Li Yin hesitated, as the price of 1,000 yuan per square meter evidently exceeded the budget she shared with Su Jibin. Although they both now held well-paying jobs, the price remained daunting. Sister Li Yin, property values are bound to rise in the coming years. I advise you to make your purchase soon and opt for something more substantial. I've mentioned before, if funds are insufficient, you can borrow from me. After all, you both work for me, and I can simply deduct it from your salaries. Haha. But Shenhua Garden is quite far from the second branch of Qihang. It would be quite a hardship for me to commute such a distance every day. Li Yin considered practically. That's simple. We can establish a branch here, making your commute much more convenient. What? Another branch? Yes. It has been over a year since we expanded. This time, let us take a bold step and open 2 branches simultaneously. We shall convene next Saturday to discuss this further. You two should heed my advice and promptly view the properties. After concluding the call, Lu Xiaochuan did not wait for Li Yan's response and hung up. As Li Yan heard the busy signal, she mused, this fellow is exceedingly domineering. Yet the matter of purchasing a home must be expedited. Chapter 166. Matters between senior and junior students after the call. Lu Xiaochuan slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed to the study session. Not a single one of his dormitory mates was present. He wondered where they had all gone to indulge in leisure. Upon arriving at the second study room of the library, he found Xin Yue and Wang Yamio already there. Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan, Wang Yamio teased, "A rare visitor. Xiaochuan, we thought you might forego self-study entirely from now on." "Ah, Sister Miao, I apologize for the delay. I was rather busy recently. Starting today, I shall devote myself to my studies diligently, as I aspire to secure a scholarship by the end of the semester." "Humph. How excessive for a wealthy individual like you to compete for scholarships with us, ordinary students." Even Wang Yamio, despite her occasional slowness in perception, recognized Lu Xiaochuan's affluence. Her close friend Xin Yue had seized her part-time job at the tutoring center, acquired a pager, and frequently indulged in new clothing purchases, clearly indicating Lu Xiaochuan's newfound wealth. "Let us remain humble. The scholarship represents honor, and I must strive to align myself with exemplary students." With that, Lu Xiaochuan took out a dictionary and began to memorize vocabulary. His studies primarily focused on English. As this semester's foundational medical courses revolved around cell biology and parasitology, subjects not particularly challenging, provided he paid attention in class and reviewed before finals. After studying for a while, Lu Xiaochuan began to feel fatigued. He exchanged pleasantries with Shun Yue before stepping outside for a brief walk. As he circled back to the first study room, he suddenly recognized a figure inside. Peering through the back window, he saw Gao Song engaged in animated conversation with two girls. While a stout fellow nearby intermittently interjected, "Wasn't that Wu Zealand?" Lu Xiaochuan quietly entered through the back door, treading softly as he made his way to the rear seats, where he sat down to listen intently. The two girls, evidently freshmen, were engaged in conversation, with Gao Song imparting his academic wisdom, discussing the difficulties of anatomy and the necessary study methods. Lu Xiaochuan couldn't suppress his laughter. It was amusing to hear two students who had failed courses attempting to offer guidance, as if they were sharing profound insights from their own experiences. One of the girls was quite attractive, and while she turned to speak with Gao Song, she suddenly caught sight of Lu Xiaochuan's mischievous grin from the back, causing her to fall silent. Gao Song, caught up in the conversation, noticed her abrupt quietude and glanced back, only to find Lu Xiaochuan grinning at them. "Hey, when did you arrive?" Gao Song exclaimed. "You're sneaking around like a thief. What mischief are you up to?" "Nothing much," Lu Xiaochuan replied with a smirk. "I was just observing you and Lao Air sharing your academic tips with the freshmen. I thought I might glean some knowledge myself. Considering you've never shared any study strategies with me in the dorm, which is why I missed out on the scholarship." Gao Song felt his face flush with embarrassment, worried that Lu Xiaochuan might reveal his shortcomings, and he quickly gestured to introduce him to the two girls, adding hastily, "By the way, I already have a girlfriend, who happens to be a senior from Dashi, just so you know. Ladies, in our dormitory, Lao Air and Lao Wu are the top scholars. They received scholarships last semester," Lu Xiaochuan stated, which was not entirely inaccurate, as Gao Song and Wu Zealand indeed earned third-class scholarships last term, despite their past failures. The two girls appeared skeptical, but one suddenly recalled something and inquired, "I heard from a fellow countryman that there was a senior from your class who sang to confess his feelings to his senior sister during a singing competition, and eventually won her over. Is that true?" Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback by the widespread circulation of his story and awkwardly smiled. "That person you mentioned is none other than myself." "Oh, it's you? I had no idea. You're quite impressive." The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Noticing the disapproving glances from Wu Zealand and Gao Song, Lu Xiaochuan realized he was stealing the limelight and quickly added, "To be honest, my confession was largely thanks to our dorm's second brother who gave me the idea, and Lao Wu helped me with the lyrics." "Indeed, that is true." Wu Zealand chimed in, eager to climb aboard the compliment train. "I saw him in despair and suggested the idea." "Yes, it was indeed Lao Air's suggestion, and I merely adapted an old poem of mine into lyrics for him." Gao Song quickly joined in, shamelessly taking credit. Lu Xiaochuan recognized that these two were not being modest at all and thought that continuing the conversation would lead to their unmasking. "Well, ladies, my senior sister is waiting for me in another study room, so I must return to my studies. You two, take your time chatting, and Lao Air, Lao Wu, don't just sit in the study room. Make sure to introduce the girls to some local delicacies. Perhaps take them to Ermudi for some chicken necks." Gao Song discreetly gave Lu Xiaochuan a thumbs up, thinking to himself, only Shigu could play such a supportive role. "I've tried several times to invite the girls for late-night snacks, but they never showed interest." After finishing his words, Lu Xiaochuan departed, silently reflecting, "Bro, this is where I can assist you." Last year, Gao Song lamented about his seniors stealing Yang Ziyue, and this year he seems destined to become the target of complaints from his juniors. Upon returning to the second study room, Lu Xiaochuan was met with a question from Xin Yue. "What's wrong? Can't focus on studying after wandering around for so long?" "Not at all. I just ran into a classmate in another study room," he replied, recounting the recent events. "Humph, not a single decent person. The new students have just started, and already they're trying to make advances." Lu Xiaochuan chuckled. "Exactly. Unlike me, who doesn't pursue the younger girls and only targets the seniors." "Oh, How shameless of you. Do you take pride in that? Not at all, but I certainly find joy in it. With that, Lu Xiaochuan grabbed Shen Yue's hand once more. Nearby, Wang Yaming frowned. Lu Xiaochuan was insufferable, immediately bombarding her with their coupledom. Noticing her discontent, Lu Xiaochuan quickly composed himself and returned to his studies. After the study session concluded and everyone returned to the dormitory, the roommates finally gathered. After finishing their evening routines, they reclined on their beds, initiating a late-night discussion. The topic of Wu Zilan and Gao Song pursuing the younger girls piqued everyone's interest. Gao Song expressed gratitude for Lu Xiaochuan's assistance earlier that evening, as the two girls had indeed accompanied them for a late-night snack, marking a step forward in their camaraderie. However, this was merely Gao Song's perception. Wu Zilan believed otherwise, noting that the girls were evidently more captivated by Gao Song, relegating him to a mere supporting role. For the first time, Wu Zilan questioned his physique. Lao Shi, are you still going for a run tomorrow morning? Count me in. What's the matter, Lao Air? Feeling challenged and ready to start a diet? Not really. Just looking to exercise. I believe shedding a few pounds wouldn't hurt. Wu Zilan, of course, refused to admit he was feeling insecure. Lu Xiaochuan smirked. Are you sure about that? Honestly, I advise against it. If you don't lose weight, you can always use being chubby as an excuse. If you do slim down, what will be left but being unattractive? Haha. The group erupted in laughter. Lu Xiaochuan's words were brutally incisive. Chapter 167. Lu Daer and Gao Yanniai regarding his weight. Wu Zilan was unapologetic, given his substantial frame. However, he would never concede to being unattractive. He meticulously styled his hair each day, believing himself quite dashing. Hearing Lu Xiaochuan call him ugly was intolerable, and he feigned an attempt to leap from his bed in protest. Watch out, Lao Shi, I'm coming for you. No, it was just a joke, ergo? If you slim down, you'll definitely be handsome. Then there will be no need for Lao Chi. Yes, I concede defeat. Tang Qingwei chimed in. All right, for Lao Chi's sake, I shall forgive you. Lu Xiaochuan further teased him. In truth, mere running won't yield significant results. The method I previously suggested is the most effective. Entrust your living expenses to us, and skipping a few meals will do wonders. Indeed, I believe that method is superior. Look at me. I run every day, yet haven't lost an ounce. Zhu Chuanjin concurred. Come on, what you do isn't even running. You merely stroll with Shui Wenwen. Wu Zilan teased back. Fine, sleep soundly. Tomorrow morning, I will definitely wake you for a run. If you refuse to get up, I'll pour cold water on you. Since Wu Zilan wished to run to lose weight, Lu Xiaochuan was more than willing to include him. This hefty fellow certainly needed the exercise. On the following morning, as dawn broke, Lu Xiaochuan roused the snoring Wu Zilan from his slumber. Wu Zilan, with bleary eyes, glanced at Lu Xiaochuan, recalling the words he had uttered the previous night, and reluctantly got out of bed. Upon reaching the playground, they commenced their slow jog. Soon, however, Wu Zilan could no longer keep pace with Lu Xiaochuan. Lu Xiaochuan completed 5 laps while Wu Zilan managed only 3, utterly exhausted and collapsing onto the ground. Your stamina is terribly lacking. It is evident you have not been exercising enough. Today is merely the beginning. Let us start with 3 laps. After a week, we shall increase the distance, aiming for 5 laps daily in half a month. If you cannot complete them, breakfast will be withheld. Since Wu Zilan had requested Lu Xiaochuan to guide him in his training, Lu Xiaochuan felt compelled to enforce some discipline. Shen Yue also arrived for her morning exercise, and Lu Xiaochuan accompanied her for 3 laps. By the time he finished with Shen Yue, Wu Zilan had just begun to recover. They all proceeded to the cafeteria together, where Wu Zilan's breakfast nearly rivaled Lu Xiaochuan's in quantity. 3 steamed buns, 2 eggs, and a bowl of porridge. Lu Xiaochuan swiftly snatched 2 buns and 1 egg from Wu Zilan's plate. Brother, with such a diet, you won't lose weight even if you run yourself to exhaustion. From today onward, you must regulate your intake. 1 bun, 1 bowl of porridge, 1 egg, and perhaps a bit of pickled vegetables should suffice. The remainder will be my responsibility. How can you impose such restrictions on my meals? I thought you were merely helping me train. But it feels like I have boarded a pirate ship. Wu Zilan lamented, gazing helplessly at the meager remnants on his tray, apprehensive about approaching the food counter once more. It appeared that he was destined to endure hunger that morning. Do not even think about overeating at lunch. We have all agreed that someone will keep an eye on you at every meal. This will conveniently save you some money for drinks later. Indeed, we are all in accord. Suddenly, Zhu Chuanjin and Gao Song appeared in the cafeteria, witnessing Lu Xiaochuan pilfering buns from Wu Zilan. Without hesitation, they each took a bun from Lu Xiaochuan. What a surprise. I just managed to acquire these, and now they are being taken from me. Didn't we leave you an egg? We'll keep an eye on Wu Zilan during lunch. Is it not reasonable to take a bun? Wu Zilan looked at the scene unfolding before him, nearly on the verge of tears, realizing that he would likely not be satiated at noon either. During the afternoon physical education class, the teacher brought out several soccer balls for the students to play with. Wu Zilan, feeling lethargic, stood idly on the sidelines. Lu Hongba patted him on the shoulder. Why aren't you joining us, old two? Join what? After 2 meals without proper sustenance, I think I'll just conserve my energy against the wall. Lu Hongba chuckled and headed onto the field to play. The 1994 FIFA World Cup had just concluded, and at this time, the tournament did not yet attract the immense attention it later would. Nonetheless, many had developed a fondness for soccer due to the World Cup. The Brazilian team emerged victorious that year, with the Golden Boot awarded to the lone wolf, Romário. Although the extraterrestrial Ronaldo was part of the squad, he did not see any playing time, yet he had already begun to gain recognition. Like Ronaldo, Zidane was also beginning to make his mark. Pass the ball quickly, Ronaldo. Why the rush, Gaudin? As seasoned football enthusiasts residing in the same dormitory, Liu Xiaochuan and Gao Song frequently engaged in discussions about these rising stars, playfully exchanging nicknames, Ronaldo and Gaudin. Others may have been unfamiliar with Ronaldo and Zidane, prompting the two to provide explanations. Look at you two, unable to even choose your idols. On the football field, it's all about me. Zhu Mario, Zhu Chuanjin scoffed. After gym class, the names Zhu Mario, Liu Ronaldo, and Gao Denai spread throughout the class, even reaching the ears of the female students. Confused, the girls listened as Wu Zealand seized the opportunity to explain the origins of their nicknames, which evolved through the grapevine. Liu Ronaldo became Liu Big Ears, and Gao Denai morphed into Gao Young Master. This was reminiscent of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin, classic literature familiar to the girls. Yet it was perplexing how Liu Bei and Gao Young Master became intertwined. However, this was inconsequential. Liu Big Ears and Gao Young Master were already well-known monikers. Liu Xiaochuan and Gao Song remained oblivious until a few days later, when Liu Ying inquired, prompting them to realize they had been played by Wu Zealand. In dormitory 503, Wu Zealand found himself pinned to the bed by Liu Xiaochuan and Gao Song. You ungrateful brat. We sacrificed so much for your weight loss journey, watching your every meal to prevent you from gaining weight. And this is how you repay us, with those nicknames? How do you wish to meet your end? They exclaimed. Come on, give me a break. I've been starving for days. Nearly on the brink of fainting from hunger, Wu Zealand retorted. Fine, since you're hungry. Here's your chance. Go buy some snacks and beer to soothe our wounded spirits. And tomorrow, you must explain to the girls that we are Liu Ronaldo and Gao Denai, not Liu Big Ears and Gao Young Master. All right, I'll explain tomorrow. Just let me go. I need to buy the drinks. With that, Wu Zealand hurried off to procure the late-night snacks. With such a lively character in the dormitory, the atmosphere was bound to be vibrant. Soon, Wu Zealand returned with beer and peanuts, and the brothers in 503 resumed their banter over drinks. Liu Hongba asked, Old Liu, how is it going with that freshman girl? Clearly, he was aware of Gao Song's pursuit. Gao Song sighed. Don't even mention it. That girl has had a boyfriend since high school and is studying in Dalian. Dalian is so far away. What is the worry? It's not like you're in the same city. They say distance creates beauty, but in this case, it might not apply. Don't lose hope. You can still win her over, Wu Zealand encouraged. Gao Song beamed. I think so too, haha. Chapter 168. Establishing two branch schools. Seeing everyone's interest in Gao Song's romantic endeavors, Wu Zealand interjected, Why don't you ask about my situation? What good would that do? We just have to comfort you afterward. Just focus on your weight loss. Once you've slimmed down, you can surprise the girls. Came the reply. No, it's about charming the girls. Liu Xiaochuan chimed in, eager to say something flattering. Wu Zealand appreciated Liu Xiaochuan's comment. Now that's more like it. And believe it or not, I have actually lost some weight these past few days. Of course, if we don't let you eat more, it's for your own good. From now on, we'll handle the meat in dishes like stir-fried garlic shoots with pork. They agreed. I'm in. Count me in too. Wu Zealand is aware that tomorrow will once again be a day of hunger. On Saturday morning, in the office of Yu Xiaomei at Shihong Education's First Division, Liu Xiaochuan convened another significant meeting. In attendance, alongside Yu Xiaomei and Li Yan, were Su Zhibin and two vice principals, Rin Jigua and Gao Shuichen. The agenda naturally revolved around the establishment of new branches. Liu Xiaochuan had previously communicated with Bai Ling over the phone, who expressed no objections and granted him full authority to manage the matter, effectively rendering him the sole decision-maker. He intends to open a new branch in both Pingyi District and Fenghe District, with the latter's new branch situated further south to better serve Zhuanan. The principals for these new branches will be Li Yin and Rin Jigua, respectively. Given that this is an exploration of new markets, the commission will be set higher. Meanwhile, Gao Shuichen will take full responsibility for the second division of Qihong in Shanggangzi District, with an increased commission compared to her previous role as vice principal. Additionally, Li Yin has been appointed as the vice president of Qihong Education, possessing supervisory authority over all branches, while Yu Xiaomei serves as the financial director of the company, overseeing the finances of all branches. Although the company is small with few employees, the titles are grand, for even small sparrows possess all essential organs. Rin Jigua and Gao Shuichen are eager to embark on this venture. Liu Xiaochuan has entrusted them with the task of finding suitable locations for the new branches, promising to consult them when the time comes to make decisions. He emphasized the importance of choosing prime storefronts with convenient transportation. If feasible, he will purchase the properties outright. If the owners are unwilling to sell, he will negotiate long-term lease agreements. Liu Xiaochuan confidently assured them that finances would not be an issue. Although the tutoring centers do not show substantial profits on paper, he can inject additional capital as needed, with no financial constraints. The group deliberated on the preliminary regulations and details before commencing their individual preparations. Li Yin understands that Lu Xiaochuan's intention in assigning her to the new branch is partly to bring her closer to Su Jibin. They have already viewed a property in Xingguiyuan, which is indeed appealing, though somewhat pricey. They are currently deliberating on how much to borrow from Lu Xiaochuan, as their funds are somewhat limited regardless of whether they opt for a larger or slightly smaller residence. After the meeting, Lu Xiaochuan invited Su Jibin to accompany him to pick up his new car, and on their return, he withdrew 100,000 yuan from the bank to lend to him. Bingu, do not refuse just yet. This is not a gift, but a loan for you. Quickly purchase the house, preferably the 125 square meter one. Once you are there, just speak with Manager Li, and he will surely offer you a discount. The remaining funds should suffice for renovations. Once the housing situation is resolved, you two can focus on earning for me. That evening, upon returning home with the 100,000 yuan, Li Yin realized that purchasing the house was imperative. We must buy it. Let us heed Lu Xiaochuan's advice and go for the 125 square meter option. This way, there will be accommodation for both our parents when they visit. All right, dear, I will follow your lead, replied Su Jibin, consistently playing the supporting role. Half a month later, suitable storefronts for the 3rd Division of Qihang Education in the Western region had been located. As anticipated, the property owners were unwilling to sell. Instead, they signed a 10-year long-term lease, with the rent poised to increase in 3 years based on market conditions. With property prices on the rise, everyone is reluctant to part with their golden geese. Lu Xiaochuan was indifferent. If he needed to rent, then so be it. He had no desire to accumulate an excessive number of properties, for he found it far easier to earn money in the stock market. What was the purpose of acquiring so many houses, only to be burdened with worries? The new branch school was being actively prepared, and Lu Xiaochuan entrusted everything to others. He believed in the principle of trusting those he employed without suspicion, thus he felt no need to fret over the details. Having recently lent money to Li Yin and Su Jibin to purchase a house, he was confident that this couple would diligently serve him, as a capitalist should expect. Indeed, neither Li Yin nor Ran Jigua disappointed him. The renovations, promotions, and recruitment for the 2 new branch schools progressed smoothly. By mid-October, everything was ready, and they were set to begin enrollment, with the belief that they would soon become self-sufficient and even profitable. Lu Xiaochuan did not let the after-school tutoring classes interfere with his studies. Amidst the mundane aspects of academic life, he found joy. By late October, Xin Yue had completed her final exams, and the remaining 2 months of the semester would be spent interning at the hospital. Senior sister, shouldn't you be interning throughout your 5th year? Why are you starting your internship so early in the last semester? Lu Xiaochuan was puzzled by Xin Yue's early internship. Xin Yue explained, our preventive medicine department differs from your clinical department. While you undertake a year-long internship in your 5th year, ours is divided into 2 segments. We have covered nearly all of your clinical courses, and now that we have completed them, it is only natural for us to intern at the hospital for a few months. Next semester, we will begin our specialized courses. And in the latter half of our 5th year, we will undertake the 2nd segment of our internship focused on these specialized subjects. Ah, I see. Where will your internship be located? It will be divided across several places over the next few months. First, I will go to the first affiliated hospital next door. Then to the infectious disease hospital and the children's hospital. That sounds reasonable. None of them are too far. Even if they were, it wouldn't matter, as I will be there to drive you. Next week, will you be calling me Dr. Xin? Xin Yue replied with a smile. Yes, indeed. What ailment would you like me to treat, dear patient? Lu Xiaochuan teased with a mischievous grin. Get lost. Xin Yue had learned to use this phrase effectively. Doctors do not differentiate between weekends, but interns still enjoy weekends off. To learn as much as possible, Xin Yue stayed at the hospital on weekends, sometimes accompanying her supervising teacher on night shifts, which was quite demanding. Lu Xiaochuan felt helpless in this regard. He could not hinder her thirst for knowledge. At the end of October, Xin Yue reminded Lu Xiaochuan as promised. Did you not mention you had something important to attend to? Let me remind you at the end of the month. Indeed, I have something significant to take care of. I will be taking leave next week to return home. Lu Xiaochuan replied, not having forgotten his own plans. All right, you go ahead and take care of it. Don't worry about me. I am doing well with my internship at the hospital, and Miao Miao is in my group as well, so I have company. Xin Yue was very understanding. And Lu Xiaochuan did not elaborate on the details, nor did she press him for more information. On October 30th, a Sunday, Lu Xiaochuan drove his golf cart to Qihang Education, where he requested the keys to the Santana from Su Jibin. Departing from Fengyang in the Santana, his destination was Kaiyuan, a county-level city under the jurisdiction of the large city of Taigang, as he had very important matters to attend to, having already arranged for leave the following week. Chapter 169. A burdened heart located 120 kilometers from Kaiyuan to Fengyang. Lu Xiaochuan had visited this area numerous times in his past life, albeit via the Jingga Expressway, which, at present, remains unconstructed. Thus, traversing the national highway necessitated nearly 3 hours of driving. Unfamiliar with the roads, Lu Xiaochuan followed the signs, frequently stopping to inquire for directions. By the time he reached Kaiyuan, it was already afternoon. He hastily checked into a modest inn and, unable to contain his anticipation, drove around the streets. The county town of Kaiyuan was small, and soon Lu Xiaochuan found himself parked beside a red brick building. This three-story structure, a residence for employees of the Grain Bureau, held his gaze as he sat in his vehicle. Regrettably, despite his watchful waiting until nightfall, the person he longed to see remained elusive. With a sense of emptiness in his heart, he returned to the inn, dined nearby, and retired early for the night. Yet, as he lay on the bed, sleep eluded him. His thoughts were consumed by the purpose of his visit and the uncertainty of how to proceed. Eventually, he drifted into a restless slumber, only to be stirred by a vivid dream in which his former wife, Lu Linlin, tugged at his collar, reproaching him for abandoning her. Awakening in a cold sweat, he rose early the next morning, skipping breakfast as he drove back to the small building from the previous day. At precisely 7 o'clock, he spotted Lu Linlin emerging with her backpack, her appearance reminiscent of her former self, albeit with a youthful glow. Standing at 166 meters, she appeared to weigh over 130 pounds, still bearing the signs of her childhood. Since her home was not far from the high school, she walked to school each day. Today, she had set out earlier, as it was her turn for duty, hoping to arrive at school promptly. As she ambled along the roadside, a small car crept past her, only to stop a short distance ahead. Perplexed, she wondered why the vehicle, which had just passed her, was now idling so slowly. Through the car window, she noticed a young man holding a large mobile phone, seemingly engaged in a call. It dawned on her that he had merely stopped to take the call. In this era, both automobiles and mobile phones were rare commodities. She had only seen a few individuals using them, typically in her father's workplace among the leadership. To her surprise, the young man appeared only slightly older than herself. Yet he possessed both a car and a mobile phone. As Lu Linlin continued towards her school, she mused on the marvels of modernity, unaware that Lu Xiaochuan was not truly on a call, but rather observing her through the rearview mirror. He had almost exited the vehicle to intercept her, but ultimately chose to restrain his impulse. Recognizing that Lu Linlin did not yet know him, he refrained from startling her with claims of being her husband from a past life, fearing she might interpret his actions as madness, potentially leading her to deem him mentally unstable. The psychiatric hospital, conveniently located in Kaiyuan, loomed in his thoughts. Lu Xiaochuan felt a pang of guilt towards Lu Linlin. Aware of her youth in this new life, he had chosen not to hastily reclaim his wife, initially seeking romance during his university years. He acknowledged that his prior pursuit of Shen Yue had been driven by superficial desires, yet he soon found himself deeply ensnared in that relationship. Reflecting on his actions, he realized the precarious path he had chosen, one that risked causing harm to another. Lu Linlin had already walked down this path and disappeared around the corner. Lu Xiaochuan reversed his car back to the red brick building and soon spotted his father-in-law and mother-in-law emerging together from the entrance. He thought to himself, thankfully, he hadn't arrived too late. His mother-in-law, Feng Kaiwan, still bore a faint resemblance to her former self, yet appeared more youthful than he remembered, devoid of the weariness that once marked her face. In contrast, his father-in-law, Lu Yozhong, looked exactly as he had in the photographs from Lu Xiaochuan's previous life. After descending the stairs, they each mounted their bicycles and parted ways. Feng Kaiwan was an elementary school Chinese teacher, while Lu Yozhong served as a driver for the Grain Bureau, and their workplaces lay in different directions. Lu Xiaochuan's purpose for visiting Kaiyuan was to save his father-in-law, Lu Yozhong. Regardless of whether he would reunite with Lu Linlin in this life, he felt compelled to rescue Lu Yozhong to preserve a complete family for Lu Linlin, ensuring she would not suffer the same fate of losing her father at an early age as she had in his former life. In that previous existence, Lu Xiaochuan had only seen his father-in-law in photographs. By the time he married Lu Linlin, Lu Yozhong had already passed away several years prior. Lu Yozhong, a driver for the Grain Bureau, had been accompanying his superiors to the countryside on November 1st, helping the director fend off numerous drinks during lunch. In those days, there was little regulation regarding drunk driving, relying solely on personal integrity. After the meal, he was supposed to return to his office, but the director insisted that Lu Yozhong drive him to a relative's house in Jinghua Town. On the return journey from Jinghua Town, Lu Yozhong's vehicle veered into a ditch, and he was discovered several hours later. After being rushed to the hospital and undergoing 2 days of emergency treatment, he managed to convey a few words before departing this world. Tragically, that day was Lu Linlin's 17th birthday, and while she and her mother awaited her father's return to celebrate, they were instead met with the devastating news of his grave injuries from the accident. Lu Xiaochuan learned all of this from Lu Linlin, for she had never celebrated her birthday, fearing it would only stir memories of her father and deepen her sorrow. In his previous life, Lu Xiaochuan had accompanied Lu Linlin to visit Lu Yozhong's grave several times, fully aware of the circumstances surrounding his demise. What was particularly infuriating was that Director Du of the Grain Bureau failed to process the necessary paperwork for Lu Yozhong's work-related death, instead shifting the blame onto him. Consequently, after Lu Yozhong's passing, Feng Kaiwan and Lu Linlin received minimal compensation. It was only later that the truth emerged. The director had gone to Jinghua Town not for official business, but to clandestinely meet his cousin's wife. This scandal only came to light when he was ousted for corruption, yet many years had passed without anyone clearing Lu Yozhong's name. Now that Lu Xiaochuan had been reborn, he was determined to prevent this tragedy from recurring. He had to save Lu Yozhong to alleviate the guilt that weighed heavily on his heart. He recalled that the fateful day was November 1st, which was tomorrow, yet he was anxious, fearing Lu Linlin might have misremembered. Thus, he drove to the grain bureau and waited across the street all day, not witnessing Lu Yozhong's departure. It wasn't until the afternoon, when he finally saw Lu Yozhong cycling out, that he felt a sense of relief and was able to leave. That evening, Lu Xiaochuan felt a sense of unease as he contemplated various plans to avert the impending tragedy. However, he could not finalize a course of action and resolved to remain adaptable to whatever tomorrow might bring. In the early morning, Lu Xiaochuan rose early once again. This time, he opted not to drive, but rather to jog to Lu Linlin's home. He ambled about the vicinity until, around 7 o'clock, the Lu family descended from their abode. Lu Linlin perched herself on the back seat of her father's bicycle, as Lu Yozhong pedaled her to school. The high school was not far away, and Lu Xiaochuan pretended to jog in the direction of the school. As he passed by the gates, he caught sight of Lu Linlin dismounting from the bicycle. Addressing her father, "Dad, please come home early tonight. Don't eat out. We'll wait for you to have dinner together. Rest assured, my dear daughter, I shall return early tonight to celebrate your birthday," replied Lu Yozhong before riding away. Lu Linlin waved goodbye to her father and turned to enter the school, unaware that, had it not been for Lu Xiaochuan's presence, this farewell would indeed be their final parting. As Lu Xiaochuan walked back to the hotel, he happened to pass by the grain bureau and spotted Lu Yozhong driving out. He was surprised that Lu Yozhong had left for the countryside so early, realizing that he needed to return to the hotel to retrieve his car, which meant he would not be able to catch up. Consequently, he noted down the license plate number of the vehicle. Upon entering the grain bureau, the gatekeeper stopped him and inquired, "Young man, it's not yet working hours. Who are you looking for?" Lu Xiaochuan handed him a cigarette and replied, "Sir, I am looking for Lu Yozhong. I came to the city today, and a relative of his asked me to deliver a message." The gatekeeper accepted the cigarette and became noticeably more cordial. "Oh, what a pity. If you had arrived just 5 minutes earlier, you would have seen him. He just left with the leaders for the countryside." Lu Xiaochuan feigned disappointment, saying, "How unfortunate. Do you know where he has gone and when he might return? If he comes back early, I will come again this afternoon. I heard he went to the old city. He will surely dine out, and he might not return home until the afternoon. If you have any messages, I can convey them." "Oh, I see. Then it's nothing. Thank you." Lu Xiaochuan departed without revealing any specifics, as the gatekeeper shook his head, thinking, "What a mysterious fellow. As if I am eager to convey your message. It's merely for the sake of this cigarette." Upon returning to the hotel, Lu Xiaochuan retrieved his car, had breakfast, and inquired about the direction to the old city before setting off. The so-called Old City refers to Xianping Ancient City, the founding capital of the Jin dynasty, Dongxia, and Dongliao. Of course, apart from Jin, most people have never heard of Dongxia and Dongliao, which were fleeting local powers that existed for a very short time. However, Xianping Ancient City indeed boasts a rich history of nearly 1,000 years, albeit less renowned compared to other ancient cities. The Old City is primarily residential, and although the streets do not rival those of a county seat, they exude a certain vibrancy. Lu Xiaochuan wandered around and soon located the vehicle belonging to the grain bureau, parking at a distance behind it. As midday approached, the personnel from the grain bureau finally emerged and boarded their vehicle, which did not travel far before stopping in front of a restaurant, evidently intending to have lunch. Lu Xiaochuan parked his car along the roadside, this time in front, and entered the same restaurant, as he too sought to partake in a midday meal. The restaurant lacked private rooms, and the personnel from the grain bureau, along with their hosts, numbered 7 in total, seated around a large round table. The dishes were swiftly served, evidently pre-ordered. Naturally, alcohol was in abundance. One of the individuals, appearing to be in his early 30s, was recognizable as Director Du. Given how everyone gathered around him to toast, Lu Yozhong, the driver, occupied a seat nearer to the edge. Lu Xiaochuan ordered 2 dishes and a bottle of beer, sipping leisurely while eavesdropping on the conversations at the adjacent table. He was uncertain how long the gathering next door would last, or when Lu Yozhong would transport Director Du to Jingou Town. He needed to find an opportunity to avert the impending tragedy. Lost in thought, Lu Xiaochuan suddenly tapped his forehead, realizing he had fallen into a trap of overthinking. What was the point of contemplating so much? The primary goal was to prevent Lu Yozhong from heading to Jingou Town. As long as he didn't go, the disaster could be averted. He had already devised a straightforward and blunt plan. A car crash would suffice. With this in mind, Lu Xiaochuan summoned the proprietor, settled the bill, and exited the restaurant. Though still young and well-dressed, he had attracted the attention of those at the neighboring table, who began to discuss him as he stepped outside. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from outside. Lu Yozhong was the first to leave the table, only to witness a vehicle had collided with the grain bureau's car, shattering its headlights. Director Du emerged as well, and upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan exit from the front car, he bellowed, "What is going on?" "Apologies, I mistakenly shifted into reverse gear. Lu Xiaochuan's excuse was feeble, but it mattered little. Even if it was intentional, he could simply pay for the damages. Shifted into reverse. Do you even know how to drive? I have to meet my mistress this afternoon. Now this car is wrecked. What a hassle. Lu Xiaochuan was not inclined to indulge Director Du's tirade. Mind your language. I'll cover the repairs. The employees of the Grain Bureau, witnessing their director being reprimanded, quickly surrounded Lu Xiaochuan. Young man, is that how you speak? They inquired. Lu Xiaochuan, undeterred, brandished his mobile phone as if to dial, stating, I admit fault for damaging your vehicle. Repairs and compensation are due. But scolding me won't change that. Do you want to throw hands? I'm ready. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan's confidence, his mobile phone in hand and his car parked, the officials felt a twinge of uncertainty. Their earlier bravado faltered. They were merely posturing to impress their superior, and they dared not escalate matters. If they were to harm this young man, and he had influential connections, they would find themselves in dire straits. One deputy director, who often clashed with Director Du, deliberately remarked, the one speaking is our Director Du from the Grain Bureau. Can't you show him a little respect? He is your director, not mine. I owe him no deference. Lu Xiaochuan harbored significant animosity towards Director Du, having heard of his misdeeds from his wife, Lu Linlin. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Director Du was nearly apoplectic and ordered his subordinates to call the police. The restaurant had a telephone, and someone went inside to report the incident. As they assessed the damage to the vehicles, they awaited the arrival of law enforcement. The old city was 7 or 8 kilometers from the county seat, and it would take at least 10 minutes for the police to arrive. The vehicle belonging to the Grain Bureau was an aging Santana. Its left headlight irreparably damaged, and the front hood slightly raised. In contrast, Lu Xiaochuan's car bore only a cracked rear bumper. Shortly thereafter, 2 traffic officers arrived. Director Du promptly approached to identify himself and mentioned his acquaintance with their superior. Noticing Lu Xiaochuan's distinguished attire and his possession of a large mobile phone, the officers refrained from underestimating him. One inquired, young man, how did this occur? The other vehicle was parked at the roadside and was struck. Lu Xiaochuan produced his driving license and vehicle registration, apologetically explaining, I was lost in thought and mistakenly engaged reverse gear, resulting in this collision. I accept full responsibility. I will cover the repairs and compensation. The officers, recognizing Lu was from the provincial capital and noting his courteous demeanor, thought to themselves, he has acknowledged full responsibility. Yet we are still called to intervene? Do they think we have nothing better to do? Approaching Director Du, one of the officers said, Director Du, the young man has accepted full responsibility and is willing to repair and compensate for the vehicle. You may not be aware, but he was quite arrogant earlier and even insulted me. Let us impound his vehicle for now. In truth, it was he who had been the provocateur. Though this had not been made public, feeling somewhat vexed, the officers pondered, are you instructing us on our duties? However, given that he was a director, they felt compelled to show him respect. They turned back to Lu Xiaochuan and stated, since the fault lies with you, we must impound your vehicle for the time being. You should proceed with the repairs for the other car. Are you certain you wish to impound my vehicle? Would you like me to call Qi Shaowen and have him speak on my behalf? Lu Xiaochuan replied, pulling out his mobile phone and mimicking the motion of dialing. Qi Shaowen was the mayor of Kaiyuan City, a man Lu Xiaochuan did not know personally. His knowledge gained merely from a conversation with the innkeeper 2 nights prior. Now invoking his name as leverage. Unaware of the details, the officers were momentarily intimidated. Young man, we are merely conducting our duties here. Lu Xiaochuan responded. I understand you are following protocol, but surely this minor incident does not necessitate impounding my vehicle? I have not refused to compensate. If you could mediate, that would be greatly appreciated. Should you insist on impounding the car, I will contact my insurance company and leave matters to them. I will not be held responsible. If necessary, I can take a train back to the provincial capital. Surely, you cannot impound a person. He continued, if they agree to mediation. I will handle the repairs at their chosen location and cover the expenses. No further compensation will be offered. I need to return promptly. The officers, realizing he was willing to spend money, figured that if the Grain Bureau were to complicate matters further, they would wash their hands of it and let the young man file an insurance claim. Although vehicle insurance had been in effect for several years, the number of individuals opting for commercial insurance was still quite limited. They were pleasantly surprised by the young man's awareness, reflecting well on his provincial origins. After conferring with Director Du, who felt resigned to the unfortunate turn of events, he instructed Lu Yozhong, please ascertain if the vehicle is still operational and take it to a repair shop. Ensure it is thoroughly repaired. Xiao Zhang, accompany the other party in their vehicle. Lu Xiaochuan observed that the emphasis placed by Lu Yozhong on the phrase properly repaired was merely a pretext for incurring additional expenses, while also dispatching someone to follow him, likely out of concern that he might abscond. However, he was indifferent. As long as Lu Yozhong refrained from driving to Jinghua Town, his objective would be achieved. And he could also take the opportunity to irritate Director Du, a rather pleasant prospect. Spending a little money was of no concern. He was not lacking in funds at the moment. Lu Yozhong tested the vehicle, finding it operational, and led the way to the auto repair shop. While Xiao Zhang from the Grain Bureau took a seat in Lu Xiaochuan's car, following closely behind Lu Yozhong. As for the others from the Grain Bureau, they had no choice but to take a taxi back, and whether Director Du could still meet his lover was beyond Lu Xiaochuan's concern. Upon arriving at the urban-rural fringe, they found several auto repair shops side by side. Lu Yozhong drove in, with Lu Xiaochuan trailing closely behind. The shop owner recognized the business opportunity, as they were familiar with the vehicles from the Grain Bureau. What happened here? Lu Yozhong briefly explained the situation, requesting a quote for the repairs. Knowing full well that they wouldn't be leaving today, Lu Xiaochuan exited the car and stood nearby, noticing that his father-in-law was quite forthright, not hinting to the shop owner to inflate the charges. He retrieved 2 packs of cigarettes from his bag, handing one to Lu Yozhong and the other to Xiao Zhang. With Director Du absent, there was no need for pretense, and both men were quite curious about Lu Xiaochuan, inquiring about his origins and purpose in Kaiyuan. Lu Xiaochuan fabricated a casual reason, engaging them in conversation. Shortly thereafter, the shop owner approached Lu Yozhong, informing him that one headlight was shattered, the front bumper needed replacement, and the hood and fender required metalwork and repainting, totaling approximately 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. Coincidentally, Xiao Zhang had stepped away to use the restroom, providing Lu Xiaochuan the opportunity to discreetly count out 10,000 yuan from his bag and hand it to Lu Yozhong. Master Lu, Uncle Lu, I am Lu Xiaochuan, but you may call me Xiaochuan. For some reason, I find you far more agreeable than the others from the Grain Bureau. It seems we share a certain affinity. Please take this 10,000 yuan. As the owner indicated, it should suffice for the repairs. If there is any surplus, consider it for your cigarettes. I apologize for the inconvenience today. Oh no, young man, that's simply one tea due. If there is any excess, I cannot accept it. Why not leave 8,000 instead? That should be sufficient, Lu Yozhong insisted, attempting to refuse. Fearing Xiao Zhang's imminent return, Lu Xiaochuan quickly pressed his hand down, urging him to accept the money. Please, keep the excess for me. I shall retrieve it next time I visit, and if it's insufficient, I will supplement it. Let us not allow your colleague to see this. I implore you. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan's insistence, Lu Yozhong reluctantly accepted, concerned that too much money in his hands might lead to loss. He agreed to pay the repair shop 8,000, on the understanding that any excess would be refunded. The shop issued a receipt, which Lu Xiaochuan promptly took, wary that the Grain Bureau might procure it for reimbursement, ultimately funneling the funds into private pockets, most likely into the hands of leaders, leaving Lu Yozhong with little to gain. Lu Xiaochuan also spent 200 yuan for minor metalwork on his own vehicle, planning to conduct further repairs upon his return to Fengyang. The vehicle from the Grain Bureau would not be ready for several days, and Lu Xiaochuan kindly offered to drive Xiao Zhang and Lu Yozhong home. After dropping off Xiao Zhang, when it came time to take Lu Yozhong home, he deliberately took a detour down Front Street, pausing in front of a cake shop. Uncle Lu, please wait a moment, he said, and without waiting for Lu Yozhong's response, he exited the car and entered the bakery, requesting the proprietor to prepare a birthday cake. Birthday cakes typically require advance orders, as the cake base must be freshly baked. However, this posed no challenge for Lu Xiaochuan. The shop had square cakes, and he promptly asked the owner to assemble a round cake base from the square ones. After all, once covered in cream, the difference would not be discernible. As long as the payment was made, the owner readily agreed, assuring Lu Xiaochuan that the cake would be ready in no more than 20 minutes. Meanwhile, Lu Yozhong waited in the car for quite some time. Growing increasingly anxious about Lu Xiaochuan's absence, he felt reluctant to exit the vehicle and leave, regretting his choice to ride with him. After a long afternoon, with nightfall approaching, he longed to return home early to celebrate his daughter's birthday. Finally, Lu Xiaochuan reappeared, carrying a birthday cake box. After placing the cake down, he asked Lu Yozhong for directions to his home. As Lu Yozhong was about to exit the vehicle, Lu Xiaochuan called out to him. Uncle Lu, I mentioned earlier that we are fated to meet because I saw you this morning, while jogging past the high school entrance. I happened upon you escorting your daughter to school and inadvertently overheard your conversation, realizing you needed to return home early for her birthday. I apologize for the trouble I caused by bumping into your car today, and to make amends, please accept this birthday cake as my apology. Young man, you went out of your way to buy a cake for my daughter? Lu Yozhong asked, astonished. Indeed, I hesitated to mention it earlier for fear you might refuse. Now that I have procured the cake, please accept it as a stranger's wish for your daughter's happy birthday. Lu Yozhong was at a loss for words. Looking at the cake offered by Lu Xiaochuan, he reluctantly accepted it, feeling that the young man was rather peculiar. Earlier that afternoon, he had been quite audacious when colliding with Director Du, yet here he was, so courteous. Was this how wealthy individuals behaved? He expressed his gratitude and took the cake upstairs, eager to share the day's peculiar events with his wife and daughter. Upon arriving home, he found dinner already set on the table. His daughter, Lu Linlin, appeared sullen, obviously displeased with his late return. However, her frown quickly transformed into delight upon seeing the birthday cake Lu Yozhong was carrying. Typically, her birthdays were marked only by a bowl of noodles, so the unexpected gift from her father was a delightful surprise. Feng Kaiwan was equally astonished that he had bought a cake. Realizing they had misunderstood the situation, Lu Yozhong recounted the day's events. Upon learning that the cake was a gift from the young man he had collided with, both mother and daughter found his tale hard to believe. Yet, when they opened the box to reveal the cake adorned with the words "Happy Birthday, Lin Lin," Feng Kaiwan laughed, saying, "And you say you didn't buy it yourself? How would that young man know your daughter's name?" Lu Yozhong stared at the inscription, bewildered, unable to fathom how this young man could possibly know his daughter's name. Had he been eavesdropping at the school gate that morning? Chapter 172. Is there such a mother? Lu Yozhong was eager to seek clarity from Lu Xiaochuan to dispel the doubts that lingered in his heart. However, he realized that he had not even retained the contact information, so he reluctantly set his questions aside to celebrate his daughter Lu Linlin's birthday. Lu Linlin enjoyed a delightful birthday, and the following day at school, she still savored the taste of the cake from the previous day, unaware that someone across the street was quietly observing her. Lu Xiaochuan watched Lu Linlin enter the school gate, then turned to his Santana. With the task accomplished and his father-in-law's fate altered, it was time to return. Upon arriving in Fengyang, it was nearly noon. He went to Qihang Education to exchange for a golf, leaving the Santana with Su Jibin for repairs, and hurried back to the school just in time for lunch. Xin Yue was interning at the First Hospital of Medical University, just a wall away from the school, so she still returned to the campus for lunch. When Lu Xiaochuan found her and Wang Yamia, both wore expressions of discontent and frustration, hardly having touched their meals. "What troubles you, Xiaowei, Sister Miao Miao?" Xin Yue and Wang Yamia recounted their experiences at the hospital, and Lu Xiaochuan's anger erupted upon hearing their tale. They had rotated to the cardiology department for their internship, where they encountered a young patient, a little girl named Dodo, just over 2 years old. Dodo's parents were divorced. She lived with her father, as her mother had abandoned them for another man. Misfortune seemed to follow Dodo, who was often plagued by a cough. Upon examination at the hospital, it was revealed that she suffered from congenital heart disease. Fortunately, it was the type that could be cured through surgery. However, Dodo's father, struggling to make ends meet through farming and odd jobs, could scarcely afford the tens of thousands required for the operation. At that time, there were no free surgical programs for congenital heart disease, and the medical expenses loomed like a mountain. Yet, the child could not be left untreated. Dodo's father borrowed money from various sources, managing to scrape together just over 10,000, but the total cost remained out of reach, forcing him to admit his daughter for routine treatment. Upon learning of her child's hospitalization, Dodo's mother came to the hospital to care for her. The family thought she had a change of heart, but after just 2 days, she stole the money her father had saved for the hospital fees and vanished. Is there truly such a mother? When her child is ill, instead of contributing to the expenses, she steals the money meant for the child's life. Wang Yamia exclaimed through gritted teeth. "Oh, poor Dodo, what will become of her?" Xin Yue lamented with a troubled expression. Lu Xiaochuan reflected on the far worse evils he had witnessed in the news prior to his rebirth, stories of parents who locked their children away to starve, or those who had harmed their own offspring. The internet was rife with heart-wrenching tales. It was not only women who behaved atrociously. There were also men who abandoned their children for mistresses. Inhumane beings existed in every form. "Do not despair, let us eat first. After dinner, take me to the hospital." Xin Yue's eyes suddenly brightened, realizing she had overlooked the fact that her boyfriend was affluent. "Xiaochuan, will you help Dodo? I will go see first. If I can assist, I certainly shall." Lu Xiaochuan is no saint, yet he cannot remain indifferent in the face of such circumstances. If he were still impoverished as in his previous life, it would be understandable. Limited means would offer no recourse. However, having been reborn into a world where earning money is relatively effortless, to turn a blind eye would be excessively callous. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Xin Yue felt assured that he would indeed lend a helping hand, and her spirits lifted significantly. Otherwise, she would have spent the entire day in a state of anxiety. Only Wang Yaming appeared somewhat perplexed, wondering how Xiaochuan intended to assist Dodo. She was aware that Lu Xiaochuan possessed some wealth, but she assumed it was merely a slight affluence in his family background. After lunch, Lu Xiaochuan returned to the dormitory to fetch his books and proceeded to the classroom, for he had already missed 2.5 days of lessons and needed to engage earnestly with his studies. That evening, he reunited with Xin Yue in the canteen. Once they finished dinner, Lu Xiaochuan accompanied her to the hospital. Upon arriving at the cardiology ward, they found Dodo's grandmother keeping her company while Dodo was receiving an intravenous drip. Xin Yue approached Dodo's bedside, gently stroking her head and inquiring, "Dodo, have you been obedient and listened to your grandmother?" "Dr. Shun, I've been very good. I didn't cry when I got my injection. You can ask my grandmother." Dodo's grandmother, observing her granddaughter's sweet demeanor, felt her eyes welling with tears, reflecting her deep sorrow. Lu Xiaochuan said nothing and allowed Xin Yue to lead him to meet the head of the cardiology department. Upon reaching the director's office, Xin Yue introduced Lu Xiaochuan. "Director Wang, this is my boyfriend and a student from our school. He wishes to help Dodo." The director responded, "Young man, I thank you on behalf of the child. How do you intend to assist? Are you looking to retrieve the child's mother for the life-saving funds or organize a student donation drive?" In truth, Director Wang had already coordinated a fundraising effort among the medical staff for Dodo, but the contributions were merely a drop in the bucket. The doctors in the hospital, having witnessed countless tragedies, had become somewhat desensitized. Even if they wished to help, their capacity was limited. The fact that they managed to organize donations was already a considerable feat, yet the funds had ultimately been absconded by Dodo's mother. I wish to cover the child's surgical expenses, Lu Xiaochuan declared astonishingly. Are you certain, young man? We're talking about tens of thousands of yuan. Have you not discussed this with the parents? Director Wang clearly regarded Lu Xiaochuan as a wealthy scion. No need, Director Wang. It's my own earnings. And I am capable of making my own decisions. Seeing that Lu Xiaochuan was not jesting and noticing Shun Youwei's lack of surprise, Director Wang couldn't help but marvel inwardly at the prowess of today's youth. It appeared that he had fallen behind the times. You truly wish to assist them. Thank you. Young man, since you are covering the surgical costs, I shall summon the family. Tomorrow, we will arrange for the surgical consultation and schedule the operation. After the surgery, the child will essentially be no different from a normal person, and the prognosis is very promising. Director Wang instructed the attending physician to notify Dodo's family to come to the office. Before long, Dodo's father and grandmother arrived. Dodo's father, Wang Xiaorong, was not yet 30 but already bore the weight of worry on his brow, his hair flecked with gray. Upon learning that Lu Xiaochuan intended to pay for his daughter's surgery, he immediately dropped to his knees in gratitude. Lu Xiaochuan quickly intervened. Please, don't do that. It's only natural to help a child so young. Anyone would feel compassion. You needn't take it to heart. Just focus on caring for her. Dodo's grandmother stood by, overwhelmed with emotion, unable to articulate her gratitude, yet she grasped Shun Youwei's hand, fully aware that this generous young man was the partner of Dr. Shun. The surgical expenses amounted to over 30,000, and Lu Xiaochuan initially covered the hospitalization fees for Dodo. Director Wang assured that he would apply to the hospital for a partial waiver, asserting that 30,000 should suffice. Director Wang acted swiftly, organizing a consultation the very next day, and by Friday morning, Dodo underwent surgery, which turned out to be exceedingly successful. That Friday evening, Lu Xiaochuan received the good news from Shun Youwei and Wang Yami, who, at that moment, realized that the money had come from Lu Xiaochuan. Curiously, she inquired, Lu Xiaochuan, what does your family do? Are you quite wealthy? Oh, my family is engaged in agriculture. The money I earn is from my own endeavors. Observing Wang Yami's puzzled expression, Shun Youwei decided to reveal the truth, adding, to be honest, the Qihang education where you work is owned by him, so you must keep it a secret. Chapter 173. I even know about the wedding heist. Shun Youwei's revelation left her friend Wang Yami utterly bewildered. So, I was actually working for you all along, she exclaimed. But that's odd. When I initially interviewed at Qihang Education's first branch, I was told it was full, and I was redirected to the second branch. It seems that was your arrangement? Wang Yami finally connected the dots. Lu Xiaochuan chuckled. I was just worried that you would spend all your time with Xiao Wei, leaving me no chance to escort her. I had to trouble you, Sister Miao Miao, to work a bit farther. You too, I'm quite upset. No amount of KFC can soothe my wounded spirit, Wang Yami retorted, genuinely miffed that her close friends had kept such a significant secret from her for so long. No problem, I'll arrange it. Naturally, she would fulfill Wang Yami's small request. On Saturday afternoon, they first visited Dodo at the hospital, having just undergone surgery. The little girl appeared rather weak, sleeping with an 4 drip beside her, while her grandmother and father kept vigil. Wang Xiaoyong's furrowed brow relaxed upon seeing them. As soon as Lu Xiaochuan entered, he hurried over to grasp Lu Xiaochuan's hand, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Lu Xiaochuan reciprocated, saying, Brother Wang, I've told you, there's no need for such formality. Just nurture the child well, encourage her studies, and if she encounters any difficulties in school as she grows, feel free to seek my assistance. I will gladly help. Finding the situation a bit overwhelming, Lu Xiaochuan set down the fruit, exchanged a few pleasantries, and took his leave. Once outside the hospital, he located his golf car and took Shun Youwei and Wang Yami to enjoy KFC. Turns out you have a car, keeping it well hidden. Wang Yami exclaimed. Haha, I am a boss after all. Having a car is quite normal. I senti it? Wang Yami couldn't help but feel envious of her friend Shun Youwei. Beautiful, academically inclined, and now with a boyfriend she initially thought was a poor boy, only to discover he was quite affluent. Upon arriving at KFC, Wang Yami ordered a variety of dishes, but unfortunately, as a young girl, her appetite was not vast. Despite ordering plenty, she ended up feeling stuffed without consuming much, which made Shun Youwei laugh heartily beside her. Alright, Xiao Wei, you're laughing at me. Wang Yami playfully reached out to her. Shun Youwei giggled and evaded her. Stop fooling around. Take your time eating. If it comes to it, I'll treat you again next time. After their meal, Lu Xiaochuan drove to the second branch of Qihang Education, as Wang Yami was scheduled to work there over the weekend, and he intended to pay a visit as well. Upon arriving at the second department of Qihang Education, the newly appointed principal, Gao Shuiqin, noticed her employer and his wife entering together, prompting her to urgently invite them into her office to report on her work. Sister Gao, there's no need for such formality. We're merely passing by, and thought we would take a look, Lu Xiaochuan stated, displaying none of the airs typically associated with a boss. However, Gao Shuiqin was undeterred and proceeded to succinctly update him on the recent enrollment and class situations. With Li Yin off to establish a new branch, Gao Shuiqin, having navigated a few chaotic days, quickly settled into her role, ensuring the remedial classes were running smoothly. In reality, the operational model for the supplementary classes was quite straightforward. There were not many daily tasks, and the routine management was simple. The primary responsibility of communicating with parents fell to the branch principal, a domain in which Gao Shuiqin excelled, allowing her to swiftly regain her footing and manage the classes with remarkable orderliness. Sister Gao, could you please summon Chinsume for me? Gao Shuiqin understood that Chinsume was a classmate of Lu Xiaochuan and nodded before stepping out. Just as Chinsume finished her class and was puzzled by Gao Shuiqin's call, she entered the principal's office only to discover Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue inside. Lu Xiaochuan, Sister Xiaowei, you've come. Xin Yue greeted her promptly. I hope I didn't interrupt your class. Not at all, I just finished. Chinsume replied. Chinsume, during the summer, weren't you supposed to return the 5,000 yuan I lent you? I had mentioned that I would consider your stock investment as equity. It turns out I've made over 3 times the profit on those stocks, and your 5,000 yuan has transformed into 20,000 yuan. I hadn't found the time to deliver your earnings until today, and since I was passing by, I thought I would bring you your profits. Lu Xiaochuan explained as he produced a thick wad of cash from his pocket. Chinsume was reluctant to accept. She had yet to repay the debt to Lu Xiaochuan, and it seemed absurd for him to return money to her. Furthermore, she wondered how Lu Xiaochuan could mention such matters in front of Xin Yue. Had he shared their past dealings with her? Sensing Chinsume's disbelief, Xin Yue chimed in with a smile. Sume, I assure you, he is not deceiving you. He genuinely made several times over, and this money is rightfully yours. Additionally, you may not be aware, but he and his friends actually co-founded this remedial class. So the money you owe him has long since been compensated. Did he tell you about my debt? Chinsume inquired, surprised. Indeed, I'm aware of even the incident regarding the forced wedding proposal. Xin Yue laughed. Chinsume felt a bit flustered. She hadn't anticipated Lu Xiaochuan would disclose such anecdotes to Xin Yue. What forced wedding proposal? That was merely a silly joke from Lu Xiaolong. Lu Xiaochuan and I are just classmates. There is nothing more to it. Please don't misunderstand. Not at all. I hold no misconceptions. Shouldn't classmates support one another? I assure you, I harbor no misunderstandings. Sume, please just accept the money. Despite Xin Yue's encouragement, Chinsume still declined. Lu Xiaochuan had indeed considered the presence of Xin Yue and the potential for embarrassing Chinsume, yet he chose to be forthright to avoid any misinterpretations. Nevertheless, Chinsume's refusal left him with no choice but to reluctantly reclaim the money. All right, I'll consider this as your share of the profits. If you don't acknowledge it, that is fine. How about we treat you to dinner tonight? You must join us. Of course. Let us go to your cousin's restaurant. They serve quite delicious dishes, Chinsume replied with a smile. In the afternoon, Chinsume had classes to attend, so Lu Xiaochuan took Xin Yue to the Liao Opera House to watch a film. After the movie, they returned to Qihang Education Division 2 and waited for a while until Chinsume and Wang Yamiam finished their classes. They then drove to Tally Restaurant. It was at this moment that Chinsume discovered that Lu Xiaochuan had driven there himself, revealing him to be the owner of the tutoring center. Wang Yamiam, noticing her astonishment, remarked, Sume, your classmate is quite the enigma. I only learned yesterday that he is the owner of the tutoring center. It turns out we've been working for him all along. We must indulge in some delicious food today. Chinsume quickly reached a consensus with Wang Yamiam on ordering several dishes. Upon arriving at Tally Restaurant, they found Wang Jing at the entrance, entertaining a child. She was envious to see that Lu Xiaochuan had changed cars, but her astonishment peaked when she saw him alight with 2 former girlfriends in tow, including Chinsume. She felt a deep admiration for her little brother-in-law. Her curiosity ignited. Zhao Lijun's daughter, Zhao Xinhui, who was not yet a year old and learning to walk, turned away from Lu Xiaochuan in apparent disdain when he attempted to pick her up, leaving her uncle embarrassed. However, when Xin Yue approached, Zhao Xinhui willingly allowed herself to be held. Wang Jing chuckled, Little Chuan, it seems your niece finds you unattractive. Lu Xiaochuan pulled out a rattle drum from his pocket and shook it, playfully challenging. Now, tell me, am I still unattractive? The allure of the toy indeed proved irresistible, as Zhao Xinhui no longer rejected Lu Xiaochuan, eagerly reaching for the rattle in his hand. Humph, you can only win children over with material gifts. Wang Yamiam retorted, unimpressed. Once inside Tally Restaurant, Wang Yamiam and Chinsume did not hold back, ordering hearty dishes, but unfortunately, their fighting spirit waned, and they barely made a dent in the food after over an hour of dining. Meow meow, you said I could only buy others with material things, right? Well, I'm using this meal to secure your watch over Xiaowei. How does that sound? Chinsume challenged. Fine, it's delicious. I'm not worried about being bought off. Once I am, it's a success, Wang Yamiam responded cheerfully. Oh, and when he was pursuing me, you were the one who acted as his informant. You must have been bought off long ago. Xin Yue finally seized her chance to retort at her friend. You only just realized? You've been trading meals for my loyalty all along. Wang Yamiam grinned mischievously. After dinner, Lu Xiaochuan intended to take Chinsume back to school, but she insisted he return her to Qihang Education Division 2. Lu Xiaochuan, puzzled, complied. Upon reaching Chihong Education Division 2, as soon as Chen Sumei stepped out of the car, a male student approached her. He appeared a bit displeased upon seeing her disembark from the vehicle, but managed to greet her warmly, saying, "I heard you went out for a meal with friends." Lu Xiaochuan instantly understood. This was Chen Sumei's admirer, likely the one who drove her daily, which clarified why she had requested to be dropped off here. Chen Sumei seemed to have found love, and this brought Lu Xiaochuan great joy. He stepped out of the car, ready to greet them. Xin Yue immediately realized that Lu Xiaochuan's manner of disembarking could easily lead to misunderstandings. She hurriedly followed him out of the car, grasped his hand, and spoke first. "Sumei, who is this? Please introduce us." Chen Sumei, feeling a bit shy, replied, "Sister Xiaowei, this is my classmate from the same year, Yao Xuebing." Upon seeing Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue holding hands, Yao Xuebing understood that he had misinterpreted the situation earlier. Chen Sumei continued with the introduction. "This is my high school friend Lu Xiaochuan, and he is also my dearest friend. This is his girlfriend Xin Yue." Chen Sumei wisely clarified that Lu Xiaochuan was her closest friend, which was the best approach in front of Xin Yue, preventing any future misunderstandings that could arise from ambiguity. Lu Xiaochuan extended his hand first to shake Yao Xuebing's, who awkwardly smiled, realizing he had nearly caused an embarrassing mistake. He was surprised that Chen Sumei had driven here and wondered about her relationship with Lu Xiaochuan. Fortunately, Lu Xiaochuan had a girlfriend who was even more beautiful than Chen Sumei. Otherwise, he might have seen her as a rival. Since Chen Sumei had invited Yao Xuebing to pick her up, it was evident she held some affection for him, which pleased Lu Xiaochuan, indicating that she had moved on and was not hindered by past feelings for him. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, they took their leave, with Lu Xiaochuan suggesting that Yao Xuebing and Chen Sumei come visit him at the medical university. On the way back, Xin Yue quietly asked Lu Xiaochuan, "Now that Chen Sumei has found a boyfriend, don't you feel any reluctance? After all, you fought hard for her affection." "Hush, what nonsense are you saying? Don't let Sister Miao Miao hear that," Lu Xiaochuan replied, realizing that Xin Yue joking with him was a sign that she harbored no misunderstandings. Upon returning near the medical university, Wang Yamia took her leave at the roadside, and Lu Xiaochuan seized the opportunity to drive Xin Yue home, departing under the pretense of wanting to ensure her safe return. However, Wang Yamia found it peculiar that Yue, who had previously shown little desire to return home, was now going back every week. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xiaochuan was leading Xin Yue straight to his rented apartment, where they could enjoy their own private world together. On Sunday, Lu Xiaochuan indeed took Xin Yue home. It had been over 2 months since the purchase of their new house, and the renovations had begun under Shen Jianxin's direction through a friend. Lu Xiaochuan decided to check on the progress. Shen Jianxin and Tan Liqin were present at home, while Shen Dongshu had gone to class. The couple took Lu Xiaochuan and Xin Yue to see their new residence, where the renovations were progressing quite swiftly. The plumbing and electrical work had been completed, and the tiler was laying down tiles. At this stage, the design of the renovations was relatively simple, and Lu Xiaochuan understood that he should not hold excessively high expectations for the outcome. Fortunately, Shen Jianxin's friend was overseeing the work, ensuring the quality of the renovations. As for any profit made on the side, that was to be expected. After all, everyone needed to earn a living. "So how is it, Xiaochuan? Are you satisfied with the quality of the renovations?" Shen Jianxin inquired. Absolutely, absolutely. Uncle Shen, with the friend you found, what could I possibly be worried about? Our classes keep us quite occupied, and we haven't had the time to check in, so we truly appreciate your efforts. Rest assured, you both can focus on your studies. I have everything covered here, Shen Jianxin assured them, knowing that Lu Xiaochuan would handle the expenses regardless of the costs incurred. Upon exiting the newly acquired residence, Lu Xiaochuan ventured to inspect the recently opened branch schools. He had not frequented these establishments since their inauguration, and he felt he had been remiss in his duties as a manager. Fortunately, the operations at the branches were running smoothly. Li Yin and Su Jibin had also completed their home purchase and were now preoccupied with renovation concerns. Lu Xiaochuan recommended the renovation team of his friend Shen Jianxin, suggesting that they await the completion of his own home's renovations to assess the results. If satisfactory, Li Yin could entrust her renovation project to the same team. After discussing the housing matters, Li Yin revealed some shocking news. Their former employer, Wang Tongguang, the proprietor of Chunfeng Education, had divorced, and the supplementary tutoring classes were being sold off. The reason behind this upheaval was Wang's infidelity with a newly hired English teacher, an affair that his wife discovered. Lu Xiaochuan listened with a sense of melancholy. Indeed, Wang had been unable to escape the trajectory of his past. Returning to school after dinner at Shen Yue's residence, the hour had already surpassed 7 o'clock. Lu Xiaochuan opted not to attend evening self-study sessions and instead retreated to his dormitory for some rest. To his surprise, many were present in the dorm, and upon entering, he spotted Wu Zilin sitting on the lower bunk, his face bruised and battered, while others gathered around him, inquiring about the situation. "What happened?" Lu Xiaochuan exclaimed. "He was beaten by a freshman." Gao Song interjected. "Are freshmen this bold now, daring to strike an upperclassman? What is the story?" As the others chimed in, Lu Xiaochuan quickly grasped the unfolding events. Wu Zealand had recently embarked on a weight loss journey and, emboldened by his modest success, had approached a junior female student at the library, attempting to flirt. The girl, unresponsive to his advances, did not rebuff him harshly, but simply ignored him. Wu Zealand, oblivious to the signals, persisted, unaware that the girl had a boyfriend. When the boyfriend returned from the restroom and witnessed Wu Zealand's unwarranted attention towards his girlfriend, a confrontation ensued. Wu Zealand, attempting to assert his seniority, was met with resistance, resulting in a thorough beating that left him bruised. I would have fared better had I not lost weight and lacked strength, Wu Zealand protested. Lu Xiaochuan interjected. Enough with the bravado. You brought this upon yourself. You should have assessed the situation before making your advances. Nonetheless, it is indeed embarrassing to be bested by a freshman. We shall reclaim your honor. Absolutely, this freshman is far too arrogant. Do we even know which class or dorm he belongs to? We must confront him, Zhu Chuanjian added. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan and Zhu Chuanjian willing to defend him, Wu Zealand's spirits lifted. They were the most formidable allies in the dorm, particularly Lu Xiaochuan, whose words carried significant weight. Before long, they had gathered information on the freshman, named Sun Hongjin, hailing from Shunqing. On Wednesday morning, after completing his run, Sun Hongjin found himself cornered on the playground by several individuals from room 503. Lu Xiaochuan and Zhu Chuanjian intercepted him, while Wu Zealand, emboldened by the presence of his allies, became quite brazen. You were quite the hotshot a few days ago, weren't you? Now what do you have to say? If you're sensible, apologize quickly. I might consider letting you off the hook. Lu Xiaochuan furrowed his brow at the sight of Wu Zealand and interrupted him. Addressing Sun Hongjin, brother, as your seniors, why must you be so ruthless? Sun Hongjin cast a disdainful glance at Wu Zealand before turning to Lu Xiaochuan, stating, today, there are many of you, so I can only consider myself unfortunate. If a fight is inevitable, let it happen swiftly, but I will not apologize to him. Should he dare to harass my girlfriend again, I will retaliate. At this, Zhu Chuanjian's temper flared, and he was about to strike, but Lu Xiaochuan held him back. Surprised by Sun Hongjin's defiance, Lu Xiaochuan felt a certain respect for this freshman. Truth be told, if his girlfriend were being harassed, he would react similarly, regardless of seniority. Since there are many of us today, if a fight ensues, you would undoubtedly resist. How about this? I will challenge you to a duel. If you lose, you must apologize to my roommate. Does that sound agreeable? Sun Hongjin understood that being cornered today would lead to an inevitable confrontation, and he was taken aback by Lu Xiaochuan's proposition. Confident in his abilities, he readily agreed, no problem. However, since you are my senior, if I happen to injure you, let us not escalate this to the school. We can both claim we simply fell. Agreed, then let us proceed. Lu Xiaochuan instructed his dorm mates to step back and charge forward. As the two clashed, they quickly retreated, both exclaiming in unison, have you trained before? It was no wonder Sun Hongjin was so self-assured. He had indeed practiced. Little did he expect Lu Xiaochuan to be equally skilled, which explained his eagerness to engage rather than allowing the more robust Zhu Chuanjian to face him. Though they had mutual respect, the fight was unavoidable. They exchanged several blows, none of which were critical. Ultimately, Lu Xiaochuan outmaneuvered Sun Hongjin, employing a wrestling technique that sent him sprawling on his back. Rather than continue the assault, Lu Xiaochuan extended his hand. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan's gesture, Sun Hongjin grasped his hand to rise, straightforwardly admitting, all right, I concede. I apologize. He then genuinely offered an apology to Wu Zealand. With his dignity restored, Wu Zealand quickly acquiesced, realizing that this young man was indeed a fighter, and he had not been wronged in the encounter. Lu Xiaochuan formally introduced himself to Sun Hongjin, marking the end of their minor conflict. He intended to remind Wu Zealand that engaging in frivolous flirtation was unwise. Instead, he should focus on improving his physique and enhancing his competitive edge. After this commotion, they nearly missed breakfast. The group hurried to the cafeteria for a quick meal before heading to class. Wu Zealand, naturally, refrained from overeating, gradually adapting to a new portion size, having grown accustomed to hunger. At lunch in the cafeteria, Lu Xiaochuan encountered Wang Yamayo, but did not see Xin Yue. Upon inquiry, he learned that Xin Yue had been summoned to the office of Vice Dean Feng Qing of the School of Public Health that morning and had yet to return. Xin Yue, while at the hospital, was unexpectedly informed by a classmate that the Vice Dean had requested her presence. Puzzled as to why a mere intern would be summoned, she later discovered that it was not the hospital's Vice Dean, but rather Vice Dean Feng Qing of the School of Public Health, who sought her out. Next semester, the specialized courses will commence. Xin Yue is unfamiliar with the teachers in her department and does not know Dean Feng. She is puzzled as to why she has been summoned, but nevertheless requests leave from the doctor supervising her internship and hurries back to school. Upon arriving at Vice Dean Feng Qing's office, Dean Feng gazes at her for a prolonged moment, and his first words leave her bewildered. You are Xin Yue? I did not expect you to be a student in our department. Do you know? I held you as a child. Xin Yue, perplexed, inquires, do you know my parents? Indeed, your mother and I were childhood friends, the closest of sisters. My mother, she has been gone since my early years. Upon hearing Feng Qing mention her mother, Xin Yue's eyes immediately reddened. I know your father has told you that your mother passed away when you were 2. In truth, She is still alive. This revelation strikes Shen Yue like thunder, causing her to spring up in excitement. What did you say? My mother is still alive? Calm down. Please take a seat. Feng Qing pours a glass of water for Shen Yue, urging her to collect herself. How could Shen Yue remain composed? Eagerly, she asks. What on earth is going on? Can you tell me? Feng Qing sighs and responds. You are aware that in the years following your birth, we were in a tumultuous historical period. Your maternal grandfather's family faced unjust treatment due to their social standing, and consequently, your parents were not spared from the repercussions. Your mother and grandfather's family went abroad, and as you know, your father is quite capable, yet he remains an ordinary employee. This may be related to the situation. So, they chose not to tell me about my mother? Perhaps that is part of it, but I believe the greater reason is to protect you. I hope you can understand their intentions. Feng Qing empathizes with the Shun family's decision, holding no resentment even from the perspective of a friend of Shen Yue's mother. Where is my mother now? Shen Yue finally poses the crucial question. She is in the United States. After going abroad, she pursued higher education and is now a scholar. As for me, I attended university after the resumption of the college entrance examination and remained at the university after graduation. We lost contact for many years, but I learned of her whereabouts during an academic exchange abroad a few years ago. I left a forwarding address for her and was surprised to receive a letter from her this year. Did she mention me? Of course. She immediately asked me to find you. I hesitated to approach your father directly and eventually managed to uncover your information. I also have a letter from her for you. As Feng Qing retrieves a letter from her drawer and hands it to Shen Yue, she is eager to open it. However, Feng Qing stops her, saying, I think it would be better for you to read it at your own pace. Shen Yue halts her actions, recognizing the wisdom in Feng Qing's words. The news she received today is overwhelming, and she needs to gather her thoughts. Thank you, Dean Feng. No need for thanks. You may also call me Aunt Feng. But in school, it's best to address me as Dean. I heard you took the TOEFL and plan to study abroad for your master's degree. Indeed, the thought has crossed my mind. Now that I am aware of my mother's presence abroad, my resolve to go overseas has intensified. Perhaps there is no need to wait until next year for the postgraduate entrance examination. I might venture out sooner. However, you should return and read your mother's letter. In a few days, you may come back, and I will explain everything in detail. As Shen Yue emerged from Feng Qing's office, she clutched the letter tightly, feeling its weight. Upon exiting the building, she spotted Lu Xiaochuan waiting by the roadside. Xiao Wei, why are you crying? What has happened? Chapter 176. Facing a dilemma seeing Shen Yue's red-rimmed eyes, Lu Xiaochuan initially assumed she had been reprimanded and was about to inquire further. Shen Yue merely mentioned that Feng Qing was a childhood friend of her mother's, and the meeting had stirred up poignant memories, leading her to tears. Lu Xiaochuan, believing her words, accompanied Shen Yue for a meal. However, he noticed her distracted demeanor, yet hesitated to pry, fearing it might upset her further. After their meal, instead of heading to the hospital, Shen Yue returned to her dormitory alone. With her classmates occupied with internships, she found herself in solitude. She took out her mother's letter and gently tore open the envelope. Dear Xiao Wei, I am deeply sorry for not having contacted you all these years. You must be quite grown up now. Throughout the years, I have constantly thought of you. The letter was lengthy, and Shen Yue read it with great care, only to realize that her cheeks were already damp with tears. Her mother, Imo Huaying, recounted her experiences abroad over the years. Shortly after her grandparents emigrated, they passed away, and Imo Huaying eventually made her way to the United States, where she became a naturalized citizen and now a university professor. The letter expressed her longing for her daughter and her hope that Shen Yue would join her abroad. Imo Huaying provided her contact information, including a phone number in the United States. Eager to reach out, Shen Yue hurried towards the post office to make an international call, but after taking a few steps, she hesitated. After 2 decades apart, her memories of her mother were scant, primarily derived from the photographs cherished at home. Even if she made the call, she was uncertain of what to say. Should she rejoice that her mother was alive, or lament the years of abandonment, knowing her mother had left out of necessity? Shen Yue was engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions, yearning for someone to confide in, yet uncertain of whom to approach. She did not wish for Lu Xiaochuan to be privy to this matter. Previously, she had envisioned studying abroad, returning after her studies. However, now with her mother alone overseas, the prospect of pursuing her studies seemed daunting. If she went abroad, it might mean parting ways with Lu Xiaochuan. The dilemma of choice weighed heavily on her heart. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaochuan, he remained in the dark about Shen Yue's turmoil. When he did not see her during the evening study session, he began to sense that something was amiss. He visited her dormitory, only to be met with her excuse of feeling unwell. Lu Xiaochuan, thinking it was merely a result of her menstrual cycle, felt reassured. He even went downstairs to the shop to buy brown sugar for her, much to the amusement of her dormitory mates. The following day, after lunch, Shen Yue once again visited Feng Qing's office. Feng Qing invited her to sit and inquired, So, have you read your mother's letter? Yes, I have. Thank you, Dean Feng. I would like to ask, when you mentioned that I could go abroad early yesterday, what did you mean? Shen Yue had already made up her mind. If given the opportunity, she yearned to leave sooner, eager to reunite with her mother. I mentioned that when there are no outsiders present, You may call me Aunt Feng. Next spring, we have several exchange student positions at the same university as Eagle Sauce. And if you wish to go, I can facilitate that for you. As the deputy dean of the secondary college, Feng Qing wielded considerable influence. Really? That would be wonderful. Aunt Feng, what preparations do I need to make? Xin Yue inquired. You have yet to study your major courses, so it would be best for you to self-study in advance. As for the current clinical internship, there's no need for you to attend. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. You need not worry about your internship grades. Aunt Feng, I do not wish to be treated as an exception regarding the internship. I would prefer to attend. I will use my spare time to self-study. Very well, it's up to you. As winter break approaches, I plan to undertake a research project, and you could assist me. When it comes time to write the paper, I could include your name at the end, which would also benefit your prospects for going abroad. With that, Feng Qing frowned, seemingly facing some difficulty. Aunt Feng, what area of research are you pursuing? Feng Qing glanced at Xin Yue and replied, Haha, you have yet to study your major courses. I mentioned that you probably wouldn't understand, but I intend to undertake a project concerning areas affected by fluorosis and iodine deficiency. I have yet to find a suitable location. Oh, I actually know of a place where both conditions exist, though it is somewhat distant and not within the province. Xin Yue suddenly recalled a conversation with Lu Xiaochuan while escorting Bai Ling to the airport, where they had discussed the regions where Yu Qingjun was stationed, which indeed had both endemic diseases. Feng Qing was surprised that Xin Yue knew about this and quickly responded, Really? Distance is not a concern. We need not limit ourselves to within the province. Yes, it is in the Haidong region of Xihai Province, a place called Min County. How do you know about such a remote location? Feng Qing asked, intrigued. Xin Yue's cheeks flushed as she replied, Aunt Feng, I have a boyfriend. Oh, I learned about your relationship. I heard he is a junior, named Lu Xiaochuan. Am I right? Xin Yue felt a bit bashful and confirmed, yes. His name is Lu Xiaochuan. A friend of his is serving as the deputy county head in Min County, and they discussed the situation there, which I happen to remember. Oh, he has a friend who is a deputy county head while still being a student? Your young boyfriend is quite impressive. If I wish to conduct research in Xihai Province, could he assist in making the necessary connections? Feng Qing was surprised by Lu Xiaochuan's network. I'm not sure. Perhaps I should invite him over so you can ask him directly? Xin Yue hesitated to make promises on Lu Xiaochuan's behalf. Yes, please bring him here. This is concerning the research project, and I am quite anxious. May I use your phone? Feng Qing became aware that Lu Xiaochuan might be reachable. All right, no problem. Go ahead. Xin Yue utilized Feng Qing's landline to call Lu Xiaochuan's mobile phone. Having just returned to his dormitory after a meal, Lu Xiaochuan usually found his mobile phone almost non-functional, rarely receiving calls. However, upon receiving this call, he promptly answered. Upon hearing Xin Yue's request for him to go to Feng Qing's office, he hurried over. Feng Qing was surprised that Xin Yue managed to connect with Lu Xiaochuan, pondering if it was indeed rare for a student to possess a mobile phone. Soon, his curiosity was confirmed as Lu Xiaochuan arrived. His mobile phone bulging in his jacket pocket, the antenna protruding conspicuously. Feng Qing, not having the time to delve into Lu Xiaochuan's affairs, quickly mentioned the project in Min County and inquired if Lu Xiaochuan could assist in establishing contact. If he could connect with the county government, the medical university could send an official letter facilitating the work. Lu Xiaochuan readily agreed, stating, No problem, I will help you contact them, but I have a condition. Chapter 177. Lu Xiaochuan's condition. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, Feng Qing furrowed his brow, surprised that this young man was presenting conditions. Go ahead, what is your condition? Director Feng, I wish to accompany you on the project. I desire to learn more. Feng Qing mused, considering that Lu Xiaochuan, a second-year clinical student, would gain little by joining the public health team, suspecting he merely wanted to be near Xin Yue. After some contemplation, he replied, To be frank, my project budget is limited. Bringing Xin Yue along has already stretched the funding, and adding you might pose a challenge. Director Feng, as long as you allow me to accompany you, I will cover all my expenses, including Xin Yue's share. You need not worry about any costs. I assure you it will not be a burden. With such a commitment made, Feng Qing naturally acquiesced. Lu Xiaochuan then stepped outside to call Yu Qingjun for preliminary discussions. Once Lu Xiaochuan left, Feng Qing turned to Xin Yue, teasingly inquiring, Have you found a wealthy boyfriend? Though she wished for her best friend's daughter not to be seen as materialistic, the impression was quite the opposite. Director Feng, Lu Xiaochuan's parents are farmers. He earns his own money. He runs a tutoring class and engages in stock trading, so he must have made a decent income, though I'm not entirely certain. Initially, I thought he was just an ordinary student, which is why I agreed to his request. Listening to Xin Yue's explanation, Feng Qing's concerns were immediately alleviated. Lu Xiaochuan contacted Yu Qingjun, briefly outlining the situation. Yu Qingjun welcomed the initiative wholeheartedly, recognizing that a professor from the medical university conducting research in Min County would significantly enhance local public health efforts, particularly in guiding the work of the local epidemic prevention station. To express his support, Yu Qingjun requested a phone call with Feng Qing. Lu Xiaochuan, with no choice, returned to Feng Qing's office with his mobile phone, facilitating the conversation between her and Yu Qingjun. The dialogue between Yu Qingjun and Feng Qing took on a more formal tone, proceeding smoothly as they finalized the general details. Awaiting the Medical University's official correspondence to Min County. Thank you, Lu Xiaochuan. You have truly assisted me in resolving a significant issue. Feng Qing expressed her gratitude. It is my honor to serve Teacher Feng. Since Feng Qing is a friend of Xin Yue's mother and seems to hold Xin Yue in high regard, it is possible that Xin Yue may have the opportunity to pursue her graduate studies under Feng Qing without the need to go abroad. However, unbeknownst to him, Feng Qing is actively encouraging Xin Yue to study abroad next year. Lu Xiaochuan is merely facilitating connections. The subsequent matters will naturally be handled by Feng Qing. Soon, Feng Qing, accompanied by several of her graduate students, traveled to Xihai province, with Xin Yue also in tow. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan was preoccupied with preparing for his final exams and would have to wait until the winter break to visit. This semester, Lu Xiaochuan registered for the English Level 6 examination but did not pass. He is not overly concerned, as he still has several years of university ahead of him, presenting ample opportunities. As the end of the semester approached, Zhang Chao called to inform him about a wedding being held in their hometown that weekend, suggesting Lu Xiaochuan need not return if he was too busy with studies. Aware that Zhang Chao was hoping for his presence, Lu Xiaochuan took a leave of absence on Saturday morning and boarded the train back to Xinqiang County. On this trip home, Lu Xiaochuan carried a large backpack containing 300,000 yuan in cash. His wealth has now surpassed 10 million, affording him the means to purchase a home for his girlfriend. Thus, bringing some money back for his parents and sister was only fitting. Upon arriving in Shida town, he noticed the newly paved asphalt roads, and even the cement roads in Liutuan had been completed, eliminating the need to traverse the bumpy, dilapidated paths. Lu Xiaochuan was already aware of these developments, having funded them himself. As soon as the roads were completed, his brother Lu Xiaoxi, the village secretary, had called to report on the progress and the remaining funds, which were allocated for the village office and the library of the village elementary school, assuring him that he could review the accounts at any time upon his return. Although Lu Xiaochuan remained modest and did not disclose that he was the source of the funding, the villagers were well aware that the investment for the road construction came from him. Upon returning to the village, everyone greeted him courteously, expressing their gratitude and admiration. After receiving numerous words of thanks and praise along the way, Lu Xiaochuan returned home, where his mother, Zhao Cuiping, upon seeing his large backpack, commended him for his accomplishments and noted that he had brought books back to study in preparation for the upcoming finals. To her astonishment, when Lu Xiaochuan opened the backpack, it was filled with cash, startling his parents. Zhao Cuiping hurriedly closed the door and asked, "Son, have you earned more money?" "Yes, didn't I tell you before? I run a tutoring class in the provincial capital and earn hundreds of thousands each year, and I've made some money trading stocks as well. Now, my wealth exceeds 1 million. Lu Xiaochuan hesitated to reveal that he was a millionaire, fearing his parents might not accept it. Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping exchanged glances, wondering if money in the provincial capital was so easy to earn, or if their son was simply exceptionally talented, perhaps a sign of their ancestors' blessings. "I brought this money back specifically for you to spend, to buy a house in the county. I will also purchase a place for my sister in the county. Where would your father and I spend so much money? Besides, our new house is quite comfortable. It is no less pleasant than living in the city. We do not wish to move to the county where we know no one and would have no one to converse with." Before Lu Xiaochuan could finish, Zhao Cuiping firmly rejected the idea. "Well, you may decide for yourselves, since the money has been brought back to you. Perhaps you could consider which of our relatives might be in need of financial assistance. You could lend them a little. There's no need to mention my 2 uncles, but my aunt and my younger aunt still haven't benefited from our generosity." On his way back, Lu Xiaochuan guessed that his parents would surely disapprove of the idea of buying a house in the county town, and he did not push the issue further. He called the village office in Shuangmiao and requested that they inform his older sister and brother-in-law to come over. With a bundle of cash in his pocket, Lu Xiaochuan headed to Zhang Chao's house. Just as Lu Xiaochuan departed, Zhao Cuiping hurriedly locked his backpack in the cabinet and concealed the key. At Zhang Chao's home, a multitude of relatives had already gathered, assisting in preparations for the wedding banquet the following day. Upon Lu Xiaochuan's arrival, they quickly ushered him inside. Knowing full well that he had earned money and was seeking investors to aid in road repairs for the village, it was inevitable that he would receive a flurry of compliments. Despite Lu Xiaochuan's thick skin, he felt somewhat embarrassed by the praises. He pulled Zhang Chao aside and presented him with 10,000 yuan. "Chao, since you are getting married tomorrow, consider this my gift to you. I won't be keeping a record of the gift. You know it is not advisable to document too much." Zhang Chao was taken aback. "Xiaochuan, it is improper to give so much. If you had given me 500 or 1,000, I would have accepted it, but this amount leaves me at a loss." Lu Xiaochuan would not allow him to refuse. "What kind of relationship do we have? We've grown up together. You know I've made some money. Let us not argue about it. When it's my turn to marry, you can simply return the favor. This 10,000 yuan. You can add a bit more to it and buy yourself a motorcycle." Seeing Lu Xiaochuan's resolute stance, Zhang Chao reluctantly accepted, thinking to himself that he would have to repay this kindness in the future. He decided against the motorcycle and instead planned to contribute a little more to purchase a small pickup truck, which would be useful for hauling straw and cattle feed. Do as you wish. If you find yourself short on funds, just let me know. I still have some left. That's sufficient. I had already prepared quite a bit myself. My cattle farming has also yielded a fair amount, Zhang Chao replied, pride evident on his face. With the current policies favoring hard work, prosperity was attainable. Upon returning from Zhang Chao's house, his older sister Lu Xiaoyan and brother-in-law Wang Guangxing had arrived. They were unsure why Lu Xiaochuan had summoned them, but they suspected it was likely for a good reason. Chapter 178. Zhang Chao's spirited bride. As soon as Lu Xiaochuan entered the room, his older sister Lu Xiaoyan eagerly inquired, Xiaochuan, you called both me and your brother-in-law. Is there some good news? Yes, there is good news. By the way, why didn't you bring the child with you? Oh, we didn't want to worry you, so we left the child at home with their grandmother. It's no trouble. We plan to return later this evening. Lu Xiaochuan got straight to the point. I called you both to discuss the matter of purchasing a house in the county town. Buying a house? You intend to buy one? Lu Xiaoyan asked, perplexed. But you still have a few years until you graduate. Why the rush to sell a house in the county town? Lu Xiaochuan turned to Zhao Cuiping. Mom, where did you put my backpack? Zhao Cuiping retrieved the key, unlocked the cabinet, and handed the backpack to Lu Xiaochuan. With this much money, it must be secured. Lu Xiaochuan opened his backpack and took out 100,000 yuan, handing it to his elder sister. This is for you. Use it to purchase a home in the county. In a few years, Haoza will be ready to attend school there. Wait, Xiaochuan, have you struck it rich again? Lu Xiaoyun was astonished by her brother. The money he had lent them for their furniture store had yet to be repaid. And now he was offering them funds to buy a house. Given the housing prices in the county, 100,000 yuan could easily procure 2 apartments. Indeed, I've made over 1 million. My tutoring class generates a steady income of at least several hundred thousand each year. Xiaochuan, your wealth is yours alone. We cannot accept this. We still owe you for the previous loan. Her husband, Wang Guangxing, promptly declined, feeling it inappropriate for a brother-in-law to continually accept financial support from his younger sibling. Consider it a gift from my nephew. He can repay me when he grows up and earns money. Is that acceptable? Lu Xiaochuan replied helplessly, shifting the focus to his nephew. Your brother has provided this for you, so accept it. He has brought back quite a sum, Zhao Cuiping interjected. Lu Xiaoyun, though tempted, was hesitant until her mother spoke up, prompting her to accept the money. Wang Guangxing, feeling slightly embarrassed, remained silent. Lu Jinyu suggested to his son, Xiaochuan, your aunt has yet to buy a house in the city. Perhaps we could lend her some money? Your aunt-in-law is looking to set up a vegetable greenhouse. And your second uncle needs funds to renovate his house. Shouldn't we assist them? Certainly. The money is yours to manage. You and my mother can decide how to lend it to them. Whenever they can repay, it's fine. If they cannot, so be it. However, it must not be perceived as a gift to avoid fostering any sense of entitlement. Do we not understand this? Lu Jinyu felt gratified by his son's agreement. By the way, do not be frugal at home. Purchase what you need. Although our house is newly built, the yard needs proper planning. We should buy some bricks to pave it, so we don't tread in mud when it rains. After speaking with his father, Lu Xiaochuan, concerned about any misunderstandings, turned to his sister. Sister, consider this money as a gift from me. If you insist on repaying, let it be when the child grows up and earns. Seeing her brother's commitment to the gesture, Lu Xiaoyan decided not to be overly formal about it. All right, my husband and I truly appreciate your generosity. We will keep the money and not repay you. Exactly. We are siblings. There is no need for such formality. If our roles were reversed, I would not be courteous either. With the financial matters settled, Lu Xiaochuan felt relieved. He sought his parents' approval to stay back during the winter break to work on a project with his teacher in Xihai province, possibly not returning for the spring festival. Zhao Cuiping, upon hearing about the project, did not object, unaware that Lu Xiaochuan's true purpose was to accompany his girlfriend, Shen Yue. Lu Xiaoyan and Wang Guangxing chose not to return home that night due to the late hour and the safety concerns of carrying money, instead opting to stay at their family home until the next morning. The following day, the Lu family attended a banquet at Zhang Chao's house. Zhang Chao's bride was Zhao Cuiping's niece. Although not closely related, they belonged to the same Zhao family and lived in the same village, making it imperative for the aunt to attend the wedding. As the parents attended the wedding banquet, they were seated in the honored positions. In the present Lu Tun, who could mention Lu Xiaochuan without giving a thumbs up? He has prospered both financially and academically, contributing to the village by repairing roads. Consequently, the statuses of Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping have also risen significantly, garnering respect wherever they go. Naturally, at the wedding banquet, they were among the first to partake in the lavish feast. Lu Xiaochuan himself maintained a low profile, assisting his childhood friend, the groom Zhang Chao, alongside a group of young people with various tasks, such as setting off firecrackers. Once the elders had finished their meals and departed, it was the young people's turn. When the bride and groom approached to toast and light cigarettes, they naturally faced some playful teasing, though it was not excessive, as the more outrageous antics would be reserved for the evening's festivities. Lu Xiaochuan was already acquainted with the bride, Zhao Xiujia, having often visited his grandmother's house as a child, where he had formed friendships with peers of similar age, even referring to her as his cousin in the past. The bride offered him a cigarette, and Lu Xiaochuan took a puff of the celebratory smoke, saying, "Sister-in-law, you see, from the perspective of Zhao Tan, I used to call you cousin. But now that you have married into Lu Tan, and since I am Zhang Chao's childhood friend, 2 months older than him, you must now address me as brother." With a teasing grin, she retorted, "Why don't you say that from my side, calling him brother-in-law? Aren't you afraid of being kicked out by our Zhao family when you visit your grandmother's house, pretending to be so grand?" Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback. It had been several years since they last met, and Zhao Xiujie was still quite a spirited character. Zhang Chao laughed from the side, suggesting, "How about this? We each call it as we please. You still have to call her cousin, Xiaochuan, and as for me, I won't insist on being called brother-in-law. In fact, you calling me brother would be no loss to you. I'm already an elder brother. I feel a bit awkward joining you youngsters for the evening's revelry. But if you make me call her cousin, I won't hold back." "Huh, are you afraid? If you dare show up tonight, I'll go to your house and tell my aunt on you." Zhao Xiujie refused to yield. Lu Xiaochuan, realizing he was outmatched, acknowledged her boldness. It seemed Zhang Chao would have his hands full in the future. That evening, Lu Xiaochuan ultimately did not participate in the revelry. After lunch at the banquet, he departed for the train station, boarding the afternoon train. He would arrive at the South Station by 9 p.m., and with the impending final exams. He had not requested a leave of absence for Monday. He needed to return to school promptly. His hometown was all settled now, and the most pressing matter was the upcoming final examinations. Once those were completed, he would head to Xihai Province. The evening train was on time. Arriving at South Station shortly after 9 p.m., the station was just over a kilometer from the medical university, and upon disembarking, Lu Xiaochuan walked back to campus. A fresh layer of snow had fallen in Fengyang, and as he stepped on the crystalline surface, the sound beneath his feet echoed, prompting him to quicken his pace. Upon reaching the dormitory, he found his roommates engrossed in their studies. With finals approaching, everyone was intensely focused, and the study rooms were fully occupied, leading them to study in their dorms instead. They were all behaving as if preparing for the college entrance examination. Is it really necessary to be this tense? You didn't even say welcome when I returned. You didn't bring back anything tasty, and yet you expect us to welcome you? Your audacity is impressive. By the way, here's some good news. The school has announced that the immunology exam has been moved up to the day after tomorrow. You can figure that out for yourself. Upon realizing the situation, Lu Xiaochuan was immediately taken aback. It was no wonder that his roommates had suddenly become so diligent. Disregarding his fatigue, he promptly retrieved his textbooks and notes, joining the ranks of those engaged in study. Chapter 179, Changing Majors? Attentively listening in class had proven to be immensely beneficial. After 2 weeks of intense revision and examinations, Lu Xiaochuan successfully navigated his final assessments without any significant hurdles. The conclusion of the final exams heralded the commencement of winter break. After gathering with his roommates for a meal and ensuring arrangements for supplementary classes at Xihang Education, Lu Xiaochuan swiftly boarded a flight to Xihai Province. Before embarking, he reminded Bai Ling to open a savings account on his behalf, transferring 500,000 to ensure he had ample funds upon arrival in Xihai Province. Keojibeo Airport is located less than 100 kilometers from Mint County. Surprisingly, there was a direct bus service available. Lu Xiaochuan endured a bumpy 2-hour journey on a coach, finally reaching the county town. Mint County lies at the transitional zone between the Lus Plateau and the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, with an average elevation of over 2,000 meters. Characterized by a typical plateau, continental, arid climate. Lu Xiaochuan noticed the air felt somewhat thin, but being young, he quickly acclimated. Upon reaching the county town, he found a small inn to settle in before contacting Xin Yue and Yu Qingjun. Xin Yue was conducting research with Fengqing in Dongshan Township. She promptly requested leave from Fengqing and hurried back to the county town. Fengqing understood, as it was only natural for lovers, having been apart for days, to reunite despite the long distances. However, he couldn't help but worry whether Lu Xiaochuan might influence Xin Yue to forego studying abroad, fearing that if she did go overseas, their relationship might face an inevitable separation, making him feel somewhat responsible for their potential heartbreak. Yu Qingjun advised Lu Xiaochuan to settle in first, promising to arrange dinner after work and come to pick him up. Xin Yue arrived first, waiting outside the inn. At long last, Lu Xiaochuan was reunited with the one he had longed for. Xin Yue remained as beautiful as ever, her appearance untouched by the harsh winds and sands of the plateau. Once inside the room, they embraced each other, expressing their heartfelt longing. Unfortunately, before they could fully articulate their emotions, Yu Qingjun called. Lu Xiaochuan descended with Xin Yue, where the entire Yu family had gathered. It had been over a year since their last meeting, and Yu Qingjun appeared considerably weathered, with a hint of altitude redness on his face. Bai Ling and Pai Pai also seemed less vibrant than before, yet their eyes retained a bright spark, indicating good health despite the harsh conditions of the plateau that left them looking somewhat disheveled. Mint County is relatively small, lacking large restaurants. So they dined at the halal establishment Yu Qingjun had arranged, which served local specialties such as hand-pulled lamb, clear braised beef, and cold beef dishes. Reminiscent of the Northwest noodle houses found in the mainland. In reality, most of the noodle houses across the country were not run by residents of Lanqing, but predominantly by people from Xihai province, particularly from the neighboring county of Hualong, many of whom had ventured out to open noodle shops. As they discussed their work, Yu Qingjun spoke passionately, while Bai Ling and Xin Yue shared their sentiments. The people of the Northwest are known for their diligence and kindness, characterized by their simplicity and warmth, though their lives are often constrained by the harshness of their natural environment. Xiaochuan, what does it mean that you transferred such a significant sum of money to me? At the dinner table, Bai Ling naturally mentioned the 500,000 yuan Lu Xiaochuan had sent her. Sister Bai, during the summer vacation, I made quite a profit from stock trading. I initially borrowed 120,000 yuan from you, and I promised to repay you with a doubled amount. As for the remaining funds, I intend to contribute to the people of Min County. It is often said that no matter how hard times get, children should not suffer, and education should never be compromised. Therefore, I plan to donate the surplus to build 2 Hope primary schools, one in the Baishu Township where you are teaching, and the other in the Dongshan Township where Xiao Wei and her team are conducting their research. My capabilities are limited, and this is all I can do. Xiaochuan, Yu Gu expressed gratitude on behalf of the people of Min County. I never expected that as a student, you could possess such compassion for the populace. It truly puts me to shame. If you are willing to donate, then what is stopping us? We shall contribute our entirety of 120,000 yuan as well. Upon saying this, Yu Qingjun glanced at Bai Ling, who nodded in support of her husband's decision. Yu Gu, that might not be appropriate. I have made a considerable amount of money. Even after the donation, I still have some left. That 120,000 is all of your savings, Lu Xiaochuan interjected. Bai Ling confidently replied, it is nothing. Most of it has come from the tutoring classes you provided, and there will be a continuous influx of funds for us in the future. Besides, both Yu Gu and I still have our salaries, which are sufficient for our family of 3. Lu Xiaochuan nodded. Very well, I respect your decision. Let us make the donation in the name of Qihong Education. Agreed. If there are further donations needed in the future, I shall cover them all in the name of our tutoring classes. Agreed. We will certainly not dispute this further. Besides, we are out of funds. Haha, we must leave some for our living expenses. After inquiring about Pai Pai's academic situation, Bai Ling shared that when Pai Pai first arrived, he was not accustomed to the new environment. But he has since made quite a few friends at school and quickly adapted to his new life. In terms of studies, it is not as convenient as in Fengyang, yet his grades remain commendable. Now that it is winter break, Bai Ling tutors her son at home daily, a luxury that other children do not have. Their meal extended late into the evening, and after bidding farewell, Lu Xiaochuan took Xin Yue back to the hotel. The brief separation felt like a honeymoon, and naturally, they indulged in tender moments. Xin Yue felt a profound conflict within her. On one hand, she wished to gradually distance herself from Lu Xiaochuan to avoid an abrupt impact when she goes abroad, yet on the other hand, she felt reluctant and decided to let things unfold naturally. The Dongshan Township, where Xin Yue and her team were conducting research, is over 20 kilometers from the county seat, and public transport is scarce, so they usually reside in the dormitory provided by the township government. Lu Xiaochuan contemplated purchasing a vehicle, as transportation in Min County is inconvenient, and an off-road vehicle would be ideal. However, upon inquiring about the price of a Mitsubishi Pajero, he was dissuaded. He was taken aback by how exorbitant the price of a Pajero had become in this day and age, and the 500,000 yuan he brought was far from adequate. Opting for a more modest choice, Lu Xiaochuan spent 20,000 yuan on a Suzuki 125 motorcycle, which he later gifted to Yu Qingjun when he returned. With the motorcycle, traveling between Dongshan Township and the county seat became much more manageable for him and Xin Yue. After purchasing the vehicle, they wasted no time and set off for Dongshan Township, where Lu Xiaochuan formally reported to Fengqing. However, Fengqing did not regard Lu Xiaochuan as significant, so he engaged in tasks within his capabilities. In the subsequent days, Lu Xiaochuan did not return to the county town daily. Instead, he chose to reside in the countryside. He exhibited considerable enthusiasm, showing a keen interest in Fengqing's project. Whenever he encountered uncertainties, he did not hesitate to inquire, albeit his questions were primarily rudimentary. Fengqing and her students were more than willing to provide answers, particularly since Lu Xiaochuan had voluntarily taken on the logistical responsibilities since his arrival. His financial means allowed him to generously enhance the dietary standards of the team. As Lu Xiaochuan gradually became more involved in Fengqing's project, he realized how narrow his previous perspective had been. He had initially believed that studying medicine and healing would benefit the common people. However, he came to understand that public health initiatives were paramount in serving the larger populace, directly impacting the health of the community. It could be said that the endeavors of these physicians, who do not engage in clinical practice, seem to hold greater significance. Lu Xiaochuan's thoughts began to drift towards the possibility of changing his major. Chapter 180. Fengqing's research topic. Dongshan Township is afflicted by both iodine deficiency and fluoride poisoning from drinking water. and Feng Qing chose to conduct her research in Xinghe Village. During the winter break, the village had generously vacated a classroom in the local primary school for their work. Staff from the Min County Epidemic Prevention Station were also dispatched to assist, as collaborating with professors from the medical university provided a rare opportunity for learning, enhancing their professional skills. Typically residing at the township government, Xin Yue, Feng Qing, and 2 female classmates shared accommodations, while Lu Xiaochuan roomed with 2 male students. Initially, these graduate students harbored some hostility towards Lu Xiaochuan, as they were envious that such a charming junior as Xin Yue had been pursued by someone younger. However, Lu Xiaochuan, leveraging his sociable nature, proactively engaged with them, leaving them momentarily speechless. Subsequently, after managing the logistics and improving the meals, he swiftly earned the friendship of Feng Qing's students, who were eager to assist him with his academic inquiries. Xin Yue and the 2 female students primarily focused on conducting epidemiological surveys among patients suffering from iodine deficiency and fluoride poisoning, compiling data, and analyzing distribution patterns. Meanwhile, the male students were tasked with sampling the village's well water and soil. A portion of the samples was sent back to the Min County Epidemic Prevention Station for laboratory analysis, while another portion was taken to the medical university for experiments. Given the limited laboratory conditions at the prevention station, which Feng Qing found rather untrustworthy, during the course of their research, they naturally interacted with the villagers, and Lu Xiaochuan accompanied Shen Yue to many households. The villagers were remarkably warm-hearted and often offered them delicacies they typically reserved for special occasions. The children of the village frequently trailed behind them. Each time Lu Xiaochuan returned to the county town, he would purchase candies and school supplies to distribute among the village children, quickly earning their affection. The children in the mountains were filled with curiosity about the outside world and often bombarded Lu Xiaochuan and his companions with questions. They patiently responded, sometimes even helping the children with their homework. Xinghe Village is a relatively large administrative village, encompassing several natural villages and residential areas. The village primary school, located adjacent to the village center, astonishingly comprised only 3 classrooms, with 2 grades sharing each room, and teachers simultaneously instructing 2 classes. The conditions within the classroom are exceedingly poor. The desks and chairs have been repaired numerous times, some appearing on the verge of collapse. There is no lighting in the classroom, rendering it impossible to hold lessons during rainy or overcast days. The schoolyard is rather small, boasting only a wooden basketball hoop, and the solitary basketball is heavily patched. Lu Xiaochuan made an effort to visit the school whereby Ling is teaching, which, although somewhat better, still has its limitations. He anticipated such conditions prior to his arrival, yet they proved to be even more arduous than he had imagined. Lu Xiaochuan approached the village chief, expressing his intention to donate funds for the construction of a classroom, albeit through a centralized donation to the county, specifically for the elementary school in Xinghe Village. Upon hearing this, both the village chief and the principal were overjoyed, and the news quickly spread throughout the village. The villagers, recognizing Lu Xiaochuan's appearance as a seemingly affluent individual, given his daily commutes on a motorcycle, were pleasantly surprised to learn of his philanthropic endeavors, greeting him from afar with expressions of gratitude. Thanks to Lu Xiaochuan, the epidemiological survey proceeded smoothly. Villagers who had previously been reluctant to cooperate became willing participants. Feng Qing felt a sense of happiness, having not expected Lu Xiaochuan to possess such financial capability, and even more so, to exhibit such generosity. However, Feng Qing's astonishment was yet to deepen. As the research phase neared completion, Lu Xiaochuan approached her with a request to change his major. He had been profoundly moved by the work carried out by Feng Qing and her colleagues and wished to abandon his clinical studies to pursue preventive medicine, aspiring to dedicate himself to public health. Have you truly considered this, Lu Xiaochuan? It would be best for you to reflect on it thoroughly. If you are resolute, I could communicate with the school on your behalf, though it appears they have no precedent for such a request, and I cannot guarantee their approval. Nevertheless, even if you cannot change your major, you may still pursue a graduate degree across disciplines, and when that time comes, I would certainly welcome you as my student. Really? Professor Feng? That is wonderful news. I shall take my time to contemplate this further. If it does not work out, I will address it again when I prepare for graduate studies. To be honest, Lu Xiaochuan was not keen on changing his major too soon, as it would entail switching classes and classmates, which seemed rather cumbersome. As the spring festival approached, Feng Qing's research concluded, requiring her to return the questionnaires, epidemiological data, and samples to the medical university for subsequent work. Due to Yu Qingjuan's influence, the county of Min extended robust support for Feng Qing's research. Naturally, upon completion, it was essential to provide feedback. In the county government conference room, Feng Qing presented the preliminary findings of the survey alongside her students, capturing the attention of the county leaders, including the county head, Zhang, who personally attended the report. The county had a basic understanding of the situation in Xinghe Village. Yet upon hearing Feng Qing's data, they were profoundly impacted. They had not anticipated the villagers' living conditions to be so dire, particularly the severe water issues that significantly affected the health of the residents, with young children already suffering from dental fluorosis. After the report, County Head Zhang promptly addressed Feng Qing. Professor Feng, we are grateful for your leadership in this research. The data you have presented is indeed alarming. We kindly request that you propose a suitable solution so that we may address these challenges faced by the community in a practical manner. In truth, while the solutions may seem straightforward in theory, their implementation poses considerable challenges. Let us first address the issue of iodine deficiency, which necessitates enhanced public awareness to encourage citizens to purchase iodized salt. Recognizing that some individuals face financial hardships, it is imperative for the government to provide appropriate subsidies. This issue must be resolved. Despite the county's limited financial resources, we must devise a way to address it. County Chief Zhang expressed his understanding, acknowledging that resolving the fluoride-affected areas presents an even greater challenge. Professor Feng continued, stating that the most effective solution for improving water quality in fluoride-affected regions would be relocation. However, such an option is evidently impractical. Another approach would involve sourcing new water supplies, a task that demands significant effort. Observing the county's rugged terrain, it seems that sourcing water from distant locations would indeed pose considerable difficulties. Is there truly no alternative, Professor Feng? Zhang inquired. There are indeed methods, Feng replied. One option is to drill deep wells to find low fluoride water sources, along with constructing storage tanks to collect rainwater and snowmelt. Additionally, we can employ medications to reduce fluoride levels, or utilize aluminum oxide tanks to absorb fluoride from the water, ensuring it meets drinking standards. While these methods require relatively lower investment, they do necessitate regular maintenance, thus providing a feasible solution. We will need to gather the latest data upon our return to formulate tailored strategies based on the actual circumstances. Zhang frowned, aware of the significant number of fluoride-affected areas in Min County, and recognized that these measures entail considerable expenditures, placing financial strain on the budget. At that moment, Yu Qingjun quietly spoke to Zhang, gesturing towards the young man Lu Xiaochuan seated across the table. Chapter 181. Another donation of 500,000 the 500,000 yuan donation made in the name of Qihang Education has already been contributed to Min County by Bai Ling, representing the company, explicitly designated for the construction of Hope Primary Schools. Two of these are earmarked for the Shenghe Village Primary School in Dongshan Township and the school supported by Bai Ling in Baishu Township. Yu Qingjun informed County Chief Zhang that the young man Lu Xiaochuan seated behind him is the principal owner of Qihang Education, while his wife Bai Ling is a minor shareholder. Following the feedback session, County Chief Zhang warmly shook hands with Feng Qing, expressing gratitude to the research team, and subsequently approached Lu Xiaochuan to thank him for the generous donation. It was then that Feng Qing and her students learned of Lu Xiaochuan's substantial contribution of 500,000 yuan to Min County for the establishment of Hope Primary Schools. Feng Qing was somewhat prepared for this news, but her students were utterly astonished. Their amazement was further compounded when Lu Xiaochuan, smiling, addressed County Chief Zhang and the other leaders, declaring, I have decided to donate an additional 500,000 yuan for the water improvement project in the fluoride-affected areas, prioritizing the completion of the water project for Shenghe Village, with the remainder to be allocated at the county's discretion. County Chief Zhang grasped Lu Xiaochuan's hand tightly, overwhelmed with gratitude, likening him to a benefactor and a living embodiment of altruism. After expressing a multitude of thanks, he inquired if Lu Xiaochuan had any requests, as many enterprises expect certain policies in return for their donations. However, as Lu Xiaochuan operates a tutoring business, it is unlikely he would consider investing in a small place like Min County. We have no demands, County Chief. If I were to express a desire, it would be for the leaders of Min County to pay greater attention to the learning conditions of the children, fostering their education so they may one day contribute to the nation, Lu Xiaochuan replied, ready to articulate a few lofty sentiments, now that the county chief had asked. County Chief Zhang felt a surge of excitement. As long as I am in Min County, I shall surely remember the words of my younger brother. I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude in abundance. Instead, witness our actions. Here, on behalf of the county committee and the county government, I assure you that every single donation will be put to good use, spent wisely, and will honor both the citizens and all present. As the journey in Shihai concluded, amidst the reluctant farewells from County Chief Zhang and Yu Qingjun, Lu Xiaochuan and his companions departed for the provincial capital. After a night's rest, they returned to Fengyang. Due to the samples collected being unsuitable for air travel, Feng Qing arranged for her 2 male students to take a long-distance train back. Lu Xiaochuan generously purchased soft sleeper tickets for them and provided ample provisions, prompting their unspoken complaints to dissipate instantly. Lu Xiaochuan then boarded a flight back to Fengyang with Feng Qing, Xin Yue, and others. Upon arrival, he promptly transferred the promised donation of 500,000 yuan to ensure that commitments were honored, for one cannot merely speak empty words. With the approach of the Spring Festival, Lu Xiaochuan took a day to rest before returning to his hometown for the new year. Xin Yue did not accompany him, nor did he extend an invitation, having previously promised Xin Jinqin not to broach the subject before Xin Yue's graduation. This time he drove home. navigating familiar roads and arriving over an hour earlier than his last journey. By early afternoon, he reached the county seat of Xinping, where the new roads from the county to Liutuan facilitated a quicker journey. Upon his return, his parents noted the new car and remarked, "Ah, our son has a new vehicle," though it seemed less grand than the previous Santana. His mother, Zhao Cuiping, felt a twinge of disappointment upon seeing him return alone, as he had mentioned last year that he would bring a girlfriend home for the new year, a promise unfulfilled. Fortunately, his second sister, Lu Xiaoning, came to his defense, saying, "My partner even suggested I visit his family, but you didn't allow it, did you? It's only fair that their daughter can visit easily." Zhao Cuiping, reflecting on this, found her thoughts justified and ceased her concerns, quickly preparing a meal for her son, who had not eaten since noon, and exclaimed his hunger upon arrival. This year, Lu Xiaochuan had not purchased gifts in advance in the provincial capital. So the following day, he took his mother and second sister to the county to buy New Year's goods and gifts for relatives. Zhang Chao and his newlywed wife, Zhao Xiujia, joined them for the ride. Zhao Xiujia, with her vibrant personality, was quite amiable and reputedly dutiful towards her in-laws, embodying a warm-hearted yet reserved demeanor. Upon meeting, she and Lu Xiaochuan engaged in their customary banter, while Zhang Chao remained silent, chuckling to himself. "Zhang Chao, are you up to the task? Look at your timid demeanor. You truly embarrass me as your elder brother. You must be suffering from bronchitis at home." Lu Xiaochuan teased. "You don't need to stir the pot for us." Zhang Chao isn't easily swayed by your antics. "Just look, even your cousin hasn't called out to you. My aunt is right here." Zhao Xiujia retorted. "Do not tease your cousin. Now that we are in our village, I, as the elder aunt, must take care of my niece," Zhao Cuiping asserted, granting her niece due respect. Lu Xiaochuan protested, "Alas, in the Zhao family, she is my cousin, but now she is married into Lu Tan. Shouldn't she adhere to our customs? By rights, she should address me as brother." Zhao Cuiping chided, "Address you as brother? What kind of brother are you? Having not even brought back a partner?" Meanwhile, Zhang Chao, the younger brother, is already married. But why is this topic being raised again? Lu Xiaochuan never anticipated that this would bring trouble upon himself. Zhao Xiujia, behind him, stuck out his tongue, wearing a smug expression. Upon arriving in the county town, they rushed straight to the department store. Although the department store had lost much of its former grandeur and the private economy had flourished, the locals still preferred shopping there. Lu Xiaochuan handed his second sister a wad of cash, instructing her to accompany their mother while he went to visit Grandpa at the county committee's family quarters. Upon his return, he found that his mother, Zhao Cuiping, and second sister, Lu Xiaoning, had purchased an impressive array of items. Zhao Xiujia had also bought quite a bit, while Zhang Chao, as a mere follower, could hardly carry much and was relegated to a corner, overwhelmed by the heaps of goods. It seemed that the shopping prowess of women was an innate talent, transcending age. As they headed home, the trunk was crammed full, the back seat was occupied, and the floor was littered with numerous items, barely fitting everything in. Zhang Chao whispered to Lu Xiaochuan, "I should have brought my little truck. It would have accommodated everything." Once home, Lu Xiaochuan took the items to visit his grandmother. She appeared to be in good spirits and was delighted to see her eldest grandson. Since he had found success, even the second daughter-in-law had become more filial. The elderly lady was aware that this was thanks to her grandson's financial contributions. The eldest son had even lent the second couple several tens of thousands to build a house, with plans to commence construction as soon as the thaw in spring arrived. Both sons would soon reside in new homes, and their grandchildren were thriving, which brought her immense joy. During the summer vacation, Lu Xiaochuan had purchased ample study materials for his cousin. He had mentioned he would check on them during the winter break, and now that he had returned, his cousin Lu Xiaojiang had prepared the practice books well. To his surprise, they were filled with completed exercises, though he couldn't ascertain how many were correct. A glance at the physics and mathematics revealed a promising array of answers, with far more correct than incorrect. Inquiring about Lu Xiaojiang's academic performance, he learned he was already among the top students at the high school in Shida Town, and it seemed likely he could secure admission to a regular undergraduate program in the future. Lu Xiaochuan's second aunt quietly confided, "Xiaochuan, during the summer, your aunt returned and told your grandmother that Zhang Weibing's position as the county chief secretary was snatched away by someone else. She accused you of being behind it. Is there any truth to this?" Chapter 182. Unjustly accused. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaochuan was utterly bewildered. "Aunt, I am studying in the provincial capital. How could I possibly involve myself in the affairs of the county chief secretary? Your nephew seems to have an exaggerated sense of his own capabilities. This has nothing to do with me. I suspected as much. He must not have performed his duties well and is blaming others. He claims you know the county chief and spoke ill of her son. But do not worry. Your grandmother scolded her, saying she has a rotten heart." Your aunt left in tears. "I doubt she will return for this year's New Year celebrations." Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback by the unjust blame placed upon him. Even if he explained, it would likely be futile. Regardless, it mattered little now. The relationship with his aunt's family was already strained, and perhaps it was for the best that they had little contact. Let them think as they wished. During the new year, the days were filled with feasting and merriment. Zhang Chao had recently married, and Zhao Xiujia kept a close watch on him. so he dared not venture out to play cards. Only Xiao Long and a few other friends remained to join Lu Xiaochuan in revelry. The lively festivities of the Spring Festival have come to a close, and it is customary in the first month of the lunar calendar to visit relatives. Lu Xiaochuan spent a day in Zhao Village, where his cousin Zhao Lijun and cousin-in-law Wang Jing returned to celebrate the new year with their children. Although his uncle and aunt have a tendency to favor male offspring, they dote on their granddaughter Zhao Xinhui, spending their days playing with her. However, they have also mentioned to Zhao Lijun that it would be best to consider having a second child in the coming years. Lu Xiaochuan had initially promised to assist his cousin in persuading their uncle and aunt, yet when the moment arose, he faltered. After all, it was not his place as a junior to intervene. This was a matter for Zhao Lijun to resolve. At Lu Xiaochuan's home, his elder sister's family also returned to their maternal home, and his aunt's family paid a visit. Indeed, as his second aunt had predicted, his eldest aunt's family did not visit their grandmother, but merely sent a box of pastries through his aunt. It seems that once their grandmother is no longer around, these familial ties will largely sever. During the festive days, Lu Xiaochuan naturally did not forget to call Xin Yue, yet through the phone. He sensed a lack of enthusiasm in her voice during their conversation, though he did not dwell on it. Daily visitors came to Lu Xiaochuan's home, as many younger villagers came to pay New Year's greetings to Lu Jinyu and Zhao Cuiping. In previous years, such visits were rare, and Lu Jinyu was well aware that this attention was due to his son's success. The village secretary, Lu Xiaoxi, also came to extend his New Year wishes to Uncle Jinyu and discreetly informed Lu Xiaochuan about reviewing the road construction accounts at the village office. Lu Xiaochuan understood the necessity of this, as it was essential for the funding party to scrutinize the accounts. Otherwise, the village would feel there was a lack of transparency. Upon a cursory glance, the village accountant's ledger was meticulously organized, detailing every expenditure, ranging from thousands to mere coins. Lu Xiaochuan acknowledged the clarity of the accounts, aware that Lu Xiaoxi would not engage in any malpractice, given the significance of the matter for the entire village. After chatting with Lu Xiaoxi for a while, the conversation naturally turned to Feng Xiangdong, who had made considerable contributions to the road construction in Lu Village. This endeavor had also earned him the recognition of Bai Qinglin, the executive deputy county head. Lu Xiaochuan took some time to visit Feng Xiangdong and Teacher Du in the town. Previously, Feng Xiangdong had conveyed Lu Xiaochuan's sentiments to Teacher Du, who was elated upon seeing her most accomplished student. Playfully, Teacher Du remarked, "Lu Xiaochuan, I heard you donated money for road repairs in the village and even for a library at the village primary school. Why not consider donating some funds to our Shida Town Middle School as well?" "Certainly, Teacher Du. Once the school term begins, please speak to the principal on my behalf. I shall donate 200,000 yuan to Shida Town Middle School. Besides purchasing some books, we should also enhance the lighting infrastructure, installing fluorescent lights in each classroom to alleviate the struggles of seeing the blackboard on rainy or overcast days. The classrooms, built in the 1980s, lack even a single light fixture, making it quite taxing on the eyes during such weather. Is that truly the case? Xiaochuan, do tell me. How much have you actually earned?" Teacher Du was taken aback that her jest had prompted Lu Xiaochuan to commit to such a generous donation. "Teacher Du, the amount I earn is of little consequence. What matters is that I will continue to earn. It is only fitting that I contribute to our Shida Town Middle School." Lu Xiaochuan generously donated 1 million to Mint County, and it is only fitting that he also contributes to his alma mater. Although his assets cannot be compared to those of wealthy magnates, he possesses the foresight that will facilitate future earnings, ensuring that financial scarcity will never plague his life. Engaging in meaningful endeavors brings him solace. "Behold, this is the student I have nurtured, exhibiting such awareness and magnanimity." Teacher Du, filled with pride, flaunted this achievement to her husband, Feng Xiangdong. Lu Xiaochuan's visit today undoubtedly enhanced her reputation. "I am in awe of Teacher Du's exceptional teaching prowess. Her students are equally accomplished, never forgetting their hometown as they prosper. I am profoundly impressed." Feng Xiangdong also plays his part well. Lu Xiaochuan is true to his word, leaving his mobile number with Teacher Du and instructing her to inform the principal after the semester begins, ensuring that the school directly contacts him regarding the donation. Bypassing the education bureau this time. After celebrating the Lantern Festival at home, Lu Xiaochuan hastily returned to Fengyang, while his sister Lu Xiaoning chose not to accompany him, opting to return only when school starts. Notably, Xiao Long departed even earlier than Lu Xiaochuan, heading back to Dalian right after the 5th day of the new year. After a long drive back to Fengyang, Lu Xiaochuan, disregarding his fatigue, ventured out to buy gifts before heading to Shen Yue's home. The Shen family had already accepted Lu Xiaochuan as a son-in-law, and their warm reception reflected this, though Shen Yue herself remained somewhat aloof. Lu Xiaochuan, perplexed, assumed his girlfriend was upset about his late return from his hometown, unaware that her demeanor was intentional. During dinner at the Shen household, a comment from Shen Jinxin piqued Lu Xiaochuan's interest. "Xiaochuan, I have a friend who acquired a piece of land in the Fenghe district, near the South Tower. Approximately 20 acres, intending to develop real estate. He has invited me to join him, offering a salary more than double what I earn now. I am currently contemplating whether to apply for early retirement or a leave of absence. Could you advise Uncle Shun on whether I should accept this opportunity? Upon hearing near the South Tower, Lu Xiaochuan recognized the land's potential and discreetly inquired, Uncle Shun, what is the nature of this land? It was formerly a factory, which has long since relocated. The land's status has been duly changed, and there are no issues with the paperwork. He is currently seeking investors, and several business owners have expressed interest and are in discussions. Given Shun Jinxin's position at the Urban Construction Bureau, Lu Xiaochuan deemed his assurance of the land's legitimacy credible. Uncle Shun, let me offer my thoughts. If you are merely working for a friend, I believe it may not be worthwhile. However, if you can invest as a shareholder, that could be worthwhile. Such a significant project would require a minimum investment of at least $1 million. How could you, Uncle Shun, afford that? Shun Jinxin thought to himself, recognizing the obviousness of this statement. Yet, Lu Xiaochuan's subsequent words rendered him immediately attentive. You may not have the funds, but I do. I will invest, and together we shall become shareholders. Chapter 183. The first argument. Lu Xiaochuan had never intended to venture into the real estate sector, for he understood the depths of its complexities and acknowledged his lack of knowledge in this domain. He thought that earning money through selling properties and waiting for prices to appreciate would be far simpler. However, Shun Jinxin recognized the investment opportunity before him and was unwilling to let it slip away, promptly offering to finance the endeavor. Observing Lu Xiaochuan's recent purchases of a car and a house, Shun Jinxin surmised that his financial standing must exceed $1 million. With his tutoring business yielding an annual income in the hundreds of thousands, he remained skeptical of Lu Xiaochuan's ability to invest in real estate development. Tentatively, he inquired, Xiaochuan, are you truly considering making an investment? The project requires a registration of over 10 million, with investments starting at $1 million. Rest assured, Uncle Shun, I can manage a few million, Lu Xiaochuan replied with calm assurance. Shun Jinxin and Tan Liqin, however, were taken aback by the extent of his wealth. As Shun Jinxin was about to elaborate further, he was interrupted by Shen Yue. Dad, why not focus on your job? Why delve into real estate investment? What if you lose so much money? Shen Yue had been feeling increasingly anxious since receiving news of her mother from Fengqing. She had resolved to go abroad and realized that if she did, the likelihood of returning, or returning soon, was uncertain. The probability of her breaking up with Lu Xiaochuan loomed large, prompting her to deliberately distance herself from him. She had anticipated that her father would involve Lu Xiaochuan in real estate, thereby intertwining their families further. A breakup would impose a significant emotional burden on her. Unaware of his daughter's true feelings, Shun Jinxin assumed she was merely concerned about Lu Xiaochuan's potential losses. He chuckled. Do not worry, my dear. Boss Gu has connections. Otherwise, how could he have secured that prime land ahead of others? Besides, investing in real estate nowadays is akin to making money with your eyes closed. Losses are virtually non-existent. Indeed, the notion that one could earn money effortlessly held some truth. And Lu Xiaochuan found himself in agreement with Shun Jinxin. He added, Senior sister, my investment alongside Uncle Shun is mutually beneficial. It's also an opportunity for me to earn, so there is no need for concern. Precisely, Xiaowei. Now that you have wealth, shouldn't you want your father to enjoy a better life instead of enduring hardships with us? With such a golden opportunity at hand, how can you stand in your father's way? Tan Liqin chimed in. Her previous flattery aimed at Shun Yue now discarded in favor of pressing her advantage. Realizing she could not prevent the situation from unfolding, Shun Yue quietly continued her meal. Lu Xiaochuan smiled at Shun Jinxin, saying, Uncle Shun, let us not mind her. Please continue. Shun Jinxin proceeded to outline the background of his friend, Boss Gu, who was a former classmate and had transitioned from corporate employment to entrepreneurship a few years prior. His brother held a significant position within the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission, wielding real power, which facilitated Boss Gu's acquisition of the coveted land. Lu Xiaochuan understood the implications. Boss Gu could very well be the brother or an intermediary for someone in a higher position. It seemed prudent to explore this venture and seize the opportunity to earn some profit. How about this? The day after tomorrow, Mr. Gu has invited me to dinner, and I shall take you along. We can discuss matters further when we meet then. Certainly, Uncle Shun, I will drive to pick you up the day after tomorrow, and we shall go together. During dinner, after conversing about various other topics, Lu Xiaochuan noticed that Shen Yue seemed rather disinterested and proposed to take her shopping the next day. However, Shen Yue explained that she needed to study at home. Sister, didn't you take the TOEFL exam at the end of December last year? Do you really need to study so hard? Lu Xiaochuan asked. I plan to self-study my major courses first, Shen Yue replied. Lu Xiaochuan found it difficult to comprehend the mindset of a diligent student, but expressed understanding nonetheless, saying, Well then, I want tea come tomorrow. After saying this, she prepared to take her leave, unaware of Shun Yue's troubles, which were clearly weighing heavily on her. Shun Jinxin, noticing his daughter's unusual behavior, could no longer stand by. Xiaowei, don't study tomorrow. Lu Chuan just returned. Why don't you two go shopping together? He suggested. Yes, it's been such a long time since you last met. You should go out and enjoy a film, chimed in Tan Liqin. Faced with her parents' insistence, Shen Yue reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, Shen Dongxiu, lacking awareness, clamored to join his sister and her friend on their outing, only to be silenced by a slap from Tan Liqin. After bidding farewell to the Shin family, Lu Xiaochuan returned to her rented apartment, washed up, and retired to bed, exhausted from a day of driving and visiting. As she lay in bed, she pondered Shen Youwei's demeanor that day, perplexed about the underlying issue. It seemed imperative to seek clarity the following day. As she drifted into a hazy sleep, she dreamt of Shen Youwei standing in the distance, waving at her, seemingly beckoning or bidding farewell. In an instant, Shen Youwei transformed into Lu Linlin, their faces oscillating in her dream. In the morning, Lu Xiaochuan awoke early, the heaviness from last night's dream lingering in her mind as she rose with a heart full of concern. After freshening up, she went for a run and then stopped by a small eatery for a warm breakfast before driving to the foot of the Shin residence. Instead of going upstairs, she called, and Shen Youwei quickly came down, perhaps feeling her attitude had been somewhat poor the previous day. Today, a rare smile adorned her face. In the chill of winter, there wasn't much to explore, so the two first strolled through a shopping mall before watching a film. They had lunch out, and, quite naturally, Lu Xiaochuan drove back to her apartment. Several times, Shen Youwei seemed on the verge of speaking, but ultimately remained silent. Once back at the apartment, Shen Youwei knew well what the next activity would entail. Observing Lu Xiaochuan's eagerness, she found it difficult to decline. Later, as they nestled together, Shen Youwei quietly asked, "Xiaochuan, have you ever considered going abroad?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xiaochuan replied, "I haven't thought about it for now, but I certainly plan to travel abroad after graduation. I'm not talking about travel, I mean studying abroad or developing a career overseas." Shen Youwei clarified, "Studying abroad? With my grades, that seems quite difficult, and I don't feel it's necessary for me. As for developing a career abroad, that is even less likely. I think China is quite wonderful." Shen Youwei, growing impatient, retorted, "Have you not considered that the conditions and environment abroad are far superior to those at home? Moreover, the academic freedom there is much greater and more conducive to development." "Is that so?" Lu Xiaochuan inquired. "At this stage, we indeed lag significantly behind foreign nations. Yet we are progressing rapidly and will soon catch up." Lu Xiaochuan exuded confidence, having witnessed the swift development of Huaxia firsthand. "Is it so wrong to acknowledge the gap? Currently, we trail behind by several decades, even centuries. Having traveled to the northwest, you've observed that many areas still adhere to lifestyles reminiscent of a century ago. What distinguishes them from the 19th century? There are numerous such places across the nation. Isn't that an exaggeration, senior sister? Regardless, what does it matter? As long as we all strive together, we will eventually bridge the gap. Throughout this endeavor, we engage with our own hands, contributing as active participants. Isn't that quite commendable?" Chapter 184, Fengchong Real Estate. Shen Youwei was unsure of the source of Lu Xiaochuan's confidence and felt compelled to impart her earnest thoughts. "Xiaochuan, we are studying medicine, specifically Western medicine, in which foreign expertise undoubtedly surpasses ours. I fully support your aspirations to study abroad, senior sister. I know you harbor dreams of overseas education, and this does not contradict our discussions. Learning from the strengths of others to empower ourselves, I will await your return, and you needn't worry. I shall remain steadfastly loyal." Lu Xiaochuan assumed Shen Youwei's concerns lay here. "Why do you not understand? Can't we remain abroad for future academic pursuits and research? The environment overseas is more conducive. Science knows no borders. Science knows no borders, yet scholars have their homeland. Did you not once express the desire to return and serve our motherland? Has your stance shifted?" Lu Xiaochuan was taken aback by Shen Youwei's true sentiments. "Times change, and so too may my perspectives. I never claimed I would not return. If opportunities arise, wouldn't it be better for us to conduct research there? After all, the academic environment is freer, and the scholarly atmosphere is more vibrant." Shen Youwei nearly divulged her mother's situation, but refrained after a moment's contemplation. "I concede that point. However, I truly do not wish to study abroad. I hope you will complete your studies and return. I shall await you here. Of course, if you can pursue your graduate studies domestically, that would be even better. I have noticed how well Dean Feng regards you. Why not consider applying for her graduate program? In the future, I may also transition to her program and become your junior. Opportunities for studying abroad will arise in due course." Shen Youwei suddenly felt that her thoughts and Lu Xiaochuan's were on entirely different wavelengths. Neither could persuade the other, and so they chose silence. Parting on less than amicable terms, Shen Youwei left on her own, without waiting for Lu Xiaochuan to drive her home. Lu Xiaochuan finally understood the reason behind Shen Youwei's recent melancholy. However, he had no intention of studying abroad himself. After all, Shen Youwei had a year before her entrance exams, and he believed there would be ample opportunity to convince her later. He planned to take her traveling during the summer break, showcasing the magnificent landscapes of their homeland, proving that the moon here is even rounder than abroad. At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan remained unaware that by summer, Shen Youwei would already be overseas. Following the unpleasant conversation with Shen Youwei, Lu Xiaochuan refrained from immediately placating her and instead headed to Qihang Education. It was time to manage matters concerning the tutoring classes. After 2 busy days at the tutoring center, most matters were adequately arranged. In the evening, I visited Shun's residence. As I had previously promised to accompany Shun Jianxin to a banquet, Shun Jianxin was already aware of the quarrel between the young couple and, upon entering the car, advised Lu Xiaochuan to be more understanding. Lu Xiaochuan, naturally, dismissed the concern and assured that he would make amends with Shun Yue the following day, which relieved Shun Jianxin. The dining venue was Lemingxuan, not a grand hotel, yet it held the reputation of being a well-established brand, renowned for its authentic cuisine. Upon entering the private room, I found two individuals already seated, a bespectacled middle-aged man and a portly gentleman sporting a receding hairline. The bespectacled man was General Manager Gu, a classmate of Shun Jianxin, and the land to be developed belonged to him. Despite his glasses, Manager Gu exhibited a rather roguish demeanor, introducing Shun Jianxin to the Mediterranean gentleman whose surname was Na, a trader in leather goods. Shun Jianxin courteously greeted Manager Na, who, however, responded somewhat coolly, as he had heard from Manager Gu that Shun Jianxin was an engineer, not a proprietor. Although Shun Jianxin worked at the Urban Construction Bureau, his position was classified as a public servant, and in such contexts, titles were often mixed and matched. So he had long since been recognized as an engineer. Having brought Lu Xiaochuan along, Shun Jianxin had informed Manager Gu in advance, and now he merely mentioned Lu Xiaochuan as a younger colleague interested in real estate investment. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan's youth and lacking familiarity with his background, Manager Na, hesitant to overplay his hand, politely inquired about Lu Xiaochuan's family business. Lu Xiaochuan replied, "Oh, my family does not have a business. I run a tutoring center myself." Although Lu Xiaochuan's earnings came from the stock market, he refrained from mentioning this, considering it less tangible. Upon hearing about the tutoring center, Manager Na could not help but feel disdain. He regarded it as a trivial venture that could scarcely yield significant profits. How much could someone running a tutoring center possibly invest? 3 to 500,000? At most, 1 to 1.5 million. What kind of individuals is Manager Gu inviting for investments? Contrary to Manager Na's demeanor, Manager Gu did not put on airs. He shook hands with Lu Xiaochuan, complimenting him for being an impressive young talent, and introduced himself as Gu Changbai. The name struck a familiar chord with Lu Xiaochuan, who, after a moment of reflection, realized it resembled the names of two characters from a television series he had watched in a previous life. After Shun Jianxin and Lu Xiaochuan took their seats, they waited a while longer until another individual, General Manager Wang, arrived and introduced himself as a wholesaler. It was unclear how Manager Gu was acquainted with such a diverse array of people. This General Manager Wang was of slight build and spoke with a southern accent. After exchanging introductions, Manager Gu called for the waitstaff to serve the dishes. Lu Xiaochuan understood that serious discussions would ensue over the dining table, a style quite characteristic of Northeast China. After several rounds of drinks, General Manager Wang, feeling the effects of the alcohol, urged Manager Gu to get to the main topic. Manager Gu then instructed the staff to clear the food and drinks, served tea instead, secured the door, and retrieved a few copies of a project proposal from his bag for everyone to examine. The so-called project proposal was rather simple, consisting of only 2 pages, outlining that Manager Gu intended to establish a real estate company named Fengchang Real Estate Development Company, Limited. The name was quite casual, deriving one character each from Fengyang and his own name, Gu Changbai. In his previous life, Lu Xiaochuan had never heard of this company, which could be attributed to either his limited exposure or the company's failure to thrive and gain recognition. Fengchang Real Estate intended to register a capital of 15 million, with Gu Changbai valuing the land at 5 million. He would invest an additional 2 million, yet demanded a 51 stake. Although the land was his, its worth did not genuinely reflect such a high valuation. Nonetheless, wealthy investors could not acquire it, and his connections as the company's initiator warranted a controlling stake. The remaining 5 million would be sourced from other investors, who would share the remaining 49 of the shares. Lu Xiaochuan began to understand why Gu Changbai sought out an amateur in mountain goods and a wholesaler for investment rather than other real estate moguls. These two outsiders would be easier to manage. If the two shared the shares equally and failed to unite, the company would essentially become Gu's sole domain. Lu Xiaochuan also recognized that Gu Changbai would undoubtedly retain control, making it challenging for others to contest for even a third of the voting rights, rendering the investment somewhat unappealing. Nonetheless, he resolved to participate. Profit was assured, albeit with no say in the distribution of benefits. Moreover, he needed to support Shun Jianxin. Chapter 185. Investment. Both Mr. Wang and Mr. Na exchanged glances after reviewing Gu Changbai's proposal, evidently dissatisfied, particularly with the inflated land price of 5 million. Mr. Na remarked, "Mr. Gu, you might want to reconsider the land valuation. If you increase your investment, Mr. Wang and I can cover the rest." It was clear that Mr. Na did not consider Lu Xiaochuan a significant contributor, doubting his ability to invest millions. Observing Mr. Na's condescending demeanor, Lu Xiaochuan knew it was time to speak up. "I do not believe there is an issue with Mr. Gu's proposal. Though the land may superficially appear undervalued, its location represents a scarce resource, promising substantial appreciation in the future. We cannot merely assess it based on market value. Furthermore, Mr. Gu's connections are well recognized. This can be considered a form of technical investment. Similarly, it is only fair to grant shares to talented individuals like Engineer Shun. Technical investment? If that is the case, you should cover the remaining funds yourself. You can calculate it however you wish. Mr. Na was clearly displeased with Lu Xiaochuan's interjection, feeling that it obstructed his negotiations with Mr. Gu. Not a problem. I will invest the remaining 7.5 million. Is that agreeable, Mr. Gu, Mr. Wang? Lu Xiaochuan's audacious statement left everyone astonished. Gu Changbai was uncertain whether Lu Xiaochuan was boasting or genuinely possessed such financial capacity. Either scenario was unwelcome. If Lu Xiaochuan covered the remaining 7.5 million, Gu would no longer hold a dominant position. With only 2 shareholders, Lu Xiaochuan would gain a veto power, rendering Gu's controlling interest meaningless. I didn't expect you to have such resources, my dear brother Lu. But remember, we all want to profit together. You cannot monopolize it. Mr. Wang chimed in eagerly, echoing Mr. Na's sentiments. Seeing Mr. Wang's immediate betrayal, Mr. Na quickly shifted his stance, grinning as he added, actually, I have no objections either. In the end, Shun Jianxin was granted a mere one of the technical shares, yet one should not underestimate this seemingly insignificant fraction, as it equates to a substantial sum of 150,000 yuan, sufficient to sustain him for 2 decades at the current salary levels within the Urban Development Bureau. This windfall was a direct consequence of Lu Xiaochuan's pivotal decision to invest in technology shares. Of course, the shares would remain unsellable for several years. The remaining 48 of shares were to be divided among the 3, but dividing 7.5 million among 3 individuals is hardly a palatable figure. Lu Xiaochuan expressed his willingness to adjust his contribution by a few hundred thousand either way without issue. When General Manager Wang and the other executive witnessed his concession, they were eager to negotiate. Ultimately, it was agreed that each would invest 2.75 million yuan, securing a 17th stake, while Lu Xiaochuan would contribute 2 million yuan for a 14 share. Gu Changbai was quite pleased with this arrangement, as it was evident that none of the 3 could threaten his position as the major shareholder. With a verbal agreement reached, the matter was essentially settled. Gu Changbai would engage a lawyer, and they planned to sign the agreement at his company in 2 days. With negotiations concluded, the Mediterranean-styled executive was in high spirits and proposed a celebratory outing to a nightclub with a few colleagues. Lu Xiaochuan, however, could not attend, nor could Shun Jianxin. The 2 insisted on taking their leave, and ultimately, the 3 could not go out together. Upon driving back to the Shun residence, Shun Jianxin was in high spirits and, disregarding the late hour, eagerly invited Lu Xiaochuan upstairs. Upon arrival, Xin Yue was surprised to see him visiting so late. Shun Jianxin feigned inebriation, suggesting that he needed to freshen up and encouraging his daughter to keep Lu Xiaochuan company. Having just resolved a heated argument days prior, Lu Xiaochuan approached Xin Yue and sat beside her on the sofa, offering an awkward smile. Xiaowei, are you still upset with me? Xin Yue shot him a glare, but remained silent. Lu Xiaochuan took her hand and pulled her into his embrace. Please don't be angry, senior sister. His terms of endearment alternated between Xiaowei and senior sister, shifting with spontaneity. Xin Yue protested, let go? My father will come out from the bathroom any moment. Fear not. I am merely fulfilling Uncle Shun's wish to cheer you up, he replied, but still loosened his grip as the bathroom door creaked open and Shun Jianxin emerged. Uncle Shun, you both should rest early. I shall take my leave, Lu Xiaochuan said awkwardly, acutely aware that his earlier actions might have been observed by Shun Jianxin. Noticing his daughter's flushed cheeks, Shun Jianxin surmised that Lu Xiaochuan had crossed a line, yet he felt no anger. After all, youth is often impulsive. He preferred not to dwell on past memories. Very well, you should return to rest as well. Come to pick me up the morning after tomorrow. We shall head to Gu Changbai's company together. Certainly, Uncle Shun. I shall arrive punctually, Lu Xiaochuan assured him. No. I will come tomorrow to take Xiaowei out for some fun. Without waiting for a response from the Shun father and daughter, he swiftly changed his shoes at the door and departed. The following day, Lu Xiaochuan took Xin Yue out, and they spent the entire day in each other's company, tacitly avoiding the subject of the nation. Xin Yue had come to terms with her situation. There was no point in discussing it, as she would eventually leave. For now, she decided to embrace the joy of the present, reserving her sorrow for another time. On February 20th, a Monday, Lu Xiaochuan drove Shun Jianxin to Gu Changbai's electrical trading company. They met with General Manager Wang upstairs, each carrying their passbooks, awaiting the signing of the agreement before proceeding to register the company together. Gu Changbai had summoned a lawyer from a law firm, during which time Lu Xiaochuan took the opportunity to sign a power of attorney agreement with Shun Jianxin, granting him full authority to represent him in exercising his shareholding rights. Consequently, Lu Xiaochuan would no longer be involved in the remaining matters. As a minor shareholder, he felt no need to exert himself. Despite possessing insightful experiences and an understanding of future real estate trends, he would only provide suggestions through Shun Jianxin at critical junctures. Soon after, the Fengchang Real Estate Development Company was officially established. On the day of its inception, Lu Xiaochuan, as one of the shareholders, made an appearance. Gu Changbai naturally assumed the roles of chairman and general manager, while Shun Jinxin was appointed chief engineer. The other three shareholders held the title of deputy general manager, which was largely nominal. In particular, Lu Xiaochuan was entirely represented by Shun Jinxin, not participating in the company's operations nor receiving any salary, merely holding the title of deputy general manager, which could serve as a useful card to present in future endeavors. In the final days of winter break, Lu Xiaochuan had initially hoped to take Xin Yue on a trip, but she declined, offering a reasonable rationale. Unlike the previous May Day outing when she could deceive her family about staying on campus, this winter break required lodging elsewhere, which Shun Jinxin would naturally disapprove. As a result, they could only explore the surrounding area, occasionally bringing along Shun Dongxiu, so he wouldn't be left watching wistfully. Finally, the winter break concluded, and the young couple returned to school. Unbeknownst to Lu Xiaochuan, a thunderous surprise awaited him upon the start of the new term. Chapter 186. Xin Yue went abroad having not seen each other during the winter break. The roommates decided to gather, this time without bringing their girlfriends. The changes among them were minimal, except for Wu Zilan, who had gained weight over the break, undoing the progress he had made during the previous semester's exercise regimen. The eldest, Lu Hongba, jested, second brother, while most gained 3 pounds during the holidays, you've certainly surpassed 13. Your figure has reverted to what it once was. Wu Zilan shrugged helplessly, I didn't want this either. I can only blame the abundance of delicious food during the spring festival. Rest assured, with the new term starting, I will continue my weight loss journey. Lu Xiaochuan glanced at him and remarked, do as you wish. This time we won't monitor your eating. Let fate decide. Don't say that. Laoshi, you still need to run with me. The track is right there. You don't need me to take you. I go every day. You're welcome to join whenever you like. I've heard this semester has quite a few courses. Physiology and biochemistry are thick as a tome. Lu Qiyuan, the diligent student, quickly shifted the conversation to studies. What semester doesn't he have a heavy course load? We're all accustomed to it, right? In medicine, one cannot shy away from hard work. Gao Song chimed in. Tang Qingwei laughed. Sixth brother, your words sound a bit out of place coming from you. If the eighth were to say this, it would be more fitting, as he is now the best student in our dormitory. You look down upon me, do you? I am also a recipient of a third-class scholarship, a genuinely diligent student. Fine, you all are exemplary scholars. Let us see who falters at the end of the semester. The academic workload is heavy, and at the beginning of the term, everyone exhibited great enthusiasm. Aside from attentively listening in class, they diligently attended study sessions in the evenings. However, as the first week swiftly passed, some students began to slack off, waiting until the end of the term to exert themselves. In the second week of classes, Xin Yue received a notification from Feng Qing that her opportunity to study abroad had been finalized, urging her to prepare promptly. That weekend, Xin Yue did not wait for Lu Xiaochuan, but returned home alone to inform her father, Shun Jinxin, about her plans to go abroad. To her surprise, she faced his opposition. My dear, I know you have long aspired to study abroad for your masters, and you even refrained from dating to focus on your studies. But now, things have changed. You are in a relationship with Lu Xiaochuan. If you go abroad for a year, and then pursue 3 more years of graduate studies, will you expect him to wait for you? I do not intend for him to wait. I've spoken to Xiaochuan. He has no interest in studying abroad. However, I cannot forsake my education. Perhaps after completing my master's, I may wish to further my studies, and I do not want to hold him back. Perhaps our destinies are meant to diverge here. Shun Jinxin was taken aback by his daughter's words, as he did not perceive her as such a heartless individual. Are you speaking sincerely, my dear? It seems your judgment has been clouded. While education is vital, meeting the right person is equally significant. Can you guarantee that you will encounter someone as exceptional and caring as Xiaochuan in the future? Tan Liqin, as the stepmother, felt she had no authority in this matter but could not resist interjecting. Dear, a man fears choosing the wrong profession, while a woman fears marrying the wrong man. For a woman, marrying the right man is paramount. What does it matter how successful your career is if your marriage lacks happiness? It is rare to find a good man like Xiaochuan. If you miss this opportunity, it could lead to lifelong regret. Since learning of her mother's situation abroad, Xin Yue had been resolute about going abroad sooner. Moreover, she had long set her sights on furthering her education overseas, and at this moment, she could not heed these opinions. In her eyes, her stepmother, Tan Liqin, was merely concerned about losing a wealthy son-in-law. If she and Lu Xiaochuan were to part ways, Tan Liqin would no longer have the opportunity to benefit from him. Dad, let me be frank, my mother is currently in the United States, and we have already established contact. What? You already know? You have been in touch? A flicker of panic crossed Shun Jinxin's eyes, for he had always told his daughter that her mother was no longer alive. Although it was meant to protect her, it was ultimately a lie he had concealed for many years. Upon hearing the father-daughter conversation about Shun You's biological mother, Tan Liqin realized it was time to excuse herself and retreated indoors. Dad, for so many years, I believed my mother was gone. Now that I know she is abroad and cannot return, should I not go study abroad and accompany her? Shun Jinxin found himself at a loss for words when questioned by his daughter. With a sigh, he lamented. It is entirely my fault for lacking the ability to protect your mother and your grandparents. Fortunately, they were well informed and managed to leave the country in advance. These tragedies are a consequence of a tumultuous era. Discussing them now serves no purpose. If you wish to go abroad to be with your mother, I shall not oppose you. However, I cannot help but feel a sense of regret regarding you and Xiao Chuan. I hope you can navigate this situation wisely. Having secured her father's consent, Shen Yue proceeded to her uncle's home to explain her circumstances to her uncle and aunt. What could they say? No one could hinder a daughter from seeking her mother. Only Shen Dongliang learned of the news in the evening and made an effort to persuade his cousin, but alas, Shen Yue's mind was resolute, leaving him to return empty-handed, filled with regret. The news of Shen Yue's impending departure soon spread, and naturally, Lu Xiaochuan was informed. When he saw Shen Yue on Sunday, he was astonished by her decision to leave for a year earlier than expected, yet he remained unperturbed. He naively believed that with patience, he would surely await Shen Yue's return after her studies, especially since she could return home during her time abroad. Xiao Wei, why didn't you tell me sooner about your early departure? This opportunity was secured for me by Dean Feng. It wasn't confirmed until recently, so I couldn't say anything prematurely. Since Shen Yue had resolved to disclose her true intentions to Lu Xiaochuan only after going abroad, she thought it best to keep the secret for a few more days. She refrained from mentioning anything about Lu Xiaochuan studying abroad, and discussing a breakup was out of the question at this juncture. As the day of her departure approached, the young couple naturally wished to spend every moment together, often retreating to Lu Xiaochuan's rented apartment over the weekends. Lu Xiaochuan took the opportunity to visit the bank, seeking out Zheng Yanhong to assist him in exchanging $50,000 for American currency, as Shen Yue would certainly need it for her studies abroad. Although she had a scholarship, having extra funds would always be beneficial. Xiaochuan, why are you exchanging such a large sum of foreign currency? Zheng Yanhong inquired. Well, Sister Zheng, my girlfriend is going to study in America, and I need to provide her with some money. Zheng Yanhong chuckled. Your girlfriend is quite fortunate. But you need not exchange so much. 5,000 will suffice. Why is that? Lu Xiaochuan asked, perplexed. Zheng Yanhong explained, when going abroad, one is only permitted to carry a limited amount. If you bring more, you must declare it at customs, and for a student like your girlfriend, such a request would likely be denied. Therefore, she can only take $5,000. But do not worry, once she arrives in the States, she can provide you with her bank account information, and we can wire her money from here. It may be a bit of a hassle and incur higher fees, but it is manageable. Lu Xiaochuan had not anticipated such regulations, and thus he reluctantly asked Zheng Yanhong to exchange $5,000. The day of parting arrived swiftly. Lu Xiaochuan, along with Shun Jinxin's family, accompanied Shen Yue to the airport. She carried the $5,000 in American currency with her. After a moment's hesitation, she accepted the money and, at the security checkpoint, handed Lu Xiaochuan an envelope. Xiaochuan, within this envelope are my heartfelt words. Please read them once you return to school. Chapter 187. The breakup. Lu Xiaochuan gazed at the envelope handed to him by Shen Yue, recalling her hesitation when accepting the 5,000 Eagle Sauce coins. A sense of foreboding suddenly washed over him. However, he refrained from opening the envelope immediately, mindful of the Shun family's presence. Upon exiting the airport, a gentle rain began to fall, and Lu Xiaochuan found himself wishing fervently that Shen Yue's flight might be delayed due to the inclement weather. Alas, his hopes were ultimately dashed. After escorting the Shun family home, Lu Xiaochuan declined Shun Jinxin's invitation to ascend to their apartment. Once back in his car, he tore open the envelope, revealing elegant penmanship that graced the paper. Xiaochuan, forgive me for not clarifying things sooner. I truly did not know how to broach this subject. In her letter, Shen Yue disclosed the circumstances surrounding her mother in Eagle Sauce. This journey abroad was not only for her studies, but also to reunite with her mother. Consequently, she had not yet considered her plans post-graduation. She might return home or choose to remain overseas. To avoid impeding Lu Xiaochuan's future, and perhaps her own, Shen Yue proposed a breakup. The letter concluded with the heartfelt sign-off. I loved you. Yours forever, Xiao Wei. Holding the letter, Lu Xiaochuan felt his hands tremble. In light of Shen Yue's earlier peculiar behavior, he realized that she had anticipated this day long before, unsure of how to express her feelings. Ultimately opting to leave him a letter instead, he contemplated driving back to the airport, but the flight had likely already departed, leaving him powerless. No, there was still a chance. She would have a layover in Yanjing. He could drive there. With that thought, Lu Xiaochuan started the car and departed from Lutang community. However, it wasn't long before clarity struck him. What good would it do to go to Yanjing? Would it truly secure her presence? Even if he managed to keep her physically close, how could he ensure her heart remained with him? Silently, he drove back to his cramped rental apartment, where every corner seemed to echo with Shen Yue's presence, the air thick with her scent. Meanwhile, high above in the clouds, Shen Yue wept. Hoping Lu Xiaochuan had read her letter, she wished for his understanding, that he would not harbor resentment, and that he would soon move on to find someone better suited to him. Lu Xiaochuan ventured downstairs to purchase beer and peanuts, drinking himself into a stupor, finally succumbing to sleep in his rental apartment. The following day, as the sun ascended to its zenith, Lu Xiaochuan awoke, realizing he had already missed classes. Deciding against returning to school for the morning, he opted instead to skip. Sitting in his rental, lost in thought, Lu Xiaochuan understood that he had irrevocably lost Shen Yue. He empathized with her situation. After 2 decades apart from her mother, her reasons were more than sufficient, though he had vowed to wait for her return. How many long-distance relationships yielded favorable outcomes, especially across international borders. At noon, after a simple meal outside, Lu Xiaochuan steeled himself to return to school. He compelled himself to immerse in his studies, hoping to stave off wandering thoughts and diminish his yearning for Shen Yue. Yet, he found his mind frequently drifting during class. Despite his mature demeanor and soul shaped by 10 years of experience, he was still human, capable of deep emotions. Having been together for so long, the sting of heartbreak was not easily cast aside. Soon, his roommates noticed Lu Xiaochuan's unusual behavior and learned of his recent heartbreak, especially since Shen Yue had gone abroad for several years of study. They accompanied him in drinking, attempting to numb his pain with alcohol, but to little effect. Typically meticulous about his appearance, Lu Xiaochuan grew lax, even neglecting to shave, which led to a rather disheveled look. Wu Zilan could no longer bear to see him like this. Old Shi, he admonished, I've faced countless setbacks and still managed to smile every day. You're merely experiencing a breakup. Is it necessary to present yourself in such a sorrowful manner? Do you think this shows how deeply you feel? Though Wu Zilan was often unreliable, his words struck Lu Xiaochuan with clarity. No matter how he presented himself, he could not alter the reality of his heartbreak. Why wallow in despair? Thus, he took a shower and shaved, to the delight of his roommates, as the handsome Lu Xiaochuan returned. Gao Song remarked, That's more like it. It's just a breakup, Shigo. I actually have a suggestion that could help you swiftly overcome this emotional turmoil. They say the best remedy for heartbreak is to embark on a new relationship. Why not join us in pursuing the freshman girls? Perhaps there's a promising prospect to divert your attention. Lu Xiaochuan had to concede that this was indeed a sound strategy, yet he resolved not to follow through. Initially, it was his infatuation that led him to pursue Shen Yue, and he quickly became ensnared in that relationship, resulting in his current predicament. However, he harbored no regrets. His time with Shen Yue was filled with sweetness, though fate had dealt a cruel hand when her mother's unexpected revival altered everything. For his next romantic endeavor, Lu Xiaochuan planned to win back his former wife, Lu Linlin, though she would not enter college for another year and a half. During this interim, he preferred to avoid entanglements with others, lest he inflict further wounds or suffer anew. Nevertheless, the idea of diverting his focus was appealing, aside from romance. Accumulating wealth stood as the most effective distraction. After all, as the online sage proclaimed, what alleviates sorrow? Only becoming immensely wealthy. Compared to the average person, Lu Xiaochuan was already considered quite affluent, yet he welcomed the prospect of amassing even more wealth. After all, with greater riches, he could engage in more meaningful endeavors. His next financial goal remained the stock market. He recalled from his past life that beginning on May 18, 1995, the market would experience a wave of bullish sentiment, albeit brief. Regrettably, he had not retained the knowledge of which stocks would flourish during that bullish period, but he was confident that any selection would yield profit. With just over a month remaining until May 18, Lu Xiaochuan chose not to rush into the market. Instead, he first sought out Fengqing at the public health college. Lu had already learned that Shen Yue's early departure abroad was orchestrated by Fengqing and wished to inquire about her contact information overseas, hoping to send her some financial support. Despite their breakup, he still desired for Shen Yue to fare well while abroad. Fengqing, upon realizing that Shen Yue had indeed ended her relationship with Lu Xiaochuan, noted that since her departure, she had neither called nor written to him, seemingly intent on severing all ties. Though Feng had anticipated this outcome, she still felt a twinge of guilt towards Lu Xiaochuan, given that she had facilitated Shen Yue's journey abroad. Lu Xiaochuan, I find myself at a loss on how to comfort you. I hope you can understand Shen Yue's decision. I received a transnational call from her mother, assuring me that everything is going smoothly for Shen Yue overseas. I regret that I cannot provide you with her mother's contact information, but you may write to express your sentiments. As for whether they will accept it, I cannot guarantee. I understand, Teacher Feng. I entrust this to you. If you receive any news, please do call me. You have my mobile number. Rest assured, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity should any updates arise. By the end of April, Lu Xiaochuan finally received news from Fengqing. As he had anticipated, he could not obtain Shen Yue's contact information in the United States, leading him to resign himself to the reality that she was indeed resolute in her decisions. Lu Xiaochuan subsequently visited Northern Securities, transferring $5 million from his industrial and commercial bank account to his stock trading account. Following last summer's bull market, his total funds had approached $12 million. However, after repaying loans, purchasing real estate, and donating to the Fengchong Real Estate Company, he was left with a little over $7 million. Given the brevity of the current bull market and the limited information available, he exercised caution and invested only $5 million into stocks. Having no recollection of the promising stocks for the upcoming May 18th market, Lu found himself challenged by the task of selecting stocks. Adhering to the principle of familiarity over novelty, he carefully reviewed the 3 stocks he had previously operated: Oriental Pearl, Xinhua Media, and Zhujiang Newspaper Media. Upon observing the recent trading volumes, he noted that the 2 media stocks had relatively small market caps, with their daily trading amounts just exceeding 1 million. His 5 million investment would categorize him as a major player, risking entrapment as a market maker. In contrast, Oriental Pearl had a larger market cap, leading him to decide to place his entire 5 million investment into this stock. At that moment, the stock price of Oriental Pearl had just dipped below 20 yuan, having remained relatively stable with minimal fluctuations in recent days. Hence, Lu Xiaochuan resolved to make his purchase the following week. On Saturday, he received a call from Shun Jinxin, informing him that the renovation of the Xinguiyuan property had been completed and inviting him to take a look. In the afternoon, Lu Xiaochuan drove to the Shun residence, where he picked up the family of 3 to visit their new home. Xiaochuan, has Xiaowei called you? She made one call home after arriving in the United States, but we haven't heard from her since. I wonder how she's faring abroad, expressed Tan Liqin, displaying a deep concern for her daughter. It seems that the Shun family remains unaware of the breakup between him and Shen Yue. Lu Xiaochuan felt a tinge of awkwardness, yet resolved to speak the truth. With a wry smile, he said, Aunt Tan, Xiaowei and I have parted ways. She has not been in touch with me. What? Both Shen Jinxin and Tan Liqin exclaimed in unison, clearly incredulous. Did she not give me a letter before leaving? Upon reading it, I discovered that she mentioned our breakup. Although I am reluctant to accept this reality, I can no longer reach her, and thus, must resign myself to it. Tan Liqin found it hard to believe. How could Shen Yue relinquish such an exceptional partner as Lu Xiaochuan? Wasn't this rather awkward? If Lu Xiaochuan were not to be considered their son-in-law any longer, how would they benefit from him in the future? The house they were currently viewing was still intended for Shen Yue. Would they reclaim it? However, Shen Jinxin seemed somewhat prepared for his daughter's decision. Upon learning that Shen Yue was going abroad to reunite with her mother, he had anticipated that she and Lu Xiaochuan were not destined to be together, though he did not expect her decision to come so swiftly. As they traveled, the group fell into silence, the atmosphere growing heavy. Fortunately, they soon arrived at Xinguiyuan. Shen Jinxin first took Lu Xiaochuan to view his own house, and Lu Xiaochuan appeared content with the renovation. They also inspected the property purchased for Shen Yue, which shared a similar aesthetic. Uncle Shun, Aunt Tan, since the house is ready and Xiaowei has gone abroad, you should move in soon to avoid it sitting empty and wasting away, Lu Xiaochuan suggested. Is that truly acceptable? Tan Liqin inquired hesitantly, her worries surfacing. If Lu Xiaochuan insisted on reclaiming the property, they would be at a loss. Even though it had been purchased in Shun Yue's name and the property deed had yet to be finalized. Given that you and Xiaowei have split, the house should rightfully be returned to you, Xiaochuan. Shun Jinxin, still holding on to some propriety, felt uncomfortable about asking for the house back. What are you saying, Uncle Shun? Since it was a gift to Xiaowei, there is no reason to reclaim it. Please trust my judgment in this matter. Yes, let us heed Xiaochuan's advice. Tan Liqin quickly interjected, wishing to prevent Shun Jinxin from persisting further. After all, it was a house. Why should they relinquish it for the sake of pride? Oh, I never anticipated that Xiaowei would be so careless. Xiaochuan, since you both have separated, I shall ensure that Dongshu does not attend your tutoring classes tomorrow, Tan Liqin stated while observing Lu Xiaochuan's reaction. Please don't, Aunt Tan, regardless of what relationship Xiaowei and I might have moving forward. I will always regard Dongshu as my younger brother. He must continue his studies. I can still afford the fees. Please do not bring this up again. Tan Liqin had been waiting for him to say this. Thank you, Xiaochuan. I truly did not misjudge your character. I was worried that if Dongshu ceased his tutoring, his academic performance would surely decline. Dongshu, quickly thank your brother Xiaochuan. Though he had parted ways with Shen Yue, the affection they once shared lingered. Lu Xiaochuan was not one to be petty over money, thus he chose to shoulder the financial burden. Shen Dongshu, now in the 2nd year of junior high, understood what had transpired. His sister had ended things with Lu Xiaochuan after going abroad. He approached Lu Xiaochuan and whispered, Thank you, brother Xiaochuan. Even after breaking up with my sister, you still treat us so kindly. How about I introduce my cousin to you? She is quite beautiful as well. This statement from Shun Dongshu left Lu Xiaochuan utterly perplexed. The thought process of this young man is indeed remarkable. It seems he is reluctant to part with his brother-in-law. No need for that, Dongshu. You may consider me as your elder brother from now on. Upon Lu Xiaochuan's rejection, Shun Dongshu had no choice but to walk away, feeling a tinge of regret for failing in his inaugural attempt at matchmaking. This cousin from his uncle's family, currently in her final year of high school, is truly lovely. Nearly as captivating as his own sister. It is unfortunate that Lu Xiaochuan had not yet laid eyes upon her. Otherwise, he might have taken a liking to her. After viewing the house, Shun Jinxin discussed the developments concerning Fengchong real estate with Lu Xiaochuan. Construction on the site had commenced, with a design firm engaged for the project and a contractor secured. However, there was a slight shortfall in funding, prompting Gu Zhangbai to decide on seeking a loan from the bank. Lu Xiaochuan nodded in acknowledgement. As a minor shareholder, he did not intend to partake in the management of the business. Despite the evolving nature of his relationship with Shun Jinxin, he still held a measure of trust in him. After all, having signed a power of attorney agreement, his interests were now intertwined with Shun Jinxin's, and he believed the latter would not betray his trust. Even in the unfortunate event that Shun Jinxin compromised his integrity, Lu Xiaochuan had means to safeguard his own interests. After escorting the Shun family back home, Lu Xiaochuan surmised that Shun Jinxin would likely refrain from seeking him out unless necessary, as their encounters could become somewhat awkward. Nevertheless, given the proximity of their residences, future meetings seemed inevitable. On Sunday, Lu Xiaochuan visited several campuses of Qihang education, recognizing the importance of remaining engaged with his career. It was fortuitous to have tasks at hand that could also serve to alleviate his mood. On Tuesday, May 2nd, the stock market reopened after a 3-day hiatus. Lu Xiaochuan, having skipped a class, ventured to Beifang Securities. Although there was still time until the 18th, he felt it was prudent to begin accumulating shares, hopeful that this bullish market would yield fruitful returns. Chapter 189. A missed opportunity for doubling stocks. In recent days, stock prices had exhibited minimal fluctuations, prompting Lu Xiaochuan to hasten his actions. He could not afford to skip classes daily, thus he fully invested his 5 million yuan into Dongfang Mingzhu within merely 2 days, acquiring 615 lots at an average cost of 912 yuan. At the beginning of this year, much of the market's capital was concentrated in government bond futures, while the stock market suffered from a lack of funds, resulting in low trading volumes and negligible market movement. Subsequently, the government bond futures market experienced the shocking 327 incident, compelling higher authorities to swiftly devise and implement new policies. On the afternoon of May 17th, the China Securities Regulatory Commission announced a nationwide suspension of government bond futures trading trials, as the same shareholder accounts and capital accounts could be used for both futures and stock transactions. This development propelled funds back into the stock market, which interpreted this as tremendously positive news. Thus, on May 18th, the anticipated bull market materialized. The Shanghai Composite Index soared from 58,289 points to open at 74,181 points with a gap of 15,892 points, while the Shenzhen Component Index opened with a gap of 190 points at 12,233 points. The shares of Dongfang Mingzhu that Lu Xiaochuan acquired opened at a price of 2,501 yuan, peaking at 2,740 yuan, marking a remarkable increase of over 30 and outperforming the market. This should have been a moment of joy. However, as Lu Xiaochuan browsed through other stocks, he realized that some low-price shares had surged even more dramatically, with stocks like Ma Steel doubling in value. He had indeed made an incorrect choice, missing the opportunity to double his investment. Yet, at this juncture, lamentation was futile. Those stocks had already soared. There was no possibility of switching investments at the last minute. He resolved to tread his chosen path, reflecting that he was unaware of the potential for rebirth and could hardly have prepared adequately. He was not a seasoned trader. In his previous life, he had merely been a novice, and it was entirely reasonable not to select the doubling stocks. Having already gained over 30%, why should he not feel satisfied? On May 19th, Lu Xiaochuan did not visit the securities firm, as it was not yet the decisive moment. During the weekend, he compelled himself to study diligently at school for 2 days. On Monday, May 22nd, he arrived early at the securities company, checking the stock price of Oriental Pearl from the 19th, which had risen significantly to a closing price of 2,950 yuan. On the 22nd, the market opened high, with Oriental Pearl's stock price climbing to 3,099 yuan, exhibiting a continued upward trend. However, Lu Xiaochuan was aware that the Securities Commission would announce new stock issuances for the second quarter today, and investments would likely retreat, leading to a drop tomorrow, possibly starting this afternoon. Holding a considerable number of stocks, he resolved to seize the moment and liquidate his shares. As the market opened, he set a sell order at 31 yuan for 150 lots. Observing a substantial number of buy orders, he took the opportunity to sell off a significant quantity, peaking at a price of 153 yuan. Subsequently, the price began to decline, and by afternoon, it had fallen below 30 yuan. Despite the large trading volume, his 600 lots represented a small fraction, thus avoiding any panic selling. Throughout the morning, he remained fixated on his computer screen, ultimately clearing all his holdings. With prices predominantly above 31 yuan, the funds in his stock account surged once again, reaching an impressive 8.07 million yuan. Though he had missed the doubling stocks, he still earned over 3 million yuan from this wave of trading. Lu Xiaochuan refrained from withdrawing his funds, planning to continue purchasing in the coming days. Intending to invest long-term, having already identified Sichuan Changhong as his next target. Those who have dabbled in stocks are seldom unaware of Sichuan Changhong, a super bull stock from the 1990s, and Lu Xiaochuan was no exception. He recognized that the stock price would increase several times over in the subsequent years, and he would not let such a golden investment opportunity slip away. Leaving the securities firm with a heart full of excitement, he hurried back to class, only to be informed by the class monitor, Wu Yufa, that their counselor, Teacher Li, was looking for him. Counselor Li Shaoqin was not particularly involved in class matters, but after 2 years, he knew all his students. Upon hearing that the counselor was seeking him, Lu Xiaochuan surmised that his absence from class had been revealed, unsure whether a classmate had informed on him or if Teacher Li had taken it upon himself to investigate and discovered his absence. Indeed, after class, when Lu Xiaochuan visited Teacher Li's office, the counselor inquired about his truancy. Unable to confess that he had been trading stocks, he feigned illness, claiming he had stayed in the dormitory to rest. I perceive that your discomfort is not of the physical sort, but rather an emotional turmoil, is it not? It has been over 2 months. Have you not yet traversed the chasm of heartbreak? Mr. Li, you are aware of it too? Your audacious confession indeed caused quite a stir throughout the school, and even one as uninformed as I could not remain oblivious. Over the past few years, you have maintained a commendable demeanor. While your academic performance may not be exceptional, you have certainly avoided failing grades. However, it seems you have neglected your studies considerably in recent months, which is untenable in the long run. One must look forward in matters of the heart. Dwelling on the past is unwise. As the saying goes, the willow catkins on the branch blow away, but where in the world is there not fresh grass? Indeed, though 2 months have elapsed and Lu Xiaochuan bears a tinge of sorrow, he has largely moved on. It was unexpected for him to be misunderstood by Mr. Li, who, rather than reproaching him, offered words of comfort and encouragement, leaving Lu Xiaochuan somewhat taken aback. Rest assured, Mr. Li, I am not so fragile. I have had a few minor matters that necessitated my absence from school recently. Next time you have something to attend to, please request leave in advance. I am not one to deny such requests, but do strive not to impede your studies. Moreover, it is essential to participate more in class activities. Certainly. You can count on me. With that, Mr. Li dismissed him. As Lu Xiaochuan departed, he recognized the necessity of requesting leave in the future, otherwise, it could be perceived as a lack of respect towards his teacher. Fortunately, Mr. Li was quite accommodating and did not scold him. Lu Xiaochuan also acknowledged the importance of engaging in class activities, realizing that over the past year, apart from his roommates, he had grown somewhat distant from his classmates. Most notably, he vanished every weekend, often spending time solely with Shen Yue, making him elusive during class activities. On June 10th, a Sunday, Class 79 of the clinical program organized a group outing to the botanical garden. This was the first such event in 2 years of university, and the students were enthusiastic, though some hesitated at the cost of admission. The class comprised students from various backgrounds, some of whom faced financial difficulties. Although tuition was waived for university students, and there were subsidies, some still sought to save wherever possible. Lu Xiaochuan's classmates were fortunate in this regard. They were exempt from tuition fees, but starting this autumn, the new cohort would face the implementation of a tuition system, which would impose a significant financial burden on families. The initiator of the event, Class President Wu Yufa, soon announced some good news. All expenses for the outing would be covered by the class fund, alleviating concerns about insufficient funds, as one student had generously contributed 5,000 yuan to the class treasury. Chapter 190. A day at the botanical garden. The generous donor of the 5,000 yuan was none other than Lu Xiaochuan himself. Having earned a considerable sum, he felt it was time to contribute to his classmates. He discreetly approached Class President Wu Yufa and Welfare Committee member Wu Zilin to voluntarily donate the class fund, requesting that they refrain from publicly disclosing his contribution. Despite the request for privacy, many classmates could surmise the truth, although Lu Xiaochuan preferred to remain low-key. His occasional urgent phone calls and the presence of a mobile phone in their dormitory had inadvertently exposed him. Initially, he had shared with his roommates that he had earned several thousand yuan from stock trading, and his classmates had somewhat taken note of it. Some were aware that Lu Xiaochuan had begun to make his own money outside. Since the travel expenses were covered by the class fund, everyone signed up, although a few, like Yang Ziyue, who had already visited the botanical garden several times with Li Mingxian, preferred not to join the crowd. In fact, ever since she began dating Li Mingxian, Yang Ziyue had distanced herself from her classmates, even resigning from her position as the class representative, which had subsequently been filled by the initially unsuccessful Yuxia. Apart from Yang Ziyue, Tang Qingwei also abstained from signing up, as his girlfriend Qin Xianxian was quite protective. He had been reporting to the provincial university every weekend for nearly 2 years, a commitment that earned him considerable admiration. With the exception of these 2 notable individuals, the rest of the class participated in the outing. Early on Sunday morning, the group set off with great enthusiasm, departing the campus and making their way on foot to the South Station. From there, a train conveniently transported them to the botanical garden. Nestled in the heart of Qishan, the garden boasted an abundance of plant resources and expansive grounds, with plans to host the World Horticultural Expo in the coming years, at which point it would be renamed the Expo Garden. Although the grand structures of the future were not yet present, the scenery was already quite delightful. Featuring various amusement activities, particularly adventurous attractions like floating bridges and balance beams, which were particularly enticing. Medical students often faced significant academic pressures, and after being cooped up in school for so long, the opportunity to relax was met with great enthusiasm. As they boarded the train, their chatter filled the air, drawing glances from other passengers, some filled with disdain, others with envy. Today's university students were indeed a precious breed, youthful and vibrant, evoking admiration wherever they went. Upon arriving at the botanical garden, most students were visiting for the first time and marveled at its vastness, realizing that walking would be their only means of exploration. It was clear that one day would not suffice to see everything, so they decided to focus on the most captivating areas. Liu Xiaochuan had brought his camera, currently held by Wu Zilan, while Gao Song had also brought his from home. These two were trailing behind a group of female classmates, snapping photos and trying to win their favor. Liu Xiaochuan playfully patted Wu Zilan on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, with so many people today, I won't call you second. Can you please try to curb your sycophantic tendencies?" Wu Zilan retorted, "I am merely being attentive to the female classmates. Why does that make me a sycophant in your eyes? You go on ahead and let me be." Liu Xiaochuan shook his head, acknowledging that Wu Zilan's nature was unchangeable, and chose not to meddle further, continuing to follow the larger group. By June, the weather had become quite warm, with most students dressed in short sleeves, while those wearing light jackets had taken them off. Fortunately, the botanical garden was filled with trees, providing a refreshing respite along the shaded paths. Lu Ying, the cultural committee member, organized a sing-along as they walked, drawing the attention of other visitors, who frequently turned to admire the lively group. After more than 2 hours of exploration, they had barely covered 1/5 of the garden, and some female classmates began to tire. In response, the male students quickly retrieved water and snacks from their backpacks to replenish everyone's energy. Liu Xiaochuan observed Wu Yufa nestled closely with one of the charming girls in their class, Sun Yeyuan. This sight inevitably reminded him of the cherished moments he shared with Shen Yue. In the first semester of their freshman year, Wu Yufa had pursued Su Jiahui. But after encountering some setbacks, he swiftly turned his affections towards Sun Yeyuan. To his surprise, this transition blossomed into a mutual affection, and the two quickly entered into a relationship. Once the break concluded, the group made their way to the bridge area for a team challenge. Wu Yufa and Lu Ying were tasked with dividing the participants into teams, naturally pairing boys and girls. It seemed that Lu Ying had deliberately placed Su Jiahui and Liu Xiaochuan in the same group, even going so far as to instruct Liu Xiaochuan to take care of Su Jiahui, who was afraid of water, cautioning him not to let her fall into the river. Liu Xiaochuan was unsure of her intentions, but felt compelled to comply, merely nodding in response. Previously, during a singing competition, Lu Ying had encouraged Su Jiahui to present flowers to her, but when Liu Xiaochuan confessed his feelings for Shen Yue, Su Jiahui promptly halted the gesture to avoid an awkward situation. In the bridge area challenge, the 35 students were divided into 5 groups for a competition, each consisting of 3 boys and 4 girls. Lu Ying and Zhu Chuanjian served as referees and scorekeepers, while class leader Wu Yufa participated in the event alongside his girlfriend, Sun Yeyuan. Liu Xiaochuan's group included his roommates, Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen, both of whom were rather slender, indicating that the bulk of the physical labor would fall upon him. In the bridge area, it was inevitable that shoes would get wet, and falling into the river was quite common. Given the warm weather, there was little to fear from the cold. The primary goal of this competition was clear: to see which group would face total defeat first. The first challenge involved a floating bridge, where boys were required to participate while girls could volunteer. Given the high likelihood of falling into the water, Liu Xiaochuan assessed Lu Qiyuan and Shi Xiaowen, realizing he would need to set an example. Having played here before, he knew the importance of maintaining a steady rhythm and confidently stepped onto the floating bridge, successfully crossing. Seeing Liu Xiaochuan succeed, Shi Xiaowen gained some confidence and became the second to attempt the crossing. He started off well, but gradually slowed down, ultimately falling into the river just as he neared the end. Lu Qiyuan, being leaner, exhibited a certain agility and controlled his pace effectively, managing to cross without incident. As for the other groups, none emerged unscathed, with heavyweights like Wu Zilan and Lu Hongba inevitably falling into the water. Even Wu Yufa could not escape this fate. Those who fell emerged from the water, water dripping down their pants, eliciting laughter from everyone, including the soaked participants themselves, who wore smiles despite their predicament. The second challenge involved a team project known as the Yo-Yo Bridge. With everyone's cooperation, most groups successfully navigated this task, except for Wu Zilan's group, which collectively fell into the river due to an unstable center of gravity, prompting a furious rebuke from Gao Song, who blamed Wu Zilan's weight. Wu Zilan, frustrated, lamented that this was his second soaking. The third challenge was the swing bridge, where a series of swings formed a bridge. Liu Xiaochuan, with his long legs, found this task quite easy. He arranged the 3 boys in the group to alternate positions with the girls, with Su Jiahui in front of him and Yu Xiao behind. The initial participants successfully crossed, but when Su Jiahui reached the middle, her fear of heights hindered her from moving promptly to the next swing. By the time she steadied herself on the swing she occupied, she found she could no longer reach the one ahead. At this moment, no amount of shaking the rope would prove fruitful. The horizontal momentum had been lost, and there was no leverage to be found, leaving only the option of vertical movement. Liu Xiaochuan, in a state of resignation, lowered his center of gravity and extended his leg, straining to reach Su Jiahui's swing. However, his exertion was excessive, causing Su Jiahui's swing to lurch violently, and in her struggle to maintain her grip, she fell into the river. Chapter 191. Into the water to rescue Su Jiahui had fallen into the river, and Lu Qiyuan, standing on the opposite bank, chuckled helplessly. Old Shi, are you helping someone? Or are you causing trouble? Lu Xiaochuan, equally dismayed, had not anticipated such an outcome. As he observed Su Jiahui floundering in the water, he noted that the depth was quite shallow, not reaching her waist. Yet, she could not swim and, paralyzed by fear, remained prone, flailing in the water. Lu Xiaochuan, hurry and save her. Lu Ying called out urgently from the shore. Lu Xiaochuan hesitated momentarily, for he harbored an irrational fear of water. His rebirth had stemmed from a drowning incident while attempting to rescue someone. The thought of encountering that vortex again filled him with trepidation, and he had no desire to relive that experience. Nonetheless, he could not afford to hesitate any longer. The urgency of the situation prevailed, and in the next instant, he leapt into the river. Lu Xiaochuan approached Su Jiahui from behind, lifting her out of the water. Please, stop thrashing about. You're splashing water in my face. Sister, the water isn't deep. Just stand up. Su Jiahui, frightened, blushed instantly upon realizing Lu Xiaochuan was holding her. He quickly released her, noticing her clothes were wet and somewhat translucent. He promptly removed his short-sleeved shirt and draped it over her, reassured by the fact that he still wore a t-shirt beneath, thus avoiding being bare-chested. He helped Su Jiahui to the shore and handed her over to Lu Ying, then quickly stepped aside. Lu Ying leaned down and whispered something in Su Jiahui's ear, causing her face to redden once more. Lu Xiaochuan recalled that during a previous encounter at the basketball court, Lu Ying had mentioned that a certain girl in their dormitory had feelings for him. It was undoubtedly Su Jiahui. At that moment, Lu Xiaochuan dared not entangle himself in emotional debts. He merely wished to navigate this year quietly, waiting for Lu Linlin to arrive at the medical university the following autumn. The primary reason Lu Xiaochuan had applied to the medical university was indeed because Lu Linlin had graduated from there in his past life. He had come specifically to await his beloved. The competition continued, but Lu Xiaochuan found little joy in it. He intentionally kept his distance from Su Jiahui, who, embarrassed by the recent events, also maintained a careful distance from him. Everyone else seemed to be enjoying themselves. They had a light lunch comprising the provisions they had brought. Continuing their excursion in the park, the sun shone brightly, and the weather was warm. Being youthful and vigorous, their damp clothes dried quickly in the sun, sufficient to wear until they returned to school for a change. Most of the classmates had fallen into the river, with only a few female classmates who were unwell abstaining from the risk, and thus remaining dry. By the time they returned to school, it was already afternoon. Lu Xiaochuan first went back to his dormitory to change clothes, then headed to a small restaurant at the North Gate with Gao Song for a meal. Shigu, I can tell that Su Jiahui has a secret crush on you. Previously, when you were dating senior sister Shun, she had no opportunity, but now that you are single, her chance has come. Why not consider accepting her? Gao Song remarked, his perceptive gaze revealing the truth. Leave, do not entertain foolish ideas. Do you perceive me as a scoundrel? Seamless transitions, indeed. At this moment, I lack the inclination to discuss such matters, and for the foreseeable year, my spirit remains unyielding. Alas, scoundrel and seamless transitions, how aptly these terms are employed. Gao Song has already absorbed a plethora of new phrases from Lu Xiaochuan, showcasing his remarkable comprehension, effortlessly grasping their meanings. However, your claim of lacking mood with a time limit, what does the future year signify? Shall your spirits be lifted after a year? Lu Xiaochuan glances at Gao Song, curious. Treat me to chicken necks. No problem, it's settled. Gao Song readily agrees without a second thought. Perhaps we should opt for something else. Lu Xiaochuan suddenly recalls duck necks, instantly losing his appetite for chicken necks. On Tuesday during lunchtime, Lu Ying called Lu Xiaochuan aside to return his short-sleeved shirt. Jiahui felt too shy to deliver it herself, so she entrusted me with the task. She washed it for you several times with utmost sincerity. Lu Xiaochuan accepted the garment, saying, all right, please extend my gratitude to her. Both of you are in the same classroom, yet you both rely on me to convey messages, which is quite exhausting. Jiahui too. Harboring feelings for you but lacking the courage to express them. Do you hold any thoughts on this, Lu Xiaochuan? Lu Xiaochuan did not anticipate Lu Ying's direct inquiry and felt some aversion towards this relative, perceiving her as meddlesome. Could you refrain from weaving romantic tales? There is no possibility with her. My focus is solely on my studies. Please relay this message for me, if you would. Lu Xiaochuan, you truly lack compassion. Very well. I shall convey your sentiments to her. Perhaps it will help her move on. Jiahui is so beautiful. Countless suitors are vying for her attention, yet you remain aloof. Lu Ying stormed off in frustration. Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself, am I heartless for simply declining? What about Wu Zealand pursuing you? Why do you not object? Are you not still single? Always meddling in others' affairs. As for how Lu Ying would relay the message to Su Jiahui, Lu Xiaochuan did not concern himself with it. In the following days, he overheard Wu Zealand gossiping that Su Jiahui had cried in her dormitory. Lu Xiaochuan understood the situation but felt powerless to intervene, as offering comfort would only complicate matters further. In truth, Lu Xiaochuan had no time for such trivialities. On Saturday, he received a call from Li Yan, informing him that the tutoring center was facing challenges. On Sunday, Lu Xiaochuan visited the first branch of Qihang Education, gathering the principals of several branch schools for a meeting. Li Yan first spoke to him privately about the situation. The issues had long been evident, but I hesitated to disturb you during your recent heartbreak. As you are aware, aside from the first branch, competitors have emerged around the other branches. Since we entered the market early, we were considered pioneers in the industry, and our larger scale previously shielded us from competition. Li Jia, could you please present the main topic? Certainly. Recently, a new institution has emerged, substantial in size, with branches opening simultaneously in various districts within the city. Their facilities are quite luxurious, and they undercut prices, resulting in the loss of several of our students, and even poaching a few of our teachers. Li Yan's face was filled with concern. Very well, let us convene and discuss this further. Upon entering the conference room, Yu Xiaomei, Rin Jigua, and Gao Shuaqin were already present. After Lu Xiaochuan and Li Yan took their seats and exchanged a few pleasantries, they requested each of them to provide an update on the latest developments at their respective branch schools. The reports were largely similar, echoing what Li Yan had mentioned earlier. It was evident that some capital entities had set their sights on this lucrative sector, beginning to infiltrate the educational training market. Lu Xiaochuan inquired about the names of the rival institutions, which he had not encountered in his previous life, suggesting they had not gained traction. It was also possible that their emergence was a consequence of his presence, a butterfly effect leading to the formation of new organizations. After soliciting everyone's opinions, the group suggested following suit with price reductions, alongside increasing the percentage of commissions for the teachers. Otherwise, a decrease in prices could lead to a drop in teachers' incomes, potentially resulting in staff attrition. However, Lu Xiaochuan firmly stated that a price reduction was out of the question. It would be impossible to lower prices in this lifetime. Once lowered, it would be exceedingly difficult to raise them again. The competitors currently charged low fees merely to attract attention, engaging in a loss-leading strategy to force them out of the market. Yet, Lu Xiaochuan pointed out an essential oversight. What oversight? One of them asked, with a composed smile. Lu Xiaochuan elaborated, the education and training sector incurs no production costs, only personnel and venue expenses. Thus, it is not so easily dismantled by a price war. On the contrary, we shall not only maintain our prices, but also increase them. Our fee structure has remained unchanged for several years. It is high time we adjusted it upward. Chapter 192. Contrarian approach. The group was taken aback by Lu Xiaochuan's announcement of a price increase rather than a decrease, fearing it would render them less competitive. Would students not flee? After all, money does not come easily. Why would anyone opt for higher-priced courses at their institution? Xiaochuan, are you certain? Yu Xiaomei asked cautiously. Absolutely certain, Lu Xiaochuan replied. For our one-on-one courses, we will increase the fee by 10 yuan per session, while the same proportion will apply to small group classes. Tomorrow, we shall post notices in all branch schools, indicating that prices will rise starting July 1st. If existing students prepay their tuition, they will be charged at the current rate. Gao Shuaqin and Rin Jigua exchanged glances, quickly grasping Lu Xiaochuan's intentions. This strategy was aimed at enhancing student retention and preventing attrition among existing clients. However, they raised a valid concern. If parents insisted on refunds, would they not have to comply? Lu Xiaochuan continued, with the price increase, teachers' commissions will rise as well, which will help stabilize our teaching staff. Additionally, I have decided to raise the base salaries of all principals by 100 yuan. Moving forward, we will implement minor adjustments annually, and of course, our fee structure must also rise correspondingly each year. Xiaochuan, this approach will indeed enhance teachers' incomes and stabilize the workforce. However, have you considered whether parents will accept this? Caution Li Yan, if students abandon us, it matters little how high our fees are, it would all be in vain. Many shared this sentiment. Yet no one dared voice it until Li Yan raised the question. Do not be anxious. We have subsequent measures to consider. Last winter break, I traveled to Min County in Xihai Province, where Sister Bai Ling and I, under the auspices of Qihang Education, donated 1 million yuan to construct a Hope Primary School and to improve the water supply in an area afflicted by fluorosis. Now, it should not be an issue for me to request a letter of gratitude from the county, right? At that time, we can make several copies of the letter, frame them, and display them in our branches, allowing everyone to see that our purpose in establishing schools is not solely for profit, but primarily for the sake of public welfare. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's words, a ripple of astonishment coursed through the group as they exchanged glances, realizing for the first time that such endeavors existed. They could not help but feel moved by his genuine commitment to philanthropy. To be honest, it seems that Qihang Education has hardly earned over 1 million in recent years, and yet all of it has been donated? However, what purpose does displaying such letters serve? Is it merely to elicit sympathy or to impose a moral obligation? Noticing the complex expressions on their faces, Lu Xiaochuan continued, stating that they had further plans. He intended to initiate a pass on the Fragrance of Books campaign, encouraging our students to donate books and learning supplies. Eventually, these donations would be collectively sent to Min County and my hometown, Xinping County, thereby aiding impoverished children and schools in mountainous areas. As Lu Xiaochuan spoke passionately, he took a sip of water and paused before adding that all children who donate books or supplies would not do so in vain. They would receive discount vouchers and rebate cards in return. Each class could yield a maximum deduction of 15 yuan or an 80 discount, effectively reducing tuition fees while simultaneously fulfilling the children's desire to contribute. Of course, these vouchers and cards would have an expiration date, tentatively set for 1 year. How will the teachers' commissions be calculated then? Wouldn't that effectively reduce their salaries? Gao Shuiqin inquired. What an excellent question. Lu Xiaochuan replied. The commissions for teachers, including those of everyone present, will be calculated based on the original prices before discounts. At most, I will not earn from this. I have calculated that I will likely incur losses. If I were to profit, I intended to donate again. The outcome of this arrangement is quite similar, yet holds greater significance. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuiqin felt somewhat embarrassed, as though her concerns were solely for her own benefit. I propose that the teachers' commissions be determined as Lu mentioned, and the commissions for us principals should be adjusted accordingly, based on the discounted rates. Indeed, the school cannot operate at a loss. We should actually earn more. The others quickly concurred. Everyone, listen to me. I have other avenues for generating revenue. So there is no need for you to emulate my approach. As the owner, it is only fitting that I earn less. After all, the operation of the school primarily relies on all of you present. Your rightful benefits must not be diminished in the slightest. If you feel hesitant, simply focus on organizing these matters effectively, such as the price adjustments and discount vouchers, which still lack specific plans and require your attention. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan's determination, the principals ceased their objections, acknowledging that executing their tasks proficiently was the ultimate goal. Moreover, it can be conveyed to the teachers of various branches that there is no need to fret over the possibility of students being poached. Such occurrences are likely to happen at this stage. However, they are merely transient. As tuition fees rise, everyone's income will undoubtedly increase. Even in the unfortunate event of dwindling student numbers, there remains a guaranteed base salary, ensuring that one can earn without conducting classes. There is no need to worry about any inability to disperse salaries. I can sustain everyone for 3 to 5 years without issue. Li Yin and Yu Xiaomei are aware of Lu Xiaochuan's financial prowess, whereas Ren Jigua and Gao Shuiqin are still unfamiliar with it. Now, witnessing Lu Xiaochuan speak with such confidence, they feel reassured. It is essential to maintain high teaching quality in tandem with our elevated fees. Upon returning, we must engage in extensive training and research to enhance everyone's teaching capabilities and standards. For those teachers who may be lured away, we must adhere to strict protocols. Should any student be taken clandestinely, we shall hold the responsible parties accountable. Legal recourse may be pursued to ensure they face appropriate consequences, thereby serving as a deterrent. Lu Xiaochuan, having experienced the pinnacle phase of educational training institutions in a previous life, possesses a profound understanding of this industry. With this strategic approach, I trust we can stabilize the situation. While engaging in price wars may seem straightforward and brash, it is, in fact, not particularly applicable to the educational training sector. This industry fundamentally relies on teaching quality. One must ponder, if the instruction is subpar, which parents would choose to enroll their children, even if offered for free. No one would wish to squander their time. To guarantee teaching quality, it is imperative to retain talent and ensure adequate compensation for teachers. Many proprietors fail to grasp this principle, opting instead to throw money at advertisements while exploiting their instructors. Although this may yield short-term enrollment success, it cannot sustain long-term development. After Lu Xiaochuan outlined the overarching strategy, others contributed additional insights, and they deliberated on specific event details before proceeding with their respective tasks. Ren Jigua and Gao Shuiqin, who had previously had limited interactions with Lu Xiaochuan, acknowledged his authority. This time, they were genuinely convinced. He not only possesses wealth, but also capability. With just a few words, he resolved the challenges at hand. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaochuan could not remain idle. He contacted Yu Qingjun and Teacher Du from Shidatown Middle School, requesting the Min County government and Shidatown Middle School to draft a letter of gratitude to Qihong Education. Both Yu Qingjun and Teacher Du readily agreed, recognizing that since Lu Xiaochuan had made a donation, expressing gratitude was only fitting. The task of writing the letter is straightforward, whether from the county or the school. There are skilled writers available to craft a touching message, which can then be stamped with an official seal and sent to Lu Xiaochuan. Upon hearing that there would be subsequent book donations, their excitement grew, and they all expressed anticipation. Chapter 193. The supplementary classes stabilized in the following 2 weeks. Lu Xiaochuan was exceedingly busy, as the end of term approached, and the examination workload for the semester was considerable. He devoted all his energy to review sessions. On weekends, he also dedicated time to assist with the book donation efforts at Qihong Education. The letters of gratitude from Min County and Shidatown Middle School have been received in succession. The letter from Shidatown bears not only the school's official seal, but also that of the town government, as these events are indeed factual and not fabricated. As the husband of Teacher Du, Town Mayor Feng Xiangdong is naturally pleased to assist. Min County not only sent a letter of appreciation, but also included numerous photographs. featuring images of Bai Ling's teaching support as well as the water supply project in Dongshan Township. Lu Xiaochuan arranged for the letters of gratitude to be photographed, printed in multiple copies, and displayed across various branch schools. The originals have been framed and showcased in the first department of Qihang Education. The exhibition of these letters and the promotion of literary culture have sparked considerable enthusiasm among students and parents for the initiative to donate stationery to the mountainous regions. Although Qihang Education charges relatively high tuition fees, parents speculate that the owner must be profiting significantly. However, it is known that most of the earnings are donated. And the organization also encourages collective efforts to donate books to the mountainous areas. The channels for donating books and supplies extend beyond Qihang Education, providing contact information for Min County and Shida Town, with dedicated personnel responsible for coordinating these efforts. Parents and students have ample opportunities to contribute without necessarily going through Qihang Education, opting instead to reach out directly. Some parents have questioned the authenticity of the letters of gratitude. However, the presence of official seals has lent credibility, and inquiries made to Min County and Shida Town have yielded affirmative responses, thereby assuring parents and students of their legitimacy. Through word of mouth, the reputation of Qihang Education has risen significantly, proving more effective than any advertisement. The opportunity to donate books and supplies not only allows one to express compassion, but also to offset tuition fees, creating a win-win scenario that has led to enthusiastic participation among students. Many former students have prepaid substantial tuition fees, with few transferring to other institutions. Parents are generally reluctant to switch tutoring locations, and even when some contemplate doing so to save money, their children resist, feeling such a move would be beneath their dignity. Recently, the teachers at Qihang Education were anxious about potential difficulties in student enrollment affecting their income. Unexpectedly, revenue has instead increased, with the number of classes remaining stable and fee standards rising. The only losses incurred from discounts come from the school's funds, leaving teachers unaffected. If there has been any impact, it is that the frequency of research and training has intensified, and assessments have become more stringent, which is entirely reasonable. Everyone accepts this without complaint, as enhancing teaching quality is essential to ensuring classroom excellence, stabilizing student enrollment, and ultimately increasing income, which directly concerns their salaries. The few teachers who were poached recently have faced hardships. While they have more classes at their new institutions, the fee standards are lower, resulting in minimal income increases. Those who remained at Qihang Education have lighter workloads and comparable earnings, all without the risk of accountability from the institution. Some individuals have begun to shamelessly seek to return, but without exception, they have been turned away. Although Qihang Education is a small tutoring center, it is not a place where one can come and go at will. Betrayal must have its consequences. Of course, the educational training market is vast, and Qihang Education is not the only player. Some teachers have made consecutive job changes, while others have secured positions with reputable new employers based on their skills, though the satisfaction of their new roles is known only to themselves. Lu Xiaochuan's approach, while not unique in the realm of educational training institutions, where imitation is easily achievable due to the absence of copyright, has nonetheless garnered respect due to his substantial contributions exceeding 1 million yuan, an amount that would take years for most to earn. The trend is simply unattainable for many. In early July, Lu Xiaochuan generously funded a team-building excursion, chartering several large buses to take all the teachers from Qihang Education on a trip. For the part-time instructors unable to attend, he distributed gifts, creating a jubilant atmosphere within the supplementary classes. The sense of cohesion surged as everyone eagerly anticipated the summer break, motivated to earn extra income and contribute to the collective effort of the tutoring center. Of course, the outing was organized by individuals like Li Yin, and Lu Xiaochuan himself did not participate. Instead, he was diligently studying in his dormitory, buried in thick textbooks, as the end-of-term exams loomed ominously close. After a series of taxing examinations that left him feeling disoriented, Lu Xiaochuan managed to persevere, despite having fallen behind during the first half of the semester. He caught up in the subsequent months, and with a final push of intense studying, he felt confident about his performance, hoping for a scholarship. This summer, he chose not to reside in a rental but instead moved into his newly renovated apartment in Shanghua Garden, which had been ready for 2 to 3 months. He had even managed to purchase a bed and was only a few appliances away from moving in. As a bachelor, his need for household items was minimal. He primarily required basic cooking utensils to prepare simple meals. Though not incapable of cooking, his laziness often led him to dine out. Fortunately, in today's era, the standards among food service providers remain relatively high, ensuring a degree of food safety. With personal matters settled, it was time to venture into the stock market. Lu Xiaochuan decided to invest all his capital, transferring over 200,000 yuan from his previous bank savings into his stock account, bringing his total funds to an impressive 10.45 million yuan, with only 20,000 left for daily expenses. During the previous 518 market surge, he had already covered a year's worth of fees for a premium trading account, and the brokerage manager kindly offered an additional 2 months of usage. Although he missed out on doubling his investments during the brief bull market, the securities manager recognized his novice status. Realizing that his wealth was merely a stroke of luck rather than expertise, he eagerly recommended the brokerage's traders to Lu Xiaochuan, suggesting he delegate his funds for management. Lu Xiaochuan firmly declined. Managing such significant funds himself was the safer option. Who could possibly be more astute than he, possessing an almost prophetic sense of market trends? The specifics of trading were secondary. As long as he grasped the overarching trends, substantial profits could be realized without getting bogged down by minor percentage gains. A glance at the stock of Sichuan Changhong revealed a previous rise during the 518 market, yet it had since retreated, lingering just above 11 yuan throughout early July. With tragically low trading volumes of only a few million shares daily, Lu Xiaochuan was cautious not to accumulate too much stock at once, fearing it might trigger a significant price increase or alert the market manipulators, which would be detrimental. He refrained from placing large buy orders, opting instead to purchase modest amounts whenever faced with selling pressure, as the price hovered around 11 yuan, making it unnecessary to quibble over minute price differences. He bought in small quantities daily, ensuring a steady accumulation without drawing undue attention. For 2 consecutive weeks, Lu Xiaochuan had yet to fully invest his capital, having acquired a total of 403 lots at a cost of 8.74 million yuan, with an average price hovering around 181 yuan. This was primarily due to the stock price surging in the following days, approaching a breakthrough of 13 yuan, which consequently elevated his cost basis. The reason he retained over 100,000 yuan in liquid assets was his awareness of an impending stock allotment from Changhong, necessitating additional funds for him to participate. As anticipated, the announcement of the stock allocation arrived shortly thereafter. Chapter 194. The bull stock Changhong Sichuan Changhong emerged as the foremost bull stock in the Shanghai market in 1995, predominantly supported by robust performance metrics. The year 1995 proved pivotal for China's industrial landscape, as numerous domestic enterprises carved a path through the competitive pressures exerted by foreign counterparts. In this context, Sichuan Changhong's executive team made a bold decision to reduce prices by 30%, opting to incur losses to generate publicity and convert surplus inventory into cash flow, thereby revitalizing the enterprise and thwarting foreign competitors' attempts to dominate the Chinese market. With substantial performance backing, the ascent of Changhong stock was no mere coincidence. On July 24th, Sichuan Changhong issued a prospectus for the stock allotment, proposing a distribution ratio of 10 shares for every 25 held, at a price of 7.35 yuan per share against a total share capital of 23,781,876 million. Lu Xiaochuan 403 lots entitled him to 1,851 additional shares, requiring a supplementary payment of 1.36 million yuan, leaving him with approximately 350,000 yuan in his account. By this time, Lu Xiaochuan's account would be nearly fully invested, holding a total of 9,254 lots, equating to over 920,000 shares. This quantity surpassed that of many senior executives at Changhong. However, it was but a fraction of the overall shareholdings. For Lu Xiaochuan, such distinctions held little significance. Once fully invested, he felt a sense of relief and merely awaited further news. The ex-rights date for the stock allotment was set for July 31st, with the newly allocated shares not set to commence trading until August 14th. Lu Xiaochuan recalled that subsequent updates would follow the execution of the stock allocation, prompting him to return to his hometown in early August. The changes in his hometown were notable. Having borrowed funds, his uncle's family had constructed a new residence, which they had now moved into. While the money was termed a loan, Lu Xiaochuan had no intention of pressuring his uncle for repayment, nor did he plan to claim it back. Such sentiments, however, could not be openly expressed, should it be perceived as a gift. His honest character might lead to future expectations. He understood the principle of reciprocity well, and while he was willing to assist his uncle's family, it required a delicate balance. Conversely, there was no need for such caution with his elder sister, Lu Xiaoyun, as they shared a close bond of kinship. Since Lu Xiaochuan had gifted her 100,000 yuan, she and her husband had indeed purchased a property in the county. Though it was a large courtyard where the front room had been converted into a furniture store, with the majority of the yard transformed into a workshop, while the family resided in the rear. As for Wang Guangxing's furniture store in Hechuan town, it was transferred to his elder brother, undoubtedly at a considerably reduced price, almost akin to being given away. Most of the family members benefited from Lu Xiaochuan's goodwill, albeit a few distant relatives, such as his elder aunt's family and his younger uncle's family, were less involved. On the very night of his return home, Mother Zhao Cuiping spoke to Lu Xiaochuan about his uncle's situation. The local glass factory had closed down, resulting in his uncle's unemployment. Currently, he was embroiled in a divorce with his aunt and had recently come to their home, somewhat shamelessly, seeking assistance from his elder sister Zhao Cuiping. Although Zhao Cuiping didn't offer him a warm reception, she found herself troubled for several days after his visit, feeling a twinge of compassion. Today, she brought up the matter once more, naturally seeking her son's opinion on whether they should extend a helping hand. As the saying goes, to repay a grievance with kindness. How does one repay kindness? Lu Xiaochuan harbored no fondness for his uncle. Given the absence of familial obligation, he felt that not helping was justified. Nevertheless, his uncle had not committed any egregious acts like his elder aunt's family, aside from displaying an air of superiority at Lu Xiaochuan's wedding. Insisting on borrowing a vehicle to maintain appearances, Lu Xiaochuan understood that his mother's inquiry stemmed from a softened heart. After all, despite his uncle's shortcomings, he remained her brother. Now that their family was thriving while his uncle faced adversity, not offering assistance would weigh heavily on her conscience. This matter was not about being a saint, but rather about familial bonds. Mother, if you wish to help, I have no objections. However, our dealings with my uncle have been minimal. Any assistance should be measured, unlike the support we provide to my elder and younger uncles and my aunt's family. Of course, I can offer him a little assistance, and that would suffice. He is currently unemployed, and seeking new work will undoubtedly be challenging. If he intends to engage in small business ventures, I plan to lend him some money, but only this once. Whether he can establish himself depends solely on him. Seeing Lu Xiaochuan's agreement, Zhao Cuiping felt a sense of relief. Lu Xiaochuan was aware that aiding his uncle might not elicit gratitude. However, that was of little consequence. The most important thing was that his mother felt at ease, and maintaining a harmonious mindset for his parents was paramount. Contributing some money was inconsequential. Much like his dealings with his second uncle's family, where his second aunt had not treated him well, he felt compelled to extend some financial support. Considering that his grandmother resided there, and the ties of blood with his uncle and cousins were undeniable, spending a little on them brought him peace of mind. And why should that be objectionable? If he were to be overly calculative, disregarding his clan and relatives now that he had achieved success, would he not be inviting scorn? Coming from a rural background, Lu Xiaochuan naturally placed significant importance on such matters. In contrast, some of his classmates from urban families, whose relatives lived far away and maintained infrequent contact, often experienced a more diluted sense of kinship. This divergence in perspective stemmed not from right or wrong, but rather from differing life circumstances. His second sister Lu Xiaoning had spent her summer break languishing at home. Upon inquiring about her situation, he learned that Gao Jianjun had surprisingly been accepted into the graduate program at the medical university and would be reporting there next semester. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoning would also be starting her internship come the new school year, leading to an impending separation from Gao Jianjun. Sister, you could actually intern in Fengyang. That way, you wouldn't have to endure a long-distance relationship with Lao Gao. Our school's internship bases are all in Xiuzhou. How could I possibly intern in Fengyang? You're just talking nonsense. It's just an internship. When school starts, I'll see if I can help you make some connections. Lu Xiaochuan first thought of Feng Qing, who, as the deputy dean of a secondary college, must possess some connections. Arranging an internship should be straightforward. Yet, he refrained from expressing too much confidence, merely suggesting they give it a try. You can boast all you want. If you truly manage to secure me an internship at the hospital, I will go to Fengyang. Lu Xiaoning, of course, wished to be with her boyfriend, but she did not harbor high hopes for this endeavor. Even if she could not intern in Fengyang, it was of little concern. With me at the medical university, I would ensure that Lao Gao remained under my watchful eye, preventing him from mingling with other girls. Lu Xiaoning shot her brother a glare, retorting, does he even need your supervision? Besides, he isn't particularly handsome. What makes you think he's in high demand? Why wouldn't he be sought after? At the medical university, there are many more girls than boys. Although Lao Gao may not be as good-looking as I am, he is still decent enough. Perhaps some girl has taken a liking to him, Lu Xiaochuan replied with a mischievous grin, unable to counter her brother's logic. Lu Xiaoning shot him a few more glares before retreating into the house. As Lu Xiaochuan observed his sister's departing figure, he mused that she had been focused on her studies for years, with modest material desires. With only a year left until graduation, he felt it was time to contribute financially to her needs. If he could indeed secure an internship in Fengyang, he would either give her his current apartment or purchase a new one for her, while he would have to continue living in rented accommodation. Chapter 195. What is the architectural project of 0140? Returning home naturally meant visiting his childhood friend, Zhang Chao. Upon arriving at Zhang Chao's house, he found him unloading distiller's grains from a small truck with their uncle, Zhang Manjun. This substance served as premium cattle feed, transported from neighboring towns. Lu Xiaochuan joined in with a shovel, but Zhang Manjun insisted, don't bother, Xiaochuan, you might dirty your clothes. Chao and I can unload quickly. It's all right, uncle. My clothes aren't that clean either. My help will make the task quicker. Lu Xiaochuan disregarded the objection and began assisting. The three of them worked and chatted, with Lu Xiaochuan inquiring, Uncle, you can drive? Zhang Manjun chuckled, yes, I drove often a few years back in Lin County, but I don't have a license. I usually just drove around the fields, too frightened to take the main roads. I was quite anxious today hauling the distiller's grains, but fortunately, I didn't encounter any checkpoints. I have a license, though I'm not as skilled as you, Uncle. I'll arrange for you to get one soon. It's easy to obtain a license now without needing to take a test, although the test itself is simple since you already know how to drive. Zhang Chao added shyly. The three young men quickly finished unloading the truck, after which Zhang Manjun asked Zhang Chao to accompany Lu Xiaochuan inside while he went to feed the cows. Inside, Zhao Xiujia was preparing dinner, with her mother-in-law tending the fire. Although this distant cousin was not particularly beautiful and had a fiery personality, she was a diligent woman, capable of handling everything from the fields to the kitchen, truly a supportive partner for Zhang Chao. Cousin, you've come. Have you eaten dinner yet? Stay and have some food with us. Let us drink a few cups. Lu Xiaochuan had long since abandoned the hope that Zhao Xiujia would call him brother as she did with Zhang Chao. Despite his own eloquence, he found himself at a loss for words in her presence, ultimately yielding to her charm. What delicious dishes are being prepared? Your new daughter-in-law is quite virtuous. As you can see, the Zhao family's values have always been like this. My eldest aunt is no different, is she? Zhang Chao's mother gazed at her daughter-in-law with a smile, recognizing that she was not exaggerating. Indeed, she was quite diligent, much to the satisfaction of the elderly couple. Upon entering the inner room, Zhang Mansong was busy rolling tobacco, and upon greeting him, Lu Xiaochuan was warmly invited to stay for dinner. Soon, the meal was prepared, and the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law brought it into the room, with Lu Xiaochuan joining them without hesitation. In rural areas, it is generally frowned upon to encroach upon others' meals. But this depended on the relationship. Lu Xiaochuan felt entirely at ease dining at Zhang Chao's home, as if it were his own. As the meal was ready, Zhang Manjun did not join them, as Zhang Chao took the food to the neighboring yard to deliver it to his uncle. Ever since Zhang Chao's marriage, his uncle, a bachelor, felt uncomfortable dining daily with his nephew and his wife, and had taken to eating alone in the old courtyard. Naturally, he rarely cooked, and most of the time, it was his nephew who brought meals to him. The others finished their meals quickly, leaving only Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao remaining at the table, sharing a drink. Neither of them had a strong tolerance for alcohol. Each had only a cup of 2.5 liang of liquor, and they had spent nearly an hour more engaged in conversation. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Chao confided in Lu Xiaochuan, Xiaochuan, I am troubled about my uncle. What is the matter with Uncle Manjun? Lu Xiaochuan inquired. Last month, my uncle and I went to another town to buy cattle, and we encountered one of his old comrades. A few days ago, this comrade sent word that a relative was involved in some Western Zero project in the south, which promised substantial earnings, and he urged my uncle to join him. Uncle was tempted and plans to leave next week. You know, when I first went to the provincial city to work, I was on a construction team, and it was quite exhausting. Uncle has trouble with his legs. I fear he won't manage it. It would be better for him to stay at home. The Western Zero project? Is it the Yaoling Zero? Yes, that seems to be the name. I didn't catch it all. How do you know? Lu Xiaochuan thought to himself. The Yaoling Zero project is so notorious that anyone who has been online is likely aware of it. Little did he expect that the recruitment would reach Zhang Manjun, who likely shared Zhang Chao's misconception, thinking it was a construction project. He must not go. Absolutely not. I have heard from others that it is a scam. I told you. It must be unreliable. It is probably similar to my initial experience, where one works yet receives no wages. Zhang Chao and Lu Xiaochuan were clearly not on the same wavelength, and Lu Xiaochuan was disinclined to elaborate further. He somewhat understood Zhang Manjun. At only 37 or 38, as a bachelor, he couldn't remain cooped up at home forever, relying solely on his nephew for support. What if his nephew feigned filial piety and, when he could no longer contribute, cast him aside? Even if his nephew were genuinely dutiful, he was not yet at the stage of retirement. Was he simply meant to wait for his old age? Let us go to Uncle's place. I will have a word with him. All right, you have seen much of the world. Your words will surely carry weight with him. Having said this, Lu Xiaochuan and Zhang Chao finished their drinks and proceeded to the neighboring old courtyard. Zhang Manjun was not idle. He was drinking alone, lost in his thoughts. Why didn't you call me to drink, uncle? Lu Xiaochuan feigned complaint. You two are having such a lively time. Why would I intrude on your merriment? Zhang Manjun replied with an awkward smile. Lu Xiaochuan spoke candidly. Uncle, I heard from Chaozi that you were planning to join your comrades in some Yaoling Xiling project. Zhang Manjun immediately recognized that this was his nephew's attempt to persuade him, and felt a twinge of reproach towards Zhang Chao, though he refrained from voicing it. Yes. I recently encountered an old comrade who informed me that his cousin is making a fortune in the south with this project and invited him to join. He thought of me and wants to bring me along. Xiaochuan, you know, your uncle hasn't reached 60 yet. I can't just stay home and let Chaozi support me. Nowadays, everyone is venturing out for work, and I too wish to strive for a few years. Uncle, you are right. Since you haven't reached 60, it is the perfect time to explore new opportunities. Zhang Manjun glanced at his nephew and remarked, see, even Xiaochuan agrees that I should work outside. Zhang Chao nearly lost his composure, puzzled by Xiaochuan's earlier insistence on persuading his uncle, yet now he seemed to shift his stance. However, knowing Lu Xiaochuan, he anticipated further developments. Indeed, Lu Xiaochuan continued, Uncle, while working outside is commendable, I must warn you that the Yao Ling Xiling project is a deceptive scheme. I have heard of many who have fallen victim to it in the provincial city. Surely not. Could my comrade possibly deceive me? Zhang Manjun displayed skepticism. How can you be so sure? Perhaps your comrade, well-intentioned as he may be, has been misled by his cousin. In any case, you must not partake in this Yao Ling Xiling project. Surely, you trust my judgment, do you not, uncle? Zhang Manjun held a measure of trust in Lu Xiaochuan. Given that he was studying at a university in the provincial city and had gained some wealth, it was evident that the Yao Ling Xiling project indeed posed a risk. Very well, if it is indeed a scam, I shall refrain from going, and I will advise my comrade against it. However, I still wish to venture out and seek work. Chapter 196. The Master of Misfortune. Lu Jinyu. Since Zhang Manjun was determined to work outside, Lu Xiaochuan thought it best to accompany him to the provincial city, where he could serve as a driver for a tutoring class and assist Su Jibin with logistics. The tutoring class had 2 vehicles, yet only Su Jibin was available as a driver, and the Santana had accumulated dust. Furthermore, Su Jibin was preoccupied with home renovations, as he was reportedly preparing to start a family next year, facing ultimatums from both sets of parents. With Su Jibin overwhelmed with family obligations, it would be advantageous for Zhang Manjun to lend a hand. Reflecting on this, Lu Xiaochuan said, "Uncle, you know I've earned some money. In fact, I have partnered with others to establish a tutoring class in the provincial city. Recently, the main investor discussed hiring a driver, and since you can drive, why not join me in the provincial city?" Lu Xiaochuan omitted mentioning that the tutoring class was his own. He simply stated that he had a stake in it, primarily to prevent Zhang Manjun from overthinking the situation. That sounds feasible. With Xiaochuan there, we can trust you to go to the provincial city. Upon hearing Lu Xiaochuan's proposal, Zhang Chao immediately supported it. Uncle is still young. He certainly shouldn't remain cooped up at home. If he earns money in the provincial city, he can return and try his luck at finding a suitable match. Remaining at home, he may lose all hope in that regard. But I don't have a driver's license. Xiaochuan, is that all right? What's the matter, uncle? The day after tomorrow, I will take you to the county town, and we can easily obtain a license. Zhang Chao eagerly remarked. In this era, acquiring a driving license is not as formal. With a little money, it can be quite straightforward. Since Zhang Chao was willing to pay for his uncle's license, Lu Xiaochuan refrained from spending his own money, considering it was his dear nephew offering to cover the expense. Zhang Manjun was more amenable to the notion, especially since he had some funds of his own. Do you really need a driver? Don't put yourself in a difficult position. Xiaochuan. Zhang Manjun expressed a hint of hesitation. After all, being a driver was significantly preferable to laboring with bricks. At least it was a skilled trade. No trouble at all, uncle. However, I cannot assure you myself. I will call the boss when I return home to confirm. I believe it will be arranged. Of course, there was no need to consult any boss, but Lu Xiaochuan felt compelled to maintain the pretense. Once the serious matters were settled, Zhang Manjun was elated and invited Zhang Chao,